2099, aliens released a large amount of T-virus into the Earth. This virus instantly triggered an apocalyptic catastrophe. 30% of the human population on Earth were infected and turned into zombies. I persevered through this existential crisis for 5 years. But eventually my supplies ran out, and I starved to death in the desolation of the end of the world. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn on the first day of the apocalypse. What's even more amazing is that I'm also connected to a prison system. As long as you complete the arrest mission, you can get rich rewards. The higher the submission of the target, the richer the reward. And my first target after my rebirth was that cold and aloof school beauty, Luo Qingying. 997, 998. The afterglow of the setting sun spread over the ruins of the entire city, and the tall buildings seemed to be plated with golden armor. On the top of this building, a sturdy man was concentrating on pulling up his body, one after another. He is me, Zhu Linyuan. 999, 1000. I let go of my hands and jumped down from the horizontal bar, landing like a feather without making any sound. Every muscle was full of strength, and every inch of skin was like carved bronze, so strong that it seemed to burst. Host completed 1,000 pull-ups, daily tasks completed, and obtained 1 attribute point. The system's prompt tone was as cold as ever. With a smile on my face, I called up the system panel. Name, Zhu Linyuan. Strength, 46. Speed, 31. Constitution, 38. Attribute points 1. Daily task. Complete 1,000 pull-ups. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture task none. 1 attribute point. I clicked on strength without hesitation, and the value on the panel jumped, and strength jumped from 46 to 47. I clenched my fists, feeling the power surging in my body, like a warm current sweeping through my limbs. Suddenly, I heard a roar under my feet. I looked downstairs and saw a large group of zombies rushing towards the building desperately. The zombies stared with gray eyes, like wild beasts that smelled blood, but there was nowhere to climb up the building. They could only scream in vain, like the tide hitting the steel embankment. Tisk, with my body, cleaning them up is a piece of cake. I sneered and whispered, but there is no need to waste time. The current material reserves are enough for daily tasks, and the best way is to safely improve the attributes. Yes, the apocalypse has been here for more than a month, and I have already accumulated terrifyingly powerful strength. Why take the risk? Only those weirdly evolved abnormal species are worthy of my attack. Ordinary zombies are not worthy of my knife. Just as I was thinking about it, the system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded. The survivor Luo Qingying has committed a serious crime. Please arrest him immediately. Successful arrest will reward you with an explosion-proof off-road vehicle and 10 attribute points. I didn't react to the first sentence, but the words 10 attribute points almost gave me a fright. 10 attribute points. That's the income from my 10-day daily tasks. Not to mention an explosion-proof off-road vehicle. In this apocalypse, who would complain about having too many supplies? I immediately clicked on the panel, and a system immediately displayed Luo Qingying's location, which was only 2 kilometers away. Luo Qingying, the femme fatale in the previous life. I touched my chin and sneered. She was once one of the leaders of the shelter, famous for her beauty and viciousness. I wonder if she will be as cunning as before in this life. I quickly put on my combat uniform, picked up my alloy sword, and prepared to set off. At the same time, in a dilapidated warehouse 2 kilometers away from me, a young girl was leisurely chewing on dried meat. Her cold temperament was incompatible with the dilapidated environment. She was Luo Qingying, with a beautiful appearance, but the cold aura on her body was the most unapproachable existence. Although it was the end of the world, Luo Qingying's clothes were still extremely neat, as if she had never experienced chaos or escape. It's time to go hunting again. Luo Qingying threw the bag of dried meat away and stood up. She took off her coat, revealing her slender figure, slim waist and white, slender legs, just like a poppy in the world. However, Luo Qingying soon changed into a set of tattered, blood-stained clothes, hid the dagger, and jumped out of the skylight lightly. In the ruined city, Luo Qingying moved swiftly, avoiding the zombies and sneaking into an abandoned barbershop 300 meters later. This place had long become her secret base. After entering the store, Luo Qingying took out red paint and smeared it on her neck and thighs, as if she had just experienced a life-and-death struggle. Afterwards, Luo Qingying ruffled her hair, and with blood all over her body and torn clothes, she created the image of a weak and helpless survivor. Quietly, Luo Qingying hid at the door, with his right hand on the dagger at his waist, like a hunter waiting for prey. Not long after, a figure appeared on the street in front of Luo Qingying. It was a thin girl who looked around cautiously and took every step carefully. The corners of Luo Qingying's mouth rose slightly, and a smug smile flashed in her eyes. Ruan Qingyan walked cautiously among the ruins, her nerves tense. She held tightly in her arms a bag of supplies she had desperately snatched from the supermarket, her fingers still trembling slightly. A month ago, Ruan Qingyan was just a carefree college student, but now she has to worry about a piece of bread. Having just escaped from a zombie, Ruan Qingyan did not dare to be careless and walked towards home step by step. Suddenly, she heard a cry of run. Subconsciously, Ruan Qingyan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl covered in blood running towards her. Run! Zombies are chasing us, the other party shouted. Ruan Qingyan panicked for a moment and followed the other person into a small shop. As soon as the door closed, Ruan Qingyan realized something was wrong. She looked up and saw a breathtakingly beautiful girl standing in front of her. Her cold temperament seemed untainted by dust. However, her clothes were torn and bloodstained, and she looked as if she had experienced a life-and-death catastrophe. Are you okay? Ruan Qingyan asked tentatively. Don't worry, I'm not infected. Luo Qingying responded lightly. I only told you to run away because I met some survivors with bad intentions. Seeing the other person's calmness, Ruan Qingyan couldn't help but admire him. If it were her, she would have been scared and cried. Luo Qingying tied her hair up casually, took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket, and ate it elegantly. Have you eaten? Luo Qingying suddenly spoke up and handed over a piece of chocolate. Come on, I have some reserves here. I'll share some with you. Ruan Qingyan felt warm in her heart, but immediately waved her hand to refuse. No, I have my own food. However, her subconscious action of protecting the backpack exposed the heavy supplies in the backpack. A hint of coldness flashed across Luo Qingying's eyes. She had calculated that the supplies in this backpack were probably enough for one person to survive for a week. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Luo Qingying approached quietly, suddenly grasped the dagger, and stabbed Ruan Qingyan fiercely. Ruan Qingyan realized something was wrong and quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the fatal blow. However, the door was locked, and Ruan Qingyan had no way to escape. She could only retreat to the corner little by little, her eyes full of fear and despair. You're quite flexible. Luo Qingying's voice was as cold as ice. Her eyes were cold and ruthless. She raised the dagger and said lightly, Don't worry, it will be fine soon. However, just as Luo Qingying was about to stab, a loud noise suddenly sounded at the door. Boom! The heavy door was kicked open, debris flew everywhere, and a figure as tall as a mountain walked in amid the smoke. I glanced at Ruan Qingyan, then locked my gaze on Luo Qingying, the corners of my lips slightly raised, revealing a hint of coldness. Oh, I caught you. I stared at Luo Qingying, who was as beautiful as if she had walked out of a painting, with a smile on my lips, and moved closer. Luo Qingying slowly backed away until she was against the corner with nowhere to escape. At this moment, downstairs, in the block I just passed, the group of zombies that were originally attracted by my breath lost their target and began to bite each other. A brutal evolutionary war took place among them. In the blink of an eye, only one surviving winner was left out of a dozen zombies. The zombies were still greedily devouring the remains of their own kind, with their stomach growing more and more bloated, as if it would explode in the next second. However, as it swallowed the wreckage for the last time, its body began to expand rapidly. In less than a moment, the thin figure of 1.7 meters stretched to 1.8 meters, and his muscles were so strong that they seemed to be covered with armor. What's even more horrifying is that a pair of bone blades glowing with cold light grew out of its elbows. At this moment, a zombie that had not had time to escape came closer because of the noise. The mutated bone blade zombie waved his hand lightly, and the bone blade cut through the air. With a flash of sharp cold light, the other zombie's head fell off. The bone blade zombie looked at the corpse in front of it indifferently, with a strange human greed flashing in its eyes, and continued to bite and devour. After devouring the wreckage, this mutant actually walked step by step to the bottom of the high-rise building where I live, staring upwards with lifeless eyes. This is the only way I can take to get home. Just 2 kilometers away, I approached Luo Qingying. The air in the room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, which made her unconsciously step back slightly. Ruan Qingyin, who was curled up in the corner, was so nervous that she almost suffocated. She looked at my arms, which were as strong as her thighs, and murmured, "Is he a bad guy? If he is a bad guy, I am doomed." The more Ruan Qingyin thought about it, the more frightened she became. She shrank into a corner, trembling. "You came to see me? Lanning asked you to come?" Luo Qingying said coldly, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. "Does she want to drag me back?" I didn't explain. I just smiled and continued to walk closer to her. "I'm not here to find you. I'm here to catch you." Before I could finish my words, Luo Qingying suddenly attacked, and the dagger stabbed at me, straight at my throat. Faced with this sudden attack, I just reached out calmly, quickly grabbed her wrist, pressed hard, and the dagger fell to the ground. Luo Qingying's pupils shrank, filled with shock. I smiled faintly, and with a light chop of my hand as fast as the wind, Luo Qingying fell to the ground. So cruel, I said to myself, easily carrying the unconscious Luo Qingying on my shoulders. Ruan Qingyin, who was already scared silly, huddled in the corner, just like a trembling little quail. I turned around and whispered, "Follow me, don't let me do it." Ruan Qingyin looked up at me blankly, her eyes full of desperate compromise. She hesitated for a moment, silently repeating, don't catch me," in her heart, but finally stood up like she accepted her fate and followed me stiffly, moving step by step. Soon after we walked out of the room, we arrived at a warehouse. I raised my foot and kicked, and with a bang, the door of the warehouse was kicked open. I entered without saying a word, collecting all the supplies I could find, while Ruan Qingyin was stunned by what she saw, and she completely lost the courage to escape. She thought to herself, "A man who can kick a door down can probably kick me into pieces too." After taking the huge package I handed over, Ruan Qingyin almost couldn't breathe after putting it on her back. She felt bitter in her heart. It has been a month since the apocalypse, and she has never seen so many supplies. But the heavy feeling on her back didn't make her feel any joy at all. I walked in front, with a slight smile on my face. It was rare to have a future female warrior as my backpacker. Thinking of the expressions of her teammates in her previous life when they saw this scene, I couldn't help but chuckle. In the previous life, the Starry team in the South City gathering place was very famous, and the captain was Ruan Qingyin, known as the Goddess of War. If she hadn't saved me at that time, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. At this moment, I muttered in a low voice, "My family from the previous life, since I have a chance to start over, there is no harm in taking her with me." Just like that, Ruan Qingyin gritted her teeth and followed me with her bag on her back, panting all the way. Finally, she couldn't help complaining. This time when I went out, not only did I catch Luo Qingying, but I also brought the future female war god as a porter. I'm really lucky. As I was thinking, my expression suddenly changed and my eyes suddenly became sharp. I protected Ruan Qingyin behind me, held the handle of the knife, and stared at the street corner ahead vigilantly. "There's a big guy ahead," I whispered. "Put down your supplies and hide in the convenience store." Ruan Qingyin didn't know what happened, but she trusted me inexplicably. She lowered her head, put down the supplies, and quickly hid in the convenience store next to her. The place was already in a mess, with shelves collapsed and bloodstains everywhere. Ruan Qingyin carefully hid in the corner, holding her backpack in her arms, and looked at me anxiously through the glass door, as if only in this way could she get a sense of security. At this moment, I put Luo Qingying and the supplies aside and stared at the zombie that appeared in front of me. It was a deformed species, tall and strong, with cold bone blades on its elbows and a strange light in its eyes, with human greed. "Aberration," I murmured, squinting my eyes. I finally ran into one. The appearance of the mutant foreshadows a fierce battle. This monster is evolved from devouring countless zombies and mutant monsters. It is much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies, but the spoils after killing it are extraordinary. In the previous life, the survivor teams often fought for their lives to hunt down the mutants, but at this moment, this mutant actually came to me on its own initiative, and my whole body was filled with fighting spirit. The mutant seemed to sense my presence as well. It let out a low roar from its throat and rushed towards me in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it was almost astonishing. I sneered, and instead of retreating, I walked forward, took a sudden step forward, and chopped down with the long sword in my hand like lightning. Sizzle! I swung my long sword down suddenly, slashing towards the monster's neck, but it was blocked by its bone blade. The blade hit the bone blade, sparks flew, but the bone blade was intact. This guy is really tough. I secretly smacked my lips, and a sense of vigilance rose in my heart. The knife in my hand is made of special alloy, which can even split steel plates in half, but it was blocked by it. It seems that this guy is really capable. However, the mutant was also enraged. He waved his arms, and the bone blade made a sound of breaking wind as he slashed towards me madly. I dodged nimbly, and the bone blade passed by me and hit the street lamp next to me. The sturdy lamppost was instantly split into two, and the upper half slid down heavily, and the broken end was as smooth as a mirror. Ruan Qingyan, who was standing in the convenience store, saw this scene and covered her mouth with fear in her eyes. "You still call this a zombie? It's more ferocious than a human." She shrank into a corner in fear, her eyes full of fear and anxiety. But I did not back down. I seized the opportunity and chopped the mutant's head with my sword. The mutant quickly raised the bone blade and crossed his arms to block the blade. Watching its actions, I sneered and had a plan in mind, still using basic moves. My eyes turned cold, and I exerted force with both arms, pressing down its bone blade with the knife, making its arms unable to move. While it was locked in motion, I suddenly hit it hard in the chest with my knee. Bang! A dull cracking sound came from the chest. The mutant's entire sternum collapsed, and the ribs shattered instantly. Before it could react, I kicked it in the chest again. Bang! The mutant flew out like a kite with a broken string and smashed into a commercial vehicle on the side of the road. The body of the vehicle was dented and deformed, and the window glass shattered to the ground. I looked at the mutant lying in the car, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, this kind of close combat is the best way to deal with humanoid monsters. I strode to the front of the commercial vehicle and saw it was stuck in the car. It kept struggling and grinning. I raised my hand and stabbed the long knife into its neck. Then I pulled it and the black head rolled down. The mutant's body twitched a few times and finally fell down limply. The wound was pitch black without a drop of blood. Seeing that the battle was finally over, Ruan Qingyan ran over cautiously, with fear and curiosity in her eyes. Is this monster actually a human? Why did it become so strange? After being infected, they're no longer human. It is easier to understand if we regard them as another species, I explained calmly. As I spoke, I took out a scalpel from my tool bag and began to dissect the mutant's skull. Ordinary zombies are called zombies, and this is the product of zombies devouring each other, called mutants. They are considered higher-level zombies. Before I could finish my words, I had already cut open the mutant's head. Ruan Qingyan took a glance and took a breath of cold air, staring at the strange scene with her eyes fixed. There is no brain in the mutant's head. Instead, there is a layer of scarlet spider web-like tissue. In the center is a white cocoon curled up, which is trembling slightly, just like a beating heart. What is this weird thing? Ruan Qingyan exclaimed in horror, getting goosebumps all over her body. This is a spore, a growing spore. I stretched out my gloved hand, firmly grasped the shaking cocoon, took it out and stuffed it into a container that had been prepared. Spores? Aren't those plant seeds? Why are they in the zombie's brain? Ruan Qingyan stared blankly, her face full of confusion and fear. Zombies and mutants are both containers of these spores. I picked up the mutant's corpse and the unconscious Luo Qingying and continued to move forward with her. My voice was calm, but it hit Ruan Qingyan's heart like a heavy hammer. They are just the hotbed for the development of spores. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Ruan Qingyan felt as if she had been electrocuted and stood there in a daze. The sudden virus, the humans infected and turned into zombies, all of these are actually the soil for the cultivation of spores? Ruan Qingyan's face turned pale and cold sweats dripped down her face. Thinking of what these spores would look like when they matured, she couldn't help but feel deep despair in her heart. However, Ruan Qingyan looked up and saw my back standing straight and firm in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if I was not afraid of any wind or rain. Ruan Qingyan wiped the tears from her eyes, gritted her teeth, trembled with the heavy bag on her back, and stumbled to catch up. At this moment, she had decided that following this man might be her only hope. It wasn't long before we returned to my base. As soon as she entered the door, Ruan Qingyan was stunned. Standing in the middle of the spacious and luxurious living room, she seemed to have fallen into another world. Is this where you live? Ruan Qingyan looked around, shocked beyond words. In the end times, you still have such a big living room, and there's even electricity? Are you dreaming? I was too lazy to explain. So I threw the unconscious Luo Qingyin on the sofa, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of iced yogurt, and handed it to her. After drinking the yogurt, go take a shower and change clothes. Toiletries and clothes are upstairs. Find them yourself. Ruan Qingyin took the yogurt and stared at the bottle without blinking, with an extremely complicated expression. After a long while, Ruan Qingyin slowly came back to her senses and asked stutteringly, "Take a shower? There's hot water here." After Ruan Qingyin walked into the bathroom, the air seemed to be much quieter. Although these things are not important in the end of the world, the smell of dust on her body is pungent. Forget it. I won't bother with a woman. I heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, and I could imagine her expression at that moment. She was probably full of surprise. In the apocalypse for a month, people even had trouble drinking water, so she certainly didn't expect to be able to take a hot bath. This woman was probably bubbling with joy at the hot water, and she had completely forgotten her alert and nervous look just now. Then, I picked up the unconscious Luo Qingying and walked towards the basement. Pushing open the heavy door, I saw rows of metal bars in the prison, arranged neatly, so many that I couldn't even count them. This was an independent space attached to the system, large enough to accommodate a small prison. The prison gate only obeys my orders. If these prisoners want to go out, or even want to die, I have the final say. I pushed open the door of cell number 1 and dragged Luo Qingying in, locking her limbs and neck to ensure that she would not make any rash moves. As expected, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Host successfully arrested Luo Qingying. The capture mission has been completed. Mission reward: an explosion-proof off-road vehicle, 10 attribute points. When I checked the panel, I found that there were 10 more attribute points on it, and the explosion-proof off-road vehicle was also stored in the system space, so I could use it at any time. The most interesting thing is that Luo Qingying's information appears in the prisoner column of the panel with a series of data. Name: Luo Qingying, prisoner number 1. Submission value: 12 strength for speed, 5. Physique, 5. Daily task: complete 1,000 squats. Reward the host with 1 attribute point 0. Note: when the prisoner completes the daily task, the host can obtain the corresponding attribute point. So that's how it is. The prisoner can also help me increase my attribute points. After reading this panel, my eyes lit up instantly. If I catch hundreds of prisoners and each of them completes a daily task, how many more attribute points can I get in a day? From this point of view, these prisoners are like moving treasure pots. I looked down at Luo Qingying, and my eyes couldn't help but get hot. If this woman persists every day, she can bring me at least 300 attribute points a year. This deal is worth it. Stop pretending. I know you've been awake for a long time. I stared at Luo Qingying coldly, having seen through her little tricks long ago. But Luo Qingying still kept her eyes closed and motionless, breathing steadily, pretending to be serious. "Ha!" I slapped her without any hesitation. Luo Qingying's face instantly turned red. "If you keep pretending, I'll break one of your arms." I looked down at Luo Qingying and said coldly. Luo Qingying finally opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of anger, and she stared at me like a little beast. "What do you want to do by bringing me back? Kill me if you have the guts." "Pa!" I slapped him again. "Come and seek revenge after you die. Live well now. There are plenty of opportunities to make you not want to die." I sneered and slapped him again. "Remember, your mission here is to obey. I don't like wasting time." Luo Qingying gritted her teeth and still glared at me, but the stubbornness in her eyes was less than before. "Don't think about committing suicide. You can't die here even if you want to." I snorted coldly, let go of her, and threw Luo Qingying to the ground like trash. This woman who is regarded as a cold school beauty is no exception here. "Start now, do squats for me. If you don't do 1,000 a day, you won't be able to eat or sleep." I ordered coldly, turning around and preparing to leave. Remember, the movements must be standard, otherwise I have plenty of ways to make you remember how to do it. I walked out of the cell and closed the door, already looking forward to the attribute point reward she would bring. After leaving the prison, I looked at the system panel again and found that Luo Qingying had actually started squatting consciously, and the number of completions had reached 36. The submission value actually increased a lot. It seems that Luo Qingying has realized that obedience will bring her a chance of survival. I can't help but sigh in my heart. This girl is really smart. No wonder she was able to make such a big name in the last life. I was thinking, but suddenly I smelled a faint fragrance. I looked up and saw that Ruan Qingying had finished her bath and was wearing a bathrobe and blowing her hair. She had fair skin, soft and smooth curves of shoulders and neck, and wet hair gently resting on her neck, making her look particularly soft. Ah! There was suddenly a person behind her, staring at her. Ruan Qingyin screamed in fright. "What are you yelling for?" I frowned. Her scream made me feel unhappy. "Hurry up and finish blowing your hair and come down to eat. Don't walk barefoot on the floor. There are watermarks all over the floor. Clean it up yourself later." After saying that, I turned and walked towards the bathroom and started to wash. As the cold water rushed down, I couldn't help but flash back to her panicked look back at me. Ruan Qingyin finally reacted when she heard the sound of water flushing in the bathroom and screamed again the next second. However, this time, she was burned by the hairdryer. However, while these two were busy with their own things, smoke was rising from the Nanqing No. 1 middle school a few kilometers away from me. "Lanning, you must give us an explanation." In the hall, the two groups were on the verge of a fight, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. On one side were students wearing tattered school uniforms, their faces filled with anger and dissatisfaction. On the other side were older adults, most of whom were neatly dressed and had greasy faces. Among these people, a woman wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam stood in the center with an elegant posture. She was the school principal, Lanning. Lanning looks to be around 30 years old, with fair skin, dignified and charming. She is simply a miracle in the end times, both dignified and sexy. Her unique temperament makes her stand out in front of everyone. "You are students. How dare you speak to Principal Lan like that?" A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up and shouted with disdain. This man was the director of the school's teaching department and had always been Lan Ying's loyal follower. "Students," Lu Bai, a tall young man standing on the side of the students, walked out of the crowd angrily, with anger flashing in his eyes. He roared, "It's the end of the world now. We are survivors just like you. Don't put on airs like a teacher to bully others. Lanning must give us an explanation today. Where did you take my sister Lu Yao to? I want her alive or dead. Yes, there must be an explanation." The students responded one after another, raising their arms angrily, and their shouts became louder and louder. The adults in the crowd exchanged glances with each other and looked at Lanning with some trepidation. Lanning raised her hand to make a suppressive gesture and said gently, "Everyone please be calm and listen to me first." Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a clear spring that calmed people's hearts, and the students' anger gradually subsided. "Student Lu Bai," she said softly, "I have explained your sister's situation many times. She was attacked by zombies while collecting supplies." Lanning then added, "I understand your pain, but at this critical moment, we shouldn't intensify conflicts. What we need now is unity and survival." Lanning said it lightly, but Lu Bai was furious, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth to retort. "Zombie attack?" Lin Yan was also attacked by zombies before, and Luo Qingying was also attacked by zombies half a month ago. Why are beautiful girls the victims every time? Do zombies also choose people based on their looks? Every time I go out with you, something happens. When they heard Luo Qingying's name, the crowd suddenly became excited. Luo Qingying has demonstrated strong leadership since the end of the world and has led everyone to survive. Many students are able to survive because of her. However, half a month ago, Luo Qingying and Lanning went out together to collect supplies and never came back. Lanning explained that Luo Qingying was attacked by zombies and she was unable to save her. Although everyone had some suspicions at the time, they had no way to investigate. Then more and more beautiful female students disappeared, and all the evidence pointed to Lanning. The students were originally skeptical and were just afraid of the power of Lan Ying's faction. However, Lu Yao's disappearance finally made Lu Bai stand up and encourage everyone to discuss the matter together. Lanning frowned slightly, watching the excited students. The adults behind her gathered around her and protected her in the center. Although they were few in number, they exuded a natural deterrent force. "Please calm down," Lanning said calmly. "I am also sad about Lu Yao's disappearance, but the dead are gone, and speculation is meaningless. If you insist on an explanation, I can take someone to the scene. I believe there will be some traces there." When the students heard that they were going out with Lanning, they immediately fell silent. Everyone understood that leaving the school would be extremely risky, not only zombies but also other survivors. Fights over a little food were commonplace. Everyone knew that anyone who followed her out would be risking their life. Seeing the students' hesitation, Lanning sneered in her heart. After living for so many years, she knew human nature very well. If it involved their own interests, people would be extremely brave. But once they were asked to take risks alone, they would immediately retreat and become dumb. However, at this moment, Lu Bai strode out and said loudly, "I will go with her to find clues. I want to watch her take action. If she comes back and I don't, then she has harmed me. Classmates, remember to avenge me and those missing classmates." The crowd instantly became excited and cheered loudly for Lu Bai. Lu Bai felt the support of his classmates, straightened up, looked at Lanning coldly, and said, "Let's go. Let's see what evidence you can come up with." A trace of gloom appeared on Lan Ying's calm face. She knew clearly what she had done and knew that she would surely die if she was exposed. Although she felt uneasy, Lanning still pretended to be calm and said with a smile, "Since you are so impatient, let's go. When we get to the scene, you will know that I am innocent." Before Lanning finished her words, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. In order to protect herself, she no longer minded adding a few more lives. At the same time, a few kilometers away, I was sitting at the dining table, listening to Ruan Qingyan humming as she enjoyed the braised pork with a look of satisfaction on her face. Ruan Qingyan's belly was swollen from eating so much that she collapsed on a chair, mumbling in a dreamy voice, "Am I dreaming in the end times? I can still eat braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, and desserts." Ruan Qingyan was lying there with a full stomach, her expression full of enjoyment. I wanted to laugh when I saw her, but I still said seriously, "Today's meal is a welfare. From tomorrow on, you have to prove your worth before you can eat." After a pause, I continued, "Also, don't forget to wash the dishes." After that, I turned and went upstairs. But at this time, Ruan Qingyan replied softly, "If I can eat these every day, I'd be willing to wash dishes for the rest of my life." While this girl was satisfied, I had already reached the 14th floor. This floor was reserved for the dissection room, to process the bodies of the mutants and the mutant beasts that might be encountered in the future. The corpses of mutants are a great temptation to zombies. Devouring them can enhance the zombie's mutation ability, so survivors usually recycle them as soon as possible to prevent the birth of more mutants. Of course, the real reason for recycling corpses is because the bodies of mutants contain all kinds of precious resources, such as the pair of bone blades in front of us. I stood in front of the dissection table, carefully examining the bone blade. Even my alloy sword couldn't break this bone blade, so its hardness and sharpness were obviously very impressive. With a little processing, it could be made into an excellent weapon. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth rose slightly. I put on protective clothing, picked up a scalpel, and began to deal with the mutant in front of me. A moment later, I heard a clang, and the last bone blade fell into the container with a crisp sound. I nodded with satisfaction. The hardness of these two bone blades was indeed extraordinary. They were comparable to the alloy long sword I made with the best materials. I searched all over the world for resources to forge this alloy sword, and it can cut iron like mud. This shows how powerful this deformed bone blade is. Fortunately, the other bones of this mutant have only been slightly reinforced, otherwise it would not be easy to take it down. I looked at the disintegrated corpse on the dissection table and thought about the battle just now. The entire mutant has now been broken down by me into bones and black meat, which are parts that cannot be used directly. But in the end times, no resources can be wasted. Even the most insignificant parts are useful. I casually threw the dark meat and bones into a sealed box and put it in the refrigerator. Maybe it will be useful tomorrow. As for the two bone blades, they can be made into short swords with a little processing. Ruan Qingyan used a short sword in her previous life, so this life is just right for me to help her improve her sword skills. Although she is not that strong captain yet, I am still used to calling her that. Immerse the bone blade in a mixture of high-concentration alcohol and potions. These potions are specially prepared by me to kill the zombie virus. This virus is extremely tenacious, cold-resistant, and heat-resistant. It will be infected if you are not careful. This potion can effectively kill the virus. After everything was ready, my eyes fell on a black metal container on the table, which was a container specially used to store spores. "It's your turn," I said coldly, opening the container and seeing that the spores inside had lost most of their vitality and were squirming weakly. I sneered and took out a syringe filled with scarlet firework potion, a special potion I prepared specifically for the spores. As the drug was slowly injected, the spores began to twitch violently, as if they were in great pain. I watched coldly, and after a while, The spores finally froze and stopped moving. I reached out and picked it up. At this moment, the spores that were originally like cocoons had become soft like peeled eggs. I tore open its skin, and a milky white liquid gushed out, flowing into the cup like milk. This liquid exuded a sweet, fruity aroma, and just one sip made me want to drink it, drink it, drink it. I know that this is the desire for evolution from deep within my genes. Holding this cup of liquid, I couldn't help but laugh. This should be the world's first cup of evolution liquid. In my previous life, the first bottle of evolutionary fluid was produced 4 months after the apocalypse, but now I have brought it forward by 3 months. Without hesitation, I tilted my head back and drank the entire cup of evolution liquid. The milky white liquid slid into my throat and instantly exploded in my body, like a ball of blazing flame. I felt the temperature in my body rise rapidly. My muscle fibers began to stretch and reorganize. My bones gradually strengthened, and the pain seemed to burn my whole body into a sea of fire. The long-lost feeling of evolution. I couldn't help but growl, clenching my teeth, tensing my muscles, and it seemed as if some power was awakening in my body. Each cell began to divide at a crazy rate and then remained at a smaller volume than half of its original size, which made my body density increase continuously, just like a ball of cotton being compressed into a block of iron. Feeling the changes in my body, I couldn't help but add all the 10 attribute points that the system had just awarded to strength and constitution. The next second, severe pain came again. Bloodshot eyes filled with blood, and blood beads seeped out of the surface of muscles. It was obvious that the body had reached its limit. I endured the pain, gritted my teeth, and held on, feeling the strength in my body growing at a terrifying rate. After a while, the pain finally subsided. I was panting and covered in blood, as if I had been reborn. Now, my body is slightly smaller than before the evolution. I look slender and strong, but my strength is more concentrated, and my body is as tight as a sculpture. Feeling the surging power in my body, I grinned, clenched my fists, and my muscles suddenly swelled. My whole body instantly grew larger, like a prehistoric beast. Bang! I punched the concrete wall in front of me without hesitation. Bang! With a loud bang, a big hole was instantly blown out in the solid wall, exposing the steel bars. I looked down at my intact fist, unable to hide my surprise, and strength surged through my body. My body can actually withstand such power. I murmured to myself, full of joy and satisfaction. With this surging power, I opened the system panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: First Order Revolver Evolution, Level 7 Strength, 57 Speed, 42 Constitution, 47 Attribute Points, 0. Daily Task: Complete 1,000 pull-ups. Completed. Reward 1 Attribute Point. Complete 1,000 squats. Completed. Reward 1 Attribute Point. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Completed. Reward 1 Attribute Point. Capture Task: None. The degree of evolution has reached 7% of the first level, and all attributes have increased by a full 30 points. I was a little bit unbelievable. I clearly only used 10 attribute points, and the remaining 20 points were brought by the evolution liquid. The effect was far beyond the previous life. Could it be that the effect of the evolutionary fluid has increased? I thought for a moment and speculated that it was probably because this body's ability to absorb the evolutionary fluid had increased. As for whether this was the case, I could find someone else to try the effect of the evolutionary fluid when I had the chance, and then I could observe the results. Right now, I have to concentrate on improving my evolution level and attribute points. With the combination of these two aspects, I will definitely be able to go further in this life than in my previous life. Looking at the bone blade in my hand that had been disinfected, I reached out and picked it up, processed it a little, and put it in the armory. Now that I am a formal first-level evolver, my immunity to the zombie virus has increased, and ordinary zombies can no longer infect me. After packing up, I walked downstairs, thinking that it was time to take the captain for preliminary training. In her previous life, she was a Valkyrie, and this time, I wanted to make her stronger. However, just as I reached the stairs, I suddenly noticed that my clothes were stained with blood from the evolution just now, and I couldn't help frowning. After thinking about it, I went back to the autopsy room, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then returned to the living room. However, when I first entered the door, I was stunned. The clean and bright living room in front of me made me wonder if I had come to the wrong place. The floor, which was originally cluttered with messy supplies and covered with dust, was now cleaned spotlessly, and even the furniture was polished to a shine. The whole room looked brand new, and there was even a hint of warmth. I didn't expect this little girl to be so diligent. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Thinking that she performed well today, I decided to reduce her training tasks a little. I was about to wake her up, but my eyes stopped at the sofa. Ruan Qingyan was wearing a loose white sportswear, curled up, with her hands on her knees, and fell asleep quietly on the sofa. It can be seen that she is really tired and sleeps peacefully. I stood there for a moment and didn't continue to call her to wake her up. At this moment, I suddenly realized that the heroic and powerful Valkyrie Ruan Qingyan in my previous life and the gentle, sleeping girl in front of me who was cleaning the room for me seemed to have become two completely different people. How much pain did Ruan Qingyan go through in her previous life to transform such a weak girl into an indestructible Valkyrie? Would she really be willing to endure these hardships again? Thinking of this, I sighed. Perhaps I shouldn't make choices for her in this life. I should let her decide for herself what future she wants. I walked up to her, gently picked her up, put her on the big bed in the guest room, and pulled the quilt over her. Just as I was about to get up, Ruan Qingyan reached out and grabbed my arm in a daze, then pressed her whole body against me, wrapping her limbs around me as if she was holding something precious. My body stiffened slightly, and I stopped moving. She still had her eyes closed, and her breathing was steady, obviously still asleep. Her actions were unconscious, but I could clearly feel that she still lacked a sense of security deep down. I gently loosened my arms, kept a low posture, let her hold my arms safely, listened to her even breathing, and stood motionless by the bed. At this moment, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. The survivor, Lan Ying, has committed serious crimes. Please arrest her. Quickly reward for successful arrest. A pair of Evolver combat gloves, attribute points plus 15. I smiled slightly, let go of Ruan Qingyan's hand, gently covered her with the quilt, walked out of the guest room, changed into special combat clothes, picked up the long sword, and walked downstairs. As soon as I walked out of the building, I saw a group of zombies rushing towards me. They were active at night and looked like a group of night owls. With a sneer, I swung the long knife in my hand. The blade cut through the air and slashed towards the group of zombies that were rushing towards me, instantly splitting the zombies in the front row into two, and the broken limbs and fragments scattered all over the ground. As his mind moved, the explosion-proof off-road vehicle in the system space appeared on the open space with a boom. The whole body is made of black alloy with bronze gold paint. The lines are tough and domineering, which makes my eyes light up. Without hesitation, I jumped in the car and started the engine. The off-road vehicle made a thunderous roar. Its tires gripped the ground, and it rushed out in an instant. The zombies standing in front were no match for this behemoth and were crushed into wreckage one after another. As I accelerated, the off-road vehicle rushed around like a heavy truck, and all obstacles on the road were completely crushed in front of it. I couldn't help laughing heartily. At the same time, in a neighborhood a few kilometers away, Lu Bai followed closely behind Lan Ying, and the two of them carefully crossed the narrow streets. Lu Bai followed closely and asked anxiously, "You brought my sister to such a far place to find supplies? We have walked more than a kilometer. It's too dangerous." Lan Ying looked back at him and said calmly, "Student Lu, no one wants to run so far, but the supplies around the school have long been looted. If we don't take risks, we will starve to death sooner or later. For everyone to survive, we can only run a few more steps." Lan Ying sighed faintly. "Do you know how much supplies are consumed every day to feed so many people?" Lu Bai was skeptical and continued to ask, "How long will it take for you and my sister to collect supplies?" "Almost there." Lan Ying looked back at him with a strange smile on her face, pointing to an intersection ahead. "It's right there. Turn right, and you'll find her clue." After saying that, Lan Ying quickened her pace, and Lu Bai followed reluctantly. Turning the corner, he entered a car repair shop. Lu Bai frowned and asked in confusion, "Car repair shop? Are you here to collect supplies?" "That's right." Lan Ying quickened her pace, pushed open a small door, and led him into the inner room, which was filled with a pungent smell of engine oil mixed with an inexplicable fishy stench. Lu Bai subconsciously felt something was wrong and was about to turn around when he heard Lan Ying's voice behind him. "Are you looking for your sister?" Lu Bai turned back in shock, only to see Lan Ying's expression was cold. The smile on her face had disappeared, and she whispered, "Don't leave in a hurry, your sister is here." Hearing Lan Ying's voice, Lu Bai trembled and looked back into the house. A strong man strode out, his eyes swept over Lu Bai, then looked at Lan Ying with a flattering smile. "Hey, isn't this Sister Lan? She just delivered a batch of goods this morning, and she's here to deliver another batch this afternoon." The sturdy man glanced at Lu Bai casually and said disdainfully, "But we only accept female goods here. It's not easy to sell to a boy like this." Lanning responded coldly, "This is the little girl who was sent here this morning, Lu Yao's brother." When the sturdy man heard this, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. He walked a few steps closer to look at Lu Bai, as if he was admiring a new commodity, and said with a smile, "Brother and sister, they are quite interesting. It's a good opportunity to pack them up and send them away together. Maybe they can be sold for a good price." Lu Bai's whole body was stiff, cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and he asked with all his strength, "What happened to my sister?" The sturdy man looked at him with contempt, grabbed Lu Bai's shoulders, and roughly dragged him to the iron cage in the corner of the room, grinning and said, "Don't worry, we do business with integrity and will not damage the goods." The sturdy man suddenly opened the iron cage door, revealing a curled-up girl inside. The girl in the cage was wearing a school uniform. Her mouth and limbs were tightly sealed with black tape. Her eyes were full of tears, and she looked at Lu Bai desperately. "Xiao Yao." Lu Bai struggled to get closer to his sister. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He was slammed hard into the iron cage and fell heavily to the ground. "Boy, did you see it clearly?" The sturdy man sneered and put away the stick in his hand. He leaned over and grabbed Lu Bai on the ground, sealed his mouth, and tied his hands and feet tightly. Then, the sturdy man threw Lu Bai into the cage, next to him like throwing a sack. "Now just wait obediently until the organization's people come to pick up the goods." After that, the sturdy man took out 5 chocolates from the box in the corner and handed them to Lan Ning, saying with a smile, "Sister Lan, we don't accept men's goods, so let's consider these 5 chocolates as your hard work fee." Lan Ning took the chocolate with a cold look in her eyes and turned around to leave without looking back. Seeing this, the sturdy man stopped Lan Ning and said with a bit of flattery and reluctance, "Sister Lan, our boss is thinking about you every day. Why are you so tough? You also know that our boss is the head of the Jidao organization, with thousands of people under him, and controls the human auction in South City. Whatever you want to eat and drink, the boss has everything. If you want to live a good life, the boss can also satisfy you." The strong man clicked his tongue twice. Then, the strong man continued to persuade, "Why do you have to live such a hard life? In fact, the boss is just giving you face and doesn't want to force you. If you really want to take you away by force, there are many ways." Lan Ning smiled coldly and responded mercilessly, "He can have my body." Then, Lan Ning glanced at the burly man with disgust and said coldly, "If you don't get out of the way, you will probably become a corpse first." Lan Ning paused for a moment and continued, "Also, tell Gu Chuyu for me that if anything happens to my sister, I will never let her go." After saying that, Lan Ning seemed to suddenly remember something and walked towards Lu Bai in the cage with a complicated look in her eyes and a helpless tone. "Xiao Lu, I have advised you so many times, but you just wouldn't listen. Not only did you fail to save your sister, but you also got yourself into trouble." Lan Ning sighed and continued, "In the end times, fighting for one's own interests is meaningless. My sister is also in the hands of the Yakuza organization, which is why I work for them. Only in this way can I save her life. If I had acted impulsively like you, she would have died long ago." Lan Ning lowered her voice, with a complex bitterness in her tone. "Yes, I was the one who betrayed those girls who disappeared before. They were all sold to the Yakuza organization in exchange for my sister's safety." Then, Lan Ning shook her head slightly and added in a low voice, "But Luo Qingying is an exception." At this point, Lan Ning seemed to be lost in memory and whispered, "Luo Qingying is indeed smart enough. She noticed my intention early on and escaped when I was not prepared. Unfortunately, you are not as smart as her, and you were eventually sent here." Hearing Lan Ying's words, Lu Bai and Lu Yao looked at each other, their eyes full of despair and fear. The brother and sister curled up, realizing that they had become commodities, and the ending might be worse than death. Just then, there was a loud noise outside the door. Boom! In an instant, the door panel was suddenly knocked open, and wood chips and stones flew everywhere. Several people in the room quickly dodged and looked towards the door in surprise, only to see a huge, jet-black SUV parked sideways at the door. The door slowly opened, and a tall man walked out. The man was dressed in a black combat uniform, holding a silver alloy long sword in his hand, with a stern face and a majestic aura. "Who is Lan Ning?" I glanced around the room and spoke lightly. Before anyone could answer, the people in front of me picked up steel pipes and sticks and rushed towards me fiercely. You're really the one who doesn't want to drink when I'm toast. I sneered and punched the steel pipe in the hand of one of the sturdy men. Bah! The fist collided with the steel pipe, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. The steel pipe was directly bent and deformed. The sturdy man was stunned, looking at me in horror, stammering, "Monster, monster!" With a cold expression, I changed my fist into a palm and chopped his neck with a knife. With a click, the strong man's neck twisted into a strange angle, and he instantly collapsed to the ground. It turned out that his cervical vertebrae were broken. Seeing this, the people behind him didn't dare to move forward for a moment. They all stayed where they were, with fear written all over their faces. Now can you tell me who Lanning is? I glanced around coldly, turned around and blew up the head of the person who wanted to sneak attack me from behind, and waved my hands casually. Seeing this, the remaining strong men hurriedly dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground one by one, and begged for mercy in horror. "Please spare my life." "No, no, no, big brother." The sturdy man who had given Lanning chocolate pointed at her and stammered, "It's her. She is Lanning. We are not in the same group. We just bumped into each other by chance." Lanning stood there in a daze, looking at me in disbelief, obviously unable to understand how such terrifying strength could exist. The brother and sister Lu Bai and Lu Yao in the cage also widened their eyes and stared at the scene in front of them. Chapter 9: Knock Out the Beautiful Principle. At this time, several strong men were crawling on the ground, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. They could all see that Zhu Linyuan's strength was not at the same level as theirs. One punch bends a steel pipe and blows the head off. Is this still a human being? Anyone who has practiced a little bit knows how terrifying this force is. If they really take action, they will all die at the hands of this man. Zhu Linyuan ignored the people who were crawling on the ground begging for mercy. He knew very well that begging for mercy or pretending to be fierce and aggressive were just ways for these people to survive. To survive in the apocalypse, everyone has their own set of survival rules. If there is no conflict of interest with him, he won't bother to do it. After all, when the moon disaster comes, there won't be many people in the entire South City who can survive. Thinking of the impending lunar disaster, Zhu Linyuan felt a little more urgent. We must improve our strength as quickly as possible to gain the most benefits from the moon disaster. After confirming the sturdy man's statement through the system panel, Zhu Linyuan walked towards Lanning step by step. At this time, Lanning stood beside the cage, frowning slightly, as if thinking about a countermeasure. She didn't know how she had offended the killer in front of her, causing him to come and hunt her down. However, from the first day she started working for the Yakuza organization, she had already prepared for her death. "It's a pity that I couldn't save my sister." Lanning sighed secretly in her heart. The next second, everything went dark. After knocking Lanning unconscious with a palm strike, Zhu Linyuan carried her directly on his shoulders. Lanning, who is about 1.65 meters tall, is very light, weighing only about 100 kilograms, and the Chong Sam feels very good on her. This mission is simple. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly and walked towards his giant SUV. However, at this moment, shouting was heard again outside. "Hey, we're here to pick up the goods. Where's the stuff? Wow, whose car is this? It's so cool. How about letting me drive it for 2 days?" Zhu Linyuan turned around and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair and lip piercings, looking uncouth. There were several thugs following behind the young man, and almost every thug was holding a rope with several women tied to the back of the rope. However, even though these women are all unkempt, you can still see that they have good figures and looks. Zhu Linyuan's eyes swept through the group of people, and when he saw one of the women, his gaze suddenly stopped. A strong murderous intent instantly burst out from his eyes. At this moment, the sturdy man kneeling in front suddenly stood up and rushed over, whispering to the yellow-haired young man walking in front. "Brother Huang Mao, I'm sorry, we're out of stock today." The yellow-haired man flipped his hand and slapped the sturdy man in the face. "Damn, didn't you say this morning that you had some good stuff today?" "It's a mistake, Brother Huang Mao. We have guests here today." The sturdy man said this and winked at the yellow-haired man. Seeing the sturdy man's eyes, and then looking at the 2 thugs lying on the ground, and the other people kneeling on the ground, the yellow-haired man's heart suddenly shuddered. This is a problem. Moreover, he recognized the person carried on the strong man's shoulders at a glance. That's Lanning. It's their boss's target. If anything goes wrong, he's dead. At this moment, Huang Mao's brain was working fast. Well, since you have guests, I'll come back another day. As Huang Mao spoke, he waved his hands to pretend to be calm, turned around, and was about to slip away, then went back to inform their boss and asked them to send someone to rescue Lanning. Just then, a low voice suddenly came from behind him. Now that you're here, don't leave. Hearing this, Huang Mao's hair stood on end and he roared, "Kill him for me." Having said that, he rushed out the door. However, at this moment, a violent sound of breaking air was heard in the room. The next second, Huang Mao suddenly felt his body lighten and the world in front of him began to spin. He looked down and found two legs standing on the ground with half a body attached to them. Isn't this my leg? The last thought flashed through the yellow-haired man's mind, and the next second his upper body fell to the ground with a bang, and his entire consciousness fell into darkness. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone was stunned. From the time Zhu Linyuan made his move to the time the yellow-haired man was cut in two, it took less than a second in total. In the eyes of everyone, there was just a flash of silver light, and then the yellow-haired man died. "Please spare my life, sir." Before the sturdy man could finish begging for mercy, Zhu Linyuan punched him in the head. In an instant, red and white were everywhere. Zhu Linyuan had murderous intent in his eyes and rushed directly into the crowd. In front of Zhu Linyuan, this group of ferocious thugs were like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. In less than half a minute, they fell to the ground and all lost their lives. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Zhu Linyuan shook the blood off his hands and walked up to the group of women. At this moment, all the women were standing there trembling, not daring to move. They were all shocked by the bloody scene just now. Zhu Linyuan walked up to one of the women, untied the ropes on her hands and feet, and pushed her messy hair to both sides, saying helplessly, "Didn't you say you were going to travel around the world? Why were you brought here?" The woman looked up at Zhu Linyuan, her pretty face already full of tears. She threw herself on Zhu Linyuan with a sobbing voice and said in a trembling voice, "Boss." Zhu Linyuan patted her back gently and let her vent her emotions. After crying for a long time until her voice became hoarse, the woman raised her head and said in a sobbing voice, "Boss, after you sold the company, I was planning to use the money you gave me to travel around the world. But I was worried about encountering danger on the road, so I wanted to make adequate preparations in advance. As a result, before I even set out, doomsday broke out. I managed to survive, but this morning when I went out to look for food, I ran into this group of people and was captured. This group of people claimed to be from some jihadist organization, specializing in capturing women and selling them to wealthy families in exchange for resources. Based on their conversation and the route they took, their lair should be in the south, not too far away. Boss, if you have enough men under your command, you can even go and take down their lair. They have a lot of supplies." Even in such a situation, the woman still spoke very logically, and after being caught, she actually collected and analyzed a lot of information. Listening to the woman's words, Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly, feeling quite satisfied. The woman in front of him was named Su Zian, and she was his former secretary. After Zhu Linyuan was reborn, he started his own business immediately and acquired huge wealth by relying on the memories of his previous life. During this process, Su Zian, as his secretary, solved many problems for him and demonstrated great abilities. It was not until 2 months before the end of the world that Zhu Linyuan began to stockpile supplies and sold all his assets. Each employee received a large sum of money. Su Zian even said at the time that she wanted to use the money to fulfill her dream. First travel around the world, and then return to South City to open a bookstore. Result, Zhu Linyuan sighed secretly in his heart. But he also had his own difficulties. Under the circumstances at that time, it was impossible to tell everyone that the end of the world was coming. All he could do was to implicitly remind everyone to stock up some supplies and then give everyone more money. Otherwise, he would be the first to be liquidated before the end of the world breaks out. After all, this apocalypse is not as simple as a virus. Zhu Linyuan still feels frightened when thinking about what happened in his previous life. No one could have imagined that this apocalypse would be. Zhu Linyuan sighed secretly in his heart, looked at Su Zian and said, "We have more pressing matters. As for this Yakuza organization, we will deal with them later." Chapter 10: The Fate of the Beauty. After giving a few brief instructions, Zhu Linyuan started to work. He threw the unconscious Lan Ying into the car, then easily found the supplies hidden in the warehouse, and began to move boxes into the car. In the end times, you can never have too much supplies. Su Zian also brought other people to help. These people escaped death and were extremely grateful to Zhu Linyuan at this moment, and they worked very hard. However, there are exceptions. A woman with an exaggeratedly seductive appearance sat on a chair nearby, fanning herself with her hands. The woman's skirt was extremely short, and she deliberately crossed her legs and sat facing Zhu Linyuan, with her high heels hooked on her toes, swaying back and forth. Zhu Linyuan could see everything at a glance, but he didn't react and continued doing his own thing. Su Zian frowned slightly when she saw this scene. She wanted to step forward and say something to this woman, but when she saw that Zhu Linyuan did not react, she did not bother. At this time, Lu Bai and Lu Yao had been released by Zhu Linyuan and were helping him move supplies. Brother, this big brother is so awesome. Lu Yao looked at Zhu Linyuan's tall back, her big eyes sparkling with admiration. In a desperate situation where she was certain to die, she was saved by Zhu Linyuan, who was like a god descending from heaven. Her admiration for Zhu Linyuan had reached its peak. On the side, Lu Bai didn't say anything, but his eyes were also very hot. Different from Lu Yao's complete admiration, Lu Bai's eyes contained not only admiration, but also ambition. Having experienced this kind of powerlessness and despair, and having almost killed himself and his sister because of his weakness, he felt a surge of energy in his heart when he saw Zhu Linyuan's invincible strength. I also want to become as strong as Brother Zhu. Lu Bai told himself this over and over again in his heart. Zhu Linyuan didn't pay attention to other things. He is taking inventory of resources. He also didn't expect that such a small group of forces would have so many supplies. There were more than 20 boxes of chocolate alone, as well as various dried meats, mineral water, sausages, and the like. In total, there were more than 30 boxes of food and 13 boxes of mineral water. If his behemoth wasn't spacious enough, it probably wouldn't be able to hold so many supplies. Okay, divide the rest among you. After the Big Mac was full, Zhu Linyuan looked at the remaining supplies on the ground and said to the few people. At this time, there were still a few boxes of sausages and 13 boxes of mineral water left on the ground. Sausages are not easy to store, so there is no point in Zhu Linyuan taking them back. As for mineral water, Zhu Linyuan doesn't need it at all. He didn't lack water at all. The most important thing is that his car can't hold any more things. When several people heard Zhu Linyuan's words, they all showed surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that not only would they survive the clutches of the Yakuza organization, but they would even be able to get food. They all know the importance of food in this day and age. The charming woman who had not been working just now rushed over when she heard Zhu Linyuan's words, grabbed a box of sausages and a box of water, picked up a sausage, and started eating. Seeing that Zhu Linyuan didn't say anything, the others didn't dare to act rashly, but they all showed dissatisfaction. They were very unhappy that they had put in the hard work, but this woman just came to reap the benefits. Zhu Linyuan didn't bother to pay attention. The supplies were given to these people, and it was up to them how they wanted to distribute them. He is not a savior and is too lazy to give them justice. Zhu Linyuan sat directly in the driver's seat. Seeing Su Zian standing outside, hesitating and not daring to speak, he opened the passenger door and said with a smile, "Why are you still standing there? Get in the car." Su Zian was stunned for a moment, with complicated emotions flashing across her eyes. There is excitement. I feel touched. It seems that there is still heartbeat. She really wanted to go with Zhu Linyuan, but she was afraid that she would become a burden to him, so she didn't dare to speak up. Based on her experiences during this period, she discovered that in the last days, it was useless for a woman to be beautiful or capable. Without strength, you can only become someone else's plaything. Su Zian followed Zhu Linyuan into the car without hesitation. Her heart finally settled down. Looking at the tall Zhu Linyuan next to her, she instantly felt safe. Su Zian glanced at the people outside the car and felt a little sorry for them, but didn't say anything. Zhu Linyuan saw the pity in Su Zian's eyes for those people, nodded secretly in his heart, and was very satisfied with her. People should have a sense of propriety. The thing he was most satisfied with about Su Zian was that she was very sensible and would never do anything to embarrass him. With Su Zian by his side, he will only feel more relaxed and will definitely not cause any trouble. And he didn't dislike Su Zian's sympathy. In his view, controlled compassion is not a weakness, but the fundamental difference between humans and other animals. He didn't feel comfortable keeping around someone who had no compassion and only knew how to kill. because such people often do not understand loyalty and gratitude. Just as Zhu Linyuan was about to leave, Lu Bai, who was wearing a school uniform, suddenly knelt down outside the car window. "Brother Zhu, I want to follow you too. Don't worry, I've been practicing sports since I was a kid. I'm in good shape and I learn things quickly, so I definitely won't hold you back." When the others saw Lu Bai's actions, they immediately knelt down as if awakened from a dream, introducing their own specialties and begging Zhu Linyuan to take them with him. These people are valued by the Underworld organization. Each of them is a beautiful woman with a very high appearance and is very pleasing to the eye. But Zhu Linyuan didn't care. In the last days, powerful people will never lack women. Strength is the foundation. However, after hearing what these people said, Zhu Linyuan thought for a moment and said, "I can't take you with me, but I can allow you to form a small gathering place near where I live. I will clean up the zombies nearby regularly, so it's much safer to live near me. I won't provide you with supplies, but you can work for me in exchange for compensation. For example, attract zombies for me, take care of the fields for me, or provide me with useful information. All of these can be exchanged for equivalent resources from me. If you're interested, just follow my car." After Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he looked at the charming woman eating sausages and added, "Except you. Okay, if you want to follow me, hurry up and don't waste time." Zhu Linyuan said this and slowly stepped on the accelerator. At this moment, the charming woman suddenly rushed over, blocked the SUV, and shouted, "Why can't you let me follow? I can do what they can do, and I can do more." A voluptuous woman is very confident. She was just constantly testing Zhu Linyuan's bottom line. She didn't work and was the first one to eat, but Zhu Linyuan didn't say anything, which proved that this person was easy to bully. No matter how strong he is, he's just a man. There is no man that I can't handle. The seductive woman thought confidently in her heart. However, Zhu Linyuan's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the giant off-road vehicle rushed out like a beast, directly knocking the charming woman who was blocking the road in front of him away. The group of people behind were stunned when they saw this scene. At this time, Lu Bai suddenly shouted, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get the supplies and follow Mr. Zhu." As he said this, he picked up 2 boxes of water and followed. The people behind also reacted and picked up their supplies and ran behind the off-road vehicle. Soon, the off-road vehicle and the crowd disappeared at the end of the road. The seductive woman was lying on the side of the road. She had several broken ribs and her right leg was broken. She looked in a very miserable state. She moved her body bit by bit with difficulty, her face full of resentment. "Zhu Linyuan, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I will definitely take revenge on you," the seductive woman thought maliciously. Just then, a zombie seemed to smell the blood and staggered towards the charming woman. The moment she saw the zombies, the charming woman panicked. She dared not move and prayed madly in her heart. "Don't come over here! Don't come over here! Tear!" The zombies pounced forward. The woman's screams echoed in the air. Soon, the screams stopped, and the woman completely turned into food for the zombies. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had already brought everyone to the area where he lived. Everyone was stunned when they saw the huge building complex with dozens of floors in front of them. They never expected that the home that Zhu Linyuan mentioned would actually be such a luxurious complex of buildings. Chapter 11: Luo Qingying's Surrender. "Brother, who exactly is Brother Zhu?" Lu Yao pulled the corner of Lu Bai's clothes and asked quietly. "Mr. Zhu must be of a class that we can't imagine." Lu Bai was also very shocked. He came from a wealthy family and could feel Zhu Linyuan's heroism even more. "There are many residential buildings nearby. You can find a place to live by yourselves. I go downstairs for morning exercises at 6 o'clock every day. If you want to do something for me, come over at that time." Zhu Linyuan thought about it and gave everyone a few steel tube baseball bats and other things. They were all his spoils of war and were of no use to him. "You have weapons for self-defense and enough food and water for you to live for a while. Whether you can live a good life in the future depends on you." Zhu Linyuan said this and drove into the underground parking garage. "Let's go, Ziyin. Just leave the supplies here for now." Zhu Linyuan picked up the unconscious Lan Ying on the roof of the car and brought Su Ziyin to the 7th floor. That was his living area. "As expected of you, boss. You can live so carefree even at the end of the world." Su Ziyin sighed, but was not overly shocked. She had witnessed Zhu Linyuan create too many miracles. He started his business with a few $100,000 and built a business empire worth tens of billions in a few years. She firmly believes that no matter how the world changes, such strong people will be able to live a good life. Go wash up and pack up first. I have something else to do. Zhu Linyuan strode into the living room and found a note on the table. There were beautiful small handwritings written on the note. I've cooked porridge for you. It's in the pot. Drink it while it's hot. Looking at the words on the note, Zhu Linyuan was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. It was as if a touch of warm color suddenly appeared in the long-forgotten dark world. Zhu Linyuan threw Lan Ying in his hand directly to the door, glanced towards Wan Qingyin's room, found that she was still sleeping soundly, and quietly closed the door. He washed his hands carefully first, then couldn't wait to fill a bowl of porridge and drank it in big gulps. Bowl after bowl, it was obviously just the most ordinary white porridge, without even any side dishes, but Zhu Linyuan ate it very happily. After a while, he had eaten up all the porridge in the pot. Zhu Linyuan was satisfied and put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up Lan Ying, and walked towards the underground prison. The host successfully arrested Lan Ying and completed the arrest mission. The host has received the mission reward, a pair of Evolver fighting gloves, 15 attribute points. Having successfully completed the capture mission, Zhu Linyuan nodded in satisfaction. At this time, he already had 16 attribute points, and the extra one was naturally brought to him by Luo Qingying completing daily tasks. When seeing this attribute point, Zhu Linyuan was also slightly surprised. After all, it was quite amazing that a girl who looked quite thin actually insisted on completing 1,000 squats, and it also made Zhu Linyuan have a slightly different impression of her. At this moment, Luo Qingying from the prison across the street suddenly asked, "Is the person you captured Lan Ying?" Zhu Linyuan nodded. Lu Bai had already reported to him everything Lan Ying had done. Zhu Linyuan also knew about the grudge between Lan Ying and Luo Qingying. "Can you let me kill her?" Luo Qingying was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "If you need me to do squats, I can do 2,000 a day and do her share." "No." Zhu Linyuan shook his head, looked at Luo Qingying, and said slowly, "You'd better not negotiate with me. Remember what I told you, the rules of this prison. Unless you can prove to me that you have other value, to me, you and Lan Ying are the same." Luo Qingying remained silent. She clearly remembered the rules that Zhu Linyuan had mentioned. Listen to him and do it, no nonsense. Seeing that Luo Qingying was silent, Zhu Linyuan turned around and kicked Lan Ying to wake her up. "Get up and do something," Zhu Linyuan said in a deep voice. Lan Ying woke up slowly, glanced at the chains on her body, looked at Zhu Linyuan with a complicated expression, and remained silent. Zhu Linyuan said directly, "Start doing squats now, at least 1,000 a day. If you can't do 1,000 squats, then you'll be of no value to me, and I'll throw you into the cell across the street." Lan Ying looked towards the prison cell opposite. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. In the cell opposite was her acquaintance, Luo Qingying. "Okay, I'll do it." Lan Ying spoke calmly and started doing squats without hesitation. Although she didn't understand why the burly man in front of her asked her to do squats, she knew that the right choice at this time was not to ask anything. Besides, doing squats is better than being insulted. However, she forgot that she was wearing a cheongsam. When she squatted down, there was a sudden tearing sound from the cheongsam. It directly reveals the fair and flawless back. For a moment, the air in the cage seemed to freeze. The next second, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, stood up, and left. A moment later, he returned to the prison with 2 packages and threw them into 2 cages respectively. "You two, change your clothes later before doing squats." After Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he turned and walked out. "Thank you." When he passed by cell number 1, Luo Qingying, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. At the same time, the system's voice came again in Zhu Linyuan's mind. Prisoner number 1's submission value increased by 23 points, and the current submission value is 41 points. Prisoner number 1 starts daily mission. Complete 1,000 crunches. Reward the host with 1 attribute point, 0. Zhu Linyuan looked at the system and found that there were 2 daily tasks on Luo Qingying's panel. In other words, Luo Qingying can bring him 2 attribute points every day. Lan Ying's submission value is still very low, and she only has 1 daily task. It seems that I need to study this submission value when I have time. Only after their submission value is increased can they bring me more attribute points. Zhu Linyuan thought about it and said, "Lan Ying, hurry up and do some squats." Luo Qingying, starting today, Do 1,000 crunches every day. The movements must be standard, and your waist must not leave the ground. After saying that, he turned and left. Luo Qingying didn't even look at the package, but looked at Zhu Linyuan's back as he turned and left, with a smile in her eyes. Luo Qingying opened the package only after Zhu Linyuan left. The package contained some food, water, a blanket, and a set of sportswear. Luo Qingying took off her clothes without hesitation and washed herself thoroughly with a little water. After washing, her whole body exuded a breathtaking beauty. After Luo Qingying made sure that her body was clean, she drank some water and ate some food. After doing all this, Luo Qingying put away the food and water, then lay on the blanket and did sit-ups. The sportswear was still there, side by side with the clothes she had taken off. Seeing this scene, Lanning also silently took off her cheongsam, revealing her body with perfect curves. Her waist and abdomen were smooth and white without a trace of fat, and she didn't look like she was 30 years old at all. And it also has a mature charm. It's perfect. After washing her body, Lanning changed into sportswear, glanced at Luo Qingying, who was exercising opposite her, and started doing squats. The curves are very beautiful. Zhu Linyuan saw on the system panel that the completion rate of the two people's daily tasks was constantly increasing, and subconsciously glanced at the prison space through the system. What caught my eye was Luo Qingying doing sit-ups. At this time, all her clothes were laid out aside. Ahem! Zhu Linyuan immediately closed his eyes, coughed unnaturally, and wondered why this girl was not wearing any clothes when doing exercise. Boss, what's wrong with you? At this time, Su Zian, who had finished washing and changed her clothes, came over. At this time, she changed into her usual uniform and black stockings, revealing her beautiful figure. If Ruan Qinyan is the gentle type, Luo Qingying is the cold type, Lanning is the elegant type, then Su Zian is the royal sister type. A total straight male killer. Boss, what can I do for you now? Su Zian walked towards Zhu Linyuan and looked up at him. Zhu Linyuan could even smell her fragrance. Chapter 12. Luo Qingying had an accident. Okay, go and rest quickly. Taking Su Zian aside, Zhu Linyuan walked straight to the bedroom and said without turning his head, "Pick a room for yourself. It has all the daily necessities. Go to bed early and come with me to do some work at 6 tomorrow morning." After saying that, Zhu Linyuan returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep in a moment. After a whole day of fighting, he felt a little tired. He needs sleep to relax his body and mind and keep himself in peak condition at all times. Sure enough, the boss is still the same boss as before. Su Zian smiled as she watched Zhu Linyuan turn and leave, thinking of the time when they had started a business together. Powerful, meticulous, determined, smart, and purposeful. A look of admiration flashed in Su Zian's eyes. For her, men like Zhu Linyuan have a fatal attraction. At this time, a few kilometers away, further south of where Zhu Linyuan had fought before, dozens of people gathered in a factory, surrounding a simple metal platform in the middle. There was a row of huge iron cages on the platform, each covered with black cloth, so that people could not see what was inside. There are 10 iron cages on the stage. In front of the cage stood a woman in a white suit with an excited look on her face. The woman looked at the excited crowd below and said loudly, "Thank you all for coming to our Yakuza organization's 7th auction. This auction will still follow the old rules. All bills will be paid with chocolate. If you have extra meat, biscuits, or other food, you can contact the staff to exchange them for chocolate of equivalent value. Now the auction begins." After the woman announced the start of the auction, cheers and shouts were heard from below. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the woman nodded with satisfaction and spoke directly. As the first lot to be auctioned, the next one to be auctioned is a top-quality item. She was a member of a girl group before the end of the world. She has a pretty face and figure and a sweet voice. She is also very good at dancing and has excellent body flexibility. She can do the splits with ease. She is very young, not even 20 years old, and is well protected by her parents. She has never been in a relationship before, so she can take you to experience the feeling of first love on campus. As for the rest, you have to slowly dig it out yourself. The woman in the suit said as she suddenly pulled down the black cloth on the first cage behind her. Crash! The black cloth fell off, revealing a girl wearing white stockings underneath. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, very pure and cute, with tears in her eyes. She looked very pitiful and was struggling desperately. "I want this one. I like schoolgirls. Don't compete with me for it. I have plenty of food." I want to experience pure love. Everyone, try your best to see who can get this good stuff. Below, the crowd was extremely excited. The woman in the suit made a prompt decision. Auction item number 1, starting price, 10 boxes of chocolates. I'll give you 11 boxes. I'll give you 12 boxes. I have 15 boxes. No one can compete with me for them. Sure enough, as soon as the number of boxes 15 was called out, the crowd suddenly quieted down. However, just a second later, someone made another bid. 20 boxes. In the crowd, a girl wearing a Lolita dress and black lipstick spoke softly, with full confidence. The girl has a very delicate appearance, and her dark makeup gives her a special flavor. Everyone present seemed a little afraid of her, and said respectfully. Boss Zhang actually took action as well. As expected of Boss Zhang, he's very generous. 20 boxes straight away. Nonsense. Boss Zhang has dozens of thugs under his command and plenty of supplies. 20 boxes of chocolates are nothing to her. The other party was obviously a young girl, but everyone called her Boss Zhang. The girl accepted it calmly and said directly, I like this little girl very much, so I acted rashly. Please forgive me, my friends. It's okay, Boss Zhang. We won't charge you more for 20 boxes anyway. Yeah, there's so many supplies, so we can just take another photo. You can do whatever you want with this one. 20 boxes of chocolates once. 20 boxes of chocolates twice. 20 boxes of chocolates 3 times. Seeing that no one else was bidding, the woman in the suit dropped the hammer and said, Deal. In the cage, the girl looked at everything in a daze. She didn't understand what was going on in this world. After the end of the world, everyone seemed to have changed. Her parents, who once loved her the most, actually sold her to a Yakuza organization for a box of chocolates. Then, she was put on the table as an auction item and sold to someone else for 20 boxes of chocolates. Am I a human or a commodity? The girl thought desperately. Soon, the girl and Lolita completed the handover procedures with the staff, and 20 boxes of chocolates were exchanged for the girl. Come on, I'll take you home. The Lolita girl with dark makeup untied the rope on the girl and smiled slightly. My name is Zhang Miao. I had some assets before the end of the world, and now I have some brothers who support me. Follow me. You won't suffer any loss. The girl followed her forward in a daze. She's a girl. She won't bully me, right? The girl thought secretly. Behind them were a dozen fully armed thugs providing protection. Soon, the girl followed Zhang Miao back home and was taken directly to a very strange house. Okay, kneel down, Zhang Miao said to the girl with a smile. The girl didn't understand, and her big eyes were full of confusion. Yes, Zhang Miao still had a smile on his face as he walked towards the girl step by step. What are you going to do? No matter how naive the girl was, she realized something was wrong and quickly got up and ran away. What? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang Miao had a wanton smile on his face and rushed directly towards the girl. Soon, miserable screams echoed in the room. Early morning. It was not yet 6 o'clock, and the sky was just beginning to lighten. The fully armed Zhu Linyuan brought Su Ziyan and Ruan Qingyan downstairs. At this time, Su Ziyan was still a little sleepy and yawned from time to time, while Ruan Qingyan looked around curiously. Zhu Linyuan was carrying a huge package in one hand and a suitcase in the other. Mr. Zhu, as soon as he went out, Zhu Linyuan saw Lu Bai and Lu Yao, brother and sister, waiting downstairs. Lu Bai walked up to him respectfully and greeted him, while Lu Yao followed behind Lu Bai timidly, secretly glancing at Zhu Linyuan from time to time, her big eyes sparkling. Behind them, there were 2 zombie corpses, which were obviously killed by the brother and sister. Good. Zhu Linyuan nodded in satisfaction, stretched his body, and said, I'm going to fence off a piece of land downstairs. You guys can build a fence for me. In return, I'll give you food and water. You may encounter zombies while building the fence, so the mission is somewhat dangerous. You can refuse it. I accept, Lu Bai said without hesitation. Mr. Zhu, I don't want food or water. I only have one request. When I don't have any missions, can I learn from you? Let's do our work first. Zhu Linyuan did not agree immediately, but threw the huge package in his hand to the ground. The package fell to the ground, making a crisp sound of metal collision, and it was obvious that it was full of metal. There was a look of shock in Lu Bai's eyes. Such a large bag of metal must be extremely heavy, but Mr. Zhu was carrying it casually with one hand. What kind of power is this? Zhu Linyuan ignored Lu Bai's shock. He pulled out his alloy sword, walked to a corner of the building, and directly inserted the sword into the ground. The solid asphalt road was like tofu at this time and was easily cut by Zhu Linyuan. Zhu Linyuan directly cut out a rectangular area about 70 to 80 meters long and 20 meters wide. Just build the fence according to the marks I cut. I have prepared the materials for you. Make sure it is strong. Ziyin, you will be responsible for recording everyone's workload and then distribute the supplies according to the workload. After Zhu Linyuan gave a few more instructions, he drove away with Ruan Qingyan. He had already prepared self-defense weapons for Su Ziyan before going downstairs, so he didn't need to worry about her safety. Okay, let's get moving. Lu Bai first took out an iron fence and inserted it into the road surface cut by Zhu Linyuan, then picked up the hammer, stood on a stool, and hammered it down little by little. Lu Yao was responsible for holding the iron fence to prevent it from being knocked off balance. The brother and sister worked well together and made considerable progress. At this time, other people also came over one after another. After listening to today's work arrangements, they followed suit and worked enthusiastically in groups of 2. For these people, having a job in the end times and earning survival supplies through their own labor is something they dare not even dream of. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had already brought Ruan Qingyan to a wide area. One last confirmation. Are you sure you want to practice swordplay? After the 2 got off the car, Zhu Linyuan looked at Ruan Qingyan and asked. Early in the morning, he asked Ruan Qingyan to consider for herself how she wanted to develop in the future, whether she wanted to stay at home or go out hunting with him. Ruan Qingyan chose the latter without hesitation and chose to use a knife. It seems to be destined. I want to practice swordplay. Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Ruan Qingyan looked into his eyes and nodded firmly. I don't want to be a burden to you, and I also want to help you. Okay, Zhu Linyuan nodded. Did you remember everything I told you on the way? I've remembered them all. Ruan Qingyan's eyes were determined as she slowly pulled out the 2 bone-bladed daggers from her waist. Okay, your task today is to learn how to kill zombies first. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he moved and rushed directly to 100 meters away, broke both legs of a zombie, and grabbed it in front of Ruan Qingyan. Then he did the same thing again and captured more than a dozen zombies. Killing zombies is to train your courage. You must first overcome your fear before you can defeat the zombies. These zombies have little mobility. You can easily kill them with the dagger in your hand. I have other things to do, so I'll leave this to you. I hope you've killed these zombies by the time I come back. Remember, the view here is very wide. If you see any danger, hide in the car immediately. This car is very sturdy. The zombies are no threat to you at all. If you encounter a mutant, honk your horn for help immediately, then drive away and I will come to rescue you. Zhu Linyuan explained everything in detail, then picked up his suitcase and rushed to the planned hunting spot. He came out today to hunt mutants. His current level of evolution is 7% of the first level. He wanted to improve his level of evolution as much as possible before the lunar disaster came. At this time, in Zhu Linyuan's prison, Luo Qingying suddenly encountered an accident. Chapter 13, Luo Qingying's belly. Hiss! At this time, in the prison, Luo Qingying was holding her stomach with a very painful expression, obviously in great pain. Why at this time? Luo Qingying gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and endured the pain. Even so, her eyes remained extremely firm. 1,000 crunches. No matter what, I have to finish them. Luo Qingying bit her lips and started doing sit-ups again. Her beautiful lips were bleeding from biting them. At this time, I wished to be at the abyss. Click. He had arrived at the planned hunting spot and immediately opened his suitcase. Inside the suitcase were bags of black meat. This is the best bait to attract zombies. Zhu Linyuan sighed and directly spilled one of the packages of mutant black meat on the ground. This is a road leading to the seaside, with the sea on one side and the city on the other, with scattered buildings around. The advantage of hunting here is that Zhu Linyuan only needs to face the zombies in front of him, because at this stage, the mutated monsters in the sea cannot enter the land. Otherwise, with the terrifying number of mutated monsters in the ocean, humans would have been extinct long ago. After spreading the bait, Zhu Linyuan took out a small speaker, turned up the volume to the maximum, and started playing songs. All of them are brave. The wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you made. As the music started, Zhu Linyuan began to slowly move his body in preparation for the upcoming battle. Zombies have no vision, but their hearing and sense of smell have been greatly enhanced. The slightest movement will be discovered by the zombies. Not to mention that he was playing the song at the highest volume, and there was some deformed meat next to him that was fatally attractive to zombies. It's simply a zombie trap. Sure enough, soon zombies staggered towards Zhu Linyuan. This was an ordinary male zombie, wearing a tattered suit, roaring and rushing towards Zhu Linyuan. Facing the oncoming zombies, Zhu Linyuan carefully put on the boxing gloves rewarded by the system, and then suddenly exerted force. I saw his arms suddenly become much thicker and showed explosive power, and then he threw a punch fiercely. Boom! Zhu Linyuan's fist stopped on the zombie's face, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. The next second, the back of the zombie's head exploded, and flesh and bones splattered everywhere. I love you walking alone in a dark alley, and I love the way you don't kneel. I love you so much that I have faced despair and refused to cry. The music continued. Zhu Linyuan retracted his fist and looked at the increasing number of zombies in front of him. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. The next second, he exerted force on his feet and rushed directly into the group of zombies like a galloping cheetah. Will you go? Are you worthy? This ragged cape. Fight, fight, with the humblest dream. As the song reached its climax, Zhu Linyuan also began to kill brazenly. Boom! Zhu Linyuan punched the front zombie in the head, then jumped up, grabbed a street lamp, and swept out with his right leg like a giant axe. Swish! Like a sickle cutting leeks, Zhu Linyuan kicked down, and the heads of the zombies in the row in front of him disappeared instantly, leaving only the headless corpses falling to the ground with a bang. Seeing that dozens of zombies were still rushing towards him fearlessly, Zhu Linyuan exerted his strength suddenly, broke the entire street lamp, and then smashed it hard at the group of zombies in front of him. Boom! 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 Zhu Linyuan didn't stop until the street lamp in his hand was deflated. At this moment, the dozens of zombies in front of him were all turned into pieces. Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? At this moment, a song just ended. Zhu Linyuan threw away the street lamp in his hand, shook off the debris on his body, and walked directly to a milk tea shop on the roadside, not far away, and sat down. His sight still lingered on the pile of zombie debris. Sure enough, after a while, many more zombies were attracted by these fragments. After this group of zombies devoured all the debris on the ground, they began to bite each other. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. Zhu Linyuan watched with interest, tapping the table in front of him unconsciously with his right fingertips. At the same time, on the other side, Ruan Qingyin's pretty face was pale. She held two bone blades tightly in her hands and was gasping heavily. On the ground were the corpses of a group of zombies. I finally did it, Ruan Qingyin murmured. Although he was just a disabled zombie with little mobility, it was still a huge test for her. Ever since the end of the world, Ruan Qingyin has been hiding as far away from zombies as possible, for fear of being discovered, let alone killing zombies. But it is also because of this that she is still alive today. However, in order not to become a burden to Zhu Linyuan, she also chose to take up weapon. At this moment, Ruan Qingyin suddenly saw a zombie rushing towards her in the distance. Soon, there were only two left in the large group of zombies not far from Zhu Linyuan. These two are very different from other zombies. One of them was covered with gray-white bone pieces all over its body, as if it was wearing a piece of armor. The other end was extremely tall, more than 2 meters tall, like a giant. It was actually a two-headed mutant. It's good luck to raise two deformed species at once. Zhu Linyuan was also slightly surprised. It was relatively rare to cultivate a two-headed mutant at one time. Moreover, this situation could be a disaster for the average evolver. After all, dealing with one mutant is already difficult enough, and dealing with two at the same time is simply courting death. However, Zhu Linyuan's eyes were full of fighting spirit. System, add all my remaining attribute points to strength. Zhu Linyuan said this, slowly stood up, and strode towards the battlefield. As all the attribute points were added to strength, Zhu Linyuan felt like he had endless energy all over his body. He was like a balloon that was blown up and urgently needed a chance to vent. That's you guys. Zhu Linyuan showed a cruel smile on his face and rushed towards the two mutants. The huge mutant was the first to react. It roared and rushed towards Zhu Linyuan in a bear hug. Boom! Zhu Linyuan dodged the giant mutant's bear hug, then kicked the mutant hard in the face, knocking it directly into the wall. The mutant covered in bone armor, not far away, heard the noise and came towards Zhu Linyuan to bite him. Look how hard your bones are. Zhu Linyuan pushed the ground hard, leaped up, raised his right leg high in the air, and then chopped it down like a giant axe. It hit the bone armor mutant's head directly. Click! The bone armor mutant's head was unexpectedly hard, and it actually endured Zhu Linyuan's angry kick. But its neck was not hard enough, and under the huge force of Zhu Linyuan's kick, it was directly crushed by its head and body. Bang! The bone-armored mutant fell directly to the ground, with only a layer of skin connecting its head and body. At this moment, the giant mutant that was kicked into the wall by Zhu Linyuan suddenly broke through the wall and punched Zhu Linyuan fiercely. After Zhu Linyuan dodged sideways, the giant mutant punched the concrete wall and actually punched a big hole. "You have good strength." Zhu Linyuan grinned and threw a hook directly into the abdomen of the mutant. "Quick! Allow!" Ruthless! Zhu Linyuan's explosive punch directly knocked the mutant's feet off the ground, hanging in the air, with his body bent like a cooked shrimp. But that's not how you use your fists. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he took a half step back with his right foot, brought his right hand to his waist with his fist facing right, took a deep breath, and the muscles in his upper body suddenly tensed up like a furious vajra. The next second, a sudden punch hit the giant mutant directly in the face. Click! Click! The giant mutant's head was like broken glass, cracking inch by inch. Chapter 14, It Smells So Good. Call! Call! Next to the off-road vehicle, Ruan Qingyan was breathing heavily. At her feet was a dead zombie. Before leaving, Zhu Linyuan put on special combat clothes and gloves for her. Unless she was attacked on the head by zombies, there was basically no risk of infection. It was for this reason that Ruan Qingyan boldly chose to fight this zombie. Then he killed it with weapons. Hello! Just then, several figures appeared in the distance. The difference is, this time it's not zombies, but a few people. Seeing the people rushing towards her, Ruan Qingyan opened the car door without hesitation, sat in the driver's seat, and then locked the door. After hesitating for a moment, Ruan Qingyan still did not press the horn, but instead tightly gripped the bone-bladed dagger in her hand and stared at the people outside the car. "Boss, I just saw that the person who got on the car seemed to be a woman. She can kill so many zombies and has such a nice car. This woman must be extraordinary." One of them said. These people were all dressed in rags, each holding a steel pipe in his hand, and the short and strong man in the lead was holding an axe. Who cares if she's in the first or second class? She's just a bitch. The short and stocky man spat and reached for the car door. After discovering that the car door was locked, the short and strong man immediately found some large pieces of gravel on the side and jammed the wheel. Then he clapped his hands with a lewd smile on his face. This time this woman can't get away. Either you open the door quickly, get out the food and water, and then let us have some fun, and we can still spare your life. Or we will smash the windows of your car and give you a good beating. As the short and strong man spoke, he hammered the car window hard, making a dong 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 sound. In the car, Ruan Qingyan clenched the bone blade in her hand and breathed slowly. She thought she would panic in this situation. But when this happened, she was surprisingly calm. Brother Zhu has been gone for 27 minutes. Ruan Qingyan glanced at the time and thought. He said he would be back in half an hour, which means there are still 3 minutes left. I just need to hold them off for 3 minutes. Ruan Qingyan thought about it and knocked on the window with the knuckles of her white index finger. Sure enough, the people outside stopped what they were doing when they heard her knocking on the window. This little girl is quite sensible. We brothers can consider being gentler later. Several people laughed out loud, all showing lewd smiles, waiting for the person inside to open the door. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. "Hey bitch, open the door!" The boss knocked on the car window again. At this time, Ruan Qingyan suddenly rolled down the window on the other side of the car where no one was around and threw a box of biscuits out of the car. When several people heard the noise, they rushed over immediately, but Ruan Qingyan had already raised the car window. "Biscuit!" When the short and strong man saw the biscuits scattered on the ground, he rushed over, picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing even the dirt on it. When the others saw the biscuits on the ground, their eyes widened and they rushed over one after another, and several people started to scramble for them. 2 minutes later, all the biscuits on the ground had been eaten up without even a crumb left. The short and stocky man licked the biscuit crumbs at the corner of his mouth and slapped the car window hard. "You bitch, get down here right now. You think you can get rid of me with just a pack of cookies? Do you think I'm a beggar?" At this moment, Ruan Qingyan, who was sitting in the car, suddenly brightened up her eyes. At this moment, in the distance, a tall figure was walking towards this side. Seeing this familiar figure, Wan Qingyan quickly pressed the horn. Drop! Ding dee! After killing the two mutants, Zhu Linyuan took out the spores from the mutants with ease. Then he took out a special rope from his bag, tied the two mutant bodies together, and dragged them forward. After going out hunting, Zhu Linyuan harvested two spores and two mutant corpses and was very happy. However, when he walked to the open area where he parked his car, he suddenly heard a sharp horn. Light smoke! Zhu Linyuan's pupils shrank. Without time to think, he simply dropped the two mutant corpses, exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards the giant off-road vehicle. After seeing the men holding weapons and surrounding the off-road vehicle, Zhu Linyuan's eyes showed a strong killing intent, and he said coldly, "Looking for death." He rushed to the off-road vehicle like a tiger descending from the mountain, before anyone could react. "Boss, someone's coming." A minion saw Zhu Linyuan with murderous intent and shouted in shock. The short and stocky man looked up and found that there was only one person, and he was immediately relieved. However, the next second, he was completely shocked. How? How come it's so fast? Is this a monster? In his eyes, Zhu Linyuan had almost become a shadow and rushed to their side in an instant. The short and strong man quickly picked up the axe and chopped at Zhu Linyuan. However, before his axe could fall, Zhu Linyuan grabbed his head and squeezed it hard. Bang! The short and strong man's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon, with all the red and white things bursting out. Throwing the headless corpse on the ground casually, Zhu Linyuan looked at the other people coldly. "Big brother, At the side, the minion hadn't finished speaking, yet when Zhu Linyuan kicked him, blowing half of his body into pieces. In the car, Wan Qingyan looked at Zhu Linyuan as if he were a god. He killed several people in a short moment. Her big, watery eyes suddenly lit up, full of admiration. She quickly put away the knife, opened the car door, and rushed towards Zhu Linyuan excitedly. The next second, he was picked up by Zhu Linyuan. "You're not hurt." Zhu Linyuan lifted Wan Qingyan in the air, looked her over carefully, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she was not injured. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Wan Qingyan's face looked a little unhappy. "Are you scared?" Zhu Linyuan put Wan Qingyan down and shook his head. "Next time you encounter something like this, ask me for help immediately. I'm not far from here, and we'll be here soon." Zhu Linyuan didn't notice that Wan Qingyan's face was getting darker and darker. As he spoke, he threw a few stones from under the wheels and said, "This kind of rock is no obstacle to my giant car. You just stepped on the accelerator and blew it away. Remember this next time." "Oh no, I was just running here and left the mutant's body on the road. I have to go get it," Zhu Linyuan said as he stood up. At this moment, he suddenly felt a soft body pressing against him, exuding a pleasant fragrance. Full of fragrant jade. Chapter 15, Love. Zhu Linyuan felt as if he had suddenly ascended to the clouds. Standing on the clouds, feeling light, soft, and fragrant. But in the next second, this sweet feeling disappeared. It's like a dream, feeling lost. Zhu Linyuan looked over quickly and found Wan Qingyan got into the car with a red face and a soft moan. Only Zhu Linyuan was left standing outside. Well, Zhu Linyuan pondered for a moment, feeling a little unsatisfied. But after a moment of thought, he decided to retrieve the mutant's body first. After all, to survive in the apocalypse, strength is the most important thing. As for the love between young people, there's still a long time. Wan Qingyan was in the car watching Zhu Linyuan running to collect the corpses of the mutants again. He was pouting and sulking, and his angry look was very cute. "I've taken the initiative. Why doesn't he react?" But as she was getting angry, she suddenly laughed out loud and looked at Zhu Linyuan, who was busy outside, with tenderness in her eyes. A moment later, Zhu Linyuan drove the car and took the blushing Wan Qingyan back to the downstairs of his home. Tied to the behemoth were the corpses of two deformed species. Seeing the changes at his doorstep, Zhu Linyuan showed a hint of joy on his face. "I saw that a small part of the work of building the fence had been completed, and the outline of the fence design at the door could be seen. At this rate, it is estimated that the construction will be completed within 2 days." Zhu Linyuan saw a few more zombie corpses on the ground not far away, and it was obvious that Lu Bai and his team were attacked by zombies. Looking at everyone who was working hard at this time, Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly, and his eyes stayed on Lu Bai for a long time. It's a good seedling, not arrogant or impatient, and has a very good character. Zhu Linyuan decided to observe him for a while, thinking that if Lu Bai could pass the assessment, he could be trained. After all the people he trained before the end of the world have been sent out as a backup plan to deal with the moon disaster, and now is not the time to activate them. Currently, he has no one available. Boss, you're back. Seeing Zhu Linyuan's car coming back, Su Zian put down the tools in her hands and went to greet him. Yes. Zhu Linyuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work and long work. Get some food and water and distribute them to everyone. Distribute them according to their work and let everyone take a break before continuing to work. If you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat grass." These people work hard for him, so Zhu Linyuan will naturally not let them down. After hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, everyone wiped the sweat off their faces with their arms, and joy showed on their faces. It is so rare to find such a good boss in the end times. After briefly explaining a few things, Zhu Linyuan took Wan Qingyan upstairs, leaving the rest of the work to Su Zian. In his opinion, with Su Zian's ability, it would be easy to do this. Zhu Linyuan even felt that he was wasting his talent. We're still short of people. Zhu Linyuan sighed secretly and asked Wan Qingyan to prepare the meal, while he himself carried the corpses of the two mutants and walked towards the autopsy room. He planned to turn both spores into evolutionary liquid and absorb it today. Improve your evolution level as quickly as possible to cope with the upcoming moon disaster. The disaster will come on August 16th. There is not much time left. Zhu Linyuan glanced at the time, and his expression became slightly solemn. The horror of the lunar disaster can only be understood by those who have experienced it personally. In the previous life, an organization had calculated that the end of the world would be divided into 3 stages. The first stage, which is the period Zhu Linyuan is in now, is called the adventure period of the end of the world. It refers to the period from the arrival of the end of the world to the arrival of the lunar disaster. Although half of the world's population was infected with the zombie virus and turned into zombies on the first day, it was not a world-destroying disaster. Because zombies are not scary. Although zombies have hearing, smell, and the ability to infect, they have no brains. An adult man who exercises regularly, has a weapon in his hand, and takes good protection can easily kill a zombie. If it were just the zombie virus, it wouldn't take long for humans to overcome this so-called doomsday. But this disaster did not leave humanity much time to breathe. On the 16th day of the 8th lunar month, the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a lunar disaster struck. The lunar disaster period begins. According to the calculations of those organizations in the previous life, there were nearly 3 billion survivors in the world before the lunar disaster. After the lunar disaster, more than 2 billion survivors died within a week. 1 month after the lunar disaster, the number of survivors was less than 100 million. There are less than 100 million people left in the world. This is the lunar disaster. Moreover, after the lunar disaster period, there will be an even more terrifying world-destroying period. In his previous life, Zhu Linyuan died in the apocalypse period. Not only him, their entire team couldn't survive the apocalypse. In fact, according to Zhu Linyuan's speculation, human civilization should not have been able to survive the apocalypse period. That was a true world-destroying disaster, enough to easily destroy a civilization. Even human civilization in its heyday could not have survived the apocalypse, let alone a human civilization that was already on the verge of collapse after experiencing the lunar disaster period. Thinking of the upcoming moon disaster and the world-destroying catastrophe that would happen in the future, Zhu Linyuan took a deep breath and directly swallowed the evolution potion in his hand. He wants to become stronger as quickly as possible. At this time, in a huge workshop in the center of South City. The workshop was very dark and filled with iron cages, hundreds of them at a glance. There was a pretty woman tied in each iron cage. Most of these women huddled in the corner of the cage, their faces covered with tear marks and their eyes red and swollen. But none of them dared to resist, as if they were afraid of something. There is a futon in the middle of the workshop. A woman in a white Taoist robe was sitting barefoot, cross-legged on a cushion, with her eyes slightly closed and taking long breaths. Even with her eyes closed, one could still tell that the woman looked extremely dignified, like a queen in film and television works, with a strong aura. The most eye-catching thing is the woman's pair of slender and perky feet. Her ankles are white and well-proportioned, and her toes are like pearls, beautiful and natural and flawless, like a work of art. She is the founder of the Jidao organization and the top leader of the entire Jidao organization, Gu Qiyu. Behind her were 2 short-haired women wearing black tights and holding long swords. The two short-haired women looked around with sharp eyes, vigilantly, protecting Gu Chuyu's safety at all times. At this moment, the door of the workshop suddenly opened, and as the sunlight came in, the dark workshop instantly became bright. Gu Chuyu seemed to sense something, opened his eyes slightly, and looked forward. I saw a woman in a white suit walking towards me quickly. It was the host of the auction held by the Yakuza organization. The woman walked quickly to Gu Chuyu, knelt on one knee, and said, "Boss, I have something to report to you. Lanning is missing. She seems to have been kidnapped." Upon hearing this, Gu Chuyu's indifferent eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent, as sharp as a sword. "Check. Bringing air back. Shui Ermur, you two come with us. Whoever touches air will die." Behind Gu Chuyu, two women in black suits immediately nodded, holding their swords, stood up, and followed the woman in the white suit out of the workshop. Chapter 16. Luo Qingying performed well. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was at home. Zhu Linyuan let out a long breath, slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were extremely bright. This is a manifestation of divine power. People who practice martial arts have a saying that when their essence is full, they will not think about sex. When their chi is full, they will not think about food. And when their spirit is full, they will not think about sleep. What is God? Mental consciousness and thinking activities are controlled by the heart. If the mind is healthy, the spirit is full, and if the spirit is full, the body is strong. In other words, if you are energetic, you will be strong and healthy. But Zhu Linyuan is just the opposite. His body is too strong, which makes his spirit extremely abundant. At this moment, there was another huge change on Zhu Linyuan's system panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: First Order Evolver. Evolution level 22. Strength: 73. Speed: 56. Constitution: 68. Attribute points: 0. Daily task: complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point 0. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point 0. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point 0. Capture mission: none. Number of prisoners: 2. The level of evolution has reached 22% of that of a first-level evolver. Feeling the power surging in his body, Zhu Linyuan smiled. If I continue like this, it won't be long before I can break through to the second-level evolver, and I will be able to fight in the moon disaster. Zhu Linyuan knew very well that the strength of a first-level evolver was enough for him to survive the moon disaster. But what he wants is not just to survive, but to gain benefits from the lunar disaster. The lunar disaster is a calamity for the weak, but an opportunity for the strong. He must break through to the second-level evolver before the lunar disaster comes, and show his prowess during the lunar disaster. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly came from Zhu Linyuan's mind. Prisoner number 1, Luo Qingying, completes 1,000 abdominal rolls. The host gains 1 attribute point. She can actually do 1,000 crunches? Zhu Linyuan was really surprised this time. Crunches are much more difficult than squats. Moreover, after the abdominal muscles are exhausted, doing a sit-up will feel like being pricked by needles, which is extremely difficult, and most people simply cannot do it. Even for people who exercise regularly, they may not be able to do 200 or 300 of them. Luo Qingying could actually complete 1,000 sit-ups. Zhu Linyuan subconsciously opened the vision of cell number 1 and saw Luo Qingying carefully wiping her body with clean water. Her slender hands slid across her fair body, and her whole body was trembling. It was obvious that she had completely exhausted her physical strength and could not even stand steadily, but her eyes were still firm and stubborn. Zhu Linyuan looked at her slender waist and abdomen and found that she actually had a clear vest line, which was very beautiful and full of strength. It seems that before the apocalypse, she was also a person who exercised regularly. And with such a tenacious character, it's no wonder that she could make such a big name in the apocalypse. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. In his previous life, even he had heard of Luo Qingying's name. It's just a bad name. According to rumors, she is cruel and ruthless, and treats human life as worthless, making people avoid her. As expected of the legendary femme fatale, she has already shown some signs of herself at this moment. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly. If he had not been caught and thrown into prison by him with his absolute strength advantage, it would have been natural for Luo Qingying to make a name for herself in the apocalypse with her character. Zhu Linyuan moved his eyes away from Luo Qingying, who was taking a bath, and looked at Lanning again. At this time, Lanning was leaning against the wall to rest. Her sportswear was completely wet, revealing her extremely proud curves. Her mature peach-like figure, coupled with her drunken rosy face and her orchid-like temperament, can drive any man crazy and make people want to pick her. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. At this time, the panel showed that Lanning had only completed 374 squats. The goal of 1,000 is still a long way off. We both started at the same time. Luo Qingying has finished her crunches, but she has only done this much squat. She's so lazy. I guess I'll have to deal with her later. Zhu Linyuan was thinking in his heart that he was going to teach Lanning a lesson and increase her submission value at the same time. After the submission value is increased, the attribute points brought to him by each mortal every day will increase. And after years and months, it will become a very terrifying number. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. As for how to increase the prisoner's submission value, Zhu Linyuan is also slowly exploring it. Currently, he is still at the stage of making people submit through physical means. After retracting his gaze, Zhu Linyuan began to dissect the two deformed species in front of him. One of these two deformed species has strengthened its muscles, becoming huge in size and extremely powerful, but it is meaningless to Zhu Linyuan. It is just more bait to attract zombies. The most important thing is the other end. Zhu Linyuan looked at the smaller mutant and began to peel off the bone fragments from its body. He has tested the hardness of this bone fragment. Although it is not as good as the bone blade of the previous deformed species, it is stronger than ordinary alloys. The hardness is already very good. Most importantly, this bone piece is very light, very suitable for making armor. Zhu Linyuan disassembled the bone fragments bit by bit, and soon he had peeled off more than 200 bone fragments, which was more than enough to make a piece of armor. Then, he threw the bone fragments into the medicine for disinfection, and completely dissected the two mutants and refrigerated them, keeping them for later use as bait to attract zombies and cultivate mutants. Only in this way can he continuously create mutants and improve his own level of evolution. After doing all this, Zhu Linyuan took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and returned to the room. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled an extremely rich fragrance. It smells so good. Zhu Linyuan's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Wan Qingyan, who was taking off her apron, and blurted out, "Cooked chicken wings? Humph!" Wan Qingyan deliberately snorted, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed her inner joy. "You guessed it right, but there is no reward. Go wash your hands and eat. I've already taken a shower." Zhu Linyuan couldn't wait to sit down at the dining table. At this time, Wan Qingyan also came over with the prepared meals. In addition to cola chicken wings, there was also fried pork with peppers and a pot of bone soup that she had prepared before going out in the morning. The moment the lid of the casserole was opened, the aroma of the bone broth immediately spread out, and for a moment the whole room was filled with the aroma. Looking at the fragrant milky white soup, Zhu Linyuan's appetite grew. He quickly scooped up a large bowl of it, blew on it a few times, and then drank it down in gulps. "So delicious." Zhu Linyuan looked at Wan Qingyan in disbelief and said, "This soup is so delicious. It's been simmered for such a long time. It must taste good." Seeing Zhu Linyuan enjoying the soup, Wan Qingyan felt happy. She served him a bowl of fragrant rice, and then poured him a large bowl of soup. "You consume too much energy every day. You need to eat more to replenish your nutrition," Wan Qingyan said to herself. "After dinner, go take a nap. I'll fry you a few steaks. You can eat them when you wake up to replenish your protein. Then I'm going to wash our clothes. By the way, how long has it been since you changed the bedding in your room? Do you want to change it?" I was thinking of planting some flowers in the room yesterday, but I forgot about it when I went out today. Such a big room, but there isn't a single flower pot. It looks a bit lifeless. Don't you like flowers? I won't put any flowers there." Seeing Wan Qingyan fiddling with her fingers, thinking about what to do in the afternoon, Zhu Linyuan was a little distracted for a moment, and it took him a long time to react, and he quickly said, I like flowers. I forgot to get them before. I'll change the bedding in my room myself at night. I've been sleeping here for half a month, so it's time to change it. The steak is delicious." Zhu Linyuan answered Wan Qingyan's questions one by one, and suddenly asked, "By the way, what kind of flowers do you like?" "Sunflower," Wan Qingyan said without hesitation. "Okay, sunflower." Zhu Linyuan nodded and looked at Wan Qingyan. They both smiled suddenly, and the next second they lowered their heads and started eating. However, he still had a smile on his face while eating. In his previous life, he had been struggling in the apocalypse for more than 10 years. Since his rebirth, he has been preparing for the apocalypse. He dares not waste any time. Zhu Linyuan is like a machine that never stops. Until today, Zhu Linyuan suddenly felt as if he had found the meaning of life. Families sitting together, lights shining brightly. Maybe this is life. Wan Qingyin's earlobes turned slightly red, and no one knew what she was thinking. Soon, the two of them had eaten up all the food on the table, most of which was eaten by Zhu Linyuan. After breaking through to the first level evolver, his appetite became extremely terrifying, and he would eat several days' worth of food for an ordinary person in one meal. Now that we've had enough, it's time to get down to business. After looking at Wan Qingyin, who was cleaning the table, Zhu Linyuan stood up, took some things, and walked towards the underground prison. Wanted to deal with Lan Ning. Chapter 17, Luo Qingying's Desire. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the footsteps, Luo Qingying and Lan Ning in the cage immediately looked towards the door. However, the expressions in their eyes were different. In addition to stubbornness, there was also a hint of expectation in Luo Qingying's eyes. In the past, she didn't like getting along with people, especially men. Therefore, she has always been known as the coolest school beauty. At the end of the world, in order to survive, she was forced to live with other people and was almost killed by Lan Ning. From then on, she became even less trusting of others. She only believes in herself and the weapon in her hand. However, after being caught by Zhu Linyuan and taken to the cell, Luo Qingying suddenly underwent some changes. She was actually looking forward to meeting Zhu Linyuan. She didn't know what was wrong with her. This change made her a little scared, but she couldn't resist it. Unlike Luo Qingying, there was worry and fear in Lan Ying's eyes. To her, Zhu Linyuan was like a god, powerful and terrifying. She saw with her own eyes Zhu Linyuan punched a Jidao organization thug in the head. That's simply not something humans can do. Moreover, she was locked in this prison by Zhu Linyuan. If Zhu Linyuan wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't even have the ability to resist. What's more, Luo Qingying is watching from the opposite side. That's her student. She is the principal. When Lan Ning thought about being bullied by a man in front of her students, she wished she could die immediately. As she was looking anxiously, Zhu Linyuan suddenly walked into the prison opposite. Lan Ying's heart finally settled down. Then it turned into anticipation and curiosity. She wanted to see how Zhu Linyuan would treat Luo Qingying. Lie down. After entering Luo Qingying's cell, Zhu Linyuan spoke directly. If someone spoke to her like this, Luo Qingying would stab him directly. In fact, she killed many people because of this. But for some reason, Luo Qingying clearly wanted to resist, but her body lay down involuntarily. And then she stared at Zhu Linyuan with a stubborn look. Lift up your clothes. Zhu Linyuan spoke without raising his head as he flipped through the package he brought. This time, Luo Qingying did not act as he said. Instead, she stared at him vigilantly, with a hint of caution in her eyes. Zhu Linyuan looked up and saw that Luo Qingying didn't move. He suddenly realized something and shook his head. Lift your clothes up to your waist and abdomen so I can apply medicine on you. Otherwise, you will be in so much pain that you won't be able to move tomorrow. As he spoke, he shook the medicine bottle in his hand. Luo Qingying then realized that the man in front of her was not going to do anything to her, so she slowly lifted up her clothes, revealing her smooth and white belly. There is also a clear vest line between the waist and abdomen. It will be a little painful, just bear with it, and don't scream out if you can't help it. Zhu Linyuan said as he poured the potion onto his hand and then applied it on Luo Qingying's fair belly. The moment Zhu Linyuan's hand fell, Luo Qingying's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. It's not pain, but an indescribable feeling. She resisted the urge to scream out, staring into Zhu Linyuan's eyes without blinking. But Zhu Linyuan's gaze was as deep as the sea, making it impossible to see through it. Seeing Luo Qingying's performance, Zhu Linyuan nodded with satisfaction. He was willing to help Luo Qingying only after seeing her tenacious character. If she screamed, he wouldn't bother to help. As he thought about it, he gradually gained more strength in his hands. This is his special massage technique, which can relieve muscle pressure while stimulating Luo Qingying's absorption of medicine. This is a skill he learned in the end times in his previous life, and it is extremely valuable. Sure enough, as Zhu Linyuan gained strength, Luo Qingying's eyes lit up slightly. She found that her abdomen was warm, and the tingling and bloating she had felt after doing sit-ups were greatly relieved. About 3 minutes later, Zhu Linyuan stopped. Seeing Luo Qingying's unsatisfied look, Zhu Linyuan shook his head and said, "Given your injuries today, This level of medicinal massage is enough. Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Luo Qingying's eyes suddenly dimmed a little, and she silently reached out and put down her clothes. Zhu Linyuan nodded and took out some food and water from the package. Today, he brought some high-quality food that was nutritionally balanced and would help strengthen Luo Qingying's physique. He was also trying to improve Luo Qingying's physical condition so that she could better complete her daily tasks and create value for herself. After putting his things down, Zhu Linyuan stood up and left cell number 1 under Luo Qingying's reluctant and stubborn gaze. Then, he entered cell number 2. The moment Lanning saw Zhu Linyuan walk into the prison, she felt extremely complicated. She watched with her own eyes as Zhu Linyuan applied medicine to Luo Qingying, and also saw Luo Qingying's unsatisfied expression. She naturally knew that the effect of the medicine must be very good, and that Zhu Linyuan's technique must be very unusual. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Looking at the tall and strong Zhu Linyuan, Lanning felt a little expectant, but also a little nervous. She has never been touched by a man, but her legs were really sore and she couldn't do squats at all. If it's just a massage, then it's not impossible. Lanning thought secretly in her heart, with a hint of anticipation. However, as she looked expectantly, what she got was a slap from Zhu Linyuan. Snap! The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the prison. Lanning covered her red face with her hands, completely stunned. The next second, her eyes were filled with anger. In terms of appearance and figure, she is perfect. There are countless men chasing after her, but she ignores them all. In terms of talent, she was born into a scholarly family, received the best education, and lived a life of luxury. After graduation, she was directly appointed as the principal of Nanjing No. 1 Middle School and had a bright future. No one had ever dared to do this to her. However, as she looked angry, she was met with another slap in the face. In half a day, you did more than 300 squats. Do you think I locked you up here to let you enjoy yourself? Zhu Linyuan's eyes were indifferent, and his voice contained no emotion at all. It was as if the person in front of him was not a beautiful woman with thousands of postures, but a stone or a big tree. Only at this moment did Lanning realize that the things she was proud of were nothing in the eyes of the person in front of her. He only cares about whether he can complete the tasks he is assigned. After a moment of silence, Lanning finally spoke. I can't do it anymore. I don't have any strength in my legs anymore. As she spoke, she inexplicably felt a sense of shame in her heart. It's just 1,000 squats. Any normal person can do it in a day. You feel like you can't do it, but the pressure is just not enough. Then I'll put some pressure on you. If you don't complete 1,000 squats today, I will put you and Luo Qingying in the same cell tomorrow. I won't let her kill you, but I won't care how she tortures you. Think about it yourself. Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Lanning shuddered subconsciously. She and Luo Qingying had a deep hatred for each other, and Luo Qingying wanted to kill her as soon as possible. And in terms of physical strength, she is no match to Luo Qingying. If they were locked in the same cell, Lanning felt a chill on her back. Seeing Lan Ying's expression, Zhu Linyuan left with satisfaction. Just as he stood up to go back to his room, Luo Qingying's voice suddenly came from cell number 1. I had severe thigh pain after doing squats yesterday, and I can't seem to do it today. Luo Qingying's expression showed a hint of hesitation, but she finally gritted her teeth and said, Can you put some medicine on my legs too? Chapter 18 waiting for you to come home for dinner. After a moment, Zhu Linyuan stood up and left cell number 1. Luo Qingying, on the other hand, lay there with a rosy face and a dazed look in her eyes. In cell number 2 opposite, Lanning was doing squats while enduring severe pain. Seeing this scene, her chest heaved violently and she was extremely angry. Isn't this discrimination too obvious? Lanning said angrily. She said her legs hurt, so I gave her medicine and massaged her, but now I said my legs hurt, so you slapped me twice? Why? Isn't this old lady beautiful enough? Lanning was so angry that she didn't even care about her manners and cursed in her heart. However, she only dared to say sweet words in her heart for a while. After all, the 2 slaps left by Zhu Linyuan were still burning. After going crazy for a while, Lanning felt severe pain in her leg. Looking at Luo Qingying, who was fast asleep in the cell opposite, she felt a little hesitant. Am I not better than this little bitch? In terms of figure and appearance, I am no worse than her. In terms of cultivation and conversation, I come from a scholarly family, have a PhD in Chinese language from Peking University and Tsinghua University, and am the youngest principal of Nanjing No. 1 Middle School. I am much better than her, right? Why can she live better than me? Humans are very strange creatures. If everyone suffers together, there is no problem. But if everyone is together, but some suffer while others enjoy, then those who suffer will be dissatisfied. Especially since the person enjoying the good life opposite was Lan Ying's student, and also her mortal enemy. She might even fall into Luo Qingying's hands in the future. Why? Lan Ying gritted her teeth and made a decision. No, I have to take some measures. It's just showing off your legs and waist, isn't it? Who can't do that? Isn't this old lady more charming than this little girl? Next time I must show that man what charm and womanhood are. Lan Ying also gave it her all and was determined to work hard to improve her living standards. There is no way I can be outdone by that little girl. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had completed his daily tasks. After adding all his attribute points to strength, he took a shower and lay on the sofa, eating steak and watching TV. Although there will be no internet after the end of the world, he has stockpiled countless film and television resources in advance and can watch them as long as there is electricity. Moreover, his entire building was built to the highest standards, with internal power generation, so there is no need to worry about power outages. In the past, he was always tense and had no time to watch TV. It was not until today that he suddenly realized that it was good to relax occasionally. Combining work and rest may be the long-term solution. At this time, the midday sun shines into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the whole house warm and comfortable. In the sunshine, Ruan Qingyan, wearing a pink nightgown and white rabbit slippers, was running around tidying up the room, having a lot of fun. Zhu Linyuan smiled knowingly, shifted his gaze away from Ruan Qingyan, and continued watching TV. Although he was relaxing, he was not watching any TV series or anything like that, but was watching videos of Chinese martial arts. Before the end of the world, he visited many masters. There are Sanda masters, boxing masters, free fighting masters, and the so-called military kings. But the people he visited most often were masters of traditional Chinese martial arts. He also filmed many videos of martial arts masters explaining martial arts so that he could also learn martial arts in the end times. Chinese martial arts, a martial art that is only used to kill people, not for performance. In his previous life, Zhu Linyuan personally experienced the power of Chinese martial arts. A martial arts master, with only a dagger, can defeat the strong with the weak, blind the eyes of a high-level evolver, and slit the throat of a high-level evolver. But in his previous life, Zhu Linyuan had no way to learn Chinese martial arts. So after his rebirth, he spent a huge amount of money to learn Chinese martial arts everywhere. During this process, he also more deeply realized the horror of Chinese martial arts. Some people think that traditional martial arts are just a show, but Zhu Linyuan knows very well that it is just that the general public cannot get in touch with real masters. Real masters do not practice traditional martial arts routines and fancy moves. What they practiced was Chinese martial arts, which are killing techniques. The moves are brutal and completely target weaknesses, aiming to kill with one blow. However, only the top circles can come into contact with those martial arts masters. Those who hold high positions would hire martial arts masters for personal protection at a high price. At this time, the Chinese martial arts he was watching was called 18 Dragon Slaying Hands. The predecessor of the 18 Dragon Slaying Techniques was the 18 Black Dragon Techniques. This set of boxing was once vigorously promoted by the country, but then suddenly disappeared. The reason is that its moves are too insidious and cruel and are banned by the country from learning. However, some martial arts masters, after learning the training method of the 18 hands of the Black Dragon, integrated it with their own martial arts and improved it, forming even more ferocious and brutal killing skills. 18 Dragon Slaying Techniques. Chase the dragon, lock the dragon, capture the dragon, slay the dragon. Every move is deadly and cruel in the extreme. Zhu Linyuan could feel the murderous intent in the moves even through the screen. He watched with great fascination and couldn't help but follow the moves of the martial arts master in the video with his hands. If you want to practice the 18 dragon slaying techniques, the most important things are finger strength, wrist strength, and arm strength. Just to get started, practitioners are required to walk 50 meters upside down every day using the index, middle, and thumbs of their left and right hands. This is also the most difficult level. However, as long as you can train your strength, you can easily crush a person's throat. Combined with the special fighting techniques, body movements, and breathing of the 18 dragon slaying techniques, taking someone's life is as easy as taking something from a bag. Zhu Linyuan doesn't need to practice strength at all. His strength attribute is now over 70 points, and he can punch through a wall with one punch, so he directly started practicing fighting and body movements by following the video. The afternoon passed quickly. Ruan Xingyan was busy cleaning the room and then washing Zhu Linyuan's clothes and bedding. Zhu Linyuan practiced boxing for the entire afternoon with great gusto and was completely immersed in it, until the system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. The survivor Zhang Miao is guilty of a serious crime. Please arrest him quickly. Successful arrest will reward 2 bottles of physical strengthening reagents and 20 attribute points. Another mission. The reward has increased this time, which is great. It's a good opportunity for me to go out and stretch my muscles. The reward of 20 attribute points is quite tempting, and there are also 2 bottles of physical strengthening reagents. It's a good thing just by the name. Zhu Linyuan turned off the TV reluctantly and stretched his muscles. Although he is tall, his movements are very flexible and agile. When he moves his whole body makes a sound like growing bamboo joints. After some activities, Zhu Linyuan put on a specially made black combat uniform, picked up the alloy sword, stood up, and walked out. Are you going out again? Ruan Xingyan, who was preparing dinner, heard the noise and trotted out. I'm going to run something, and we'll be back soon. I won't take you with me. Just focus on preparing dinner. Zhu Linyuan smiled and waved at her, then turned and walked out. At this moment, a soft body suddenly pressed against his back and hugged him tightly from behind. Then be careful. I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. Feeling the warmth behind him, Zhu Linyuan's body stiffened, then slowly relaxed, with a gentle smile on his face. Good. After saying that, Zhu Linyuan stood up and left. After going downstairs, Zhu Linyuan saw that the fence was almost built, and the progress was much faster than he had imagined. Zian, everyone has worked hard today. Please give everyone some more food and water, and some toothpaste, toothbrushes, and toilet paper. Zhu Linyuan gave a few brief instructions. Toothpaste and toilet paper are not essential items in the end times, but they are also very important. Especially since most of the people working here are beautiful women, they pay more attention to their image. After hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, he felt even more excited and grateful, and worked harder. Zhu Linyuan drove away and headed straight for Zhang Miao's location on the map. At this time, Zhang Miao, who was wearing a black skirt, had straight white calves and a very delicate appearance like a cartoon girl, was in her toy room, playing games with a young girl with an excited smile on her face. Chapter 19, The Girl in Lolita. Although she was playing a game, the young girl looked very miserable. His body was covered with bright red whip marks and wax marks. His eyes were red and swollen from crying. His throat was hoarse, and he shrank into the corner of the room. Zhang Miao was wearing a skirt and holding a thin red whip in her hand. When she smiled, her little fangs were exposed, and she looked a little cute. However, in the eyes of the young girl, this smile looked like a devil from hell. You can't just cry. Zhang Miao looked at the sobbing girl with a devilish smile on his face and said inducingly, "You have to scream out. It's more fun if you scream out." The girl shrank into the corner of the room, hugged her knees, buried her head in them, and sobbed silently. The smile on Zhang Miao's face gradually disappeared, and he said coldly, "If you don't cooperate, the game will be meaningless. Then I'll just have to figure it out on my own." As he said this, he changed to a thicker and tougher whip and whipped the girl hard. After one whip, the girl's body was immediately covered with scarlet wounds, which were still bleeding. The girl also screamed immediately. Yes! Zhang Miao's eyes lit up instantly, with a happy smile on his face, squinting his eyes and enjoying it. That's it. As he said this, he whipped the girl again. Scream. Scream. The girl screamed in agony and was covered in blood, while Zhang Miao became more and more excited and was in a strange state. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from downstairs. Boom! He stepped on the accelerator hard and smashed the simple fence outside the building. In the smoke, Zhu Linyuan pushed open the car door and got out of the Big Mac. At this time, a group of people carrying weapons heard the noise and rushed out, surrounding Zhu Linyuan. It's right here. Zhu Linyuan looked up. According to the system map, the target he wanted to capture this time, Zhang Miao, was in a room upstairs. The man in black. What are you doing here? Among the thugs surrounding him, a tattooed bald man who looked like a small leader stood out and said, weighing the machete in his hand, "Who are you hanging out with? Do you know that this is Boss Zhang's territory? Are you here to get yourself killed?" Faced with the bald man's questioning, Zhu Linyuan did not react at all, but took off his boxing gloves on his own. At this time, People came out of the building one after another, each holding a weapon, and surrounded Zhu Linyuan. Zhu Linyuan took a quick look and saw that there were about 30 people. There are still quite a few people. It would be a shame to kill them all. Zhu Linyuan thought about it, shook his head, and said, I'm here to arrest Zhang Miao alone. How about you let me go, and everyone be safe? As he said this, he strode into the building. All right, after I kill you, I can live in peace with you. The bald man showed a cruel smile on his face, and suddenly slashed at Zhu Linyuan's head with a knife. Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly, his eyes gradually turned cold, and then he suddenly threw a straight punch. It was obviously the bald man who drew his knife first, but Zhu Linyuan's fist arrived first and hit him before the bald man's knife fell. Bang! The bald man's upper body exploded into pieces. The faces and bodies of the thugs behind him were covered with all kinds of blood, flesh, and organs. The bald man who was so arrogant just now was now standing there with only 2 legs left. The scene suddenly became quiet. Upstairs, Zhang Miao, who was paying attention to the movements below, saw this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank. How is it possible that a person was smashed to pieces with just 1 punch? Zhang Miao murmured in disbelief. Plop! As the bald man's legs slowly fell to the ground, it was as if the play button was pressed on the field and everyone's face was suddenly filled with horror. Zhu Linyuan continued to move forward. There were more than 30 people, each holding a weapon in their hands, and they all took a step back. No one dared to stop him. Sure enough, taking action is more deterrent. Zhu Linyuan sighed helplessly in his heart. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from upstairs. Kill him. If you let him walk through this gate, none of you will survive. Don't forget, it was my father who sent you to protect me. If anything happens to me, not only will you die, but your family will die with you. Below, more than 30 thugs had expressions of struggle on their faces. They didn't dare to stop Zhu Linyuan at all, but they also knew that with the methods used by Zhang Miao's father, if anything really happened to Zhang Miao, their families would surely die miserably. After all, he is one of the top 10 big shots in South City today. He has thousands of thugs under his command. Brothers, kill him together. At this time, a big man with dragon and tiger tattoos on his body and a face full of flesh roared. No matter how ruthless he is just one person. At most, he can beat 5 or 6 people. There are more than 30 of us with more than 30 knives. Together, we can chop him into pulp. Everyone was already struggling with their thoughts. And after hearing what he said, they all became agitated and rushed towards Zhu Linyuan. Above, Zhang Miao watched this scene with great interest and said to himself expectantly, I'm really looking forward to hearing this guy scream before he's hacked to death. For such a strong man, his screams must sound really nice, right? As Zhang Miao spoke, a morbid smile appeared on his face. The next second, she was suddenly stunned and the smile on her face froze. At this moment, below, facing the aggressive thugs, Zhu Linyuan did not retreat, but advanced instead. He exerted force on his feet and rushed forward like an arrow. I saw him turning his fists into claws, and his hands turned into a shadow, grabbing the throat of the fighter in front of him like lightning. Click, click. Zhu Linyuan moved as fast as lightning. Before the thugs in front of him could react, they felt a sharp pain in their throats and fell to the ground, holding their throats. Ho, ho, ho. At this time, their throats were crushed into powder and they couldn't even scream. They could only make sounds of air flowing, and then they stared with wide eyes waiting for death to come. This black dragon throat lock is really fierce. No wonder this boxing style is banned by the country. Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly. The lethality of this boxing style is too strong. Every move can kill the enemy. Once a move is made, the opponent will either die or be injured. He didn't use much strength at all, but all the thugs were killed. My boxing skills are really good, but unfortunately, I'm not proficient enough in using them. Zhu Linyuan looked at the 30 or so fighters around him and suddenly smiled. It's just right for me to use you to practice my boxing skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the crowd, sometimes using fists, sometimes using claws, and practicing all the moves of the 18 dragon slayers to his heart's content. The more than 30 thugs who were his opponents fell down one after another like harvested wheat. Above, Zhang Miao looked at Zhu Linyuan, who was covered in blood and killing people wantonly. His face turned pale in an instant, and he trembled as he said, He is not human. He is the devil. Chapter 20. The girl covered in scars. In a short while, more than 30 thugs fell to the ground. All of them were dead, not a single one was left alive. Chinese martial arts are indeed useful. Zhu Linyuan wiped the blood off his hands, nodded, and said with satisfaction, "The killing efficiency is too high, and it saves a lot of energy." Just now, he controlled the strength throughout the whole process and only used 1/3 of his strength. But even so, he was still able to handle it with ease in the face of so many thugs. Zhu Linyuan knew that if it was yesterday, he would not be able to do this. After all, they were facing more than 30 adult men who were armed and had certain fighting experience. The reason why he could kill so efficiently was because the 18 dragon slaying techniques were indeed powerful. It is indeed a killing skill that has been passed down for thousands of years. It seems I need to spend more time on this in the future. Through this battle, just now, Zhu Linyuan thoroughly felt the charm of Chinese martial arts. Now that we have dealt with the miscellaneous soldiers, we can get down to business. Zhu Linyuan said this and walked upstairs step by step. At this time, on the street not far away, two women dressed in black and holding long swords in their arms walked slowly forward. Behind them was a woman in a white suit and dozens of thugs. "Are you sure it's this direction?" The woman in the white suit looked coldly at the thug beside her and asked. "Definitely, boss Bai," the thug said quickly. "I saw that SUV on the day Sister Lan got into trouble, and it came out of Hu Zi's warehouse. Sister Lan always trades with Hu Zi. That day, Sister Lan disappeared, and Hu Zi and the others all died. These two things must be related. I bet it has something to do with that SUV, so I had people keep an eye on the area, and sure enough, we saw that SUV again today." "You're not making a mistake, are you?" the woman in the white suit called Boss Bai asked again. "Absolutely not," the thug swore. "That car is too eye-catching and unique. There is no way I could have mistaken it. It's heading in this direction." The thug said this, pointing forward. The direction he pointed to was exactly the direction of Zhang Miao's base camp, which was also where Zhu Linyuan was currently. "Okay," the woman in the white suit said. "If you can find the person who kidnapped Lan Ning, the organization will not treat you unfairly. If you can rescue Lan Ning, you will be the captain of Team 11 in the future." "Thank you, Boss Bai," the thug said excitedly. "A formation consists of 100 people. If he can rescue Lan Ning, he will be able to manage 100 people in the future. In the end times, having people under your control represents absolute power and authority. A quick step to success." At this time, in front of the Jidao organization team, was Zhang Miao's base camp. Bang! Zhu Linyuan kicked open the door and walked into the room filled with all kinds of toys. Looking at the room full of toys, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, looked around, and finally found a girl in the corner. But this girl was covered in scars and looked pitiful. One could tell at a glance what had happened to her. The girl stared blankly at her knees. She didn't react at all when she saw Zhu Linyuan come in. She was completely numb. Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly, looked around, and found that there was no one else in the room. Then he walked to the window, looked at the open window, frowned slightly, and said, "It seems that he escaped by jumping out of the window." Zhu Linyuan looked down and murmured, "This is the 8th floor. If he jumped down directly, he would definitely die. Maybe he stepped on the air conditioner to get down? It hasn't been long since I came up here, so the person shouldn't have gotten far away." Zhu Linyuan said this and quickly turned around to chase after him. The girl in the room was still staring at her white knees, her eyes dull, not knowing what she was thinking. The girl did not move until the footsteps gradually faded away. The ropes that were tightly tied around her body were easily untied by her. "That's really impressive." The girl showed a sick smile on her face. "He killed more than 30 of my men by himself. I almost fell into his hands. It made me smack myself. It hurts so much." As she spoke, the girl took off her sailor suit and opened the closet. There were many different dresses in the closet. "What should I wear?" The girl raised her lips, hummed a song, picked up a black skirt, tilted her head, and said, "How about this one? It doesn't look good." A deep male voice suddenly came from behind the girl. "That blue and white one suits you better." There was a hint of thought in the man's voice, as if he was seriously considering which one was more suitable for the girl. The girl was stunned for a moment. The pupil shrank. The skirt in her hand also fell to the ground. The girl slowly turned around and saw a tall and strong figure standing in front of her. The next second, a huge hand grabbed him. Click! After knocking Zhang Miao unconscious, Zhu Linyuan hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was not appropriate to just carry her out like this. It would not be good if you catch a cold without wearing anything. After thinking about it, Zhu Linyuan took a bed sheet and wrapped her up. Then he searched around and found that the next room was full of supplies, and there was a humming sound coming from one of the large boxes. When he opened the box, he saw a naked girl inside. The girl had more miserable scars on her body, but they were much more serious than those on Zhang Miao. When the girl saw Zhu Linyuan, her eyes were filled with fear. "Come out and put on some clothes." Zhu Linyuan shook his head and didn't continue to care about her. Instead, he started moving the supplies on his own. "I didn't expect that Zhang Miao is a wealthy woman who has so many drugs." Zhu Linyuan was slightly surprised. Nowadays, medicine is more valuable than food. Without saying a word, he moved all the medicines into the car and threw Zhang Miao on the back seat. He didn't move until the car was completely full. Only then did he walk to the driver's seat with satisfaction. At this time, the girl came out wearing a sailor skirt. She looked at Zhu Linyuan timidly. Zhu Linyuan waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. After making sure that Zhu Linyuan really had no intention of doing anything to her, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, whispered thank you, and then hurriedly ran towards her home. This little girl. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and sighed. She is frightened by the world. At this moment, he suddenly froze. The girl just ran to the corner of the street when suddenly a large group of people came out. At the front of the crowd were two women wearing black tights and holding long swords. The girl stood there, a little at a loss, looking at a figure in the crowd with horror, her whole body trembling slightly. She recognized the woman in the white suit. She remembered clearly that it was the woman who sold herself for the price of 20 boxes of chocolates. "Isn't this the stuff we sold before?" Boss Bai asked in surprise. "He actually escaped from Zhang Miao's hands?" As he said this, Boss Bai winked. The thug beside her immediately understood and walked towards the girl step by step. The girl quickly turned around and ran. The moment she saw Zhu Linyuan, she hesitated and ran in another direction. She was afraid of implicating Zhu Linyuan. Zhu Linyuan looked at this scene and frowned slightly. At this time, a thug suddenly stood up from the crowd, pointed at Zhu Linyuan's SUV, and shouted. It was this car. Sister Lan Ning was taken away by this car. Everyone's attention immediately focused on Zhu Linyuan. Even the two thugs who were trying to catch the girl stopped. They all knew clearly how important a woman was compared to Lan Ning. The two women in black tights slowly drew out the long swords in their arms, their eyes sharp. Alas, they're here for Lan Ning. Probably it's that extreme organization again. Looks like this will delay my return home for dinner. Zhu Linyuan sighed and suddenly laughed again. However, I haven't even gone to look for you yet, and you actually came to my door. There was a hint of murderous intent in Zhu Linyuan's words. Then we can just clean it up together. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword was unsheathed. Chapter 21, Stunning Blade Light. Clank! The long sword was unsheathed, making a crisp sound. Zhu Linyuan held a long knife in his hand, with an indifferent look in his eyes, and walked step by step towards the team of more than 100 thugs in front of him. His steps were neither too big nor too small, as if they had been precisely measured. His steps were neither fast nor slow, but with every step he took, his overall momentum rose. Although he was just one person, his aura was stronger than the more than 100 people on the opposite side, like a burning flame. He's a master. The two women in black looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. They had only seen this kind of aura in Guqiyu. The woman in the white suit also noticed the solemnity in the two men's eyes, so she spoke directly and ordered the thugs. Come on, all of them. Anyone who can hurt this guy will be rewarded with a box of canned food. Whoever kills this guy will be rewarded with 10 boxes of chocolates and a beautiful woman who has never been traded. Whoever can rescue Lan Ning will be the captain of the 11th formation. Upon hearing the reward the woman promised, the thugs instantly became excited. Their eyes turned red and they rushed towards Zhu Linyuan with knives in hand, wishing they could hack him to death. One cut will give you a box of canned food. If you are lucky enough to make the last cut, the reward will be even more generous. If I can rescue Lan Ning, I'll be the captain of a team in the future. Seeing this scene, the woman in white looked at Zhu Linyuan again with a scornful smile on her face. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. What's more, there are more than 100 people on our side. How can we be scared by just one person on the opposite side? In Nancheng, in front of our Jidao organization, you have to coil up if you are a dragon, and you have to lie down if you are a tiger. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than 100 swords? The woman in white lit a cigarette and spoke lightly, with a contemptuous smile on her face. The next second, she was suddenly stunned. Just now in front. Call. Facing the aggressive thugs, Zhu Linyuan suddenly let out a breath. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he exerted force with his feet. Bang! The solid concrete road surface was cracked by his foot, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the middle. At the same time, Zhu Linyuan's body rushed towards the crowd like a cannonball. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, his body slightly bent inward. His right arm holding the knife suddenly swelled, his muscles bulged high, and then facing the crowd. Cut with one knife. Swish! A stunning silver blade light flashed in the air. However, the thugs only heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air, and nothing seemed to have happened other than that. At this moment, the thugs behind suddenly saw a bloody mark on the necks of a dozen people in front. The bloodstain was just a thin red line at first, but blood soon seeped out of it. What's going on? The thug was confused, but before he could ask, suddenly, the heads of the people in front of him were blown into the air by the blood gushing out of their necks. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, one headless corpse after another fell to the ground. The next second, one head after another fell to the ground, rolling around. Monster, monster! The thugs scrambled to flee backwards, like the tide receding. Chopping off more than a dozen heads with one sword, the visual impact is really powerful. As the parties involved, they were terrified when they saw this scene. What a fast knife! At the back, two women in black tights looked at each other and said at the same time, "We are no match for them, retreat." Without hesitation, the two men turned around and ran away. After seeing the knife attack just now, they had no confidence at all that they could beat the opponent. The woman in the white suit shouted directly, "This is a tough idea. Retreat quickly and go back for help." Having said that, he turned around and ran away. She has been following Gu Chiyu for many years and has witnessed many masters with terrifying strength. She was also very clear that the strength of some masters could not be judged by common sense. In her opinion, the tall man opposite was that kind of master. You can't win by having more people. Let's go back and fight Sister Gu. This guy is definitely no match for Sister Gu. The woman in white thought to herself. A group of thugs were so scared when they saw the man on the opposite side kill more than a dozen people with one knife, with the blood spurting so high that their legs went limp. At this time, the leaders had all run away, and this group of people just turned around and ran. Want to run now? Zhu Linyuan showed a hint of cold smile. Isn't it a bit late? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Linyuan rushed forward, knife in hand, and rushed into the crowd like a wolf among a flock of sheep, and began to slaughter indiscriminately. In front of him, this group of ferocious thugs were more docile than sheep. They just ran away, and no one dared to fight back. Everyone was praying that Zhu Linyuan would not come after them. Finally, after Zhu Linyuan killed dozens of people in a row, the remaining people were completely frightened. I don't know who took the lead, but they suddenly dropped their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the remaining people no longer tried to escape, but followed suit, dropping their weapons and kneeling down to beg for mercy. Seeing everyone kneeling down, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and retracted the long knife that was already on the neck of the thug in front of him. At this moment, the thug felt a chill on his neck. He was so scared that he quickly pressed his head, fearing that his head would fly off in the next second. There are about 50 people left. Zhu Linyuan glanced around and thought secretly, "I'm short of people now. Although the strength of these people is mediocre, they can still be used as laborers. If I can use these people, some of my ideas can be realized as soon as possible." For Zhu Linyuan, it was easy to kill all these people. Anything that requires manual labor is easier than harvesting wheat. However, there is no point in simply killing. What he needs is this group of people to create value for him. It is much harder to conquer than to kill. You wait here. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, his eyes swept across the faces of the thugs one by one. Every thug he saw lowered his head quickly, afraid to look him in the eye. Seeing this, Zhu Linyuan said calmly, "You better not try to be clever. I will kill anyone who dares to stand up." After saying that, he stood up and chased in the direction the three women fled. He has always believed in one purpose. Or don't do it. Now that we have started, we must try our best to eradicate the problem completely. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. The silver-white high heels made crisp sounds when they stepped on the ground, which was very pleasant to hear. Bai Yuan also likes to listen to the crisp sound of her high heels hitting the ground. After all, she is accompanied by dozens or even hundreds of thugs whenever she goes out, so she doesn't need to worry about safety issues at all. so she can go out wearing high heels without restraint. This is also her pride. Even in the end times, when other women couldn't even get enough food to eat, she could still live a comfortable life. You can still wear a suit and high heels and do whatever you want in this city, like an urban beauty. However, at this moment, she deeply regretted wearing high heels, which made it impossible for her to run fast. She didn't dare take off her shoes. If there was zombie blood somewhere and she was infected, she would be dead. Listening to the sound of high heels hitting the ground, she felt extremely annoyed. Those two watches run really fast. Bai Yuan looked forward and cursed in her heart. The three of them fled almost at the same time, but at this time, the other two women in black clothes could no longer be seen in the front. These two cousins usually follow the eldest brother around every day. They do nothing but act so arrogantly. I work outside every day to support them. As a result, when something happens, these two cousins run away faster than anyone else, even ignoring me. Bai Yuan cursed the two women in her heart and vented her dissatisfaction. At this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound under her feet, and she lost her balance and fell to the ground. It turned out that she ran too fast, and her high heels broke. Oh shit! Bai Yuan quickly got up and nervously checked her body for any injuries. She didn't know whether there was any blood of zombies or anything like that in the area beneath her feet. In a place like this, even the slightest injury poses a risk of infection. Bai Yuan checked around nervously and found that there was no wound on his body. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one was hurt. These high heels are so unreliable. The heels broke after I ran a few steps. As Bai Yuan was speaking, her eyes suddenly lit up and an idea popped into her mind as if an electric shock had occurred. Then she stepped hard and broke the heel of the other shoe. She tried to run 2 steps, and sure enough, this time she ran much faster. Damn it, I really still need to use my brain. Bai Yuan snorted coldly. When I get back, I'll ask the boss to send someone to kill that guy. No matter how good that guy is at fighting, he is definitely no match for the boss. What's more, we have thousands of people under our command. You've made me so miserable. I want you to be chopped into pieces and then fed to the zombies piece by piece. Bai Yuan ran while cursing viciously. She was extremely confident in Gu Qiuyu's ability. She had seen Gu Qiuyu take action. Therefore, even after seeing Zhu Linyuan kill more than a dozen people with one sword, she still firmly believed that Zhu Linyuan was no match for Gu Qiuyu. Suddenly, at this moment, a deep voice came from behind her. Your boss, is he very strong? Bai Yuan heard the voice and turned around in horror. I only saw a big hand suddenly grabbing towards me. Chapter 22 Lan Ning is very uncomfortable. After knocking Bai Yuan unconscious with a palm, Zhu Linyuan carried her directly back to the parking space. As for the other two women in black, they had already run away to who knows where. But Zhu Linyuan didn't care. He originally wanted to wipe out the roots, but after hearing Bai Yuan say that her boss was very powerful, he suddenly changed his mind. If their boss is really an expert, then it would be nice to have a fight with him. It's just right to let those two women go and tip them off so I don't have to go looking for them. Zhu Linyuan was secretly looking forward to it. Just now, the woman in white saw me take action, but she was still so sure that she was no match for their boss. How powerful is their boss? Could he be a martial arts master? Even if he is a master of traditional Chinese martial arts, Zhu Linyuan is not afraid at all now. With his current strength, if he gives it his all, even the strongest master can be defeated with just one strike. Returning to the car, Zhu Linyuan took a quick look and found that this group of people were actually kneeling on the ground obediently, and none of them ran away. That's right. Zhu Linyuan nodded and said, I can spare your lives. You all get up and follow me. Zhu Linyuan said this, threw Bai Yuan into the car, and then slowly started the car. Later, everyone stood up as if relieved. Everyone's legs are weak. Many people even got their pants wet. Zhu Linyuan's massacre just now frightened them all and made them lose their courage to kill. Therefore, these arrogant and domineering thugs followed Zhu Linyuan's car obediently, and even lined up in 2 teams and marched forward. Seeing the reaction of this group of thugs, Zhu Linyuan's murderous intent faded again. People without spine are often not threatening. Soon, Zhu Linyuan brought the captives back to his home. Zhu Linyuan parked the car, and more than 50 thugs stood neatly in a square formation. Seeing the boss bring so many people back at once, everyone who was working stopped and looked over curiously. Brother, why did Brother Zhu bring these people back? Lu Yao asked curiously. Don't ask too much. Lu Bai shook his head. We just need to do what Mr. Zhu said, and don't ask about other things. Oh. Lu Yao blinked and stood quietly aside to watch the fun. At this time, Su Zian had already walked towards Zhu Linyuan. Boss, who are these people? Su Zian asked in a low voice. These people are thugs from the Jidao organization. They are the captives I took back today. I will hand them over to you for management from now on. Zhu Linyuan unloaded the goods and said casually. So many captives? Su Zian's eyes lit up. This time we can clean up the zombies nearby, and we can also reclaim the wasteland behind. If we plant now, we might be able to have a harvest this year. Hearing that these people were under her charge, Su Ziyin immediately began to think about how to deal with them. Zhu Linyuan had told her before that the surrounding wastelands should be utilized. According to Zhu Linyuan, even if there are a lot of supplies now, they cannot just sit back and do nothing. They must find a way to obtain food and various resources continuously. In the end times, the easiest way to obtain resources is to rob them, steal other people's supplies. Gold belt for murder and arson. But Zhu Linyuan knew that this was not a long-term solution. But the most long-term solution is to produce the materials ourselves. Moreover, in the last days, if you control the material production channels, it is equivalent to controlling part of the voice. Zhu Linyuan would definitely not waste his time growing food. But now, he has so many people under his command, and he can let them grow crops. If these people are useful, he can capture more of them and have them do things for him. Before the lunar disaster came, there were still many survivors. As for how to manage this group of people, he did not waste time thinking about it and directly handed it over to Su Zian. He knew that Su Zian could manage 500 or 5,000 people in an orderly manner, let alone 50. And he only needs to keep Su Ziyan under control. After handing the person over to Su Zian, Zhu Linyuan thought for a moment, went to the basement and got some handcuffs for her, and said, "These people are all thugs of the Yakuza organization. Their hands are stained with blood. It is estimated that it will not be easy for them to change their minds. We still need to take some measures." "Boss, you've thought it through." Su Zian took the handcuffs, smiled and flattered him, then called Lu Bai over and said, "Xiao Lu, put these handcuffs on them. Everyone should wear them to prevent this group of people from causing trouble." Okay. Lu Bai walked towards the group of prisoners with handcuffs in his hand, full of energy. He has been trying to find ways to show himself in front of Zhu Linyuan. Seeing Lu Bai coming over with the handcuffs, the prisoners all stepped back slightly. They all knew that once they were handcuffed, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. A few of them even wanted to run away. But after seeing Zhu Linyuan standing not far away with an indifferent look, they felt a chill in their hearts and completely gave up the idea of escaping. Let Lu Bai lock them up. They all knew that being locked up meant losing freedom, but if they dared to resist, they would lose their lives. As long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. The group of people looked at the shackles on their feet and comforted themselves in their hearts. At this time, the headquarters of the Jidao organization. Two women in black tights pushed open the door and walked in quickly. At this time, Gu Qiyu was still sitting cross-legged in practice. Hearing the noise, he slowly opened his eyes without any emotion in his clear eyes. Seeing the expressions of the two women in black, Gu Qiyu slowly said, "What happened? Shui or Mua, didn't you saving her?" "Sister, the other party is too strong." One of the women in black shook her head and said in fear. More than 100 thugs surrounded them, and more than a dozen were killed in an instant. If we hadn't run fast, we might not have been able to come back. We are no match for that man. So strong. Gu Qiyu frowned slightly. A trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and his voice gradually became colder. No wonder he dared to go against me. It seems he is also a powerful force. How many people did the other side send out? One. Hearing Gu Qiyu's question, the woman in black answered hesitantly, not daring to look at Gu Qiyu. One person. Gu Qiyu frowned. One person killed an entire team? Besides me, is there anyone else in Nanchung who has this kind of strength? Could it be those people? Due to his identity, Gu Qiyu had also come into contact with some mysterious masters in South City. In her eyes, this group of people were simply killing machines, and every move and every style was designed for killing. Moreover, these people are not afraid of death at all. Once they lock on to a target, they will fight to the death. He would rather have his arm chopped off than stab his target. Just like the legendary assassins. Perhaps these people are not as strong as himself. But even if Gu Qiyu meets these people, he cannot guarantee that he can win. It's definitely not those people. The woman in black said quickly. This person's skills are not particularly outstanding. He must be born with supernatural powers, so he can fight against 100 people alone. So that's how it is. Gucci finally felt relieved. It's just that you were born with supernatural powers. Then there's nothing to worry about. Without sufficient skill, even the strongest power is nothing but a castle in the air. A single sword strike can kill you. There was a hint of murderous intent in Gu Qiuyu's eyes. She had dealt with many people with natural supernatural powers, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Continue to send people to search for the other party's traces. This time, I will do it myself. Yes. The woman in black responded repeatedly and immediately turned around to arrange for her men to search for Zhu Lingyuan's whereabouts. At this time, after seeing that every prisoner was handcuffed, Zhu Linyuan stood up and left, carrying Zhang Miao and Bai Yuan to the prison. The host successfully arrested the prisoner, Zhang Miao, and completed the arrest mission. Reward: 2 bottles of physical strengthening reagents, 20 attribute points. After locking up Zhang Miao, Zhu Linyuan received the mission reward. I got 20 attribute points. Zhu Linyuan smiled slightly, then asked in confusion, but what is this physical strengthening potion? Zhu Linyuan was a little curious. Judging from the name, it should be a medicine for strengthening the physical body. But you have to try to know what the specific effect is. Zhu Linyuan was somewhat looking forward to it. After all, the rewards from these missions had never disappointed him. However, at this time in the prison, Zhu Linyuan did not check immediately, but looked at the prisoner wrapped in the quilt in front of him. It's time to wake up. Zhu Linyuan picked up the unconscious Zhang Miao and slapped him twice as usual. The fair face suddenly became red and swollen. However, this time, Zhang Miao did not wake up. Did I hit her too hard when I knocked her out? Zhu Linyuan was secretly confused. But since Zhang Miao didn't wake up, he was too lazy to waste time here and turned directly to cell number 1. At this time, Luo Qingying had completed all the training for today and was stretching her body, revealing her seductive curves. When she saw Zhu Linyuan coming, a barely perceptible hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Zhu Linyuan didn't notice Luo Qingying's expression. After entering the prison, he said directly, when the person next to you wakes up, tell her to do 1,000 squats every day. From now on, she will be in your care. Okay. Luo Qingying nodded, still looking cool and aloof, stretching her body. Although she really wanted to chat more with Zhu Linyuan, a certain pride in her heart reminded her not to be too proactive. Zhu Linyuan didn't care about Luo Qingying's little thoughts. He could clearly see through the panel that Luo Qingying's submission value had reached 52 points. It is already a very high number. It can be said that he has basically surrendered. According to the system, when the submission value reaches 60, the other party will not refuse any of his reasonable requests. When the submission value reaches 80, the other party will basically not refuse most of his requests, unless it is a request for the other party to commit suicide. When the submission value reaches 100, the other party will not refuse any of his requests, including suicide. In other words, as long as the submission value reaches 100, Zhu Linyuan can make these prisoners do anything. Now, seeing that Luo Qingying's submission value has reached 52, Zhu Linyuan also feels quite accomplished. Luo Qingying can indeed be trained. When her submission value reaches 80, I can let her come out and do things for me. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. As for Lan Ning in cell number 2, Zhu Linyuan has not yet found any value in her training and can only produce attribute points for her every day. Not to mention Zhang Miao in cell number 1, who is still unconscious. Just when Zhu Linyuan stood up and was about to leave, Lan Ying's voice suddenly came from the cell opposite. Brother, I feel so bad. Can you help me? Chapter 23 Lan Ying's Chongsam. What's wrong with you? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and looked at Lan Ying. This woman is of no value in the first place, and she always causes trouble. If she hadn't been able to continuously produce attribute points for Zhu Linyuan would have wanted to slap her to death. I feel so bad. Lan Ying lay on the blanket, wearing the blue and white porcelain Chongsam again. Her voice was soft, and her face was rosy. Her slender hands kept wandering over her graceful body. Zhu Linyuan walked into cell number 2, glanced at her, frowned, and said, Have you taken aphrodisiacs? In his opinion, Lan Ying's reaction was completely 456. Well, when Zhu Linyuan said this, Lan Ying choked up and forgot the line she had prepared for the rest. She originally saw that Luo Qingying ate drank, dressed, and slept better than her every day. And even now, she could control others, so she felt dissatisfied. So she wanted to learn from Luo Qingying to use her beauty to seduce Zhu Linyuan, so that Zhu Linyuan would give her some resources and freedom. I didn't expect Zhu Linyuan to be so unromantic. What are you hushing about? If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Zhu Linyuan said impatiently. Although Lan Ying was also a rare beauty, he didn't want to waste any more time on this woman. Moreover, even if he really wanted to do something, did he need to ask Lan Ying for her consent? Could Lan Ying still resist? Their identities were originally unequal. Zhu Linyuan can treat Lan Ying however he wants, and Lan Ying can only give him whatever he wants. Nothing. Lan Ying saw Zhu Linyuan's impatience and said cautiously with some fear, "My legs hurt after doing squats, and want me to help you take a look?" Zhu Linyuan couldn't stand Lan Ying's hesitation and interrupted her directly. "Yeah." Lan Ying lowered her head and hummed softly. "You didn't do a very good job. There's still a lot to do." Zhu Linyuan walked forward and casually pulled open the hem of Lan Ying's cheongsam. However, Lan Ying's cheongsam was only slit to her calves, so Zhu Linyuan reached out and lifted up her entire cheongsam, revealing her two slender, white legs. This was the first time in Lan Ying's life that she was touched by a man like this. Her body felt very strange, and she couldn't help but hum. When Lan Ying heard her own voice, her pretty face turned red, and she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at Zhu Linyuan. It was only then that Zhu Linyuan discovered that Lan Ying's skin was surprisingly delicate, firm, and sensitive, and her body seemed to have been soaked in milk, emitting bursts of fragrance that was very pleasant to smell. It is indeed a rare beauty. But I can see that you still lack exercise. Zhu Linyuan shook his head secretly and began to massage her long legs. Judging from her looks and figure, Lan Ying should be of the level that the king would never attend court early in the morning. But in terms of physical fitness, Lan Ying is probably only at the level of a high school student. Being able to do 1,000 squats is really a life-threatening thing. His hands are so strong and warm, so comfortable. Lan Ying carefully felt the strength of Zhu Linyuan's massage on her legs, thinking a little shyly. She didn't know what would happen next. She felt both nervous and expectant, and her two long legs were unconsciously clamped together. "Relax." Zhu Linyuan frowned and spread her legs apart, massaging them for a while, making her look so charming, and her long white legs turned pink. And then he stopped. "Okay, my legs won't hurt anymore after I wake up from a good night's sleep." Zhu Linyuan pulled Lan Ying's cheongsam down to cover her long legs, then stood up and left. "Is it over?" Lan Ying's face turned pink. Her expression was dazed, and she asked with a hint of lingering interest, "Don't you need to apply medicine?" "I will naturally apply medicine to you when you perform to my satisfaction." Zhu Linyuan shook his head. "With your current performance, I think it's a waste of time to give you a massage." After saying that, Zhu Linyuan stood up and left. Lan Ying's submission value has also increased from 19 points to 27 points. It seems that using differential treatment to make them jealous is effective. Walking on the road, Zhu Linyuan was thinking in his heart. For him, the ultimate goal is to increase the submission values of these prisoners, let them create value for themselves, and bring in a steady stream of attribute points. In the end times, strength is the most important thing. Zhu Linyuan thought about it, pushed open the door of the room, and instantly smelled the aroma of food. For a moment, my index finger was excited. "What delicious food have you made again?" Seeing Ruan Qingyan busy, Zhu Linyuan walked over and asked curiously. "Today I made fried shrimp, shredded pork with fish sauce, and sweet and sour carp." Seeing Zhu Linyuan return safely, Ruan Qingyan's heart finally settled down, and she happily took out the dishes from the pot one by one. Zhu Linyuan had been hungry for a long time. When he saw the exquisite food, he couldn't help but pick up a bowl of fragrant rice and started to eat it with relish. "Be careful, the fish is bones," Ruan Qingyan reminded quickly. "It's okay," Zhu Linyuan said as he swept away all the food in a flash. Eating fish bones can also supplement calcium. Although Zhu Linyuan ate very quickly, he chewed very carefully. Moreover, with his current physical condition, he could easily chew even glass in a powder, let alone fish bones. After hearing what Zhu Linyuan said, Ruan Qingyan realized that she was worrying too much. After all, Zhu Linyuan's physique was so strong. How could he be afraid of fish bones? Thinking of this, she happily watched Zhu Linyuan eat heartily, while she ate slowly and leisurely. In a short while, the 3 plates of food were eaten up by the two of them, and the whole pot of rice was also finished. Comfortable, Zhu Linyuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and said contentedly. Ruan Qingyin smiled and stood up to clean up the dishes while reminding, "There are some cut fruits in the refrigerator. I'll give them to you later." "Good." Zhu Linyuan nodded and strode back to the bedroom. "Now we can see what this physical strengthening potion is." Zhu Linyuan sat down cross-legged, and with a thought, 2 bottles of azure medicine appeared in his hands. At the same time, in his mind, the system also explained how to use the medicine. Can you just drink it directly? It would be much easier. Zhu Linyuan opened a bottle of medicine without hesitation and drank it down. Tons, tons, tons. As the medicine flowed into his abdomen, Zhu Linyuan felt a warm feeling in his stomach, and his body was gradually strengthening. However, the speed of this strengthening was very average, and Zhu Linyuan didn't even feel any pain. After a while, the warm current disappeared. Zhu Linyuan opened the system panel and found that his physical fitness had indeed increased by 10 points. A bottle of physical fitness potion can increase physical fitness by 10 points, which is not bad. Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly, and at the same time used the 20 attribute points obtained from completing the capture mission today, as well as the attribute points brought by Luo Qingying and Laning from completing daily tasks on strength and physique. More than 20 attribute points were added at once, and Zhu Linyuan's body suddenly turned slightly red, and he felt a needle-like pain, but it was not obvious. Sure enough, with my current physical fitness, an increase of more than 20 attribute points is well within my tolerance range. Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly. Just then, the doorbell rang outside the room. Chapter 24, Su Ziyan's Determination. "What's wrong, Ziyan?" Seeing that it was Su Ziyan outside the door, Zhu Linyuan opened the door directly. "Boss, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take action." At this time, Su Ziyan, who usually wore a uniform, put on the same black combat uniform as Zhu Linyuan, making her look more capable. However, Su Ziyan's face was a little pale at this time, which added a touch of frail beauty to her look. "Boss, just now when I was leading those prisoners to clean up the wasteland behind us, we encountered a big guy. That big guy kept attacking us, and several of our prisoners died." "Big guy?" Zhu Linyuan asked with interest. "What exactly is it?" He didn't care about the death of a few prisoners. What he cared about was what exactly happened. Being able to kill several prisoners in a row, could it be a mutant? I didn't see it clearly either. It was very fast, and I could only see a shadow passing by. Su Ziyan shook her head and said with some fear. But it was indeed quite large, like a cat. And that thing is very strong. Every time it attacks someone, it bites the neck directly and then drags the whole person into the woods. I was afraid that too many people would die, so I asked everyone to evacuate first. After hearing Su Ziyan's explanation, Zhu Linyuan nodded and said, "You did the right thing. I killed several of you without even seeing its appearance. That thing is no longer something you can handle." Zhu Linyuan said as he changed into his combat uniform, put on his fighting gloves, picked up his sword, turned around and looked at Ruan Qingyin and said, "I'll go take care of it first and come back to eat the fruit later." "I'll come along too." Ruan Qingyin had already finished washing the dishes and said excitedly, "I also want to see what it is." "You stay home first." Zhu Linyuan shook his head. "I'm not sure about that guy's strength yet. If he's too fast, it would be bad if he hurts you." After hearing the conversation between Zhu Linyuan and Ruan Qingyin, Su Ziyan's expression changed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal and said, "Then boss, shall we set off now?" "Good." Zhu Linyuan nodded and strode out of the room. The moment she turned around to close the door, Su Ziyan looked at Ruan Qingyin carefully, as if she wanted to imprint her appearance in her heart, and then she turned and left. Through the conversation just now, she could basically confirm that Zhu Linyuan had extraordinary feelings for Ruan Qingyin. In her impression, Zhu Linyuan was always indifferent to everyone. She had never seen Zhu Linyuan be so gentle to someone. It seems that she will be the boss lady from now on. Su Ziyan thought secretly, feeling a little unconvinced. "I've known the boss for so long. Isn't there any chance? Someone like Zhu Linyuan, who is strong, capable, and smart, can absolutely destroy Su Ziyan. Not to mention that Zhu Linyuan had just saved her life. In Su Ziyan's heart, she had long regarded herself as Zhu Linyuan's woman. She had already prepared herself mentally, and she would not refuse any request Zhu Linyuan made of her. However, Zhu Linyuan never said a word, so she had no choice but to complete every task that Zhu Linyuan assigned to her. But now Zhu Linyuan suddenly expressed his love for another woman, and Su Zian felt inexplicably jealous. She doesn't care how many women Zhu Linyuan has. After all, this is the end of the world. With Zhu Linyuan's strength, he is destined to have countless women as long as he wants. But she hopes she can be Zhu Linyuan's first woman. Given the boss's personality, he probably hasn't made it clear to her yet. Walking on the way to the wasteland, Su Zian thought secretly, as long as it's not made clear, I still have a chance. Even if I can't get the boss's heart, I have to get his body. Zhu Linyuan didn't notice what Su Zian was thinking. He was very much looking forward to what that big thing was, so his pace naturally quickened. Seeing Su Zian struggling to follow him, Zhu Linyuan didn't think twice and directly put his arm around her slender waist and said, Zian, let's move faster. I'm going to speed up. Hold me tight. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan dodged, and his speed suddenly increased several times. Feeling the strong wind blowing towards her, Su Zian hurriedly hugged Zhu Linyuan tightly, pressing her body tightly against him. Feeling his body temperature and strong heartbeat, and inexplicably felt a lot more secure in her heart. Su Zian's waist is very soft, especially in combat uniform, which makes her look particularly attractive. Zhu Linyuan couldn't help but increase his strength a little and hold her in his arms. In Zhu Linyuan's arms, Su Zian quietly observed Zhu Linyuan's sculpted and tough profile, as well as the streamlined muscle contours under his clothes, biting her lips lightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhu Linyuan didn't think about anything. He accelerated and soon brought Su Zian to the wasteland. Looking at the bloodstains not far away, Zhu Linyuan showed a thoughtful look on his face and put Su Zian down from his arms. Boss, that guy killed 4 people in total and took their bodies away in the direction of the mountains. Su Zian straightened her clothes and explained softly. Originally, she had just witnessed 4 people die here, and now she was somewhat reluctant to come to this wasteland. But standing next to Zhu Linyuan, she felt inexplicably safe and was not worried at all about being attacked by the monster. This shows her absolute trust in Zhu Linyuan. It should be a wild beast in the mountains that has turned into a deformed species. Zhu Linyuan showed a hint of anticipation on his face. Evolution liquid delivered to your door. Just when I was worried that I didn't have enough attribute points, you rushed to send me the evolution liquid. Zhu Linyuan smiled and whispered to himself. Then he told Su Zian, Zian, let those captives return to the wasteland and carry out their work normally. I will watch here. Okay, boss. Su Zian nodded obediently and immediately turned around to call over the more than 40 prisoners outside. You continue to do what I arranged just now. With the boss here, you don't have to worry about your safety. While Su Zian was speaking, Zhu Linyuan also looked at the group of captives. However, unlike the smiling look just now, the look he gave the prisoners was cold and indifferent. It seemed that if the captives refused, he would kill them all without hesitation. The captives were originally reluctant to come to the wasteland again, but when they saw Zhu Linyuan's cold eyes, they immediately panicked. If you come to this wasteland, you might be killed by monsters. If you don't follow the instructions, you will definitely be killed by Zhu Linyuan. One is likely to be killed, the other is certain to be killed. These prisoners can still tell the difference. Soon, the prisoners reluctantly picked up tools such as hoes and shovels and began to reclaim the wasteland. Zhu Linyuan stood there, looking in the direction of the mountains not far away. At the beginning, Zhu Linyuan deliberately chose this location as his base camp because of the mountains behind it. Although there are countless mutant beasts and deformed species in the mountains, there are also extremely rich resources. Food, medicine, and minerals are the most important resources in the end times. Especially after the lunar disaster, resources become more important. If you can control these resources, you will have the right to speak. Zhu Linyuan looked at the mountains in the distance and slowly clenched his fists. In his eyes, the entire South City and these mountains were territories he wanted to conquer. However, he did not have enough men under his command at the time and was unable to carry out the plan to conquer the mountains. Let's fight with the forces in South City first, accumulate some strength and followers, and then we can explore these mountains. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly flashed out from the forest ahead. The black shadow was as fast as a ghost and rushed straight towards the crowd. However, Zhu Linyuan reacted even faster. He rushed towards Su Zian like an arrow and hugged her in his arms. He then rolled sideways and took Su Zian to the side. The next second, a beast shadow suddenly appeared where they were just now. As if surprised that he had missed his target, The beast's shadow stood there in a daze for a moment. This also allowed Zhu Linyuan to see its true face. It turned out to be this beast. Zhu Linyuan protected Su Zian behind him with a smile on his face. It's actually the most aggressive lynx mutant. It's rare to see this kind of beast in South City. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he put Su Zian down and slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. Chapter 25: Zhu Linyuan's terrifying strength. At this moment, not far to the right of Zhu Linyuan, there stood a huge creature the size of a cat. The beast was about 2 meters long, with very strong limbs, long hair hanging down its cheeks, and an extremely ferocious look in its eyes. It turned out to be a lynx. Zhu Linyuan held the alloy sword horizontally in front of him and looked at the mutant lynx in front of him with interest. Lynx is a cunning and cautious cat, known as the hunter of the mountains. It is extremely aggressive and can basically kill with one strike. The average lynx is less than 1 meter long, but the one in front of Zhu Linyuan is as big as a tiger. With such a large size, you can imagine how strong it is. Interesting. Zhu Linyuan became interested, and there was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. The stronger the mutant, the better the effect of the evolutionary fluid made from the spores in its body. I hope your strength as a beast won't disappoint me. Zhu Linyuan murmured. The numerous captives around them scattered the moment they saw the giant lynx and retreated to a distant location they thought was safe. Do you think Boss Zhu can defeat this beast? I feel like this beast is very strong. It killed several people before, and I didn't even see its shadow. Stop talking so much, just read it. Pray that the boss can win. If he can't win, we can't stop this beast. Yes, we are all in shackles. We can't run away. While everyone was whispering, Zhu Linyuan suddenly moved. Swish! Zhu Linyuan rushed towards the giant lynx mutant like a hunting cheetah and slashed it with a fierce blow. A silver blade flashed through the air and headed straight for the mutant's throat. However, the speed of this mutant was also extremely fast. It suddenly leaped backwards and dodged Zhu Linyuan's knife. Then, the mutant rushed towards Zhu Linyuan again, and its sharp claws popped out from its feet like scimitars, heading straight for Zhu Linyuan's face. Clang! Zhu Linyuan wrapped his left arm around Su Zian's slender waist, held the knife in his right hand, and directly blocked the mutant's claw with the knife, while using the force to fly backwards. Oh no! Is it possible that Boss Zhu is no match for this beast? It's over. Even Boss Zhu was knocked out. Aren't we doomed? Shut up! Lu Bai shouted coldly in the crowd. You are just a bunch of prisoners. How can you guess Mr. Zhu's strength? Someone in the crowd suddenly cursed. How dare you, a yellow-haired boy, talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Wait. Everyone look? Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. The discussions and scolding stopped immediately, and everyone looked curiously in the direction the man was pointing. The next second, everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. It's fake, it's fake. How is this possible? Boss Zhu, has this transformed? At this moment, Zhu Linyuan landed steadily on the ground, put Su Zian down, and walked towards the giant lynx mutant step by step. His pace was not fast, but with every step he took, his muscles expanded. As he continued to walk forward, his whole body became extremely strong, like a furious King Kong, exuding an incomparable sense of oppression. The people who were chattering and arguing just now became silent at this moment, looking at Zhu Linyuan in shock. Su Ziyan's eyes were full of admiration. You beast, Zhu Linyuan said in a deep voice. His voice sounded like the sound of metal clashing. You do have some strength. It looks like I can have a good time today. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan grinned and sheathed his sword. Then he stretched his muscles and bones, and suddenly a crisp sound like bamboo joints growing came from his body. The next second, the whole person suddenly shot out and headed straight for the lynx mutant. Bang! A burst of dust rose up from the wasteland. So fast. Lu Bai's eyes were full of shock. In his eyes, Zhu Linyuan suddenly turned into a residual shadow, and he could not see where he was in the darkness. The others didn't react at all. A hint of human-like fear flashed in the eyes of the lynx mutant. At this moment, it suddenly felt threatened by the human in front of it. It turned around and tried to run away. However, at this moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly appeared in front of it. Come and die! Zhu Linyuan roared like thunder, and at the same time his right arm suddenly expanded. His fist, as big as a bowl, was like a giant hammer, smashing down hard on the head of the giant lynx from top to bottom. Bang! The entire upper body of the giant lynx was hammered into the ground in an instant. Just as it was struggling to get up, another heavy punch came down from above. Bang! 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 Zhu Linyuan did not use any fighting skills, but relied entirely on his enormous strength to punch the lynx mutant on the head again and again, smashing its entire body deep into the wasteland. The sound of fists landing on the mutants echoed clearly in the wilderness. Among the people watching around, some couldn't help swallowing. There was shock in everyone's eyes. He who wanted to take the opportunity to slip away just now began to pray that he would not be discovered by Zhu Linyuan. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan's figure looked like a god or devil descending to the earth in their eyes. It is the embodiment of power. After a while, Zhu Linyuan felt that the mutant was no longer moving, so he stopped punching. At the same time, his entire body shape returned to a slender form. He looked like a model who exercised regularly, tough and handsome, completely different from the angry King Kong just now. At this time, he had hammered a huge, deep pit in the wasteland in front of him. It's quite resistant, not bad. Zhu Linyuan nodded in admiration, then reached out and pulled the entire deformed creature out of the pit. Seeing the miserable state of the mutants, the captives felt a chill down their spines. At this time, the entire body of the deformed creature had been hammered to pieces, leaving only its head intact as Zhu Linyuan deliberately avoided it. The powerful mutant who was so majestic and killing indiscriminately just now, and whose head and tail were nowhere to be found, was beaten into a puddle of mud in a moment. The few prisoners who had just tried to escape in the chaos now wished they could slap themselves in the face. Even such a strong monster was beaten into mud. With my small body, I would be beaten into a cake with just one punch. These prisoners completely gave up the idea of escaping and were ready to work here for the rest of their lives. But it's okay. Boss Zhu is so powerful. At least I don't have to worry about danger when working under him. Work hard. If Boss Zhu gives me some pointers, I can walk sideways. The prisoners were all thinking. Zhu Linyuan carried the mutant's corpse, took a deep look at the mountains in the distance, then turned and walked towards his residence. Zian, let them continue working. I'll leave this to you. Please be careful. After Zhu Linyuan gave a few instructions, he carried the mutant's body to the autopsy room. At this time, in the prison, two women were plotting something. Chapter 26, Ruan Qingyan in a pink nightdress. Sister Lanning, you are here. When Bai Yuan woke up, she saw Lanning in the cell next door and became excited. She was originally worried whether Gu Chuyu would give up on her, but she felt relieved when she saw Lanning here. She knew very well that with Gu Chuyu's love for Lanning, she would not give up looking for Lanning. As long as the boss comes, everyone here will die. I will be safe then. Bai Yuan thought secretly. A high-ranking member of a Jidao organization was also arrested. Lanning sneered. She has always looked down on people from Yakuza organizations, because her sister was captured by a Yakuza organization. Gu Chuyu also used her sister to threaten her, forcing her to submit and become her woman. Only after Lanning threatened to commit suicide did both parties take a step back and reach an agreement. Lanning works for the Jidao organization, but Gu Chuyu will not harm her sister. Therefore, Lanning hated the Yakuza organization very much. Facing Lan Ying's disdain, Bai Yuan felt unhappy, but she still smiled and said, Sister Lanning, don't worry, you also know how the boss feels about you. She will definitely come to save you. Gu Chuyu, Lanning sneered. Do you think she is a match for Zhu Linyuan? Is that man called Zhu Linyuan? Bai Yuan shook her head and sneered. Sister Lanning, you haven't seen the boss's full strength yet. If she takes action, Zhu Linyuan is no match for her at all. Lanning smiled contemptuously and said nothing. In her opinion, Zhu Linyuan's strength was simply terrifying, like a god or demon, and she didn't think Gu Chuyu could save her at all. The biggest possibility is that she herself will be implicated. It's good to come in with him. Lanning thought secretly. I want to see what Gu Chuyu's cousin looks like when she is also locked up here and forced to do various exercises every day. Doesn't she hate men the most? I want to see how she treats Zhu Linyuan then. Can she still be as arrogant as she is now? Lanning thought with evil amusement, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. At this moment, Bai Yuan suddenly saw that Lan Ying's cheongsam had been torn, revealing her white and smooth back, and her pupils shrank immediately. Lanning, you wouldn't? Bai Yuan asked in a questioning tone. You have been given that by Zhu Linyuan, right? By whom? Lanning was stunned for a moment, followed by Yuan's gaze, looked at the torn part of her Sam, and immediately reacted. The first thing she thought of was the wonderful feeling when Zhu Linyuan gave her a massage, and her cheeks immediately flushed. Seeing her like this, Bai Yuan angrily asked, "Did he really do that to you?" "Yes." Hearing Bai Yuan's tone, Lanning felt inexplicably unhappy. She could sense that although these people from the Jidao organization were respectful and polite to her on the surface, they actually treated her as Gu Chuyu's plaything. There is no respect for her at all in my heart. Thinking of this, she sneered. "It's not just me. Do you think you can escape? Why do you think a man would put a group of pretty women in jail?" Lanning said as she stood up and looked at Bai Yuan. "Come to think of it, women like you are also very popular. A tall and well-proportioned beauty, wearing a uniform, stiletto heels, and black stockings. What man wouldn't be moved? Oh, by the way, you've always been with Gu Chuyu. Given her overbearing personality, you probably haven't really come into contact with a man, right? Don't worry, it tastes wonderful." Lanning seemed to be recalling the past, and suddenly leaned closer and said, "Let me tell you, his body is very strong. You may suffer a little at first, but don't worry, you will get used to it, and you will definitely like this feeling." Bai Yuan's face turned pale instantly. She had guessed this possibility a long time ago, but she had always controlled herself and tried not to think about it. At this moment, being pointed out by Lanning, the last bit of hope in her heart disappeared. "If he dares to touch me, I will commit suicide here." Bai Yuan's face turned pale, and she tried to remain calm. "It's up to you," Lanning sneered. "If you're willing to die, just commit suicide." At this moment, Luo Qingying's usual cold voice suddenly came from the prison opposite. "Don't dream about it. In this prison, you can't even commit suicide without his consent. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Bai Yuan looked at the metal wall in front of her, gritted her teeth, and rushed over. But just when she was about to hit it, she suddenly lost her breath, subconsciously slowed down, and finally only touched the wall lightly. Is this cell really so magical? Seeing this scene, Lanning was surprised. Bai Yuan's face turned ugly. She knew that it had nothing to do with the prison cell. She just couldn't bring herself to commit suicide. She wants to live. In other words, as long as they are not pushed to the limit, no one does not want to live. "Hey, how did you feel just now? Were you unable to control your body?" Lanning continued to ask questions. Bai Yuan coughed unnaturally, looked at the cage opposite, and changed the subject. "Who is this person?" "The one wrapped in the sheets." At this time, Zhang Yao was still wrapped in the bed sheets, unconscious, and his face could not be seen at all. Bai Yuan did not recognize that this was Boss Zhang, who often visited their auction house. "I don't know." Lanning shook her head, not forgetting to taunt him. "We were arrested together, and you don't know, so how can we know?" At this moment, Luo Qingying's voice suddenly came again. "The man in white. Even though he didn't ask me to manage you, I still want to remind you that you'd better do 1,000 squats every day. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." 1,000 squats every day. Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment. What kind of rule is this? "This is the rule of this prison," Luo Qingying said lightly, and then stopped talking. Lanning was also happy to see Bai Yuan get into trouble, and she didn't reveal a word. Bai Yuan's face was gloomy, but she finally chose to believe Luo Qingying and gritted her teeth and started doing squats. At this time, above the prison in the autopsy room, Zhu Linyuan let out a breath. His swollen muscles gradually subsided, and his whole body returned to a slender shape. Sure enough, the evolutionary fluid brought by this beast is very effective. It is stronger than the previous 2 mutants combined. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan looked directly at the attribute panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: First Order Revolver. Evolution level 41. Strength: 97. Speed: 76. Constitution: 91. Attribute points: 0. Daily task: complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture mission none. Number of prisoners: 3. The evolution level has reached 41. As expected, we still need a strong mutant species. Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly. The effect of the one I cultivated is still a little bit poor. My strength and physique are already over 90 points. There are 3 prisoners in the cell now who will produce attribute points for me every day. My strength value will break through 3 digits tomorrow. Once my 3 attributes exceed 100 points, I can try to explore the mountains behind. The mutants transformed from the wild beasts in the mountains are really powerful. They are a perfect tonic. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he cleaned up the mutant corpses and froze them, then took a shower and returned to his room. This girl fell asleep on the sofa again. Seeing Ruan Qingyan curled up on the sofa and fell asleep again, Zhu Linyuan showed a doting smile on his face, hugged her, and carried her back to the room. Tonight, Ruan Qingyan was wearing a pink nightgown. She seemed to have just taken a shower, and she exuded a faint fragrance that smelled very pleasant. Go to sleep. Zhu Linyuan gently pinched her delicate and fair face and turned to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Don't go. The next second, a delicate figure hugged him from behind, and the two bodies were pressed tightly together. Zhu Linyuan felt Ruan Qingyan approaching his ear and whispered, Don't leave tonight, okay? Chapter 27 Beautiful Sonata. Zhu Linyuan's body stiffened for a moment, and he said nothing. But Ruan Qingyan could feel his body temperature rising, as if there was a furnace burning inside his body. She couldn't help but lie on his strong back and listen to his strong heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The room was very quiet. In Ruan Qingyan's ears, Zhu Linyuan's heartbeat became clearer and stronger. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Ruan Qingyan felt the man in front of her suddenly turn around and hug her tightly. The two bodies pressed tightly together and fell on the bed together. Outside the window, the moonlight is hazy, the evening breeze is gentle, and stars are twinkling in 2s and 3s in the night sky. At this moment, man and nature seem to be in great harmony, jointly playing a beautiful human concerto. At the same time, dozens of miles away, Long Tu, the eldest lady, is missing, several of her subordinates are missing, and the rest are basically dead. We searched the area carefully and caught this girl. My subordinate said that this girl was bought by the eldest lady at the auction of the Jidao organization. She should know some clues. A sturdy man threw a wounded girl to the ground and spoke respectfully to the person in front of him. The girl looked up and saw a heavy, antique wooden chair in front of her. The wooden chair is carved with exquisite patterns and looks like a piece of art. Sitting on the wooden chair was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe and with an elegant appearance. This person shouldn't be a bad person. This was the first thought that flashed through the girl's mind when she saw the middle-aged man. The next second, she came to her senses. According to the man who captured him, the middle-aged man in front of him was Zhang Miao's father. How can a man who can raise a daughter like that be a good person? Little girl, do you know what happened to my daughter? The middle-aged man spoke slowly. His voice was very attractive, and he sounded a bit like an elegant scholar. The girl shook her head quickly. Don't you know? The middle-aged man sighed, stood up and walked to the girl, then squatted down, picked up one of the girl's hands, and placed it in his palm. The girl subconsciously retracted her hand, but did not move at all. The middle-aged man didn't seem to be using any strength, but his hands were like iron clamps, and she couldn't resist at all. What beautiful hands with even bones and flesh, and even the nails are so beautifully grown, like little green onions. The middle-aged man gently stroked the girl's hand and seemed to sigh in ecstasy, and then, click, the middle-aged man suddenly exerted force and broke the little finger of the girl's left hand. The white bone pierced through the flesh. Ah! The girl's fingers were connected to her heart, and she screamed miserably in severe pain. What a pity! Such a beautiful hand. The middle-aged man said regretfully and suddenly exerted force with his hand, breaking the girl's ring finger. 2 broken fingers were hanging on the girl's palm, shaking. One could clearly see the snow-white bone streaks. At the same time, blood was constantly gushing out, quickly staining the girl's hand scarlet. Now, do you remember something? The middle-aged man looked into the girl's eyes and asked gently. Ah! The girl bit her lip tightly, her whole body trembling. Suddenly, the tall figure who saved her appeared in her mind. A trace of determination flashed in her timid eyes. I know nothing. Really? The middle-aged man shook his head and then broke all the fingers on the girl's left hand one by one. The girl screamed heartbreakingly, and the smile on the middle-aged man's face gradually faded. Now, can you remember it? I don't know. Before the girl could finish her words, she suddenly fainted. Dragonhead, I really don't know what's going on when I look at this girl. The strong man saw this scene and said hesitantly, She is just a little girl, and you can tell at a glance that she has been spoiled. I guess she has never suffered. If she knew, she would have confessed long ago. Not necessarily. The middle-aged man shook his head, stood up, and looked out the window. At this time, there was a waning moon hanging outside the window. Mid-Autumn Festival will be here soon. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. I don't want to spend Mid-Autumn Festival alone. Do you understand? The middle-aged man's last sentence, do you understand, seemed particularly grim. The strong man was startled and said quickly, understand the dragon head. I will send my brothers to search right now. Even if we have to search South City from top to bottom, we must find the young lady. Go ahead. The middle-aged man waved his hand without looking back and said, lock up this little girl too. Don't let her die. She might know something. Yes, the sturdy man responded, picked up the girl, and walked out. In this South City, someone actually dared to touch my daughter, Zhang Qingyun. The middle-aged man looked at the moonlight outside the window and whispered to himself, it seems that I have been silent for too long, and Nancheng has forgotten my existence. As he spoke, a murderous intent flashed in Zhang Qingyun's eyes. The moonlight seemed much more solemn. Early morning. The sun had just risen, and the sky and the earth were gray. Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes and suddenly felt a soft and warm body in his arms. Thinking of what happened last night, Zhu Linyuan smiled. He ruffled Ruan Qingyin's hair lovingly and tucked the quilt gently for her. Just then, Ruan Qingyin felt the movement, let out a soft moan, and slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Ah! The moment she opened her eyes, Ruan Qingyin was startled when she saw someone in front of her. The next second, she suddenly remembered what happened last night. Seeing the smile in Zhu Linyuan's eyes, she shyly shrank her head onto Zhu Linyuan's chest. Snort! Ruan Qingyin snorted softly and punched Zhu Linyuan lightly with her pink fist. What's wrong? Zhu Linyuan said with a smile. You little girl, do you still want to suffer a little? No! Ruan Qingyin pouted and begged for mercy pitifully. As he said this, he grabbed Zhu Linyuan's big hand, looking pitiful. Silly girl. Zhu Linyuan rubbed her belly and said, your physical condition is too poor. Ruan Qingyin thought about what happened yesterday and said fearfully, then I'll still train with you every day in the future. All right. After hearing Ruan Qingyin's words, Zhu Linyuan suddenly remembered that he still had a bottle of physical potion left. A bottle of physical potion can enhance physical fitness by 10 points. For Zhu Linyuan, it is just icing on the cake, but for Ruan Qingyin, it can multiply her physical fitness several times. And after Ruan Qingyin's physique improved, Zhu Linyuan no longer had to be so cautious. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan stood up and went back to his room to get the physical condition potion. After opening it, he handed it to Ruan Qingyin. Qingyin, drink a little of this, but don't drink too much at once. He was worried that Ruan Qingyin would drink too much at once and her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Transforming the body should also be a gradual process. Ruan Qingyin already believed in Zhu Linyuan unconditionally at this time. She didn't even think about what it was and just took a sip. After taking a sip, Ruan Qingyin's eyes suddenly lit up. What is this? It feels so comfortable and warm after drinking it. I feel that my physical strength has become abundant. Are you comfortable? Zhu Linyuan smiled. Ruan Qingyin lowered her head embarrassedly, and her two white earlobes turned pink. Since it doesn't hurt anymore, I'll take you to exercise together. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he hugged Ruan Qingyin and lay down on the bed again. Chapter 28. Ruan Qingyin is exhausted. After morning exercise, Ruan Qingyin's fair skin was all flushed pink, and she lay on the bed unable to lift even a finger. She felt like all the strength had been drained from her body. Seeing this, Zhu Linyuan smiled and covered her with a blanket, got up, took a shower, and went to the rooftop to start his formal morning exercise. The morning sun shines on Zhu Linyuan. His slender and muscular figure is like the most perfect sculpture, interpreting the beauty of strength. Now the daily tasks have become quite easy for him. In order to achieve the effective exercise, Zhu Linyuan deliberately added weights to himself. Soon, all 3 daily tasks were completed, and Zhu Linyuan directly added the 3 newly acquired attribute points to strength. As a warm current surged into his body, Zhu Linyuan's strength index finally broke through the 100 mark. Zhu Linyuan stretched his body with satisfaction, and suddenly saw his men working hard to cultivate the wasteland behind him. At this time, he could clearly see that a lot of wasteland behind him had been cultivated into land for growing crops. It's efficient. However, with Ziyan's leadership ability, commanding this group of thugs to reclaim the land is a bit of an overkill. At the beginning, he didn't have time to manage the company, but Su Zian helped him manage the entire business empire in an orderly manner. Commanding a group of people to farm the land is a complete waste of Su Zian's talent. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan smiled and shook his head. It seems that we need to capture more prisoners. We can't be without anyone to use our hands. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that the woman in the white suit he had captured yesterday was still in prison. So he opened the prison view on the spur of the moment. The next second, a hint of surprise and confusion flashed in his eyes. Zhu Linyuan hesitated. Why is she doing squats? I didn't tell her to do squats, did I? Zhu Linyuan recalled the incident with a hint of doubt in his eyes. At that time, he saw that the group of thugs all listened to the woman's command. It was obvious that this woman had a high status and should know a lot. He thought this woman might be of some use, so he captured her. But she was not a prisoner designated by the system at all, and could not bring him any benefits. So he didn't bother to care and just threw her in jail, planning to ask her some questions about the Yakuza organization after she woke up. I didn't expect this woman to be so self-aware and start doing squats on her own. By the way, according to her, the Yakuza organization has thousands of people. If I want to capture prisoners, aren't they already? Zhu Linyuan suddenly thought of this. His eyes lit up, and he ran straight to the underground prison. At this time in the prison, Bai Yuan was doing squats with a look of despair. Her legs were so tired that she had no feeling anymore. Looking at Lan Ning and Luo Qingying, who were still sleeping, she felt unhappy. Are they lying to me? Yesterday, Lan Ning told her that if she didn't do squats, something terrible would happen to her. She immediately thought of what Lan Ning had said about her own experience. She panicked and gritted her teeth and started doing squats. I'm doing this for my innocence. Bai Yuan gritted her teeth and thought, doing squats with difficulty. Under the white suit, you can see that she has a very good figure, and it seems that she has the body type that she often practices yoga. At this moment, a weak voice suddenly came from the prison opposite. Where is this? Bai Yuan looked over when she heard the sound and found that the person wrapped in the bedsheet had woken up and was looking around in confusion. When Bai Yuan saw the girl's face, she was stunned. Boss Zhang. The person in front of him was none other than Zhang Qingyun's only daughter, Zhang Miao, also known as Boss Zhang. Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. Zhang Miao was Zhang Qingyun's Achilles heel, and even their Jidao organization was very polite to Zhang Miao. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to attack Zhang Qingyun's weak spot. That's the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families in South City, who made their fortune from black boxing matches. Bai Yuan was shocked and said, Who on earth is this Zhu Linyuan? Not only did he offend our Jidao organization, but he also captured Zhang Qingyun's daughter. He offended 2 of the 5 major forces in South City at once. Does he want to make an enemy of the entire South City? At this moment, Bai Yuan noticed that Zhang Miao was looking at her and hurriedly said, Boss Zhang, where are your men? Your father should have heard about your arrest, right? Don't worry. Your father will definitely arrange for someone to rescue you. Bai Yuan was very excited. If Zhang Qingyun took action, her chances of being rescued would be much greater. In South City, the Jidao organization and the Zhang family took action at the same time, and almost no force could stop them. Not even the Black Lotus sect can do that. Boss Zhang. Zhang Miao was confused after hearing Bai Yuan's words and hesitated. Sister, are you talking about me? At this moment, Zhang Miao was wrapped in the sheets, with her black hair scattered on her white shoulders like mutton fat jade. Combined with her dazed expression and delicate face like a comic girl, she looked particularly attractive. Boss Zhang, what's wrong with you? Bai Yuan's pupils shrank. She suddenly realized that Zhang Miao was in a bit of a weird state, with a confused look in his eyes, like a baby. I don't know either. Zhang Miao shook his head blankly. I can't remember anything. Sister, who are you? Oh no. Bai Yuan was shocked. Zhang Miao's condition looked like he had lost his memory. But he seemed to have some common sense. At least he knew that she was the older sister. Bai Yuan's heart suddenly sank. She originally thought that someone was on the same side with her this time, but it turned out that the other person had lost his memory. At this moment, there was the sound of a door opening and heavy footsteps. Hearing the voice, Luo Qingying opened her eyes instantly, sat up and looked over. Her expression was still cold, but there was a barely perceptible hint of expectation in her eyes. Bai Yuan looked over warily and pulled at her white suit. Zhang Miao still looked confused. Lan Ning was still sleeping in a daze. Let's have breakfast. Zhu Linyuan first came to cell number 1, gave Luo Qingying a simple massage, then left breakfast for her, and then got up and walked towards Bai Yuan's cell. As for Lan Ning, he had no intention of paying any attention to her. He did this deliberately to set an example for the entire prison. He wanted to use his actions to tell this group of people that as long as they completed the tasks he assigned them, they could have bread and milk, and he could even give them some rights and freedoms. After all, for him, only attribute points and submission values are important. Sure enough, Luo Qingying's submission value has increased a little bit. Seeing Luo Qingying's submission value rising on the system panel, Zhu Linyuan nodded without leaving a trace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Luo Qingying completely submitted to him. While thinking, Zhu Linyuan walked into the prison where Bai Yuan was. "What are you going to do?" Seeing Zhu Linyuan coming in, Bai Yuan subconsciously shrank back. But she had been practicing squats for half a day, and her legs were numb. So when she dodged, she fell directly to the ground. Bai Yuan used her hands and feet to retreat to the corner and said quickly, "I've been doing squats. Didn't you say that as long as I do squats, you won't touch me?" Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. He felt that these prisoners seemed to have misinterpreted his meaning. But generally speaking, there was no big problem, so he did not explain, but asked directly, "I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'll ask and you answer. Don't play tricks. All your men are now in my employ. If I get a different answer from them, you know the consequences." Hearing Zhu Linyuan's last words, "You know the consequences," Bai Yuan shuddered and quickly pulled her clothes tighter. She wanted to say something harsh, but when she came to her mouth, it turned into, "Just ask. I'll tell you everything I know." A good woman will not suffer a loss in front of her. Bai Yuan thought secretly in her heart. Zhu Linyuan asked directly, "The first question is, how many people are there in your Jidao organization, and how are the personnel allocated?" Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Zhu Linyuan to ask such a question. Could it be that he is still planning to attack our Yakuza organization? Bai Yuan was shocked and suddenly wanted to laugh. Laugh at Zhu Linyuan's misunderstanding of his own abilities. She is extremely confident in the strength of the Yakuza organization. So she said, "There are more than 1,100 fighters in our organization, divided into 10 teams, each with more than 100 people. The 10 formations are distributed in various areas in the western part of South City, mainly engaged in the business of people and goods. If you need, I can draw a distribution map for you." She seized every opportunity to prove her worth. "Okay." Zhu Linyuan nodded. "I will give you paper and pen later." The next question is, how many forces like the Yakuza are there in South City? And what are the specific information about these forces? Zhu Linyuan said this, looking into Bai Yuan's eyes and observing her expression. Before the end of the world, he had some understanding of the major chaebol in South City. But after the end of the world, South City was reshuffled, and he never participated, and he didn't know what forces were involved. As for the major forces in the previous life, they basically rose after the moon disaster. Zhu Linyuan also rose during that time in the previous life, so he was not clear about the current situation in Nanching. Chapter 29 Interrogation of Bai Yuan. "You don't even know this?" Bai Yuan was stunned. In her opinion, Zhu Linyuan was so powerful that he must have dealt with the 5 major forces. It turned out that we had never had any contact. Even the major forces don't know. Zhu Linyuan really didn't know. Although he was reborn, he had been hiding in the early days of the end of his previous life and had never dealt with the so-called major forces. It was not until the lunar disaster came that Zhu Linyuan gained a great opportunity during the lunar disaster and soared into the sky. But by that time, almost all the people in South City had died. There is no such thing as several major forces. All the survivors have just built a base city in South City. Seeing that Zhu Linyuan didn't react at all, Bai Yuan suddenly felt a little unsure. Isn't he trying to trick me? Maybe he already knew this information and asked me this on purpose to see if I would lie to him. Bai Yuan's brain was working fast. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. She quickly said the truth. There are 5 major forces in South City. They are the 3 major families, the Huang family, the Wang family, and the Zhang family. There are 2 other major organizations, the Black Lotus Cult and our Jidao organization. Among the 5 major forces, the strongest is the Black Lotus sect. According to their own propaganda, they claim to have over 10,000 people, but in reality, there are probably only around 4 to 5,000. Black Lotus sect? Zhu Linyuan subconsciously clenched his fists, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. So the Black Lotus cult has already appeared at this time? I didn't expect that the origin of the Black Lotus cult was actually in South City. Zhu Linyuan was very familiar with the Black Lotus sect. In his previous life, He had a deep hatred for the Black Lotus sect. However, when he came into contact with the Black Lotus sect in his previous life, the Black Lotus sect had already become a huge church spread all over the world. It was extremely powerful, especially the leader of the Black Lotus sect, whose strength was terrifying. In the previous life, many disasters were related to the Black Lotus sect. Because the teachings of the Black Lotus cult are about the destruction of the world, they advocate the theory of human guilt and claim that the end of the world is the world's punishment on mankind. What the Black Lotus sect wants to do is to cleanse all human beings, and then human beings will be reborn in destruction. In the later period, the Black Lotus sect directly turned against that group of things and became a butcher's knife against humans. Countless humans have died at the hands of the Black Lotus. The death of the Black Lotus sect is not a pity. As Zhu Linyuan thought about it, the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. When Bai Yuan was looked at by Zhu Linyuan like this, she was immediately frightened and felt chilled to the bone. Does he think I'm lying to him? But everything I said is true. Bai Yuan thought in panic, feeling a little helpless. She felt that Zhu Linyuan was going to kill her in the next second. The killing intent was just too strong. That's right. In a panic, Bai Yuan suddenly realized. He must think that what I said is too simple and is hiding something from him. Thinking of this, Bai Yuan hurriedly said, I have some understanding of these 5 major forces. Among the 3 major families, the Huang family is the most powerful. The Huang family controls several mines that still have mining capabilities and also has several food production workshops. Being able to produce food continuously in the end times, the Huang family status in South City is one of the best, comparable to the Black Lotus sect. Zhu Linyuan nodded. If he could control the source of food in the end times, he would indeed have a lot of say. The Huang family is weaker, but they were a powerful family in South City before the end of the world. They are strong and united, and they rank second among the 3 major families. As for the Zhang family, Bai Yuan glanced at Zhang Miao across from her and said hesitantly, the Zhang family situation is rather special. Before the end of the world, they were involved in underground boxing matches, and they had a lot of ruthless people under their command. After the apocalypse, their boxing matches continued, but became more bloody and violent. I heard that there were also fights between humans and zombies and mutant beasts. In short, it was a big deal, attracting many wealthy people to watch. However, the Zhang family has always been low profile, so it ranks last among the 3 major families. Bai Yuan observed Zhu Linyuan's expression and quickly added, but our boss said that the Zhang family's strength is far more than what it seems on the surface. Yeah, Zhu Linyuan nodded, his expression slightly relaxed, and at the same time he became a little curious about the Zhang family. After all, there are usually many masters involved in these black boxing matches. Bai Yuan saw that Zhu Linyuan's expression had eased a little, and her heart finally settled down a little, and she quickly said, finally, it's our Ji-Dao organization. I've just told you the general situation of our organization. We are in the population business and rank relatively low among the 5 major forces. But our boss is very powerful, and the other forces don't dare to provoke us. When talking about Gu Chuyu, Bai Yuan felt more confident. How powerful is your boss? Zhu Linyuan became interested. He had 3 major things to do now. The first thing is to get evolution liquid and attribute points to quickly improve your strength. The second is to quickly reclaim the surrounding land and other things, clear out the nearby zombies, and then start building your own power. The last step is to practice martial arts and compete with masters. By practicing martial arts, he can improve the efficiency of his body utilization. If you just rely on ordinary fighting skills, you may only be able to use about 30 or 40 out of 100 of your strength. But if it is a martial arts master, 100 points of strength can create 1,000 points of lethality. The difference between the efficiency of using strength between martial arts masters and ordinary people can be described as worlds apart. Our boss can beat dozens of people with his bare hands, just like Ip Man in the movie. When the apocalypse first started, the zombies couldn't even get close to her. For her, beating those zombies is as easy as eating and drinking water. Bai Yuan admired her and said, if she had a weapon, she could easily kill all the zombies even if they surrounded her. It seems that your boss does have some strength. Zhu Linyuan smiled. This was the master he was looking for. Judging from the information Zhu Linyuan had in his previous life, there should be no one else who possesses the evolutionary fluid now. In other words, everyone else still has the physique of a normal human being. To be able to achieve such a record, One's mastery of strength must have reached an incredible level. After a while, Zhu Linyuan left the prison with a notebook. I asked all the questions I wanted to ask, and now I have a basic understanding of the current situation in South City. The notebook also contains a distribution map of the various formations of the Yakuza organization. Relying on this distribution map, he could easily break through each formation of the Jidao organization one by one, and then choose some of them to recruit. Eat up the Yakuza organization, and the people under my command will be enough for the time being. Many actions can be carried out, Zhu Linyuan analyzed. But it's okay to rely on these captives to do some physical work, but if you want to build up your power, you still have to cultivate your own direct lineage. Zhu Linyuan was thinking about it, and suddenly thought of Liu Bai. After observing for a period of time, he found that Liu Bai was indeed a promising talent, with a very strong character and a good sense of propriety, and he could be trained. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan got up and went out, walking towards the wasteland. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the wasteland, Zhu Linyuan saw a group of unfamiliar faces confronting Su Zian and others. The two sides were on the verge of a fight if they disagreed. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and strode over. Chapter 30. Kill a group first. Liu Bai, hand over Principal Lanning as soon as possible. As soon as Zhu Linyuan walked over, he noticed that at the front of the group of strangers, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was shouting. At the beginning you said that you went with Principal Lan to look for your sister, and then you never came back. Now your sister is here, and you are here too. Where is Principal Lan? Has he been harmed by your gang? The middle-aged man shouted arrogantly. There were hundreds of students and teachers standing behind him. At this time, he occupied the moral high ground and spoke with confidence. He had always coveted Lan Ying's beauty, but Lan Ying was excellent in every aspect and didn't take him seriously at all. He originally thought that the end of the world had come and he might have a chance. But even if the end of the world came, he found that there was still a huge distance between him and Lan Ying, and there was no chance at all. He had already given up in his heart. The purpose of his shouting at this time was not really to save Lan Ying, but to gain benefits and materials from it. In his opinion, since he had so many people on his side and was in the right position, it would be easy to extort some supplies from the other side. If this matter is accomplished, my status will be greatly improved. In the end times, everyone sticks together for warmth, and the person with the highest status in a group is the one who can get supplies. Zhu Linyuan did not come forward immediately. He wanted to see how Liu Bai would handle this matter. He found that facing the middle-aged man's aggressiveness, Liu Bai remained calm. First of all, we didn't harm Lan Ying. Lan Ying harmed us. She wanted to sell us all to the Yakuza organization, but she failed in the end. We were rescued. As for Lan Ying, I don't know where she ran off to. Of course, Liu Bai knew that Lan Ying was captured by Zhu Linyuan, but he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to spread the news everywhere. Haha, you sound better than singing. The middle-aged man said disdainfully. Where's the evidence? Just rely on your words. In the back, dozens of adults also joined in. As for the students, they remained silent, waiting for Liu Bai's answer. Of course I have evidence. Facing the threat of dozens of adults, Liu Bai said without panic, not only do I have it, but you also have it. You all should remember that she said my sister was killed by zombies. At first, she swore that she saw my sister being killed by zombies with her own eyes, but look, my sister Liu Yao is standing here now fine. Isn't this proof that she lied? Why did she say she saw my sister being killed by zombies when she was clearly alive? Liu Bai said in a deep voice. That's because my sister wasn't killed by the zombies, but was sold by them. It's just that my brother and I were lucky and were rescued by Mr. Zhu. As for the previous few people, they were sold out in the end times. I don't need to say much about their fate now, right? Liu Bai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him calmly and said word by word. Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly, very satisfied with Liu Bai's performance. This kid wasn't so mature when he first came here. It seems that after going through these things, he has matured a lot. You can also let him manage some people. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. As for the relationship between Lan Ying and the Liu brothers and sisters, Zhu Linyuan didn't take it to heart. After all, Lan Ying was still locked up in his cell, doing squats every day. Unless her submission value reaches a certain level, she will never be able to leave that prison in her lifetime. Moreover, in Zhu Linyuan's opinion, if the submission value really reaches a certain level, then Lan Ying is no longer Lan Ying, but his slave. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan suddenly became curious about what would happen after the submission value reached 100. What is it like to have someone completely obey you and not refuse any request? Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly, gave up the idea, and looked at the crowd. In the crowd, the students heard Lu Bai's words and immediately started talking. What Lu Bai said seems to make sense. Principal Lan clearly said that Lu Yao was dead, and he was so sure of it. But isn't Lu Yao standing here fine? I think what Lu Bai said is true. The disappearance of several people at that time was related to Principal Lan. She is definitely not a good person. Yes, Lu Byron is a very good person. I don't think he would lie to us. The adults looked much uglier. They also knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, which was nothing more than taking the opportunity to extort some supplies. Not long ago, a large group of zombies suddenly swarmed into their school. The makeshift gathering place they built was simply not able to withstand the attack. Some people died in the tide of zombies, but those who were luckier survived and began to wander around. They hadn't eaten for a long time since leaving school and couldn't find any supplies. Moreover, they have been hiding here and there for the past 2 days and have been attacked by zombies several times. They have not been able to rest well and are in urgent need of supplies. Now is a good opportunity. They had all observed that the other side had fewer people than their side, so they would definitely have an advantage in a fight. And the best part is that Lu Bai is actually on the opposite side. They can completely take advantage of this breakthrough and make a profit from the other side. It would be best if we could get the supplies without having to do anything. What kind of evidence is this? The middle-aged man said stubbornly. Maybe Principal Lan saw it wrong. Maybe your sister was acting on purpose? I don't want to hear you nagging here anymore. Hand Principal Lan over as soon as possible, or we'll have to have a good talk. As the middle-aged man spoke, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. In the back, many adults also came forward, hoping to put pressure on Lu Bai by relying on their numbers. The students hesitated and stood still. All right, stop pretending. At this time, Su Zian stood up and said, "What is your purpose? Just tell me directly. Don't use Lan Ying's incident as a cover." Su Zian looked at the crowd opposite her with a hint of contempt on her face. What a bunch of hypocrites. Even though the world is ending, they still speak in a hypocritical manner and use some tricks to cover up their dirty thoughts. It's disgusting. How can you talk like that? The middle-aged man was immediately furious and said, "You are slandering me." "Ha!" Su Zian sneered. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Either you tell me your purpose directly, or get out of here. Otherwise, let's get serious and see how strong you are." Su Zian said this, stretched out her right hand, and raised an index finger. 1, 2. The middle-aged man saw that there was no fluctuation in her eyes, and she didn't look like she was joking at all. So he quickly said, "Supplies. As long as you give us some supplies, Lan Ying's matter will be over, and we won't pursue it any further. How do you think? I just saw you guys eating. You must have a lot of supplies. If you just give us a little bit, we won't have to fight each other. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" The middle-aged man's true colors were exposed, and he threatened openly, "Otherwise, we'll fight. Think about it yourself. Is it worth it to fight with so many of us for a few supplies?" Behind the middle-aged man, dozens of adults were twisting their wrists, sneering, and looking threatening. In the back, the students finally realized that the purpose of this group of people was not to save Lanning at all. They just wanted supplies. "Take action." Su Zian smiled, her eyes full of disdain. "Just relying on a bunch of scumbags like you. You dare to threaten me?" Su Zian said this, and slapped the middle-aged man in the face with her backhand, knocking his glasses off. "Then go ahead, and let me see how capable you are." Su Zian said coldly. "You stinky bitch." The middle-aged man was slapped in the face and immediately cursed. However, the next second, he suddenly widened his eyes, looked at Su Zian, and then stared blankly at his stomach. "I saw a dagger stuck in his stomach and blood was constantly oozing out." "You." The middle-aged man pointed at Su Zian with trembling fingers. At this moment, Su Zian sneered, twisted the dagger, and then pulled it out violently. Laugh! Blood gushed out of the middle-aged man's abdomen crazily. He fell to the ground and tried to cover his stomach with his hands, but it was of no use. "How dare you kill someone?" A sturdy man in the back yelled. "You bitch, you're dead. Is this the first time you've seen a dead person?" Su Zian sneered and ignored him, but waved directly. Dozens of prisoners behind her saw her waving and immediately walked forward to confront the group of people from the school. The battle is about to begin. At this moment, a tall man slowly walked over, stood in front of Su Zian and said, "Well done, Zian." It was Zhu Linyuan. When Su Zian saw Zhu Linyuan coming, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly, then looked at Lu Bai and said, "Xiao Lu did a good job, but you made one mistake. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan turned his head and looked at the people in front of him and said slowly, "Now is the end of the world. We can't just talk about the rules." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Linyuan suddenly made a move and chopped the neck of the sturdy man who was shouting in front of him with a knife. The sturdy man's entire head was chopped off, and his headless body fell to the ground with a bang. In the last days, you have to use fists to make things right. When something happens, kill a group first, and the rest will be easier to communicate with. As soon as Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he turned his palms into claws and rushed straight into the crowd opposite like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Chapter 31. Conquer another group. After Zhu Linyuan rushed into the crowd, he crushed the throats of several people in front of him. Under his hands, the throats of these people were like grapes, and they were easily crushed with a single pinch. At this moment, a burly man with a face full of flesh suddenly rushed up aggressively with a heavy iron rod. He was a sportsman and had practiced boxing. He was muscular all over. Plus, he had a weapon in his hand. He gritted his teeth and picked up the iron rod and smashed it towards Zhu Linyuan's head. Bang! Before the iron rod could reach Zhu Linyuan, the sturdy man's head was blown up by a punch. Red and white exploded instantly. It was like a watermelon falling to the ground. Zhu Linyuan retracted his fist expressionlessly, without any fluctuation in his facial expression, as if he had slapped an ant to death. In front of him, a pot-bellied man was about to run away, but Zhu Linyuan turned his fists into claws and crushed the man's spine. The man instantly collapsed to the ground like mud, his eyes full of despair. "Devil! You are a devil!" Zhu Linyuan stepped down with an expressionless face. Click! The man was silent instantly. Zhu Linyuan remained expressionless and looked at everyone. After he killed several people in a bloody manner, the remaining people completely lost the will to resist and began to flee in all directions. But Zhu Linyuan had no intention of letting these people go just like that. He took action this time to intimidate the group of people under his command. He had just been observing from behind for a while, and he had memorized the people who had shouted the loudest in the crowd. At this moment, he was specifically targeting these people to kill. At the back of the crowd, the students saw this scene, and their faces turned pale. They were all scared silly. When the former captives saw this scene, they were secretly delighted. Fortunately, we were smart and surrendered quickly, otherwise we would have ended up like this group of people. Yes, Boss Zhu, killing us is just like killing chickens one at a time. How can we fight like this? We are okay against humans, but Boss Zhu is simply a Superman. Among the captives, some even secretly flattered Zhu Linyuan. Su Ziyin didn't say anything, but saw it all. Thump! Soon, as the last corpse fell, all the people who had been shouting had been slaughtered by Zhu Linyuan. "If you want to live, kneel down and surrender now," Zhu Linyuan said in a deep voice, his eyes like lightning sweeping through the crowd. Hearing his words, the group of people knelt down and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I haven't done anything bad. I just follow them to make a living. I don't want to do anything else. I'm a teacher, and I'll definitely be useful to you if you keep me. Yes, I teach chemistry. If you want to produce something in the future, I will definitely be able to help. I could do it too. I teach physics, and I'm a graduate student at a prestigious university." In order to survive, this group of people scrambled to beg for mercy, completely without any dignity. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and said to Su Ziyin, "Ziyin, the remaining people are under your charge. Treat them the same as the previous captives. Let them help us reclaim the wasteland. I will get some crop plants during this period, and the next step is to let them plant the crops." "Okay, boss. I will definitely take good care of them." Su Ziyin was immediately overjoyed when she heard that there were dozens more people under her. "Xiao Lu." Zhu Linyuan looked at Lu Bai again and said, "You have performed well recently. These students will be under your charge. I don't care how you manage them. I only look at the results." Zhu Linyuan said, "This is also a test for you." "Okay, Mr. Zhu." Lu Bai was extremely surprised. He never expected that he would have this opportunity. At the side, Lu Yao looked at Zhu Linyuan, her big eyes sparkling and full of admiration. In the past, those teachers and principals were all powerful figures in her eyes, but now this group of people were kneeling on the ground like dogs, begging for mercy from Zhu Linyuan. In Lu Yao's heart, Zhu Linyuan's image became more and more majestic, as if he could do anything. "Then I'll leave things here to you." Zhu Linyuan made a few arrangements and watched the newly captured prisoners being shackled before turning around, walking towards the garage and driving away. "I remember there should be a farmer's market nearby." Zhu Linyuan drove forward according to his memory. preparing to go to the farmer's market to get some seeds. It would be even better if we could get the seedlings that have already been cultivated, and it would save time in cultivation. Zhu Linyuan stepped on the accelerator and soon rushed to the farmer's market. There really isn't anything left. Zhu Linyuan stopped the car, cleared out the zombies nearby, looked around, and frowned slightly. He had psychological expectations before he came. After all, after the end of the world, it is difficult for ordinary people to get food, and they basically eat whatever they see. Not to mention seeds and seedlings. Even the bark was scrambled to eat. Are you looking for something? Just as Zhu Linyuan stood up to leave, a timid voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhu Linyuan looked over when he heard the voice and found that it was a young boy with a fair and clean face, but a little sloppy at this moment, and his clothes were ragged. Do you know where I can find seeds or seedlings? Zhu Linyuan said, taking out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, and said, if you can lead me to find the seeds, this chocolate will be yours. If you can lead me to the seedlings, I'll give you 10 pieces of chocolate. The little boy's eyes widened instantly, and his saliva was drooling as he stared at the chocolate. It stands to reason that in the last days one should not show off one's wealth. But Zhu Linyuan didn't care at all. With his strength, he was not afraid of anyone causing trouble. I know where they are, the little boy said quickly. I can find seeds and seedlings. Come with me, the little boy said, turned around and ran to the alley behind him, waving at Zhu Linyuan. Come here quickly. Zhu Linyuan looked at the little boy indifferently, without any fluctuation in his eyes, then stood up and followed him. Soon, he followed the little boy to the door of a store. This is a seed store. Right here. The little boy pointed to the store door and said, seeds and seedlings, all here. Then he looked at the chocolate and said, can you give me the chocolate now? Zhu Linyuan glanced at the little boy calmly and said slowly, let me get the things first. Oh! The little boy lowered his head, his voice sounding a little lost. Just as he lowered his head, Zhu Linyuan suddenly saw a strange expression on the little boy's face. It seemed as if she was expecting him to open the door. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, suddenly pulled the little boy in front of him, and pushed the door open with lightning speed. Swish! The moment the door was opened, a cold light suddenly shot out from the room. Under the little boy's horrified eyes, the cold light pierced directly into his chest. It was actually a dagger. Son! In the store, a middle-aged man with tattoos all over his body saw the little boy he stabbed to death. He roared and pounced towards Zhu Linyuan like a wild beast. Zhu Linyuan attacked coldly and punched the middle-aged man in the head, not giving him a chance to continue speaking. Throwing away the body of the little boy in his hand, Zhu Linyuan shook his hand expressionlessly and strode into the store. As soon as he entered the store, Zhu Linyuan looked at the scene inside and suddenly frowned. Chapter 32. Surprise, powerful mutant. At this moment, the store was like hell on earth. There were corpses everywhere, and they were all mutilated corpses. Zhu Linyuan took a quick look and saw no less than 10 corpses, all of whom were obviously killed by the father and son. Moreover, most of the corpses were women. It was obvious that they had felt sympathy for the little boy and were lured home by him and killed. However, Zhu Linyuan just frowned slightly. He has seen too much ugliness in human nature. This is nothing. After all, without the constraints of law, there is no difference between humans and beasts. In some ways, humans are even more brutal than beasts. Zhu Linyuan searched the room expressionlessly and found that there were actually some seeds and seedlings left in the room. It seems that the father and son have no shortage of food. Zhu Linyuan glanced at the mutilated bodies on the ground, shook his head, and began to move the supplies into the car. After moving all the supplies, Zhu Linyuan stood up and left. But when he passed a wooden cabinet, he suddenly stopped. This wooden cabinet looks very old, like a storage cabinet for tattered clothes. It is covered with a board and piled in the corner, inconspicuous. Zhu Linyuan simply lifted the board on the cabinet and looked at it coldly. There was a woman hiding inside. It's well hidden, but the heartbeat is too loud. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and said, his physique is now much stronger than that of ordinary people, and his 5 senses have also been enhanced. In such a quiet room, the sound of the woman's heartbeat sounded to him like playing music on a speaker. Extremely clear. It's just that he was busy just now and was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. I'm not with them. The woman was quite pretty, and at the moment she looked so pitiful, which could easily arouse the man's desire to protect her. I was also captured and have been held here by them ever since. I just heard you say at the door that you were looking for vegetable seedlings, right? Before I was captured, I passed by the zoo and saw a vegetable garden behind the zoo. I think they used to grow vegetables to feed the animals. When I saw it, there were still a lot of seedlings in the vegetable garden. But there are many monsters transformed into zombies nearby, and I don't dare to get close. The woman said, and then hurriedly said, I've told you everything I know. Can you please not kill me? I can do anything. As he said this, he was about to take off his clothes. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and said, Stop working. You are definitely not in the same group as them. Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the woman stopped what she was doing, looked at Zhu Linyuan with gratitude, and tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks, and she burst into tears for a while. But you're not a good person either. Zhu Linyuan suddenly spoke again. There are 3 kinds of tooth marks on those corpses. Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the woman showed a look of shock on her face and quickly shook her head and said, No, I. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Linyuan suddenly slapped down with his palm, directly hitting the woman's forehead. Bang! There was a sound of explosion in the woman's mind, and she collapsed into the cupboard without a sound. Her brain had been turned into mush. Zhu Linyuan casually replaced the lid, stood up, and left the store. There are vegetable seedlings in the zoo? Zhu Linyuan murmured, recalling the woman's expression when she spoke. He felt that she was not lying, so he drove directly to the zoo. Roar! As soon as he arrived at the zoo entrance, Zhu Linyuan heard thunderous roars from inside. The sound was very hoarse and did not seem like a sound that a normal creature could make. Are there any mutants? Hearing this voice, Zhu Linyuan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. He was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of a mutant, and not just an ordinary mutant. Just when I was wondering where to find a mutant to kill, here comes one. Zhu Linyuan stopped the car, picked up a long knife, and rushed into the zoo alone. After all, he didn't know what was going on inside the zoo, so it was not wise to drive forward rashly. And at his current speed, if he fully bursts out, it will not be slower than a car. As soon as he entered the zoo, a group of monkey mutants rushed toward Zhu Linyuan with their big, smelly mouths open. You are a beast seeking death. Zhu Linyuan slashed out with his sword directly, without stopping at all, and continued to rush towards the source of the mutant sound inside the zoo. The next second, the bodies of this group of mutant monkeys fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces, attracting many other mutant beasts to snatch them. At this time, at another gate of the zoo, a group of people were tiptoeing into the zoo. Sis, are we really going to enter this zoo? A pretty, 20-year-old woman wearing glasses said in fear. There are so many mutated monsters in here. Let's go find supplies somewhere else. Yes, big sister. Let's listen to second sister and change places. At the side, another woman also spoke quickly. She looked exactly like the woman who had just worn glasses, and even their voices were the same. The only difference was that one wore glasses and the other didn't. No, the last time we went out to look for supplies, we were targeted by the nearby human traffickers. The woman with a ponytail in the front turned around and said, Now they are looking for us 3 everywhere. If we go back to look for supplies, we will die. Our only way to survive now is the vegetable garden behind the zoo. We originally grew those vegetables, and we are very familiar with this place. If we are lucky, we may not encounter those mutant monsters. The ponytailed woman tried her best to comfort her 2 younger sisters. I saw that this woman with a ponytail looked exactly the same as the previous 2 women, but her temperament was a little more mature. These 3 women are actually triplets, and they look exactly the same and are all very beautiful. If they're dressed the same, it is impossible to tell who is who. Okay then, the second and third brothers said in unison. We 3 sisters would rather die than fall into the hands of those human traffickers. The eldest sister sighed, looked firmly at the zoo ahead, and resolutely broke in with her 2 younger sisters. At this time, the center of the zoo is located. Zhu Linyuan fought his way to the center of the zoo and killed at least hundreds of mutant beasts. Among them, there was even a very powerful mutant baboon, which was probably not far from becoming a deformed species, but it was still killed instantly by Zhu Linyuan with a single sword strike. That sound is in the woods ahead. Zhu Linyuan slowed down his pace and looked around as he moved forward. At this moment, the area near the woods was empty, without even a mutant beast. It seems that this mutant has a strong sense of territory. It killed all the mutant beasts nearby. A hint of fighting spirit appeared in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. He wanted to find this kind of powerful mutant. The strength of the mutant is directly proportional to the maturity of the spores. The stronger the mutant is, the better the effect of the evolutionary fluid prepared by Zhu Linyuan will be after it is killed. When Zhu Linyuan walked about 10 meters in front of the woods, a deafening roar suddenly came from the woods. The next second, an extremely huge figure suddenly jumped out of the woods, bringing with it a fishy wind. Chapter 33, Triplet Sisters. The monster that jumped out was about 6 or 7 meters long, almost as tall as a floor, and looked extremely huge. The monster's limbs were extremely strong, and its scimitar-like claws shone coldly in the sun. Its two fangs were like swords and looked extremely sharp. It turned out to be a mutant tiger. Roar! The gigantic tiger mutant let out a hoarse roar, and the entire forest rustled. Zhu Linyuan looked coldly at the mutant in front of him, slowly drew out the long sword from his waist, and looked more solemn than ever before. He felt threatened by the mutant in front of him. This was the first time he felt threatened since the end of the world. Zhu Linyuan's data now are terrifying, and ordinary mutants can't withstand a single blow from him. Even so, the tiger mutant opposite can threaten him, so you can imagine how strong this guy is. But the more this happened, the more Zhu Linyuan felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Bang! Facing the mutant species that was like a prehistoric beast, Zhu Linyuan took the initiative to attack and rushed forward like a cannonball. Swish! Zhu Linyuan pushed the ground hard, using the inertia of his body, rushing forward to chop out with all his strength. A stunning blade light flashed by, followed by a rapid sound of breaking through the air. Faced with this knife, the mutant on the opposite side slapped it with a claw without fear. Clank! The long knife chopped directly on the sharp claws, splashing sparks. Zhu Linyuan took advantage of the situation and dived down, while turning his long sword, directly slashing across the other front claw of the deformed creature in front of him. Tear! Zhu Linyuan cut the dark flesh open like cloth, revealing the steel-like bones inside. Even the bones inside are so hard. Zhu Linyuan's heart trembled, and he instantly dodged and stepped back. Although the tiger mutant could not feel pain, one of its front paws was cut in half, and its movements were restricted, making it a little slower than normal, and it had no time to intercept Zhu Linyuan. This beast is probably not far from becoming a second-level mutant. Zhu Linyuan looked at its steel-like bones and murmured, as expected of the overlord of the entire zoo, "I don't know how many mutant beasts it has eaten. The tiger is the king of beasts, and the one in front of you is a deformed tiger. It is much stronger than an ordinary tiger. Moreover, the direction of strengthening of this deformed species is that its body size becomes larger, and its claws, teeth, and bones become tougher. Simply born for battle. A real fighting machine. If we allow this beast to continue to grow like this, the consequences will be disastrous." Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. After all, in the current South City, this mutant has almost no rivals. Without natural enemies, it can devour and evolve at will. But you're unlucky to have met me. Zhu Linyuan smiled faintly and rushed forward again with the knife, heading straight for the front paw that he had cut off in half. At this time, not far away, Shu, the eldest of the three sisters, put her index finger in front of her mouth, signaling her two younger sisters to be quiet. "Did you hear that? There seems to be a sound of fighting over there." The boss said this, pointing forward. "Isn't that a tiger park?" The second brother widened his eyes and lowered his voice. "With such a big commotion, could it be that the tigers are fighting? How could there still be tigers?" The third brother shook his head and said, "It's already this time. Even if the tigers are still there, they have turned into monsters. It must be a fight between monsters. Let's go around it." The boss made a prompt decision. Such a big commotion will definitely attract a lot of monsters. If we go around it a little further, maybe we can just avoid those monsters. "Good idea, big sister." The other two sisters hurriedly followed the eldest sister and went away. At this moment, in the direction they had just pointed, Zhu Linyuan and the tiger mutant, who they thought were monsters, had already started a real fight. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, one of the mutant tiger's front paws had been chopped off at the knee by Zhu Linyuan, and there were many scars on its head. It looked very miserable, but it was still roaring hysterically. Zhu Linyuan's body size doubled. His muscles were knotted all over, like a giant King Kong, and it seemed that he had already unleashed his full combat power. He stood opposite the mutant, holding a long knife, staring at the mutant in front of him, and said disdainfully, "Go ahead, and let's see how long you can keep going." As his body grew larger, Zhu Linyuan's voice became a little hoarse, and the murderous intent in his eyes was extremely strong. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the tiger mutant. Compared to ordinary mutant beasts, deformed species have some intelligence. It is this little bit of wisdom that keeps reminding it of danger. Run! Roar! Finally, the mutant let out a mock roar, then turned around and ran to the back. Although it only has 3 legs, it is surprisingly fast and rushes far away in the blink of an eye. Want to run? Zhu Linyuan sneered. He had put so much effort into severely injuring this mutant. How could he possibly let it get away so easily? After all, this is his all-purpose tonic. Zhu Linyuan exerted force and chased after him. 1 man and 1 beast, 1 chasing and 1 fleeing, at an incredibly fast speed. The direction in which this mutant tiger fled was exactly where the 3 sisters were. Big sister, you were right. There really are no monsters. At this time, the 3 sisters went around in a big circle and finally came to the place where they had planted crops before. Looking at the lush crops growing in front of them, the 3 sisters all showed the same excitement on their faces, and the 3 of them looked like one person. Corn, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, sister, we are rich. The youngest sister was extremely excited, as these things could be eaten after a little processing. There was so much food that it would last the 3 of them for a long time. The boss was also very excited. Sure enough, this garden is still very safe inside the zoo. After all, the monsters in the zoo only eat meat and won't touch vegetables at all. Even if people outside see it, they may not have the courage to come in. Even if you come in, you will be easily killed by those monsters if you don't know the way. It is basically impossible to get here. The second sister was thankful and said, sure enough, we sisters are lucky enough to encounter a fight between monsters. The noise was so loud that it attracted other monsters away. Otherwise, even if we were familiar with the road, we might not be able to get through. Yes, the eldest brother nodded with lingering fear, and then hurriedly said, let's quickly pick these grains, find a place nearby to hide them and eat some, and then take some more away. This place is not suitable for staying for long. As soon as the eldest sister finished speaking, the 3 sisters hurried into the vegetable garden. At this moment, a loud noise like an earthquake suddenly came from behind them. Chapter 34, Huge Harvest, the Triplets' Refuge. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise was approaching rapidly, and the 3 sisters could hear it clearly. It was actually the sound of footsteps. Hide quickly. The eldest sister reacted the fastest. She quickly pulled her 2 younger sisters and hid in the vegetable garden. They dared not move, controlled their breathing very slowly, and looked outside carefully. The 3 sisters were so nervous that they could even feel each other's heartbeats. Soon, the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the 3 sisters could see where they were coming from. What is this? The third brother's eyes widened, and he asked in horror, is this a prehistoric monster? The 3 sisters were stunned when they saw the tiger not far away, which was bigger than an elephant. Even in the end times, they had never seen such an exaggerated monster. No, look carefully. At this time, the second brother with glasses said quickly, this monster has a broken leg. It seems to be running away. Escape? The other 2 sisters looked over quickly and found that the monster was really in a panic, as if it was being chased. Oh my God, what kind of monster could beat this monster like this and make it run away? The third brother was shocked. Could it be a prehistoric monster? No. The second brother was suddenly stunned. He pushed his glasses and stared blankly into the distance. He swallowed and said, it seems to be a person. How is it possible? The other 2 sisters quickly looked in the direction she pointed, and the next second they were all stunned in their places, saying in disbelief, it's actually a human. At this moment, behind the monster, an extremely tall man was chasing it with a knife. The man was covered in extremely strong muscles and looked like a bronze giant in the sun. Moreover, he was moving extremely fast, comparable to a car on the highway, rapidly approaching the monster in front of him. Oh my God! I am not dreaming. The third brother was shocked. A person is chasing a tiger monster as big as an elephant? Has this world gone this crazy? The other 2 sisters were so shocked that they were speechless and just stared at the scene in a daze. Run fast enough. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had already caught up with the tiger mutant and slashed directly at its hind legs. Swish! With this knife, Zhu Linyuan found the right angle and directly cut off the 2 hind legs of the deformed creature from the knees. The huge tiger mutant broke both legs in an instant, and its huge body suddenly lost control and flew out directly, then slammed into the rockery in front, knocking down the entire rockery. Boom, boom. Huge rocks fell on the body of the tiger mutant. Originally, these stones were nothing to it. But at this time, 3 of its legs were broken and it had no strength to struggle, so it could only shake its head vigorously. You beast, you are really difficult to deal with. Zhu Linyuan walked forward, shook his head, and chopped down with his knife, chopping off the huge head of the deformed creature. Picking up the mutant's head, Zhu Linyuan smiled. These 2 fangs are also good, very suitable for making weapons. And those claws can be made into hidden weapons or daggers. Of course, the most important thing is the spores. Zhu Linyuan pressed the head to the ground and then carefully cut it open. The skull of this mutant was extremely strong, and Zhu Linyuan spent a long time just cutting it. Click! With the last crisp sound, Zhu Linyuan finally cut open the skull. Inside, there was a spore the size of a baby's fist, with 2 faint red circular lines on it. 2 blood streaks. Zhu Linyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It's really level 2. In the previous life, the red lines on the surface of the spores were called bloodlines. The number of bloodlines proves the level of the spore. 1 blood pattern corresponds to a 1st level evolver. The 9 bloodlines correspond to the 9th level of evolvers. At this moment, the one in Zhu Linyuan's hand is level 2, proving that after this spore is made into evolution liquid, it is also level 2 evolution liquid, which can enhance the physical strength of level 2 evolvers. Zhu Linyuan is still a 1st level evolver. It is very dangerous for him to take the 2nd level evolutionary fluid. But he knew that because of the extra attribute points added by the system, his various indicators had actually reached the level of a 2nd level evolver. There was no problem in taking the 2nd level evolutionary liquid, and it could even greatly improve his level of evolution. I wonder to what extent this spore can improve my physical strength after it is made into evolutionary fluid. Zhu Linyuan carefully collected the spores, feeling extremely excited. Then he cleaned up the surrounding battlefield, collected all the useful materials from the mutant, and put them into his backpack. As for the meat of this mutant, he thought about it and decided to throw it here. It's too big and difficult to take away. It's okay to just leave it here. It will eventually be eaten by other mutants in this zoo. I'll come back in a few days. Maybe I can kill another level 2 mutant. Zhu Linyuan thought about it in his mind, then walked towards the vegetable garden not far away. There actually is a vegetable garden here. Zhu Linyuan's eyes lit up and he strode in. The reason he came out this time was to get some crops to plant. The crops in this vegetable garden are already mature, but they can also be transplanted back. The moment he entered the vegetable garden, Zhu Linyuan suddenly stopped, frowned, and looked towards the corner of the vegetable garden, and said in a deep voice, "You 3 come out." He could clearly hear the heartbeats of 3 people here. In the vegetable garden, the 3 sisters who were hiding carefully turned pale when they heard Zhu Linyuan's words. Is he trying to trick us? The 3rd brother gave the eldest brother a look. The 3 sisters can understand each other's meaning with just a glance. He already said there were 3 of us. He must know we are here. The eldest sister shook her head, stood up, and walked out with her 2 younger sisters, looking at Zhu Linyuan cautiously. When Zhu Linyuan saw the 3 sisters, he was stunned for a moment. It's them. He never expected that he would meet an acquaintance from his previous life here. Thinking of the great reputation of the 3 people in front of him in their previous lives, a barely perceptible smile flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. These 3 people are exactly the most scarce talents for him at this moment. Zhu Linyuan was determined to recruit these 3 people into his team, but his face showed no expression. He said calmly, "These crops are already my spoils of war." Zhu Linyuan glanced at the 3 people and said calmly, "You 3 should leave quickly." The 3 sisters thought something tragic might happen to them. After all, the 3 sisters are all very beautiful, and most importantly, they look exactly the same. They themselves are well aware that situations like theirs can easily arouse the fantasies of the opposite sex. Especially in the last days, it is very dangerous. Moreover, they had just seen how Zhu Linyuan killed the tiger monster, and they all understood that if the person opposite them were to attack, they would not even be able to fight back. But they didn't expect that they would be let off so easily. The 2nd and 3rd brothers hurriedly thanked him and stood up to leave, wanting to escape from here. The eldest brother grabbed them at once. She glanced at the monsters wandering outside, then looked at the tall man in front of her who looked like a god of war, and suddenly said, "Can the 3 of us follow you? The 3 of us won't hold you back. Besides, We are all students of NTU. Maybe we can be of use to you. It will definitely be beneficial for you to take us under your wing." The boss said this, looking firmly into Zhu Linyuan's eyes, feeling a little nervous as he waited for Zhu Linyuan's answer. Chapter 35. The stunning triplets are recruited. Zhu Linyuan had already made a decision in his mind. These three people must be brought under our command. After all, these three people were famous plant experts in the previous life. The crops developed by the three of them feed the entire South City-based city. If we can recruit these three sisters, at least we won't have to worry about food problems in the future. It can even control the food source of the entire South City. This will also be a powerful aid to his future development of power. However, although he had made up his mind, Zhu Linyuan did not say it directly, but deliberately pondered for a moment. The three sisters became nervous instantly when they saw Zhu Linyuan's hesitant attitude. Originally, the second and third brothers were not very willing to follow Zhu Linyuan, and it was the eldest brother who insisted on it. But at this time, the second and third brothers saw that Zhu Linyuan didn't seem to want them very much, and they suddenly felt extremely nervous. In their hearts, they inexplicably hoped that Zhu Linyuan would agree to the eldest brother's request. Little did they know that this was exactly the effect Zhu Linyuan wanted. Zhu Linyuan knew very well that humans were creatures who did not know how to cherish. Especially for things that come easily, we don't cherish them at all, and only regret it when we lose them. Therefore, the difficulty of the process must be increased so that the other party will cherish this opportunity. That's why Zhu Linyuan hesitated on purpose to make the other party anxious. After all, the initiative was in his hands. I don't need useless people under my command. Zhu Linyuan pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? The three of you transplant these crops to my land. If the transplantation is effective, I will agree to let the three of you join my army. If you can show your worth, I can assign some people to you to manage and take care of my land for me." Transplanting crops. The three sisters looked at each other. Their eyes lit up. The three of them were all from the School of Life Sciences at Nanjing University, majoring in botany. Moreover, they were the top students at Nanjing University, which was full of top students. This is what they are best at. It's a perfect match for my major. Okay. The eldest sister looked at the second and third sister, and seeing that her two younger sisters were nodding, she agreed immediately. "Don't worry, sir. The tools we left behind are right next to us. The three of us can definitely handle it." As they spoke, the three sisters rolled up their sleeves, picked up their tools, and started working, looking very enthusiastic. Zhu Linyuan stood at the door and watched casually, occasionally taking action to deal with the mutant beasts that broke in. Seeing the three sisters' skillful and professional movements, he nodded secretly. "I found the right person." Zhu Linyuan was in a very good mood with a smile on his face. After this trip, not only did he get seeds and crops, he also got a second-level spore, which could greatly improve his level of evolution. Most importantly, he also recruited three very useful subordinates. These are the foundations for his future development of power. As dusk fell, the three sisters finally finished processing all the crops. Some of the ones that had no transplant value were picked directly by them and could be used as food, while the valuable ones were processed by them and transported to the car. "Get in the car. I'll take you to my territory." Zhu Linyuan opened the car door and said casually. Looking at the giant car in front of them, the three sisters widened their eyes in shock and looked at it with shining eyes. "It's so handsome. This kind of rough mechanical beauty is not only liked by men, but also irresistible by women. Are we living in the same apocalypse?" The three sisters came up with the same idea at the same time, and then carefully got on the Big Mac. The three of them moved very gently, for fear of making any noise and angering Zhu Linyuan. After all, this is your future boss. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was at home. Finally found it. The two men hid not far from Zhu Linyuan's house, observing the captives working on the land, with looks of surprise on their faces. "Many of them are from our organization, and they disappeared with Bai Yuan. This must be the place where the boss asked us to look for them," one of the blond men said excitedly. "That's right." A bespectacled, scholar-like man nodded and said calmly, "Let's go back and report to the boss. We'll wipe out this place and rescue Lan Ying and Bai Yuan. The boss will definitely reward us." "Go back and report to the boss?" The blond man glanced at the scholar and said with some disdain, "We have more than 200 elite soldiers under our command, not the bunch of good-for-nothings under Bai Yuan. Wouldn't it be better if we worked together to take this place down and bring Lan Ying, Bai Yuan, and the head of this leader back to see the boss?" The blond man said with great confidence. Not appropriate. The scholar immediately shook his head and denied. Bai Yuan came with the boss's 2 personal guards. They were so powerful, but they didn't dare to attack us. There is no need for us to take risks. The safest way is to go back and inform the boss, and then have her take action personally. All members of our Jidao organization will be mobilized to directly wipe out this place. Glasses. Do you want to be ridden on by those women for the rest of your life? The blond man suddenly looked into the scholar's eyes and said, to put it bluntly, our Yakuza organization is just a bunch of us working for those women, right? Although we are the captains, in reality, we don't even have many opportunities to meet the boss. Am I right? The blond man said excitedly. If we want to climb up and live like a real man, we must make achievements. The boss thinks highly of Lanning. If we can rescue Lanning and send her to her directly, she will definitely be valued. Don't you want to give it a try? The scholar was a little tempted by what he said, but after hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and refused. Anyway, I won't go. I don't want to take risks. You don't have to go. The blond man said firmly. Lend me your men, and I'll lead them to encircle and suppress them. You don't have to take the lead, and we can share the credit when the time comes. Are you serious? The scholar asked in surprise. You don't have to put in any effort, and you can still share the credit. It's like pie in the sky. When have I ever joked? The blond man remained firm. Okay then. The scholar no longer hesitated. If he didn't dare to take this risk, he would never have been able to become the captain. Just wait for me to kill the leader of this force and rescue Lanning and the others. As the blond man spoke, he looked in the direction of the captives with a ferocious smile on his face. And then he led more than 200 thugs and quietly surrounded the field where Su Zian and others were. At this time, in the fields, more than 100 people had just put down their sickles and hoes and were eating happily. Lao Zhang, if we can live like this, it would be pretty good. A big man ate the bread in his hand and said with emotion, I can eat every day if I work, and I don't have to capture and sell people. I think it's pretty good. Indeed. Another big man beside him took a sip of water and said with emotion, Actually, I don't want to be a human trafficker, but under the circumstances at that time, we couldn't survive if we didn't work for the organization. Opposite the two of them, a burly man with a Peppa Pig tattoo on his body spat and said, Why are you two acting so pretentiously and lamenting about life? Who are you? The strong man cursed for a few words and suddenly said with emotion, But what you two said makes some sense. With Boss Ju's protection, we don't have to worry about safety issues here. We can finish our work, eat and sleep every day. This life is quite comfortable. The strong man ate the remaining bread in his hand, stood up and said, Come on, let's get back to work. At this moment, the strong man suddenly froze, his face changed, and he shouted quickly, Hurry up, there's a situation. Someone is coming. Chapter 36, Su Zian's Ability. Everyone stood up quickly, with Su Zian and Liu Bai standing at the front. At this moment, a large group of people were bypassing Zhu Linyuan's building and quietly moving towards here along the corner of the wall. Several people who were on guard fell to the ground, apparently killed. He comes with bad intentions. Everyone is aware of this. Everyone grab your weapons. Facing a powerful enemy, Su Zian remained calm and said loudly, The enemy doesn't have too many people, and not everyone on the opposite side has weapons. We can definitely stop them. Listen everyone, if you kill one person on the other side, you can get an extra piece of bread every day. Kill the 2 people on the opposite side, and you won't have to wear leg irons anymore, and you'll be no longer a prisoner. Kill the 3 guys on the opposite side, and you'll be the team leader from now on, in charge of 10 people. Everyone, follow the formation I arranged earlier and fight the enemy. Follow my command and move. After hearing Su Ziyan's words, the people who were still hesitating were like taking stimulants. They picked up sickles and hoes and were eager to rush forward and fight to the death. As long as you can kill 3 people on the opposite side, not only will you not be a prisoner in the future, but you can also take care of 10 people. This also has a place in the end times. The most important thing is that they all remember that Zhu Linyuan once killed hundreds of people by himself. As long as he holds out until Zhu Linyuan comes to support him, those small fry on the opposite side won't be enough for him to deal with on his own. When the time comes, I can just follow behind happily and get the kills. This group of captives were originally desperate criminals, and now they were tempted by the benefits and became excited one by one. Some of them also have other plans in mind, but the current battle situation is still unclear, so even if these people have some plans in mind, they dare not show them. Liu Bai picked up the alloy sword that Zhu Linyuan gave him and stood at the front of the team, looking very aggressive. Su Zian put her hands behind her back, looked at the opposite side calmly, and said nothing. Brothers, go ahead and kill them. On the opposite side, the blonde man just shouted and rushed forward with his men. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly occurred. The person who was rushing in the front suddenly fell to the ground. There was a crossbow arrow stuck in the chest. Everyone be careful, the blonde man shouted hurriedly, shrinking into the team and looking out cautiously. I found out that it was the woman standing in the front opposite me, holding a crossbow in her hand. I actually have this thing? The blonde man cursed and roared. There's only a broken crossbow on the other side. Don't be afraid, brothers, just charge. As he said this, he hid in the team and rushed forward with them. However, this time, their momentum was much weaker than before. Court death. Su Zian aimed at the person in front of the blonde man and shot another arrow. The person standing in front of the blonde man fell to the ground. However, at this time, the entire opposing team had already rushed to a fairly close position. Su Zian raised her right arm, waved it downwards and said, Brothers, go ahead. Behind her, more than 100 people holding sickles and hoes moved forward step by step. In order to prevent them from escaping, Zhu Linyuan had put handcuffs on them. But at this moment, seemingly because the shackles restricted their movements, they appeared to be very united, moving forward step by step like a well-disciplined team. First row kill. Su Ziyan shouted again and fired a crossbow arrow, killing another person on the opposite side. As soon as the words fell, the people standing in the front row swung their sickles together and chopped at the heads of the thugs on the opposite side like cutting grass. The sickles in their hands were about 1.4 meters long, while the machetes, steel pipes, and the like in the hands of the opponents were less than 1 meter long. At this moment, the advantage of length becomes apparent. The opponent's weapons can't touch them at all, and they can reap the opponent's lives at will. At this moment, more than 10 people from the Jidao organization fell. Su Zian's expression remained unchanged as she continued to shout, Second row, kill. At this moment, the people in the second row suddenly thrust their shovels in their hands through the gap between the knees of the people in the first row. A row of shovels were thrust out at the same time, directly into the knees of the Yakuza members. This group of people never expected that someone would attack this position. They were completely unprepared and instantly trembled with pain. At this time, the people in the first row found the right opportunity, swung their sickles again, and directly harvested this group of people. In the first encounter, 20 or 30 people from the Jidao organization died. Su Zian's morale boosted greatly. The captives suddenly discovered that the people in front of them had no rules at all and were easy to deal with. Just follow Su Zian's instructions. It's like a regular team fighting against guerrillas. Retreat first. They can't catch up with us. The blonde man noticed that the people opposite him were all wearing shackles on their feet and hurriedly said, Brothers, spread out and just wrap them up and beat them up. We have more people. They're definitely no match for us. Hearing the blonde man's words, everyone from the Yakuza organization immediately dispersed. At this moment, the blonde man suddenly heard a sound of breaking air and quickly rolled to the side. Laugh! An arrow pierced his shoulder directly, causing the blonde man to scream in pain. Damn it, I'm gonna kill you, you stinky bitch. The blonde man covered his wound and cursed angrily. Su Zian installed the crossbow again with an expressionless face and aimed at him. The frightened blonde man quickly shrank back into the crowd. As a result, the morale of the Jidao organization became very low. Su Zian, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. Don't be afraid, brothers, the blonde man shouted. We have more people. We can outlast them. They only have those two tricks. We were fooled once, so they won't work next time. As long as we are fast enough, we can just break up their formation. As long as we can fight in close combat, their sickles and hoes are useless. After hearing the blonde man's words, the Yakuza organization finally boosted their morale a little. Su Zian said calmly, Everyone, stand in the second formation I arranged earlier and follow my command to attack. After the previous 2 rounds, everyone had recognized Su Zian's strength, and they immediately changed the formation, making the entire formation look like 3 concentric circles. The people on the outside held rakes, the people in the second circle held sickles, and the people on the inside held shovels. Seeing their posture, the people from the Jidao organization hesitated again, and no one dared to rush to the front. The people who were at the front just now are all dead. Damn it, the bitch is just being mysterious. The blonde man cursed angrily, but he was also a little scared and didn't dare to take the lead and rush forward. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from behind the Ji-Dao organization's team. When they looked over at the sound, they saw a gigantic black SUV speeding towards them, like a prehistoric beast, and crashing directly into them. The blonde man was stunned for a moment. Then his face changed, and he said quickly, "Grass! Disperse!" Chapter 37. With more than 300 men under his command, his power has begun to take shape. As soon as the blonde man finished speaking, the black SUV crashed into the crowd like a prehistoric beast. Bang, bang, bang. The thugs were knocked away like broken sacks and were already a bloody mess when they fell to the ground. The rest of the people fled in a hurry, fearing that they would be hit as well. However, the next second, the car suddenly stopped. I saw a tall man pushing open the car door, walking down with bare hands, looking at everyone indifferently, as if he didn't take this group of people seriously at all. It was Zhu Linyuan. Seeing that there was only one person on the other side, the blonde man's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and he roared, "Damn, it's so arrogant! Surround him now!" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhu Linyuan. Next second, bang! Zhu Linyuan punched the blonde man into pieces of flesh and blood, with debris flying all over the ground. The field suddenly became quiet, including the captives under Zhu Linyuan. Everyone was stunned and looked at Zhu Linyuan with an expressionless face in shock. The blonde man who was so arrogant just now has now turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Someone suddenly swallowed. The group of people surrounding Zhu Linyuan suddenly began to retreat on tiptoe, holding their breath for fear of making any noise. Whoever moves again will die. Zhu Linyuan glanced around and spoke lightly. Everyone stopped in an instant. "Kneel down if you want to live." Zhu Linyuan spoke again. Plop. More than 100 strong men knelt down in an instant without hesitation. Although Zhu Linyuan only threw one punch from beginning to end, the deterrent power of this punch was too terrifying, and it directly turned their captain into a scumbag in the physical sense. These strong men dared not move. Zian arranged for someone to put handcuffs on them. "The rest is up to you." Zhu Linyuan was in a good mood as he watched the freshly captured prisoners being shackled one by one. "Boss, with today's batch of prisoners, plus the people we captured before, we now have a total of 311 people under our command." On the side, Su Zian reported, "Among the 311 people, there are 272 men and 39 women. Among them, 48 are students and are currently under the management of Lu Bai. As you instructed before, the task of building the fence and reclaiming the wasteland has been completed. What are your instructions for the next step?" Su Zian spoke quickly and clearly. "First, arrange a few people to move all the seeds and seedlings from the truck. The task for these 2 days is to plant the fields. Let those with farming experience take the lead and plant all the seedlings and seeds. Don't stop reclaiming wasteland. After we finish this piece of wasteland, there are still so many mountains and forests behind. Arrange people to find suitable places to reclaim on the nearby mountains and expand our planting land area." Zhu Linyuan said, "Improve the treatment of those who go to the mountains. Provide them with equipment, and inform me immediately if they encounter force majeure. I will handle it." Su Zian nodded. She also understood that there would always be brave men under great rewards. As long as the salary was high enough, there would definitely be people rushing to go. There are many people who don't care about their lives. By the way, Zian, Zhu Linyuan looked at the car and said, "There are 3 more people in the car. They are the agricultural talents I brought back. In the future, they will be responsible for crop cultivation. You should give them some manpower to help them carry out their work. Agriculture will be our top priority in the future." "Okay, boss." Su Ziyan was very surprised. She was worrying about the fact that she knew little about agriculture, but unexpectedly Zhu Linyuan brought back a helper for her. While the two were talking, a few zombies nearby heard the noise and came staggering over. He was hacked to death by Lu Bai and his men. "It's time to clear out the zombies around here." Zhu Linyuan pondered. "If we want to develop this area, we must create an environment without zombies. How about this?" Zhu Linyuan thought for a moment, took out a map from the car, and said, "Dispatch some people to be responsible for sealing off this area." Zhu Linyuan said this and drew a rectangle on the map. This rectangle starts from his current field and surrounds his current residence in the middle, as well as several buildings on the side. Su Zian roughly calculated that it was almost a 100 square meter rectangle, with a total area of about 20,000 square meters. With the current manpower under her command, it would take some time to completely blockade it, but it would require a lot of materials. Before she even opened her mouth to ask, Zhu Linyuan said directly, "This blockade is mainly aimed at zombies. It can be simply blocked with iron chains and iron nets. There are a lot of materials in the underground warehouse. You can directly arrange people to go and get them. See if anyone here knows how to open locks. Once the blockade is complete, open the locks on these buildings and eliminate all the zombies. This area will be our base from now on." Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, everyone around was excited. They could all feel that Zhu Linyuan was really working hard to develop this piece of land and wanted to make it a place suitable for survival. If they can really succeed, they will have their own place to belong in this end times. At this moment, they suddenly felt a sense of belonging here. It's like finding home. Su Zian was even more excited. What she liked most were challenging things, including assisting Zhu Linyuan in building a huge business empire before the end of the world, also because she liked challenges. Now, Zhu Linyuan has given her the full task of building a gathering place, which makes her extremely excited. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly. This is the effect he wanted. Building a gathering place cannot rely on his efforts alone. Only when everyone works together will they have a sense of belonging and identity here. This is how you build a force. Otherwise, it would just be a matter of forcing everyone together by force. Zhu Linyuan stood up, picked up the spoils, and strode to the autopsy room. He did not rush to deal with the body materials of the tiger mutant, but took out the second-level spore first. The second-level spores are not only larger in size, but also much more active. They seem to have their own consciousness, constantly squirming and trying to escape from the container. But it was all in vain. Zhu Linyuan injected the prepared medicine into the spores without hesitation. Soon, the spores turned into an evolutionary liquid. The color of this evolution potion is darker than the previous first-level evolution liquid, and its fragrance smells more tempting. The first level 2 evolutionary fluid, I wonder what kind of surprise it will give me. Looking at the deep and brilliant evolution potion in his hand, Zhu Linyuan showed an expectant look on his face. Then, he exhaled slowly, adjusted his physical condition to the best, and then swallowed the evolution potion in one gulp. Boom! In an instant, his body seemed to explode, and he felt an extremely severe pain. Chapter 38 Breakthrough, Second Order Evolver. Boom! The moment the second-level evolution liquid entered his stomach, Zhu Linyuan felt his brain go blank. The next second, his body seemed to be burning. The capillaries on the surface of his body burst one by one, and his whole body turned into a bloody man. At the same time, it felt as if a raging fire was burning inside his body, and he felt extremely severe pain in his internal organs. Even with Zhu Linyuan's resilience and endurance, he almost fainted from the pain. At the same time, his body expanded rapidly like a balloon from about 1.9 meters to nearly 2.5 meters in height. I saw that his muscles were more terrifying than those of the Hulk. His forearms alone were much thicker than ordinary people's thighs. He looked like a human-shaped beast, exuding an extremely tyrannical aura and murderous intent. The whole person was almost on the verge of losing control. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came in his mind. Luo Qingying completed 1,000 squats. Today's daily task completed. Host gains 1 attribute point. Hearing the system's voice, Zhu Linyuan suddenly regained some clarity. Add it to your physique. Zhu Linyuan used the last bit of rationality he had left to control the system to add attribute points to his physique. The next second, he felt a sudden warmth in his body. This warm current was constantly strengthening his body. Although it was extremely weak, at this moment, it was like a life-saving straw, pulling him back from the dark abyss little by little. The capillaries on Zhu Linyuan's body no longer burst, his body size gradually shrank, and his eyes became clearer and clearer. Finally, after a while, Zhu Linyuan returned to his normal body shape. His muscles looked very nice, and combined with his tough looks, he looked like a model. I still underestimated the effect of the level 2 evolution fluid. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, I originally thought that with my physique, there would be no problem taking the level 2 evolution liquid, but I didn't expect that something almost went wrong. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly. If Luo Qingying hadn't just completed the daily task and brought him a life-saving attribute point, the problem would have been very serious. Although his body could barely bear it just now, his mind was full of thoughts of killing, venting, and wreaking havoc. I'm afraid I'll lose control. At that time, It would be an absolute devastating disaster for this force, which has just taken shape. I didn't expect that taking evolutionary fluid beyond one's level would have such risks. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. In his previous life, he had never taken evolutionary liquid to skip levels, nor had he heard of anyone taking evolutionary liquid to skip levels. He simply thought that it was because the physique was not strong enough to take evolutionary liquid to skip levels. Now it seems that I was wrong. I'm afraid there is some secret in this. Looking at the remnants of spores in the container, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. In the previous life, until the end, humans did not fully understand the purpose of these spores and why they suddenly came to the Earth. Because in the previous life, human beings have been struggling to survive and have no extra energy and ability to explore the reasons for the end of the world. But in this life, my starting point is already very high. Maybe I can change some things. Zhu Linyuan murmured, clenched his fists slightly, and felt the surging power in his body like a tide. For a moment, he was filled with heroism. At this moment, there have been tremendous changes on his panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: Second Order Revolver. Evolution Level 3. Strength: 192. Speed: 156. Physique: 178. Attribute points: 0. Daily task: complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture mission none. Number of prisoners: 3. All 3 attributes have reached 3 digits, and the strength is even approaching the 200 mark. Zhu Linyuan smiled and said, from the perspective of attribute points, the overall strength should have more than doubled. But in reality, the overall strength should have increased several times. He knew very well that doubling the attribute points would more than just double the increase in strength. This is a terrifying leap forward. With my current strength, I have enough confidence to explore the back mountain. Thinking of the powerful mutants that might appear behind the mountain, Zhu Linyuan was extremely excited. He is now extremely eager for the evolution fluid. The feeling of increased strength made him intoxicated. There is still some time before the lunar disaster arrives. If I'm lucky, I might be able to sprint to become a third-level evolver. If I can really break through to the third-order evolver, then the moon disaster will really become my opportunity. I wish Linyuan great expectations. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came into his mind again. The survivor Gu Chuyu is guilty of a serious crime. Please arrest him quickly. Successful arrest will reward 5 bottles of physical strengthening reagents and 50 attribute points. What's wrong with the system? When he saw the reward, Zhu Linyuan was surprised and asked, why did you suddenly become so generous? Zhu Linyuan has tried it and found that each bottle of physical strengthening reagent can increase physical fitness by 10 points. In other words, by completing this task, you can get a total of 100 attribute points worth of rewards. It's really luxurious. It just so happens that I will have to deal with this Gucci sooner or later. Zhu Linyuan sneered. Whether it's Luo Qingying, Laning, Bai Yuan, or Zhang Miao, they all have inextricable ties with Gu Chuyu. She is currently the largest human trafficker in the entire South City. Although in the last days, human society has lost the constraints of the law, and even the moral constraints have become very low. But Zhu Linyuan still couldn't stand this kind of behavior. He is not a saint either. If he meets someone he doesn't like, he will beat him to death with 1 punch. But he still couldn't stand the fact that some people treated their own kind like commodities, putting them in cages and buying and selling them. As for people he dislikes, Zhu Linyuan usually has only one way of dealing with them: blast with 1 punch. But since she's a prisoner, let her spend the rest of her life in my cell. This should be more painful for her than killing her with 1 punch. Zhu Linyuan showed a sneer on his face. As for her Yakuza organization, I just happen to take it over. It just so happens that I'm short of people to do the work. With just a few words, Zhu Linyuan had decided the fate of the Jidao organization. It's also good that Gu Chuyu is a master of traditional Chinese martial arts. It would be fine if I had 1,000 or so people under my command. Even one of the 5 major forces in South City. In Zhu Linyuan's opinion, none of them are worth mentioning. In the face of absolute strength, these are vulnerable. Zhu Linyuan smiled, simply dealt with today's harvest, took a shower, and returned to the room. At this time, Wan Qingyan had already prepared the meal and fell asleep curled up on the sofa. Hey, it looks like you exercised. Zhu Linyuan saw that the fitness equipment had been moved, and a smile appeared on his face. He pinched Ruan Qingyin's fair arms and legs twice, and found that as expected, after doing a lot of exercise, the feel of her hands had changed slightly. This girl, Zhu Linyuan gently pinched Ruan Qingyin's little face and carried her back to the room. At this moment, Ruan Qingyin's eyelashes suddenly trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. His big eyes looked timid, but suddenly lit up when he saw Zhu Linyuan. Boji. Ruan Qingyin hugged Zhu Linyuan and pecked him gently. Now that you're awake. Zhu Linyuan suddenly showed a smile. Then get up and exercise. Chapter 39. 3 women show their talents. The next day, the sun is at noon. Ruan Qingyin stretched lazily, hummed like a cat, and quietly opened her eyes. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was already exercising on the balcony. He was shirtless, the sun shining on his muscular body, and he looked as muscular as an ancient Greek sculpture. You're really energetic. Ruan Qingyin looked at Zhu Linyuan and said to herself enviously, after all this hard work, you're still so experienced. Even though she had strengthened her physique, she was unable to move at this moment. I have no strength left. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had just completed today's training. He casually added attribute points to strength. Feeling the continuous growth of strength, Zhu Linyuan stood up with satisfaction. He can now gain 3 attribute points by completing daily tasks, and the 3 prisoners under him can bring him 4 attribute points every day. That's 7 a day. Although it doesn't seem like much, it accumulates to be quite considerable. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan had an idea and opened the system's vision, looking into the prison. At this time, Luo Qingying and Lan Ying were doing their daily tasks, while Bai Yuan was whispering something to Zhang Miao. Zhu Linyuan's mind moved, and Bai Yuan's voice came into his ears through the system. It turns out that Zhang Miao is from the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families. Zhu Linyuan suddenly realized, no wonder she has so many thugs working for her. It turns out they are all thugs arranged by the family. It's a pity that Zhang Miao has lost her memory, otherwise we could have dug out some information about the Zhang family from her. Zhu Linyuan was quite interested in the Zhang family, which started out as a gangster boxing family. To be more precise, he is now very interested in the 5 major forces in South City. No hurry, the 5 major forces in South City, I will deal with them one by one. South City is too small, 1 force is enough. Zhu Linyuan murmured and withdrew his thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Miao had no clothes yet and was still wrapped in a bed sheet. Since we completed our daily mission yesterday, let's get her a set of clothes. Zhu Linyuan picked up a set of clothes and planned to give it to her to increase her submission value. After all, Zhang Miao has lost his memory now, so it should be easy to increase his submission value. Just as he was about to set off, Zhu Linyuan suddenly remembered the crucial attribute point of Luo Qingying when she broke through last night. All in all, she did me a big favor. Seeing Luo Qingying sweating profusely from morning exercise but still gritting her teeth to persevere, Zhu Linyuan thought for a moment, turned back, and got her some supplies. Bring some active oil with you. You can use it after exercise. Bring some food and some milk, it's good for your health. Have some more fruit. Something low in sugar is better for your body. By the way, it's not very convenient for her to wash up, so get some more toiletries. Get a few more sets of clothes and 2 sets of pajamas. Soon, Zhu Linyuan stood up and walked towards the prison, carrying a huge package. At this time in the prison, Lan Ying had already collapsed on the ground. I am so tired. Lan Ying was breathing heavily and felt like her legs were no longer her own. I only did over 200 squats today, and my legs are numb. Lan Ying's eyes were dull as she muttered to herself, I have to do 1,000 squats every day. Is this hell? On the first day, Lan Ying gritted her teeth and persevered. But today, she can no longer hold on. This kind of fatigue from exercise is accumulated every day. If the fatigue value is displayed numerically, Lan Ying's current fatigue value should have been maximum. After a while, Lan Ying finally regained her sanity, but when she saw Luo Qingying still persisting, she became numb again. This Luo Qingying, is she crazy? Lan Ying complained, 1,000 squats and 1,000 crunches every day, and sometimes even extra training. Isn't she tired? Can you do this in prison? Lan Ying felt like she was going to be killed by Luo Qingying. Too curly. Oh shit. Lan Ying couldn't help but swear. Just do it. You won't get any benefits even if you do it every day. You will still be locked up in prison like us. Lan Ying muttered, how stupid. At the side, Bai Yuan and Zhang Miao were also sitting on the ground, watching Luo Qingying training, completely indifferent. because Bai Yuan found that there was no one supervising here. Even if I don't do it, no one will know, right? Thinking this way, she told Zhang Miao about it. Zhang Miao had lost her memory at this time, and she listened to whatever others said, just like a completely obedient baby. Luo Qingying, on the other hand, was practicing without caring at all. Although her strength had been almost drained and her body was extremely tired, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. At this moment, the prison door suddenly opened. Squeak! As the door opened, a tall and slender figure walked in. It was Zhu Linyuan. The moment they saw Zhu Linyuan coming in, Lan Ning and Bai Yuan quickly stood up and began pretending to train. Zhang Miao followed suit, pulling the bed sheet around himself and doing squats along with them. Because it was inconvenient to squat when completely wrapped up, she could only wrap her upper body, revealing two straight and white girlish legs, which looked quite attractive like the beautiful legs in comics. Zhu Linyuan didn't even look at the other three people and walked straight into cell number 1. Bang! He put the huge package on the ground with a dull sound. This is... Luo Qingying looked at the big package on the ground in confusion. For you, Zhu Linyuan said without raising his head, then opened the package and took out items one by one. Chocolate, sausage, self-heating hot pot, mineral water, milk, watermelon, cherries, mango, toothpaste, facial cleanser, long skirt, sailor suit, yoga suit, pajamas. The other three people stared with their eyes wide open. Lan Ning looked at her torn Chong Sam, then looked across at the table, where there were 6 or 7 sets of skirts of various kinds. She suddenly felt the disparity in society. I'm already in jail, and I still have to endure this kind of unfair treatment? Lan Ning was extremely angry. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly threw a set of clothes to the next cell and said to Zhang Miao, "Put on this set of clothes and stop wrapping yourself in the sheets." Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the clothes on the ground, took off the bed sheets, and started changing clothes. In an instant, Zhu Linyuan saw everything clearly. Although the scene was very tempting, Zhu Linyuan did not show any abnormality. The others were stunned. Is this a new trick? Bai Yuan blinked. Is she really amnesiac? Why do I feel that her routine is so sophisticated? Lan Ning cursed in her heart. Another little sister-in-law. She's starting to use this trick, right? Last time, she used this trick. Although she didn't get any benefits, at least Zhu Linyuan helped her loosen her muscles and bones and relieve her fatigue. She still clearly remembers that extremely refreshing feeling. No, I have to increase the stakes too. Lan Ning gritted her teeth and said, otherwise, they will take all the benefits. Thinking of this, she suddenly cried out, ouch, and pretended to fall down. At the same time, she exerted force with her hands, and a bigger hole was torn in the Chong Sam on her body. Almost torn in half. It looks extremely tempting. Oh, what shall I do? Lan Ning pretended to be surprised and said, Brother Zhu, my clothes are completely ruined now. Can you help me? Also, my legs hurt so much. Chapter 40, Jealousy and the Skyrocketing Submission Value. I don't practice much every day, but I do a lot of things. Seeing Lan Ying's state, Zhu Linyuan said mercilessly, take care of your clothes yourself. I'll check what's wrong with your legs later. Although he was too lazy to pay attention to Lan Ning, she still completed her daily tasks every day, so Zhu Linyuan was not too harsh on her. These people are all creating value for themselves. After that, Zhu Linyuan said to Luo Qingying, lie down first, I will check your body. You do this kind of high-intensity exercise every day. You must take medicine and massage with it. Otherwise, your body won't be able to bear it. Even for those who spend every day in the gym, it is difficult to stick to 1,000 squats and 1,000 sit-ups every day. This is a horrible amount of exercise. Zhu Linyuan knew that Luo Qingying was holding on entirely by willpower. But if this goes on for long, her body will soon break down. Must be combined with medication and massage. The same is true for those who practice martial arts and athletes, and some even need to work with special nutritionists. Luo Qingying did not look at what Zhu Linyuan brought her, but listened to Zhu Linyuan obediently and lay down. At the same time, she lifted up her clothes and rolled up her loose sweatpants, revealing her fair, tight waist and beautiful legs. She stared at Zhu Linyuan intently with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Now, what keeps her going every day is the occasional visit from Zhu Linyuan. Seeing Luo Qingying being so obedient, Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly, very satisfied. Now Luo Qingying's submission value is 59 points. I hope it can break 60 today. The reason why Zhu Linyuan treated Luo Qingying differently was, on the one hand, because she performed very well and could bring him more benefits, and on the other hand, because her submission value increased very quickly. Now, she would basically not refuse some of Zhu Linyuan's requests. Zhu Linyuan applied some activating oil on his hands and pressed them on Luo Qingying's fair and slender legs to help her relieve her physical fatigue. Through his exquisite and skillful techniques and just the right amount of strength, coupled with the stimulation of drugs, Luo Qingying's long-accumulated pressure was instantly released, as if she had stepped on the clouds, and the whole person seemed to fly into the sky. She couldn't help but close her eyes, her hands tightly grasping the sheets, biting her lips, her face rosy, looking extremely seductive. Zhu Linyuan didn't care about all this and concentrated on releasing the physical pressure for her. After massaging both legs, he also massaged Luo Qingying's waist and abdomen for a while. Soon, handprints appeared on Luo Qingying's fair skin. Turn over. Soon, after they had done all the pressing, Zhu Linyuan asked Luo Qingying to turn over. However, at this moment Luo Qingying fell into a strange state. Her mind was blank, and she didn't hear what Zhu Linyuan was saying at all. It looks like he's really exhausted. Zhu Linyuan shook his head, turned her over, and helped her relieve the pressure from behind. After pressing it completely, Luo Qingying was still immersed in that strange state. Zhu Linyuan smiled and did not wake her up. Instead, he gently covered her with a blanket and left cell number 1. Brother Zhu, I'm here too. When Lanning saw Luo Qingying's reaction, all she could think of was the feeling when Zhu Linyuan helped her massage that day. At this moment, she couldn't help herself and shouted quickly, I know. Zhu Linyuan's voice was very cold, completely different from the feeling he had when he treated Luo Qingying. But for some reason, Lanning felt a little comfortable being treated so roughly. In the past, all the men she came into contact with revolved around her, praising her every day and trying to please her in various ways, acting like lickers. But she totally looked down on those people. Even though some of those people were in very good conditions, she just found them annoying. From childhood to adulthood, she has never met a man she likes, until he was caught and thrown into jail. I also complete the tasks you assign to me every day. After being scolded by Zhu Linyuan, Lanning muttered aggrievedly. Then she lay down obediently and looked at Zhu Linyuan expectantly. How many tasks do you have every day? Zhu Linyuan rubbed some active oil on his hands and said, not even half of Luo Qingying's. How dare you say that? If you could do what she does, I can help you without you having to ask. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he roughly grabbed Lan Ying's legs and pressed them down hard. Ah! Lanning felt pain and couldn't help but scream. But soon, she was addicted to the feeling of the massage. However, it took less than 3 minutes. Okay. Zhu Linyuan threw her legs apart, clapped his hands, and said, that's all. Ah! Lan Ying's face turned rosy. She was immersed in that feeling, but Zhu Linyuan stopped abruptly, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. My waist hasn't been massaged yet. Lanning pointed at her beautiful curves under her cheongsam and looked at Zhu Linyuan eagerly. You didn't do any crunches, so what's there to press? Zhu Linyuan said unhappily. But Lanning wanted to argue. But suddenly, she found that Zhu Linyuan's eyes turned cold, and she swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She is smart and knows when to be a little bit naughty and when not to be. Just now she saw that Zhu Linyuan was in a good mood, so she dared to make a request. But now, Zhu Linyuan obviously has lost his patience, so how dare she go further? Seeing Lan Ying's reaction, Zhu Linyuan's eyes softened a little, and he said lightly, turn around, let me see how your clothes are. Ah! Lan Ying was stunned. She was very aware of the current state of her cheongsam, so she felt a little ashamed and was embarrassed to turn around. Don't waste time. Zhu Linyuan's voice turned cold again. Feeling that Zhu Linyuan's tone was a little impatient, Lan Ying quickly turned around. At this time, the back of her cheongsam was completely torn from top to bottom, revealing her beautiful back and long legs. I really can't wear it anymore. Zhu Linyuan nodded and said, I'll bring you one next time I come over. Having said that, without hesitation, he stood up and left. Hearing the heavy sound of the door closing, Lan Ying pouted and muttered, you stinky man who doesn't understand romance. I will make you fall for me sooner or later. On the side, Zhang Miao looked at her new clothes happy as a child. Bai Yuan looked at Lan Ying, then at Luo Qingying with a thoughtful look on her face. This brother Zhu seems to be treating Luo Qingying a little better. Is it because she works harder? Or is it because she is more obedient? Bai Yuan was guessing in her heart. And he seems to be very impatient with women who act like petty people. It seems like I have to change myself in a targeted way. Brother Zhu is really generous. Bai Yuan looked at the mountain of supplies in Luo Qingying's cell and felt extremely jealous. She secretly made up her mind to use some tricks next time. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had returned to the room and opened the system panel. How is it possible? When Zhu Linyuan saw the values on the panel, he was stunned for a moment. How is it possible to improve so much? Chapter 41, Lan Ying's sister, Rose Girl. At this moment, the submission values on the panels of Luo Qingying and Lan Ying both skyrocketed. Luo Qingying's surrender value skyrocketed, reaching 81 points in an instant. According to the system, after the surrender value reaches 80, it is no longer possible for Luo Qingying to betray Zhu Linyuan. Moreover, she would basically complete whatever Zhu Linyuan asked, even if this request is a bit excessive. Lan Ying's surrender value increased to 47 points. This growth rate is also very terrifying, not weaker than Luo Qingying at all. Let them compare with each other, and the effect is so good. Zhu Linyuan was slightly surprised. He specially gave Luo Qingying preferential treatment in order to let these prisoners compare with each other and get them involved. But he didn't expect that the effect would be so significant. It seems that I can release Luo Qingying occasionally. Zhu Linyuan thought in his heart. Luo Qingying's submission value has reached a certain level. There is no risk of betrayal at all, and there is no need for him to keep her locked up. After all, even after being released, she can still help Zhu Linyuan gain attribute values through training. And besides that, she can do so much more. Her fighting ability is no weaker than that of an adult man, and her tenacity is even far greater than that of others. Most importantly, she is fiercely loyal. Zhu Linyuan was in need of people at the time, so how could he let go of such a talent? But there's no rush. We just harvested a wave of submission points today. Let them calm down first. Let's release Luo Qingying tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Maybe we can harvest some submission points by then. Zhu Linyuan already had some consideration in mind. By the way, the submission value has increased, and their daily tasks should also change. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan looked at their attribute panels again. Name, Luo Qingying, prisoner number 1. Submission value, 81. Strength 6. Speed, 7. Constitution, 7. Daily task. Complete 1,000 squats. Reward the host with 1 attribute point, 792. Complete 1,000 sit-ups. Reward the host with 1 attribute point, 0. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Reward the host with 1 attribute point, 0. Now that push-ups are added, it seems I won't be able to get this attribute point for the time being. Zhu Linyuan shook his head. He was very familiar with Luo Qingying's body. Compared with sit-ups and squats, push-ups are much more difficult for Luo Qingying, because she doesn't have enough upper body strength. It seems that I have to get her a bottle of physical potion. I can also get her some first-level evolution liquid later. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly and looked at Lan Ying's panel again. Name, Lan Ying, prisoner number 2. Submission value, 47. Strength 4. Speed 5. Constitution 4. Daily task. Complete 1,000 squats. Reward the host with 1 attribute point, 268. Complete 1,000 crunches. Reward the host with 1 attribute point, 0. Lan Ying's various values are even worse. She is completely at the level of an ordinary person. Squats alone are difficult, and sit-ups are impossible. Zhu Linyuan shook his head. It seems that I have to give her some first-level evolution liquid to improve her various stats. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. He has broken through to the second-level evolver, and the first-level evolutionary fluid is no longer effective for him. The only use is to strengthen your family, your friends, and your subordinates. When the people around him become stronger, it will be easier for him to do some of the things he wants to do. As these prisoners become stronger, they can create greater value for him. This is an initial investment and is very necessary. However, Zhu Linyuan also knew very well that the most important thing was to improve his own strength. This is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, everything is castles in the air. It seems that it's time to take action. Zhu Linyuan suddenly murmured, with a smile on his face. After all, this Gu Qiyu is worth 100 attribute points. Besides, given her physical fitness, I shouldn't have to worry about completing these daily tasks. Zhu Linyuan was slightly looking forward to it. There's also a hint of curiosity. I wonder what kind of person the leader of this Yakuza organization is. At this time, the headquarters of the Yakuza organization. A beautiful woman in a white Taoist robe stood with her eyes closed, and in front of her was an iron cage. The iron cage was covered with black cloth, and loud bang bang bang. Noises kept coming from inside, as if some monster was hitting the cage. Go open the cage. At one side, two women in black tights instructed the woman next to them. Okay, okay. The woman approached the cage nervously and carefully lifted the black cloth. Her face turned pale with fright. Inside the cage, there was a terrifying-looking monster. If Zhu Linyuan were here, he would definitely be able to see it at a glance. This is a first-level mutant, and its strength is quite good. At this moment, the monster was staring at her, as if it wanted to eat her in one bite. The woman quickly took a few steps back, covering her mouth tightly, not daring to scream. Open the cage, the woman in black said coldly. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the cage to keep you company with this monster. Hearing her words, the woman shuddered suddenly, walked forward tremblingly, opened the lock on the cage as quickly as possible, and then ran back quickly. Bang! At this moment, the door of the cage was instantly opened by the monster. The mutant suddenly pounced at the woman. At this moment, a white figure suddenly flashed by, and then the sound of a sword rang out in the air. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang out in an instant and was replaced by the sound of the sword being sheathed. The next second, the monster's huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and its huge head was neatly cut off. Guchiyu opened her eyes and looked at the monster lying on the ground. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. The sword Autumn Rain in her hand is a family heirloom of their Gu family. It is said that it was forged from meteorites from outer space. It is a magical weapon that can cut through iron like mud. This legend has been passed down for hundreds of years. In the past, she could use the Autumn Rain sword to cut through even reinforced concrete load-bearing walls with one sword, with great ease. However, when I was cutting the monster's head just now, I actually felt resistance. This monster's bones are actually harder than steel bars. A hint of solemnity flashed across Gu Qiuyu's eyes. This was a monster that her men had recently discovered, and many people died before they captured it. Moreover, according to her subordinates, there are more and more such monsters in the nearby mountains and forests, and it is gradually invading urban areas. Even some of the zombies have mutated and turned into deformed zombies similar to this monster, and their strength is extremely powerful. If all zombies become as strong as this monster, it will be even harder to survive in the future. Gu Qiyu sighed. In the past, she was not afraid of zombies at all. Even if besieged, all zombies can be killed easily. But even she wouldn't dare to say she had absolute confidence when facing this kind of monster. One is fine, two can be dealt with. Gu Qiyu pondered, but if there are more of them, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat them, and I won't be able to escape. She knew very well that she could defeat this monster by relying on the martial arts skills she had practiced since childhood and the indestructible weapons in her hands. But her physical strength is far inferior to those monsters. Just then, a woman suddenly walked in from outside. This woman looks almost exactly like Lan Ying, but her temperament is completely different. If Lan Ying is a lotus, then this woman is a rose, passionate, sexy, and a little dangerous. Jir, what's wrong? Seeing the person coming, a hint of tenderness flashed in Gu Qiuyu's eyes. But the woman she called Jir had no reaction to her tenderness and said indifferently, "The captain of the second team, Yin Jing, is back and brought back news about my sister. She said she wants to see you." News about Ing, Gu Qiuyu said quickly. Call him over. Chapter 42, The Proud Woman Gu Qiuyu. Soon, the captain of the second team, codenamed Glasses, came to Gu Qiuyu. This man is of average build and looks a bit bookish. He was the same person who had been looking for Zhu Linyuan with the blonde man before. It was just that the blonde man was greedy for merit and decided to do it himself, but was beaten to pieces by Zhu Linyuan with one punch. Glasses hit aside and watched without taking any action, so he escaped by luck. Glasses walked quickly to Gu Qiuyu and clasped his fists and said, "Boss, Golden Retriever and I went to look for Sister Lan Ying's whereabouts, and we found her in the western suburbs of the city, near the Xinjiang Mountains. There are still dozens of our people there. They were all Sister by Yuan's former subordinates. Now they are all handcuffed and working for the force that captured Sister Lan Ying." Well done. Gu Qiuyu nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Where is the golden-haired man?" "Golden hair. Glasses hesitated for a moment and said, Golden Hair brought 2 teams of people to take action. He said he wanted to bring Sister Lanning back for you. Result: seeing Glasses' hesitation, Gu Chiyu's eyes flashed coldly. What's the result? All dead. Glasses sighed and said dejectedly. All those who attacked were killed. The Golden Hair was smashed to pieces by a punch from the opponent, and the rest of them all surrendered. There are 2 formations, and I'm the only one left. Gu Chiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. He placed his right hand on the scabbard at his waist. He was silent for a moment and then slowly said, How strong is the opponent? How many experts are there? The enemy's strength is pretty average. Glasses recalled, there are only a few people on the other side, only about 100 people, and those who can fight are basically the prisoners we captured. But they seem to have practiced some kind of formation. The Golden Retriever had never encountered such a situation before, so he suffered a small loss. I've seen that formation too. We should bring enough weapons next time. It will be easy to deal with them. Glasses said, and suddenly shook his head and said, If we want to deal with them, the only problem is that they have a ruthless person over there, who should be the one who took Sister Lanning away. That person is too strong. He is simply a monster. He smashed the golden-haired guy to pieces with just one punch. I've never seen such a terrifying person. If we run into such a ruthless character, I'm afraid our people may not dare to take action. Glasses said this, took out his phone, and opened a video. The video shows the scene where Zhu Linyuan takes action. Gu Chuyu watched the video carefully, with a solemn look in his eyes. He broke the man with one punch. He is indeed very strong. Gu Chuyu pondered. Not only does this require innate strength, it also requires a certain level of martial arts attainment. At least you have to practice the dark power and the explosive power to perfection. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, the most you can do is kill someone, but it's impossible to break them into pieces. Although Gu Chuyu said it was amazing, he felt a little relieved in his heart. She could tell that the man in the video was not so strong that he could not be resisted. As long as she finds the opportunity, she can behead him with one sword. No matter how strong you are, it's just a matter of one sword. Just need to seize the opportunity. Gu Chuyu thought secretly and ordered. Notify the brothers in each formation to prepare. There will be a fierce battle today. Following Gu Chuyu's order, the entire Jidao organization began to operate slowly like a machine, and all members gathered at the headquarters. At the same time, the entire South City experienced a chain reaction due to the changes in the Yakuza organization. At this time, Zhang family. Zhang Qingyun, head of the Zhang family, is practicing calligraphy. What happened to the Jidao organization? There's such a sudden commotion. Could it be that they found something incredible? Zhang Qingyun put away his brush and said with interest, arrange a few smart brothers to follow and see what the Jidao organization is trying to do. At the same time, the other 3 of the 5 major forces in South City all sent people to lurk near the Jidao organization and find out the situation. A moment later, the door to the Yakuza organization's headquarters opened and nearly 1,000 people swarmed out. At the front was the leader of the Jidao organization, Gu Chuyu. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was at home. Zhu Linyuan was standing in front of a rather large pool, with Bai Yuan hanging above the pool with a rope. He is interrogating Bai Yuan for the second time. In a previous interrogation, he only asked questions related to the major forces in South City. But this time, since he was going to arrest Gu Chuyu, he must first understand Gu Chuyu clearly. Let's talk about your boss, Gu Chuyu. Since you are her confidant, you should know her well. Zhu Linyuan looked at Bai Yuan, who was hanging high up by a rope in front of him, with a pale face, and pulled the other end of the rope and said casually, talk about things related to her. Try to talk about her strength. Talk about whatever comes to mind, but don't talk nonsense. If you want to ask me something, just ask directly. There's no need to hang me up to ask, right? Bai Yuan said with a pale face, looking at the pool below. Hearing Bai Yuan's words, Zhu Linyuan shook his head and loosened the rope in his hand. Plop! Before Bai Yuan could react, she fell into the pool, splashing water. Gurgle! Seeing bubbles starting to appear in the pool, Zhu Linyuan pulled the rope again and pulled her up. At this time, Bai Yuan was completely wet, and her beautiful curves could be seen through her clothes. You! Bai Yuan looked at Zhu Linyuan and was about to speak. Plop! Zhu Linyuan loosened the rope in his hand again. She fell into the pool again. Bubbles emerged from the pool. This time, Zhu Linyuan waited a little longer before pulling her up. When she surfaced again, Bai Yuan was completely drenched in water and kept spitting out water. In addition, her hands and feet were tied, and her whole body was hanging in the air. She was soaked and looked very miserable. With a sword, Bai Yuan was fed water twice in a row. This time she learned her lesson and got straight to the point. Gu Qiyu uses a sword, Bai Yuan said without hesitation. Her family has been using swords for generations. She also has an ancestral sword. It is said to be forged from meteorite iron. It is very sharp and can cut iron like mud. After being poured twice in a row, Bai Yuan was very scared and spoke very quickly. Gu Qiyu practices fast swordsmanship. It is said that his sword-drawing skills are particularly powerful, but I don't quite understand it. But I've seen her fight, and the opponent was also a master. But I didn't see her sword move at all. I just heard the sound of the sword being drawn, and then the man was already dead. Her neck was cut by her sword. After saying this, Bai Yuan looked at Zhu Linyuan cautiously. Go on, Zhu Linyuan said casually, then loosened his hand slightly. Gu Qiyu likes white. Her robes are all white. Her shoes are white. Her socks are white. Everything is white from inside to outside. Gu Qiyu is misogynistic. It is said that she feels sick when she comes into contact with men. She only likes women. Gu Qiyu likes Lan Ying, and Lan Ying's sister Lan Ji is now being held hostage in her hands to threaten Lan Ying. Gu Qiyu has a fragrance that smells really good. Gu Qiyu likes to eat peaches. Stop. Zhu Linyuan stopped Bai Yuan after noticing that she was getting more and more ridiculous. That's enough. After saying that, he stood up, picked up Bai Yuan, and threw her back into the prison. Bai Yuan collapsed in the cell, looking at Luo Qingying, who was having dessert in cell number 1, and then looking at herself, who was soaked all over and didn't even have a change of clothes. She was immediately furious. Isn't this old lady beautiful? Does he understand women? Black stockings and uniforms. This is what men like best. Bai Yuan stamped her feet in anger. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had already arrived at the dissection room and began to collect the 2 fangs of the tiger mutant species that had been processed earlier. An extremely sharp sword, I don't know how fast it is. Zhu Linyuan pondered. He did not look down on others just because of his high attributes. He knew very well that there were real masters in the world. Moreover, there are indeed many magical weapons in the world, and he has seen quite a few of them in his previous life. A planet with a long history, it is not surprising to find anything here. But no matter how sharp her sword is, it should be able to withstand the hardest fangs of a second-level mutant, and there are 2 of them. As long as I can block one of her attacks, I can definitely subdue her. Zhu Linyuan murmured. It would be easy for him to kill Gu Qiyu, as he had countless ways to do so. The reason why he was so careful was because he needed to capture Gu Qiyu alive and get the reward for the mission. It is much more difficult to capture a person alive than to kill him. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan had already simply dealt with the 2 fangs. He used the 2 fangs, the deformed bone fragments he had collected before, and some extremely strong alloys to forge an arm guard that was similar to a reinforced version of an oriental stick. The arm guard is about 1.5 meters long, with a huge fist made of alloy at the front and 2 sharp fangs with curves at the back, which looks quite handsome. 1/3 of the way up the arm guard, there is a protruding thick handle. As long as you hold this handle, you can control this arm guard freely. It can be used as a defensive gear or as an offensive weapon, which is very practical. The reason why Zhu Linyuan was made so huge was for his combat form. Now that he has broken through to the 2nd-level evolver, with the bonus of system attribute points, if Zhu Linyuan can fight at full strength, his height will be guaranteed to be 2 meters 45, and his body will grow infinitely larger. If it is made too small, it will be like a dagger when used, and will be meaningless. Try to see if this thing is hard enough. Zhu Linyuan thought about it, walked to the training ground upstairs, took off his clothes and pants, and took a deep breath. In an instant, he burst out with strength. His blood flow began to surge. His muscles turned red, and bursts of heat emanated from his whole body. At the same time, his size began to grow rapidly. In an instant, it turned into a bronze giant with an oppressive feeling. Bang! Zhu Linyuan first punched the alloy steel plate in front of him with his bare hands. The 7-centimeter thick alloy steel plate was instantly smashed by him, leaving a huge fist mark that bulged out from the back. The strength is pretty good. Zhu Linyuan nodded with satisfaction, then put on the arm guard, clenched his fist, and punched out again. Bang! This time, the huge alloy fist directly smashed through the solid alloy steel plate in front of it. Zhu Linyuan even felt relieved. The next second, he threw a hook punch, and his fist passed across the steel plate. The 2 sharp fangs at the back directly cut the alloy steel plate. The 7 centimeter thick alloy steel plate was cut into 2 pieces, but the entire arm guard was intact. Good. Seeing the power of this punch, Zhu Linyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he fought that second-order mutant, his alloy sword couldn't even cut through the beast's bones. It could only cut through its flesh bit by bit and finally killed it. Now, with this arm guard, if he meets that beast again, Zhu Linyuan will be confident that he can kill it in just a few moves. We are well prepared this time. It's time to catch Guchuyu back. Zhu Linyuan spoke slowly and then looked at the system map. At this moment, the red dot representing Guchuyu was rapidly approaching where he lived. You actually delivered it to my door? Zhu Linyuan showed a hint of smile on his face. I will not refuse the attribute points that are delivered to my door. As he spoke, he changed into a set of loose clothes, stood up, and rushed towards Guchuyu. Chapter 43. When you look down and can't see your feet, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. At this time, not far from Zhu Linyuan's residence, Guchuyu brought almost all the members of the Jidao organization and rushed to Zhu Linyuan's residence in a mighty manner. Nearly 1,000 thugs, each holding a weapon, lined up in a long queue on the abandoned street. The formation looked terrifying and oppressive. Along the way, many zombies heard the noise and rushed towards the team. But before they could get close, they were easily dealt with by this huge team. The apocalypse has been going on for so long that this group of thugs have mastered the skills to deal with zombies, and they don't take ordinary zombies seriously at all. When they occasionally encounter mutants, they are led by several women in tight clothes and kill them directly. The Yakuza's team moved unhindered. It seems that nothing can stop this team's progress. Not far away, there were hidden figures of other forces. For a time, the attention of all major forces in South City was focused on the war between Zhu Linyuan and the Jidao organization. At this time, behind Zhu Linyuan's house, Su Zian was standing in front of the reclaimed wasteland, directing everyone to farm. Be careful when you transplant the crops so as not to kill the seedlings. Watch your step when you walk. Don't step on the seedlings. Move quickly and try to finish it all today. At this time, the midday sun shines on the newly reclaimed wasteland, and you can seem to smell the scent of the land. On the land, hundreds of people were busy. Some were digging holes, some were planting crops, and some were watering. Everywhere was a scene of bustling activity. Everyone had sweat on their face and mud on their bodies, but they still had bright smiles on their faces. They all saw the arrangements Zhu Linyuan had made during this period of time, and they all knew that he intended to create a safe gathering place. Therefore, for them, now is not about working for others, but about building their own homes in this end times. Watching their homes getting better little by little, everyone felt a great sense of satisfaction and belonging. Everyone is full of energy. Su Ziyan was also very satisfied, with a smile on her face. At this moment, Lu Bai suddenly ran over hurriedly from not far away. Sister Ziyan, there's a big commotion ahead. The whistle said that a large team is coming, probably thousands of people. Lu Bai was panting and looked very anxious. Just now, the sentry he arranged outside sent him back a message saying that a large team was coming, and at a glance there were almost 1,000 people. After receiving the news, Lu Bai rushed to tell Su Ziyan immediately. Thousands of people? Su Ziyan frowned and immediately said loudly, "Enemy attack. Everyone, pick up your weapons. Follow the formation I arranged earlier and prepare for battle." Su Ziyan said this and prepared to inform Zhu Linyuan. After all, the situation this time is different from the last time. There are thousands of people on the opposite side, and they're definitely well prepared. There are only more than 300 people on our side, and if we are not careful, something might happen. However, before she could go and notify anyone, the door suddenly opened and Zhu Linyuan strode out fully armed. Su Ziyan's eyes lit up. She discovered that this time Zhu Linyuan not only carried a long sword, but also a strange weapon with a very cool shape. It was obvious that he was fully prepared. The moment they saw Zhu Linyuan, the more than 300 people present, including Su Ziyan, all breathed a sigh of relief. I suddenly felt very at ease. They had all seen Zhu Linyuan in action, and they all knew his terrifying strength. In their opinion, as long as Zhu Linyuan took action, they would have a chance of winning even if the opponent had more people. Zhu Linyuan walked out of the gate and was very satisfied to see that more than 300 of his men had lined up neatly and were ready to meet the enemy. He never expected that the people under his command would have any combat effectiveness. In his opinion, it was enough for them to work for him. But at this moment, seeing everyone's eagerness to fight, he still felt comfortable. Because everyone's performance exceeded his expectations. Zhu Linyuan stood there, his eyes slowly sweeping across the square formation of more than 300 people in front of him. Everyone he saw would unconsciously raise their heads and chests, as if they felt some kind of honor. "Follow me." Zhu Linyuan looked at everyone and spoke calmly, then walked towards Guqiu step by step. The entire team followed behind him in an orderly manner with unified steps. No one spoke, as if they were an elite army. Su Zian suddenly felt that this team was a little different from before. Before, in her opinion, this was just a team of a few hundred people. But now, this team seems to have suddenly gained a soul. Su Zian thought about it and looked forward, looking at the tall figure moving forward silently. She knew that the soul of this team was this tall figure. Soon, she regained consciousness, because she discovered that a larger team was coming quickly from not far away. The lineup of that team is probably 3 times as large as ours. After getting closer, Su Zian also noticed that the team was led by a woman in white with a snow-white sword on her waist. The strange thing is that when Su Zian saw that woman for the first time, she didn't think about the upcoming war, but can she look down and see her feet? Su Zian looked at Gu Qiyu, then looked down at herself and blinked. It seemed that because Zhu Linyuan was there, even though a battle was imminent, Su Zian felt very relaxed and even had the energy to daydream. At this time, the team is at the front. When Zhu Linyuan saw the woman in white at the front of the Jidao organization's team, a smile appeared on his face. What Bai Yuan said was indeed correct. He really was wearing all white. Even his sword was white. Thinking of the sword, Zhu Linyuan's gaze deliberately lingered on the long sword at Bai Yuan's waist for a moment. The shape of the long sword looks simple and elegant, and it looks very old, and it doesn't look like a sword used by ladies. It's probably passed down from our ancestors. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly and became interested in this magical weapon that could cut through iron like mud. However, the sword was not unsheathed at this time, so he could only be curious. At this point, both teams saw each other, and the Jidao organization began to whisper. "Isn't that Wang Laolu from Team 1? Ah, they've been captured. They've even put handcuffs on them. Look at him, holding a hoe." People who know him say he is a soldier, while those who don't think he is here to farm. Are they a vegetable-growing group over there? The people in the Yakuza organization were whispering at first, but later they burst into laughter. The team behind Zhu Linyuan remained silent. Although many of them were members of Yakuza organizations in the past, they do not have any sense of belonging to the Yakuza organizations. Moreover, Zhu Linyuan, the killing god in their hearts, was right in front of them. They didn't dare to have any tricks at all. They all stood in their positions as Su Zian had arranged before, ready to meet the enemy. When the distance between the two teams was only about 20 meters, Gu Qiyu suddenly raised his right hand and signaled everyone behind him to stop. Then, she cupped her hands and said, "The Jidao organization, Gu Qiyu." As he said this, he looked at Zhu Linyuan. However, at this moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly accelerated and rushed towards her like a cannonball. A thought suddenly popped up in Gu Qiyu's mind. No martialifics. Chapter 44, Fierce Battle. Zhu Linyuan's terrifying strength. Gu Qiyu didn't expect Zhu Linyuan to attack without saying a word, but she had rich practical experience and adjusted herself instantly. She immediately grasped the hilt of the sword with her right hand, leaned forward, and looked sharp, ready to give Zhu Linyuan a fatal blow at any time. Although she knew that Zhu Linyuan was very powerful, but she still had confidence that she could kill with one blow. In the rear, thousands of people from both sides were watching this scene with extreme nervousness. This is just like when two armies fought each other in ancient times. The generals would fight each other first. Whichever general wins, it will be a great boost to the morale of that side. At this time, people on both sides had the same idea. Suddenly, when Zhu Linyuan was only about 10 meters away from Gu Qiyu, his speed suddenly increased. In an instant, the air in front of him seemed to be crushed, and the ground under his feet was cracked, and he rushed directly in front of Gu Qiyu. Swish! Gu Qiyu reacted very quickly and remained calm in drawing his sword under such circumstances. A snow-white sword light suddenly flashed through the air and headed straight for Zhu Linyuan's throat. There was a hint of excitement in Gu Qiyu's eyes. This battle seemed to be easier than she had imagined. Although the opponent suddenly burst out with a speed far beyond the limits of human beings, this also created an opportunity for her to behead him with one sword. However, At this moment, a huge metal fist suddenly appeared in front of Gu Qiyu. Clang! Before Gu Qiyu could react, a huge metal fist smashed directly onto the Qiyu sword in her hand. At the same time, an extremely powerful force came, and Gu Qiyu felt that his right hand holding the sword seemed to be hit directly by a train, and he immediately lost consciousness. The next moment, the sword in her hand flew high. Autumn rain? Gu Qiyu looked up at the sky and saw his Qiyu sword, with a hint of horror in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, no matter where she went, even when taking a bath, she always carried the Qiyu sword with her. The Qiyu sword has almost become a part of her body. At this moment, the Qiyu sword was knocked away by Zhu Linyuan's punch. To Gu Qiyu, it was as if his bones were pulled out. She wanted to catch the Qiyu sword. However, the next second, a huge fist suddenly attacked her. Strapyo. Gu Qiyu barely rolled sideways and avoided the terrifying punch. Zhu Linyuan smashed the alloy fist on his arm guard directly to the ground, instantly creating a big hole in the ground. Clang! At this moment, the Qiyu sword also fell down and directly pierced into the ground next to Zhu Linyuan. The entire sword body was completely immersed in the asphalt road, leaving only a section of the hilt outside. So sharp. Seeing this scene, Zhu Linyuan was a little shocked. Even in the state of free fall, the entire sword can actually sink into the ground. How sharp must this magical weapon be? Thinking of this, he quickly looked at his alloy fist. The huge alloy fist was almost completely cut in half, leaving a cut that was more than 20 centimeters long and transparent on both sides. Zhu Linyuan's pupils shrank slightly. This is made of alloy, and it was destroyed into this state in just a moment. You can imagine how sharp that sword is. But the next second, his surprise turned into excitement. If this sword were in my hand, my fighting power would increase dramatically. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan's heart suddenly became extremely excited, and he directly regarded this magic weapon as his own possession. At this moment, Gu Qiyu saw the Qiyu sword stuck at Zhu Linyuan's feet, but he couldn't find a way to get it back, and he was extremely anxious. She saw clearly the strength and speed that Zhu Linyuan had just displayed. That is simply not the strength that a normal human being can unleash. Without the Qiyu sword, she had no confidence that she could defeat Zhu Linyuan. But the autumn rain sword was right at Zhu Linyuan's feet. She was completely helpless and could only watch Zhu Linyuan draw out the autumn rain sword. Seeing his beloved sword held in Zhu Linyuan's hand, Gu Qiyu felt heartbroken for a moment, as if his body was being held in his hand. Come on, everyone! Kill him for me! With his resources at his wits' end, Gu Qiyu had no other options but to wave his hand and call on the thugs from the Jidao organization behind him to attack. As soon as Gu Qiyu finished speaking, a small number of her trusted aides, led by several women in black tights, rushed forward. These people have been trained by the Gu family since childhood. They are equivalent to Gu Qiyu's death warriors and can die for her directly. The other members of the Yakuza organization looked at each other and followed slowly. They didn't want to face this powerful and terrifying man head-on, but they didn't dare to disobey Gu Qiyu's words, so they could only take their time. Su Ziyin was just about to call on the brothers behind her to come forward to help, when she suddenly saw Zhu Linyuan rushing into the enemy crowd. The next second, blood and flesh flew everywhere in the crowd. Zhu Linyuan's body suddenly grew in size, and he looked like a bronze giant. In his left hand, he held a fist-like strange weapon with 2 bone spurs on the back, and in his right hand, he held the snow-white sword that he had just seized, making him stand out from the crowd. Swish! Zhu Linyuan swung his sword fiercely, and the women in tight clothes who were rushing in the front were immediately cut into 2 pieces, and their upper bodies flew out directly. The long swords in their hands were as thin as paper and were cut into 2 pieces by Zhu Linyuan. It's a good sword indeed. Zhu Linyuan laughed loudly and punched out with his left hand. Bang! The several assassins in front of him were instantly smashed to pieces by his punch, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that splattered everywhere. Happy! Zhu Linyuan laughed out loud. In the past, he always felt that the alloy longsword was not convenient to use. He felt that the long sword in his hand would break if he exerted a little force, so he always deliberately restrained his strength. Now holding these 2 weapons, he can fully exert his strength without having to control the strength anymore, and he feels extremely refreshed. Monster! Monster! When the people on the other side saw this scene, they shouted in horror, "Run! He's a monster!" At this moment, in their eyes, Zhu Linyuan was much more terrifying than those mutated zombies and mutant beasts. At most, Zombies can just bite people. The guy opposite can beat someone into pieces with just one punch. Even Gu Qiyu was shocked. She had seen Zhu Linyuan's terrifying power from the video, but the feeling was different from seeing him face to face. She could even smell blood in the air now. At this moment, she suddenly saw Zhu Linyuan in the crowd smiling at her, and then rushing towards her. Run! Gu Qiyu had no idea of resisting at all. He only had one thought, which was to escape. However, even though those death warriors rushed forward fearlessly, using their flesh and blood to resist Zhu Linyuan, they were unable to stop his advance. Can't even slow him down a bit. Zhu Linyuan can attack at will, and rivers of blood will flow wherever he passes. With a few quick moves, he had already rushed through the crowd and arrived in front of Gu Qiyu. Behind him was debris and blood all over the ground. Seeing Zhu Linyuan standing in front of him, Gu Qiyu's heart sank. Knowing that he had no choice but to fight to the death, he slowly assumed a fighting stance, ready to meet the enemy. Seeing this scene, Zhu Linyuan suddenly smiled and then slapped him in the face. Snap! Gu Qiyu flew sideways, hit the wall hard, and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Zhu Linyuan walked over step by step, picked up Gu Qiyu, then turned to look at the people in the Jidao organization and said indifferently, "Surrender and you won't be killed. Those who resist will die." When Zhu Linyuan said the word death, thousands of people in the Jidao organization shuddered at the same time. The next second, they all knelt down in front of Zhu Linyuan. Author's words. Open a role collection forum. Interested brothers can leave the role you hope to appear in the comment section. Use the format of name, gender, identity, personality, background. For example, Gu Qiyu, female, leader of a Yakuza organization, martial arts fanatic, loves girls, likes the color white, uses swords, comes from a family of traditional Chinese martial arts, and has an heirloom sword that can cut through iron like mud. Friends who like this book can also click to urge for updates, so that Lao Han knows that you are reading this book. Currently, there are not many readers of this book. If there are 50 requests for updates tomorrow, Lao Ha will add another chapter. Chapter 45, South City is Shaken. Who is Zhu Linyuan? At this time, Zhu Linyuan was standing there. He was extremely tall, his muscles emitting a bronze glow in the sun, and he looked like a god. Thousands of people from the Jidao organization knelt before him, forming a black mass, and kowtowed and prayed. The whole scene was like a worship of God. Seeing this scene, everyone behind Zhu Linyuan was shocked. Thousands of people kneeling in front of one person had a strong visual impact, leaving an indelible mark in their hearts. At this moment, in their hearts, Zhu Linyuan's status was infinitely elevated, directly to an irresistible point. At this time, Su Ziyin hurried over and looked at Zhu Linyuan expectantly. Others were afraid of Zhu Linyuan, but as Zhu Linyuan's confidant, she was more excited and happy at the moment. After getting a nod from Zhu Linyuan, Su Ziyin immediately ordered her reliable men to come and put handcuffs on the prisoners one by one, put shackles on them, and take away their weapons. After Su Ziyin made the arrangements in an orderly manner, her subordinates immediately began to act. Click, click. The group of people were locked up with handcuffs. During the entire process, not a single one of these previously arrogant and domineering captives resisted. This group of people were frightened by the bloody scene just now. Thousands of fierce thugs were kneeling in front of Zhu Linyuan like lambs to be slaughtered, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Around them, the team sent out by several other major forces to observe the situation immediately retreated quietly. They have to go back and report the situation immediately. Everyone knows that from today on, the sky in South City will change. The Yakuza will cease to exist. Instead, there was this new force and that god of warlike man. Thinking of the terrifying strength that the man just displayed, the spies couldn't help but shudder and hurriedly speed it up. They have to notify the leaders of their respective forces and make preparations as soon as possible. Otherwise, once this force comes knocking on your door, it will probably be a disaster. At this time, after Zhu Linyuan knocked Gu Qiyu unconscious, he did not rush to send her to jail, but called Lu Bai. Xiao Lu, bring 100 reliable brothers with me. Zhu Linyuan returned to his normal shape, tied Gu Qiyu up tightly, and threw her into the back seat, then started the car and said with a smile, "Let's go and clear out the Yakuza organization." Soon, Zhu Linyuan led 100 people to the headquarters of the Jidao organization. He was driving the car in the front, and his brothers behind him were pulling carts. In fact, it is not difficult to get a car now, but ordinary cars cannot be driven on the roads today because the roads in the apocalypse are full of obstacles. Only a giant off-road vehicle like the one driven by Zhu Linyuan can run rampant on the roads of this doomsday. Ordinary cars simply cannot drive on it. If we want to develop a gathering place, these roads must be cleaned up, at least to ensure smooth traffic flow. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. He knew very well that if you want to get rich, you must build roads first. Only when the road is clear will things become easier. However, this is an extremely huge project, and the 1,000 or so people under his command are far from enough. All the people in the Yakuza organization belong to me, but it's still not enough. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and said slowly, "Of the 5 major forces in South City, only 4 remain. That's still too many." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. South City only needs one voice, so one force is enough. At this time, the other 4 major forces had already received the news one after another. What? Zhang Qingyun, who was practicing calligraphy, suddenly felt his hand tremble and the whole piece of calligraphy was ruined. He raised his head, and his face, which was always calm, was filled with shock. The Yakuza organization is gone? It was destroyed in just a short while? Zhang Qingyun was a little confused. It has been less than half a day since he received the news that the entire Yakuza organization was mobilized. In just a short while, the Jidao organization, one of the 5 major forces in South City, was destroyed? How is that possible? After listening to his subordinate's detailed report, Zhang Qingyun murmured in disbelief. Gu Qiyu is very powerful, and the family heirloom sword in her hand is even more sharp. Even I am not sure I can beat her. She was taken down by the other party in the first encounter. Even the sword was taken away. Zhang Qingyun, who started out as an underground boxer and is now the biggest boss of the entire South City underground black boxing, knows very well that he could be killed instantly upon encounter. The difference in strength is not just a little bit, but crushing. There is actually someone who can crush Gu Qiyu, and this guy can also transform from 1.9 meters tall to 2.45 meters tall. Zhang Qingyun felt that his worldview was impacted. Even though he had experienced the end of the world and seen many monsters during this period, he was still shocked when he heard the news. If the person who came to report was not his confidant, he would even think that the other party was making fun of him. Could it be that in addition to those monsters that mutate, humans can also evolve? Isn't this just a dream? Zhang Qingyun was a little hesitant. When the end of the world just came, he also wondered whether humans would evolve. He even captured a lot of zombies for research, but apart from infecting a few of his men, there was no gain at all. Until now, among all the people under his command, not one has succeeded in evolving. There was no movement at all. So, what is the situation with the person who destroyed the Jidao organization? He can transform into a giant with a height of 2.5 meters and immense strength, and even kill Gu Qiyu in one move. Could it be that he really has mastered the method of evolution? Zhang Qingyun pondered for a moment, then suddenly picked up a brush, wrote 2 pieces of calligraphy, and told his confidant, "Send these 2 pieces of calligraphy to the Wang family and the Huang family respectively." The Jidao organization was destroyed inexplicably. Our 3 major families must unite and cannot be defeated one by one. Moreover, the other party may have secrets that we don't know about, secrets about this apocalypse. This secret must be uncovered. Zhang Qingyun got so excited that he slammed the table. The solid wood table was actually cracked by his palm. The subordinate took the calligraphy and hurried to the residences of the other 2 major families. At this time, the headquarters of the Black Lotus sect. "Saint, this is the information about the new rising force." A church member in black robes handed over a booklet respectfully, his eyes full of admiration. In front of him was a woman in a red dress. The woman opened her red lips, and her voice was very pleasant and charming, making people feel hot in their hearts when they heard it. However, the woman was wearing a veil, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. But even with the veil covering her face, one can still feel her infinite charm, which makes people crazy. Zhu Linyuan. The woman looked at the information in her hand and suddenly chuckled. "With such strong strength, what secrets do you have?" At this time, Zhu Linyuan, who was regarded as the focus of the entire South City, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Jidao organization. Bang! His men directly broke open the door of the Jidao organization, then rushed forward, killed all the guards at the Jidao organization headquarters, and went straight to the warehouse where the supplies were stored. Oh my god! Oh my god! Has the GDAO organization emptied out half of South City? So many supplies. It's more than enough to feed 10,000 people, no, 100,000 people. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was extremely shocked. Zhu Linyuan walked over slowly, and when he saw the scene in front of him, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 46, Punishing Gu Chuyu. Oh my god, the Yakuza is so rich. Can we carry so many things? I've made a fortune. Listening to his men's discussions, Zhu Linyuan smiled and looked at the supplies in front of him. There are indeed a lot of supplies in front of us. Quite a lot. Rows of large boxes filled the entire huge warehouse, and each box was neatly arranged, looking pleasing to the eye. Zhu Linyuan took a quick look and estimated in his mind, and found that there were at least tens of thousands of boxes of supplies in the warehouse in front of him alone. He walked forward again and opened a large box. Click! After opening the box, Zhu Linyuan looked inside and found hundreds of boxes of canned food. His eyes immediately lit up. There are hundreds of cans in one box. What does this mean? There are tens of thousands of boxes here. If every box is filled with cans, then there would be millions of cans here. Zhu Linyuan now has about 1,000 men under his command. If each person eats 3 cans of food every day, these cans will be enough for them to eat for a year. In the end times, enough supplies to feed 1,000 people for a year. What value is that? Zhu Linyuan took action immediately and opened a few more large boxes. He found that although not all of them contained canned food, they were all food. And they are all very durable items such as chocolate, canned food, and biscuits. Zhu Linyuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. These supplies alone are enough for more than 1,000 people to live for more than a year. I didn't expect this Yakuza organization to be so wealthy. Zhu Linyuan said with a smile on his face. The GDAO organization, which ranks last among the 5 major forces in South City, has so many supplies. Don't other forces have even more supplies? It seems that the plan to deal with other forces must be brought forward. Although Zhu Linyuan has stored a lot of supplies himself and has now begun to arrange people to farm, there will be a steady supply of supplies in the future. But now is the end of the world. Food sources are scarce. Who would complain about having too many supplies? Moreover, the lunar disaster won't be long. By then, the value of materials will be further increased. Shall Lu get started? Zhu Linyuan made a prompt decision and gave an order. Let the brothers move all these supplies away. Don't leave a single box behind. I understand, Lu Bai said excitedly. A group of people have been ready to go. Lu Bai immediately led everyone to move the supplies busily, while Zhu Linyuan walked out of the warehouse and began to explore the lair of the GDAO organization. The headquarters of the Yakuza organization is an industrial park. In addition to this warehouse for storing supplies, there are several other buildings. Zhu Linyuan went to them one by one with great interest. This warehouse is full of weapons, not bad. Zhu Linyuan walked into the first warehouse, looked at the boxes of steel pipes and machetes in front of him, and nodded slightly. It's a little off, but it's still usable. With over 1,000 men under my command, each of them must have at least one weapon. Let's make do with these for now. When we have the smelting ability, we'll upgrade the equipment for our brothers. Zhu Linyuan closed the box and walked towards the next warehouse. There's actually a warehouse dedicated to storing water. Looking at the boxes of mineral water in front of him that filled the entire warehouse, Zhu Linyuan smiled. This mineral water is enough for them to use for a long time. This Yakuza organization is really considerate. They have considered everything for me. Zhu Linyuan thought about it and walked towards the next warehouse. What's strange is that there are no boxes in this warehouse. Instead, there are large iron cages covered with black cloth. Zhu Linyuan took a look and saw hundreds of iron cages. What kind of experiment is this? Zhu Linyuan murmured, and suddenly an idea emerged in his mind. Is it possible? He frowned slightly, walked forward, and pulled aside the black cloth on the iron cage in front of him. Really? Zhu Linyuan's eyes darkened. At this moment, there was a ragged woman in the cage in front of him. The woman looked to be in her 20s with a pretty face, but her expression was very listless and her eyes were dull, as if she had no interest in anything and was completely disappointed with life. Zhu Linyuan sighed, walked to another cage, and opened it in the same way. There was also a woman inside. The same good looks, the same dull eyes. Hundreds of cages, which means hundreds of people are locked up here. Zhu Linyuan murmured. It seems that I was a little lenient. I have to screen them again after I go back and pick out the bad apples among my subordinates. It would be a disaster if we kept such people in our hands. A hint of fierce murderous intent flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. Zhu Linyuan couldn't believe that there were people who treated their own kind as commodities and sold them for fun. Rather than keeping people you don't trust under your control, it's more convenient to get rid of them directly. Otherwise, one bad apple will spoil the whole barrel. Zhu Linyuan shook his head, walked out of the warehouse, and called Lu Bai. "Mr. Zhu, please call me." Lu Bai was also quite excited at this time. This was the first time in his life that he had seen so many supplies. Especially now that it is the end of the world, these supplies are even more precious. Priceless treasure. Lu Bai was extremely impressed with Zhu Linyuan, who led them to obtain these supplies. "Xiao Lu, can you drive?" Zhu Linyuan asked. "Yes." Lu Bai was stunned for a moment after saying this, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be like this? Zhu Linyuan said directly, "Drive my car back and call more people to bring these supplies back." Zhu Linyuan said as he opened the car door, took Guqiu down, and added, "Let Ziyin and your sister come over as well. There are some things that need to be handled by them. Remember, be smart on the road, safety first." Okay. Lu Bai took the key excitedly. He had been coveting Zhu Linyuan's behemoth for a long time. Almost no man can resist the charm of Big Mac. That powerful and wild style can conquer every man. Lu Bai quickly started the car and set off, while Zhu Linyuan watched him leave. "I hope Xiao Lu can come back safely," Zhu Linyuan murmured. He also knew that the journey back would be dangerous. In the past, he could drive a behemoth in South City with impunity because he had the ability to handle any difficulties. Lu Bai does not have this ability yet. Zhu Linyuan values Lu Bai very much, and that is why he wants to entrust him with some difficult tasks. Otherwise, Lu Bai will never be able to truly grow up. What Zhu Linyuan needs is not a potential stock, but a right-hand man who can truly shoulder the responsibility. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at Gu Qiyu and said, "Don't pretend. You should know that there is no point in pretending to be unconscious in front of me." Sure enough, when he finished speaking, Gu Qiyu opened her eyes directly, her beautiful eyes full of anger. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of capturing me? Do you want to humiliate me? Don't think too highly of yourself." Zhu Linyuan shook his head and slapped Gu Qiyu in the face with his backhand. "Next, I ask questions and you answer them. I heard you have a fear of men. If you don't cooperate." Zhu Linyuan said no more and swept his eyes over Gu Qiyu. "You!" Gu Qiyu's face suddenly turned pale, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Chapter 47, Big Secret. Hope of surviving disaster. "Tell me how you got your sword." Zhu Linyuan ignored Gu Qiyu's changing expression and asked directly, "Give me back my autumn rain sword." Gu Qiyu loves swords as if they were her life. When she heard Zhu Linyuan mention her Qiyu sword, a fierce look flashed in her eyes, and her whole body had an aura of majesty without even being angry. If it were an ordinary person, he might really be intimidated by her aura. However, Zhu Linyuan had no reaction and just shook his head lightly. "Tear!" Zhu Linyuan took direct action and tore off one sleeve of Gu Qiyu's Taoist uniform. "I ask you questions, and you answer them. Don't waste your time." Zhu Linyuan spoke indifferently. One of his sleeves was torn off, and Gu Qiyu, who was originally dressed tightly, suddenly revealed a white arm, and his face turned pale. She didn't expect that the person opposite her would actually take action directly. Moreover, she has been very averse to contact with the opposite sex since she was a child, let alone having one of her sleeves torn off by the opposite sex. She is feeling extremely uncomfortable now. "Tear!" At this moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly attacked again and tore off her other sleeve. "Don't waste time. Answer my question quickly," Zhu Linyuan said calmly. "You don't have any sleeves to tear now." "You!" Gu Qiyu was extremely angry, but quickly suppressed it. She didn't know what Zhu Linyuan was going to tear up next time, but she didn't want to experience it. "My autumn rain sword was passed down from my ancestors." "How did your ancestors get this sword?" Zhu Linyuan asked again. He had just tested the autumn rain sword, and it could indeed cut through iron like mud. It was much stronger than the alloy sword he had spent a lot of money to make before. It fully deserves the title of a magical weapon. Holding the Qiyu sword, he can exert his full strength. Therefore, he was very curious about where the Qiyu sword came from. Perhaps we can follow the clues and find other magical weapons. This autumn rain sword was made by my ancestors themselves. When talking about his ancestors, Gu Qiyu had a hint of pride on his face. My ancestors made weapons for the emperor, and their skills are extraordinary. This autumn rain sword was forged by my ancestors using a piece of metal they accidentally obtained. They called it meteorite iron. Meteorite? Zhu Linyuan repeated, frowning slightly, and asked, "Where did your ancestors find this meteorite?" Gu Qiyu was silent for a moment, obviously not wanting to tell Zhu Linyuan about this. But after seeing Zhu Linyuan's eyes, she lost her confidence and said truthfully, "It's in the Xinyang Mountains in our south city, in a place called Luoxia Valley." But later my ancestors also looked for it, but they never found this metal again, so they thought it was meteorite iron that fell from the sky. Gu Qiyu explained. In Luoxia Valley? Zhu Linyuan was stunned. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Luoxia Valley had been blocked by the mayor of the South City Bay City and listed as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter. Moreover, the masters of the City Lord's Mansion in Nanjing Bay City all have extremely powerful weapons and are very famous throughout China. Is it possible? Zhu Linyuan thought of a possibility, and his eyes suddenly became hot. Could it be that there is a metal vein in Luoxia Valley that can produce metal for forging weapons of the autumn rain sword? That's why the City Lord's Mansion in the previous life designated Sunset Cloud Valley as a restricted area. No wonder the City Lord's Mansion has so many magical weapons. The more Zhu Linyuan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and his heart became extremely excited. He knew very well what a metal vein of this level meant. An extremely sharp weapon, indestructible armor, and fortress. If there is enough of this metal, he can even build a fortress, and with this fortress, he might be able to survive the apocalypse. Game Boutique recommendation: having experienced the apocalypse, Zhu Linyuan knows the horror of that level of disaster. The surviving human civilization is simply vulnerable to such a world-destroying disaster. Several Bay cities were completely wiped out. Even for Zhu Linyuan, he could only survive the lunar disaster, but he had no confidence in surviving the world-destroying disaster that would follow. But if we can control that metal vein, there might be a chance. Zhu Linyuan clenched his fists violently, his heart pounding. We must take control of that mineral vein, Zhu Linyuan said firmly, his eyes extremely sharp. Gu Qiyu was a little confused when she saw the change in Zhu Linyuan's expression, but she was in danger at the moment, so she naturally didn't dare to say anything rash. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan spoke again. Did your ancestors pass down the technique of forging the autumn rain sword? Smelting technology? Gu Qiyu was stunned and quickly said, after modern times, our Gu family was divided into 3 branches. My branch inherited the weapon Qiyu sword, another branch inherited the technology of smelting weapons, and the last branch inherited the most profound fighting skills of my Gu family. As Gu Qiyu spoke, she looked at the snow-white sword at Zhu Linyuan's waist with a strong reluctance in her eyes. This is not only the only magic weapon inherited from her ancestors, but also her companion from childhood to adulthood, just like a part of her body. But now it is in Zhu Linyuan's hands. Gu Qiyu felt very uncomfortable. Where are the people from the other 2 clans? Zhu Linyuan asked again. Not only did he need to obtain the metal to forge the autumn rain sword, he also needed the smelting technology. Neither was indispensable. Otherwise, given the strength of this metal, he would not be able to make use of it and could only watch the treasure mountain go to waste. And he was also very interested in that kind of fighting skills. To be able to be passed down for so many years and to be regarded as an equally important fighting skill as the Qiyu sword, it must be extraordinary. Naturally, he also wanted to get it. Hearing Zhu Linyuan's question, Gu Qiyu frowned and said, the other 2 sects are living in seclusion near South City. The smelting sect is in my city, and the fighting sect is in his city. The 3 of us help each other, and will occasionally contact each other before the end of the world. But after the apocalypse, transportation is inconvenient, and there are zombies and monsters everywhere, so we lost contact. I can't guarantee that these 2 veins are still there. Zhu Linyuan nodded. Maiqing and Iqing are not far from Nanjing. After he finishes the things at hand, he can set off immediately to bring back the people from these 2 clans. By then, no matter by coercion or inducement, he must get what he wants from these 2 clans. Zhu Linyuan was able to survive until the end of the world in his previous life, so he naturally had many means and was not afraid that the other party would not speak. As for what Gu Qiyu said about the end of the world coming and not knowing whether the other 2 lineages would still be there, Zhu Linyuan was not particularly worried. After all, the city lord's mansion obtained this smelting technique in the previous life, and Zhu Linyuan estimated that it came from the Gu family. But no matter what, we still need to act quickly to avoid any more trouble. Zhu Linyuan said this and began to interrogate Gu Chuyu again. Maybe it was because his two sleeves were torn, but Gu Chuyu became very cooperative. Zhu Linyuan quickly asked for all the information he wanted to know. At this moment, the sound of a car suddenly came from outside. Zhu Linyuan smiled. It seems that Xiao Lu is back. He is very quick. However, at this moment, human roars and loud noises were heard from the gate again. Someone is coming, and he comes with bad intentions. Zhu Linyuan spoke slowly, his tone grim. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he strode directly towards the source of the sound. Chapter 48 Shocked Women, he is so strong? At this time, at the gate, after the Big Mac rushed in, a group of strong men armed with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs also followed in. Damn, he runs pretty fast. But this kid is really stupid enough to drive into a dead end. This industrial park has only one entrance and exit. This guy can't escape after entering. Luckily, this kid is stupid. Otherwise, he might have really gotten away. The burly man in the lead yelled angrily. Seal the gate quickly. We must take this car down. He was extremely excited about this giant off-road vehicle. They noticed it not long ago when Lu Bai left, but they were not prepared at all at that time and had no confidence that they could stop Lu Bai. So they lay in ambush on the side of the road, making all the preparations, planning to wait for him to come back and then rob his car. The value of a car that can be driven on roads like this in the apocalypse can be imagined. At least when driving this car, you don't have to worry about encountering monsters on the road. Not to mention the many other benefits. This group of people were lying in ambush on the roadside. When they saw Lu Bai coming back, they immediately took action. They pushed the abandoned car across the road and attacked him from the front and back, trying to trap Lu Bai. As a result, Lu Bai stepped on the accelerator suddenly and crashed into the car without stopping. The roadblocks set up by this group of people are nothing compared to this behemoth. After driving into the industrial park, Lu Bai drifted and stopped the car directly. This kid also knows he can't run away. The sturdy man saw that his men had blocked the door tightly. A ferocious smile appeared on his face, and he walked towards the off-road vehicle step by step with a stick in his hand. At this moment, the door of the SUV suddenly opened, and Lu Bai walked out of the door holding a long knife and looked at the group of big men who were chasing him. At some point, a lot of brothers who had heard the news suddenly appeared behind him. Each of these people was holding a weapon and looked at the strong man and others unfriendlily. There are only about 30 people on the strong man's side, while there are 100 people on Lu Bai's side. The originally arrogant strong men and others, when they saw the group of ferocious thugs opposite them, immediately wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Brothers, we may have some misunderstanding. The sturdy man spoke and stepped back. Misunderstanding, Lu Bai said with a half-smile. Tell me, you set up a roadblock to block me, and then chased me into this industrial park. What exactly is the misunderstanding? Behind them, 100 or so brothers were looking at them with interest, each with a playful smile on their face. At this moment, the whole scene was like a cat playing with a mouse. The 30 or so people on the strongman side were blocked at the door by hundreds of people on the opposite side. The only door through which they could escape was also blocked by themselves. At this time, they had nowhere to escape and were all very desperate. In their eyes, the opponents were not 100 or so thugs, but a group of demons. All right. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. The man's voice was deep and very magnetic. As the voice fell, the sturdy man suddenly found that the 100 or so people on the opposite side immediately restrained their expressions and stood straight, as if they had turned from a group of hooligans into a group of professionally trained soldiers. The strong man and others were stunned. Who on earth could scare these ferocious thugs like this? At this moment, the strong man discovered that the team of hundreds of people on the opposite side suddenly split in the middle, leaving a straight passage. Then, a tall and handsome man in black combat uniform walked towards this side step by step. The man walked up to them, his eyes indifferent and full of oppression. He swept his eyes over them, his indifferent look as if he was looking at a group of dead people. The moment he was seen by him, the sturdy man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and shivered instantly. I felt an immense fear in my heart. Mr. Zhu, Lu Bai, who had just commanded hundreds of people, now respectfully handed over the key and said, Sister Ziyin and my sister have been brought here, and the other brothers are on their way. These guys just chased me in. Mr. Zhu, what do you think we should do? Facing Zhu Linyuan, Lu Bai acted like a junior and was extremely respectful. You decide. Don't kill them all. They can be used as laborers later. Zhu Linyuan didn't care at all. He casually arranged the fate of these people and turned directly towards his car. There were only 30 or so people, and he had no interest in them at all. Understood, Mr. Zhu, Lu Bai said immediately. Soon, screams and wails were heard from the crowd. Ziyao, Xiaoyao, come with me. Zhu Linyuan did not discuss the handling method with his subordinates as usual. He walked directly to the car, called Su Ziyin and Lu Yao, and walked towards the warehouse where hundreds of women were locked up. Su Ziyin followed Zhu Linyuan without asking anything, while Lu Yao looked around like a curious baby and found everything new. However, when Zhu Linyuan took them into the warehouse and saw the miserable condition of those women, Lu Yao's pretty face suddenly turned pale and her eyes turned red. She knew that if Zhu Linyuan had not rescued her, her fate would definitely not be better than these people. Thinking of this, she felt even more grateful and admired Zhu Linyuan. Su Ziyin's expression was also complicated. She was almost caught here and was also rescued by Zhu Linyuan. Boss, Su Ziyin pondered. However, before she could continue, Zhu Linyuan said directly, the job of pacifying these people is left to you. Those who are willing to go with us will be taken back and will work in exchange for food and supplies like everyone else. Those who are unwilling will be allowed to leave on their own. After Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he turned and left the warehouse, leaving it to Su Ziyin and Lu Yao. He believed that with Su Ziyin's ability, she could easily handle this matter. The reason why I asked Lu Yao to come here was to let her learn something. After all, he was planning to train Lu Bai, and as Lu Yao was his sister, she could also be trained appropriately. He could see that Lu Yao was probably quite loyal to him, and such a person was worth cultivating. For Zhu Linyuan, the first thing to look at when deciding whether to train a person is loyalty, and the second is ability. Otherwise, you will spend a lot of effort to train an ungrateful person and end up making things difficult for others. After arranging matters on the Jidao organization side and seeing his brothers arriving one after another, Zhu Linyuan carried Guqiu back to the car and left immediately. It is enough to leave the matters here to Lu Bai and Su Ziyin. He can't wait to take Guqiu back to exchange for attribute points. 5 bottles of physical fitness potion plus 50 attribute points, it's quite substantial. Zhu Linyuan glanced at Guqiu, who was silent beside him, and a smile appeared on his face. Soon, Zhu Linyuan returned to his home. Instead of going upstairs, he carried Guqiu directly to the prison. At this time, in the prison, Luo Qingying was doing sit-ups. She was wearing a white t-shirt and sports shorts, revealing 2 long, white legs. At this time, the white dress on her body was also soaked with sweat and stuck to her body, and her beautiful figure could be seen through her clothes. Lan Ning and Bai Yuan were whispering to each other, but when they saw Zhu Linyuan come in, they immediately pretended to do squats. At this moment, they suddenly saw Guqiu carried on Zhu Linyuan's shoulders. Both of them were stunned. How is this possible? It is not easy to write a new book. Laohao will write this book carefully. I also asked my brothers not to keep the book to themselves, otherwise it will easily die. Thank you very much. Chapter 49, Guqiu's value. Luo Qingying's response. Bai Yuan was the most shocked to see that Guqiu was also captured by Zhu Linyuan. She suddenly remembered that Zhu Linyuan was asking her about Guqiu not long ago. Did he go and capture the boss after he tortured me? Bai Yuan watched Zhu Linyuan open the cage and cuff Guqiu's fair ankles, and couldn't help but say in horror, how is this possible? Even though Zhu Linyuan had demonstrated his unrivaled strength in front of her, in her heart, she always firmly believed that Guqiu was the strongest. But at this moment, seeing Guqiu being locked up in prison by Zhu Linyuan, Bai Yuan's faith suddenly collapsed. Instead, another figure was infinitely magnified in her mind. Is Zhu Linyuan really that strong? Bai Yuan stood there in a daze, as if she had lost her soul, her lips moving. Lan Ying's expression was extremely complicated. She has always been threatened by Guqiu. Seeing Guqiu being locked up at this time, she felt very happy. But she was also very worried about the safety of her sister Lanji. Zhu. Lan Ying bit her lip and asked as if she had used up all her strength. Brother Zhu, is my sister Lanji okay? Your sister? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. I didn't see your sister. At this moment, Guqiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up, grabbed the iron door of the prison, and shouted, "Ing, so you are here." There was some surprise at the reunion in Gu Chuyu's tone, but it soon turned into loneliness. She finally found Lan Ing, but in a situation where she could hardly protect herself. Now, let alone saving Lan Ing, she can't even guarantee her own safety. Thinking of this, she looked complicated and glanced at Zhu Linyuan secretly. "Gu Chuyu." At this time, Lan Ing shouted angrily, "What did you do to my sister?" She had always been a little weak, but now she clenched her fists and glared at Gu Chuyu without fear. "Fire!" Gu Chuyu was stunned for a moment. "She is at the headquarters. I've always asked her to stay at home." As she said that, she suddenly turned her head to look at Zhu Linyuan. "Didn't you see Zhu at the headquarters?" She was a girl who looked very similar to Inger. Zhu Linyuan didn't say anything, but his indifferent eyes said it all. Gu Chuyu suddenly laughed, and all of a sudden, he slumped to the ground as if all his strength had been drained away. His shoulders shrugged, and he let out a neurotic smile. "It seems she escaped while I was away. It turns out Jir has always wanted to betray me. I've been so good to her and never forced her to do anything. Why? Why would she betray me?" As Gu Chuyu spoke, a tremor gradually appeared in her voice. She had been through a lot this day. Not long ago, she was the leader of one of the 5 major forces in South City. He has a strong army and a decisive position in South City. However, within one day, she was first captured by mistake, and now her life and death depend on the thoughts of others. The Chuyu sword, which was regarded as a treasure, was also taken away. The power he had worked so hard to build was destroyed in an instant. All his subordinates surrendered to the enemy, and the supplies he had obtained with great effort were also looted. Now, even the woman she trusted most betrayed her. "It's all you." Gu Chuyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhu Linyuan like a madman, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "It's all your fault. You've ruined everything I have." Snap! Gu Chuyu was cursing hysterically when she was suddenly slapped hard on the face. Her vision went dark, and her head made a buzzing sound. "I'm not here to listen to your nonsense." Zhu Linyuan pinched Gu Chuyu's pretty face, lifted her up in front of him, and looked into her eyes without a trace of emotion in his eyes. It was as if what he held in his hand was not a stunningly beautiful woman, but a piece of wood or a stone. "In my prison, even if you want to die, you have to get my permission," Zhu Linyuan said indifferently. "So you'd better be sensible and do whatever I ask you to do. Don't waste my time. Otherwise, my punishment will be unforgettable for you. You don't want to experience that." Zhu Linyuan looked into Gu Chuyu's eyes and spoke slowly. At the same time, his extremely aggressive gaze swept across Gu Chuyu's body. Gu Chuyu shuddered suddenly, a tremor from the bottom of his soul. She understood what Zhu Linyuan meant. After Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he simply let go of his hand and let Gu Chuyu fall to the ground. Then, he grabbed Gu Chuyu's fair wrists and handcuffed both of her wrists. The host successfully arrested the criminal Gu Chuyu and completed the arrest mission. Reward: 5 bottles of physical strengthening reagents, 50 attribute points. After completing all this and hearing the voice of the system, Zhu Linyuan finally showed a smile on his face. 100 attribute points obtained. Even though his statistics are already quite high now, he still feels very happy to gain 100 attribute points at one time. Time is running out. He must become stronger before the moon disaster comes. At this time, Gu Chuyu struggled hard, trying to free her wrist from Zhu Linyuan's hand. But Zhu Linyuan's hands were like a golden hoop that locked her tightly, and she couldn't break free even a little bit. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was looking at Chuyu's attribute panel. Nim, Guki Prisoner Notar. Submission value 1. Strength, 13. Speed, 15. Constitution, 12. Daily task: complete 1,000 squats. Reward the host with 1 attribute point 0. Gu Chuyu was the 5th person he had put into jail, but Bai Yuan was not a prisoner identified by the system. He just arrested her by chance, so Gu Chuyu was prisoner number 4. As expected of a leader of a faction, even without any evolution, his statistics are so high. Coupled with her swordsmanship and the autumn rain sword, she is indeed a rare master. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly. Gu Chuyu's various data were the highest initial data he had ever seen, even taller than he was originally. According to the system, the normal numerical limit is 10 points. It seems that Gu Chuyu either has a very special physique that can exceed the limit of ordinary people, or he has undergone some kind of exercise or special training. Zhu Linyuan also knew that the limits of ordinary people did not represent the upper limit of humanity. Among billions of people, there must be some special ones who can break this limit. But even so, Gu Qiuyu's various values are not comparable to Zhu Linyuan. At this time, Gu Qiuyu was still struggling hard. But her heart sank to the bottom, and she felt extremely powerless. The more she interacted with Zhu Linyuan, the more horrified she became. She thought she had seen many masters, but she had never seen a human as terrifying as Zhu Linyuan. The powerful strength that she was proud of was as powerless as a child in front of Zhu Linyuan. Who is he? Looking at Zhu Linyuan's indifferent expression, Gu Qiuyu thought desperately. Zhu Linyuan turned off the system panel, felt Gu Qiuyu struggle, and let go of her hand without any care. Starting today, complete 1,000 squats and 1,000 crunches every day. If you fail to do one of them, I will take one of your clothes away. Zhu Linyuan walked out of Gu Qiuyu's prison and said without looking back, "You know what will happen to you after all your clothes are gone." After Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he didn't care about Gu Qiuyu's reaction and walked directly into Luo Qingying's cell. Seeing Zhu Linyuan coming in, Luo Qingying's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible hint of joy, but her expression remained cold. As before, she slowly lay down, staring at Zhu Linyuan intently. Chapter 50. Luo Qingying and Ruan Qingyan meet, Shura Field. Zhu Linyuan was stunned for a moment. He originally wanted to take Luo Qingying away from the prison directly. After all, her submission value has exceeded 80. It would be a complete waste of talent to keep her locked here. It would be better to let her go out and do things for me. The value of a subordinate who can be absolutely trusted is immeasurable, especially at this moment when he has no one available. Although Zhu Linyuan now has thousands of men under his command and seems to be strong, in fact, most of them are captives who were forced to join. Can't be trusted at all. He needs someone to manage these people. Not only do we need to control them, but we also need to completely subdue them and make these captives truly our subordinates. Apart from Su Zian, Lu Bai, and Ruan Qingyan, Luo Qingying was his first choice. However, seeing Luo Qingying's expectant eyes, Zhu Linyuan did not rush to talk about this matter, but lifted up her clothes and pants and patted her body. Soon, Zhu Linyuan stopped what he was doing, looked at Luo Qingying, whose face was rosy, and said directly, "Qingying, pack your things and follow me." Luo Qingying was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the entire prison was silent. Lan Ning and Bai Yuan looked at Zhu Linyuan in shock. They didn't expect that someone could actually leave this prison. They all thought they would spend their whole lives in prison. As the person involved, Luo Qingying was even more shocked. For her, this surprise came too suddenly. But soon, she adjusted her state, stood up, simply put her things together, and looked at Zhu Linyuan expectantly. "I'm taking you out this time to let you do something for me," Zhu Linyuan said slowly, to Luo Qingying and also to the other prisoners. "As long as you perform well enough, each of you will have the opportunity to leave prison. But you still have to work for me after you leave the prison. I will give you corresponding treatment so that you can live well in the end times." As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan reached into his pocket, pretending to take out a bottle of physical medicine from the system warehouse, and handed it to Luo Qingying, saying directly, "Drink it." A bottle of physical potion can increase the physical attribute value by 10 points. Zhu Linyuan needs Luo Qingying to do things for him, so naturally he has to improve her strength first. Luo Qingying took the medicine and drank it without hesitation. With her current level of submission, no matter what Zhu Linyuan gave her to drink, she would do it without hesitation. The other mortals stared at Luo Qingying intently, trying to figure out what Zhu Linyuan gave her to drink. Zhu Linyuan had a smile on his face. The next second, Luo Qingying's body suddenly began to turn slightly red. The originally fair skin instantly turned pink, from the beautiful face to the slender neck to the delicate collarbone, gradually becoming more and more rosy. Lan Ning opened her mouth slightly and murmured, "Could it be that the thing he gave her to drink was that?" Bai Yuan instantly imagined a lot of plots. Can I only leave this prison after drinking that stuff and having something happen with him? Bai Yuan thought to herself. Should I agree to his request then? But I haven't even had a romantic relationship yet. Isn't that too bad? Zhang Miao still looks cute and ignorant. She has lost her memory now and is like a blank sheet of paper. Apart from completing the tasks assigned by Zhu Linyuan every day, she spends the rest of her time listening to other people in the prison talking or being in a daze. But she looks more like a girl this way. It makes people feel pity. In the farthest cage, Gu Qiyu watched the scene coldly with a hint of disdain on his face. Even if I die here, I will never do that kind of thing with him. As a man-miser, and also the person with the lowest submission value in the entire prison, Gu Qiyu has only resistance and opposition to Zhu Linyuan in his heart. However, the next moment, Luo Qingying's change stunned everyone. The redness on her body gradually faded away and was replaced by more delicate skin. Her originally fair face seemed to be glowing, which was extremely attractive. Her already beautiful figure became even more perfect at this moment, with every part showing the best proportions. Her whole body was a work of heavenly show, leaving others stunned. Luo Qingying was already extremely beautiful, but at this moment she became even more radiant. If Lanning still had the confidence to compete with her in the past, now she felt that she had been completely defeated by Luo Qingying. What on earth did she just drink? Several women are going crazy. Even the ignorant Zhang Miao was no exception. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she loves beauty. As top beauties, they pay more attention to their appearance and dress up carefully even in the end times. Seeing the changes in Luo Qingying at this moment, they were most shocked and the most eager. They also want to be more beautiful like her. Zhu Linyuan looked at this scene without any surprise and smiled slightly. Qingying, how do you feel now? Luo Qingying looked at her hands, which had become whiter and more delicate in surprise. She, who had always been cold and aloof, now had a hint of joy on her face. I feel like my body is filled with endless energy. All the aftereffects of my previous exercise have disappeared, and I don't feel any pain in my muscles anymore. Luo Qingying was extremely surprised. Zhu Linyuan nodded. That's right, this bottle of medicine has this effect. Before each of you leaves the prison, I will give you some rewards. The specific rewards you get will depend on your performance. Zhu Linyuan said as he opened Luo Qingying's handcuffs and leg irons and took her out of the prison. At this moment, looking at the empty cell number 1, several women's eyes flickered, and each of them had some little thoughts. After seeing how Luo Qingying was treated, their views on Zhu Linyuan also changed slightly. Perhaps doing things for him is also a good choice. Bai Yuan thought secretly. Lanning even started doing squats to show her position through actions. Zhang Miao followed Lan Ying in a daze, doing squats with difficulty. Although she felt pain all over her body, she still tried hard to persevere. Seeing the reactions of others, Gu Qiyu was silent for a moment, then silently followed Zhu Linyuan's instructions and began his daily training. Seeing all this through the system's vision, a smile flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. This is exactly the effect he wants. This is the reason why they say that a horse's bones are worth a fortune. Luo Qingying followed Zhu Linyuan into the house. Looking at the spacious, bright, and spotless house, a hint of surprise flashed in Luo Qingying's eyes. She thought that Zhu Linyuan's family would be well off, but she didn't expect that even though it was the end of the world, Zhu Linyuan's living conditions could be so high. At this time, Wan Qingyan was doing training in yoga clothes. When she heard Zhu Linyuan coming back, she walked over happily. The next second, she was suddenly stunned when she saw Luo Qingying behind Zhu Linyuan. She clearly remembered that it was this woman who almost killed her with a knife. At this time, Zhu Linyuan took her back home. She has always known that with Zhu Linyuan's strength, she would not be the only woman in this doomsday. She doesn't care about that either. In her opinion, as long as Zhu Linyuan treated her well and was willing to spend some time with her, that was enough. She has also been working hard to practice her swordsmanship, strengthen her body, and even overcome her fear to fight zombies. Just to help Zhu Linyuan, even if it's just a little bit. But Zhu Linyuan brought the enemy who almost killed her home. Thinking of this, Wan Qingyan looked at Zhu Linyuan, her eyes full of confusion. Chapter 51 Luo Qingying meets late at night. Before Zhu Linyuan could speak, Luo Qingying behind him suddenly whispered, I'm not going in. Brother Zhu, what did you just ask me to do? I'll go now. Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly in his heart. Although Luo Qingying had a cold personality, her way of handling problems was still very appropriate. Whether he said he would not enter the room or pointed out that he had arranged a job for her, he was making their relationship clear to Wan Qingyan to avoid any misunderstanding. But she didn't say a word to Wan Qingyan throughout the whole process, proving that she was still completely dissatisfied with her in her heart. It's just because of Zhu Linyuan's relationship that he doesn't want to make things so awkward, so he'd rather give in. Zhu Linyuan smiled secretly in his heart. In his previous life, These two people were well-known figures in Nanjing Bay City. One is a Valkyrie with overwhelming combat power. The other is a cruel and ruthless femme fatale. They were mortal enemies at that time. As a result, in this life, they are still incompatible. This must be bad fate. These two people are definitely not compatible. Zhu Linyuan laughed secretly in his heart. However, he had already anticipated that there would be disagreements between the two after they met, and he had already prepared himself mentally. So he said directly, "Qingying, there are many rooms on the first floor. Go find a room to rest, and I will let Ziyin contact you when she comes back in the evening. I'll arrange things for you when the time comes. Go and have a rest first." Su Ziyin was still at the headquarters of the Jidao organization at this time, organizing everyone to transport supplies. It would probably take a while for her to be busy, and she would not be able to take care of Luo Qingying's affairs. Zhu Linyuan himself was even less free. The most important thing for him now was to improve his strength and go to Luoxia Valley to find the metal vein and the other two branches of the Gu family. Thinking of this, he looked at the moon outside the window. Compared to the waning moon of the previous few days, today's moon has gradually become fuller. The moon disaster is getting closer and closer. Zhu Linyuan thought to himself, and the sense of urgency grew. When the moon is full, the lunar disaster will come. That's when the real catastrophe will begin. He must be prepared before the lunar disaster arrives. After hearing what Zhu Linyuan said, Luo Qingying looked at Ruan Qingyan deeply, then turned around and walked downstairs, still looking cold. To her, only Zhu Linyuan's words carry weight. As for Ruan Qingyan, she didn't take her seriously at all. Seeing her cold look, Ruan Qingyan gritted her teeth in anger. "I'm so pissed off. If my husband wasn't here, I would teach you a lesson." Ruan Qingyan was furious. In her opinion, with her current strength, if Zhu Linyuan was not here, Luo Qingying would definitely be in big trouble. Let her see why the flowers are so red. "Silly girl, don't be angry." Seeing Ruan Qingyan's cute look, Zhu Linyuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "What shall we eat? I am hungry." Humph. When Ruan Qingyan saw Zhu Linyuan's smiling face, the anger in her heart suddenly dissipated by half. She pretended to snort and went to take out all the prepared food. After the two of them had a hearty meal, Ruan Qingyan suddenly said mysteriously, "Hubby, I've learned 2 new sword techniques. Do you want to see them?" Oh. Upon hearing this, Zhu Linyuan immediately became interested. In her previous life, Ruan Qingyan's swordsmanship was amazing. Not only was she the best in Nanjing Bay City, she was also the best among all the Bay cities. You can imagine how talented she is in swordsmanship. "Show me your swordsmanship," Zhu Linyuan said expectantly. Hee. Ruan Qingyan smiled, picked up the 2 swords, and said proudly, "Then you better watch carefully." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly changed. From his original smiling state, he suddenly became sharp. In an instant, her entire body seemed to turn into a sharp blade, as if she were one with the 2 swords in her hands. Zhu Linyuan's pupils shrank slightly. Man and sword become one. In the previous life, someone rated the swordsmanship into several levels. The first realm is controllable, which means you can use the sword in your hand freely. If you can reach this realm in sword practice, you're already a master. The second level is lifting heavy things as if they were light. Only 1 in 100 can reach this level in swordplay. The third realm is lifting light things as if they were heavy. Even if holding a small knife, one can still exert extremely strong strength. To break through to this realm depends on opportunity. Ordinary people will never reach the realm of lifting light things as if they were heavy in their lifetime. The fourth realm is the unity of man and sword. When one reaches this realm, he can be called a master of swordsmanship. At this time, Ruan Qingyan had not really reached the state of unity between man and sword, but just had a hint of charm. But this also surprised Zhu Linyuan very much. After all, Ruan Qingyan had only come into contact with a knife in the past 2 days. Soon, Ruan Qingyan demonstrated her sword skills and then looked at Zhu Linyuan with great anticipation. Zhu Linyuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very good. You can practice your sword skills to this level just by watching the video. Qingyan, you have a great talent. Don't waste it." "Great!" In front of Zhu Linyuan, Ruan Qingyan waved her fist excitedly like a little kid. "I said I learned so quickly. I must be extraordinary." As she said that, she threw away her 2 swords, approached Zhu Linyuan, and said with a smile, "Husband, I also want to do things for you. Can you arrange some work for me?" Zhu Linyuan was a little confused. What are we going to eat every day? Ruan Qingyin's cooking skills are so good that Zhu Linyuan has become so picky about food that he doesn't want to eat ordinary meals at all. Oh, I won't be late for cooking or housework, Ruan Qingyin said, throwing herself into Zhu Linyuan's arms like a spoiled child. Can you just arrange some work for me? Okay, Zhu Linyuan said helplessly. How about I arrange 50 girls for you and you teach them swordsmanship? Okay. Ruan Qingyin hugged Zhu Linyuan tightly. I will definitely learn sword skills well and train a female army for you, my husband. After Ruan Qingyin finished speaking, she looked up at Zhu Linyuan and said pitifully, Husband, do you think I am better than that woman? Zhu Linyuan rubbed her little face helplessly and said with a smile, My silly girl is the best. She cooks delicious food, is so good at knife skills, and has such a broad mind. As he said that, he hugged Ruan Qingyin and walked towards the bedroom. So today your husband decided to reward you. Hey, stop it. Ruan Qingyin pretended to resist, but soon gave up. After a moment, Zhu Linyuan walked out of the room refreshed. Ruan Qingyin was as soft as a puddle of water, unable to move even a finger, and murmured as if her soul was flying away. Sooner or later, I will let that stinky woman have a taste of being drained, and let her know what horror is. Even though she was so tired, she was still angry with Luo Qingying. At this time, Zhu Linyuan changed his clothes, glanced at the room where Ruan Qingyin was, and a smile appeared on his face. What he said just now was very conservative. In fact, judging from Ruan Qingyin's swordsmanship performance just now, she was simply an unparalleled swordsmanship genius. Qingyin's progress is too scary. I didn't expect that among all the people around me, she is still the one with the most potential. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked downstairs. Seeing that there was a light on inside one of the doors, Zhu Linyuan walked slowly over and knocked on the door. Brother Zhu, come in. Luo Qingying's cold voice came from inside. Zhu Linyuan then pushed the door open, and the next second, he stood there in a daze. Chapter 52, Exploring the Xianyang Mountains. At this moment, Luo Qingying seemed to have just finished a shower. Her hair was still wet, and she was blowing her hair wrapped in a bath towel. The bath towel was not long, and her delicate collarbone and white shoulders were exposed. What is even more eye-catching is her pair of bare feet. The bones and flesh are evenly distributed like a natural work of art, making people want to hold it in their hands and play with it. Even though Zhu Linyuan was used to seeing all kinds of stunning women, he still felt quite amazed at this moment. No wonder Luo Qingying was called a femme fatale, even though she committed so many murders in her previous life. I do have the capital, Zhu Linyuan said in his heart. At this moment, Luo Qingying, who had just come out of the bath, was truly a stunning beauty. Zhu Linyuan had seen countless beauties, and at this moment he couldn't find any flaws. Especially now that Luo Qingying has taken the physical potion, her overall temperament has improved a lot, and she looks like a fairy who has fallen into the human world when she stands there. Zhu Linyuan's eyes became hot. If he had not just fought with Ruan Qingyin for 300 rounds, he would probably have had a good talk with Luo Qingying. Forget it, there's no rush. Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly. Luo Qingying had completely surrendered to him, so there was nothing for him to worry about. For such a beautiful woman, you must choose the most appropriate time and communicate slowly. In front of Zhu Linyuan, Luo Qingying stood there barefoot. She clearly felt Zhu Linyuan's burning gaze and felt a little uneasy. It was the first time that she felt Zhu Linyuan's burning gaze. She didn't know what Zhu Linyuan would do. She didn't know whether she was ready or not. But when she thought of the look Ruan Qingyin gave Zhu Linyuan just now, she felt very uncomfortable. If Ruan Qingyin only wanted to get a part of Zhu Linyuan, then Luo Qingying was much more domineering. She wanted all of Zhu Linyuan. Even though this is the end of the world, she still hopes in her heart that Zhu Linyuan can concentrate on her alone. And there is only Zhu Linyuan in her heart. Luo Qingying had her back to Zhu Linyuan, so he didn't see the struggle in her eyes. However, Zhu Linyuan had long known that Luo Qingying and Ruan Qingyin were incompatible, but he didn't think it was a big deal. In his opinion, this could even help the two of them grow faster. After all, this is the end of the world, and the most important thing is to survive. Everything must give way to survival. If you want to survive in the end times, the most important thing is strength. Qingying, you still have to stick to your daily tasks. In addition to squats and crunches, add 1,000 push-ups every day. Also, you have to choose a weapon I have some videos here. Watch them carefully tonight. Pick the one you like best, and tell me tomorrow. Zhu Linyuan said this, put the tablet in his hand on the table beside him, stood up, and left Luo Qingying's room. Love between young people is just a trivial matter. He has more important things to do. Explore the Xinyang Mountains. Find the mineral veins that are crucial to his future development. Zhu Linyuan first returned to the room and wrote a letter to Su Ziyan, explaining the arrangements for Wan Qingyin and Luo Qingying, and then put it in her room. After doing this, he put on his combat uniform, picked up the Chiyu sword and armed guard, stood up and left his residence, heading straight for the back mountain. His destination is Luoxia Valley. Swish! In the night, Zhu Linyuan, dressed in a black combat uniform, seemed to merge into the night. He instantly passed through the cultivated fields and disappeared directly into the mountains and forests. Although it was already late at night, there were still many mutant beasts roaming and fighting in the mountains and forests. The remains of animals were everywhere, and occasionally the remains of humans could be seen. Zhu Linyuan turned a blind eye to these tragic scenes and quickly rushed towards Luoxia Valley. Only when he occasionally saw a mutant would he make a lightning-fast move, killing it and taking out the spores. Although he no longer has any use for these first-order spores after breaking through to a second-order revolver, he can still make them into evolutionary liquid to improve the strength of those around him. Along the way, many mutants who once dominated one side became Zhu Linyuan's ATMs. There was no way to stop him from moving forward. At this moment, he was on the way to Luoxia Valley. A huge black shadow that was more than 10 meters long was moving slowly. The ground was clearly covered with fallen leaves, but the huge black shadow did not make any sound. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the leaves and fell on the huge black shadow. One could clearly see that it was covered with inky black scales. The scales are arranged neatly, like a work of art, and look very extraordinary. The huge black shadow moved slowly. A moment later, a wild boar suddenly appeared in front of it. This wild boar was about 3 meters tall as a heavy truck, with long hair standing up like javelins. The wild boar kept hitting the big tree in front of it. The huge tree that could be hugged by one man was shaken by the impact and fell down after just a short while. The wild boar howled excitedly and charged towards another tree again, looking extremely powerful and terrifying. It was actually a deformed species. Moreover, it doesn't look like an ordinary mutant. Hiss! The huge black shadow slowly approached the wild boar, suddenly made a hiss sound, and then the huge body popped out instantly, directly binding the entire wild boar tightly. The wild boar, which was huge in size and looked so powerful just now looked very weak and powerless. Its bones made crackling sounds, and it was obviously crushed by the huge black shadow. After a while, the wild boar stopped moving. The huge black shadow opened its mouth and slowly swallowed the wild boar. The moonlight became a little brighter, and I could finally see the entire huge black shadow. It was actually a mutated species of python. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was rushing towards the direction where the python was. Sunset Valley is just ahead. A hint of joy flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes, and he quickened his pace even more. Even if we didn't find the mineral vein, we still gained a lot from this trip. We killed more than 10 first-order mutants, and even a second-order mutant. But the second-order mutant should have just broken through, and the effect of the evolutionary fluid is probably average. Although Zhu Linyuan said this, the joy in his eyes was hard to conceal, because the Xinyang Mountains are even richer than he had imagined. Not only are there a large number of mutant species that can provide him with a lot of evolutionary fluid, there are also various fruit trees and wild medicinal herbs. If we can transplant these fruit trees and medicinal herbs back, the settlement can produce fruit and medicine continuously, and the living standards will be greatly improved in the future. Zhu Linyuan murmured, "It seems that we need to organize a group of brothers to go into the mountains. In the future, whether it's mining or looking for fruit trees or medicinal herbs, people will be needed to go into the mountains. The brothers' strength is still a little lacking." Zhu Linyuan shook his head secretly. Although the edge of the forest posed no threat to him, and he could even roam around freely there, it was a dead end for ordinary people. Ordinary people who dare to enter this forest will almost certainly die. Even if all the thousands of men under his command were to fill in, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Sometimes, quantitative change cannot produce qualitative change. Of course, it is also because he does not have enough subordinates. It seems that we need to organize a screening when we get back to filter out those who have lost all conscience and let them go into the mountains to serve as the death squad. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. If those people refuse, it will be easy to deal with. Just execute them directly. In addition, we need to select some who are loyal enough and have fighting talents. We can give them some evolutionary fluids and let them form exploration teams to explore the mountains and forests. If we can get the supplies back, we can let them barter. Zhu Linyuan imagined what he was about to do, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. His hair stood on end, and he threw himself to the side. Almost at the same time, a huge black shadow pounced towards the place where he had just been. What a beast! Zhu Linyuan shouted loudly, and the autumn water sword was unsheathed. Chapter 53, Great Harvest, Second Order Spores. The Qiu Shui sword was unsheathed, and Zhu Linyuan swung the sword directly at the black shadow. Swish! This sword incorporates the techniques of sword drawing. It is as fast as lightning and extremely sharp, like a bolt of thunder in the dark night. It slashed directly at the huge black shadow. Tear! A piece of flesh was immediately cut off from the huge black shadow, and its huge body suddenly churned up. At this time, Zhu Linyuan also saw the true face of the huge black shadow in front of him. It turned out to be a giant mutated python. It's actually a mutated species of python. Zhu Linyuan's eyes narrowed. In the previous life, there was an extremely terrifying mutant species of python. It even broke through the shackles of mutants and entered a higher realm, causing trouble to the people. Countless people died in the belly of that mutated python. Moreover, after the python mutant broke through the shackles, it gained racial consciousness and gathered many python mutants, as if it had established a python kingdom. Therefore, in the previous life, the harm caused by the deformed species of pythons was far greater than that caused by other deformed species. This is also one of the races that Zhu Linyuan most wants to kill. The speed of this beast, just now, is considered fast even among the second-level ones, and it was silent. Could this beast be the mutant that broke free from its shackles in the previous life? Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan hurriedly looked at the forehead of the mutant python in front of him. He had heard that the python that broke through the shackles of the mutant species in the previous life was as black as ink, but there was a white scale on its forehead, which made it easy to distinguish. If the deformed creature in front of him was the guy from his previous life, he must kill him here and there. Nanjing Base City is my future base camp. If such a beast is left near my base camp, I will not be able to sleep well. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. At this time, the mutant giant python was hit by Zhu Linyuan's sword, and a piece of black flesh was cut off. Although it felt no pain, it still rolled violently as if by reflex, and its huge body slapped the surrounding trees, easily breaking them in two. Boom! Boom! This beast has great strength. Zhu Linyuan was looking for the forehead of this mutated giant python, and sighing secretly at the same time. Finally, at a certain moment, this mutated giant python suddenly raised its head and came towards Zhu Linyuan to strangle him. No. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhu Linyuan's eyes. He hoped that the beast in front of him was the mutant that had broken free from its shackles. This way it can be killed early. But since it's not the case, it doesn't matter. Zhu Linyuan's voice was chilly. It will be slaughtered eventually. As he spoke, his body suddenly grew larger, and his specially made combat suit burst open, revealing his bulging muscles all over his body. Come and die! Zhu Linyuan shouted loudly, like thunder. Then his body leaned back slightly, and his muscles tensed like a fully drawn bow. Bang! Suddenly there was a shock wave in his body, and at the same time his upper body bounced back and punched out. Oh! The huge alloy fist directly hit the forehead of the giant python mutant. The huge mutant python was knocked into the ground by Zhu Linyuan's punch, and a big hole appeared beneath it instantly. Swish! The giant python's deformed body was still thrashing, but Zhu Linyuan didn't give it any chance. He chopped it off with the autumn rain sword, completely chopping off its huge head. Game featured recommendations, boom. The huge corpse of the mutated python fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zhu Linyuan stepped on its corpse, cut open its head, and took out the spores inside. It is indeed the second stage, and it is already very mature. It should be able to increase my evolution by 10 to 20%. Zhu Linyuan was very satisfied. He put it away with a smile. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly discovered that there was an exceptionally huge part of the body of this mutant giant python. Could it be? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes, and he immediately swung his sword to cut open his stomach. The extremely tough scales of the giant python mutant were like rags under the Chiyu sword and were easily cut open, revealing its inner appearance. Inside was a mutilated mutant wild boar. Moreover, the head of this deformed species is still intact. Really? Looking at this deformed creature, Zhu Linyuan smiled. Luckily, I took a look at it, otherwise I would have missed it. With such a large body, it feels like a second-order mutant. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he swung his knife to cut open the wild boar's head and took out the mutant inside. There are 2 red lines on it. It is indeed the second level. 3 second-order spores. I wonder how far my evolution can be raised. Zhu Linyuan was extremely excited. He put the spores into the container and searched carefully again. After making sure that nothing was missed, he got up and left. Continue running towards Luoxia Valley. As for the corpses of the mutant giant python and the mutant wild boar, he had no way to take them away, and there was no material worth using in them, so he just threw them here. Hiss! Shortly after he left, a small snake slowly crawled over. The little snake was pitch black and small in size. There was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary mutant beast. It crawled to the side of the 2 second-level mutants and began to slowly devour along the wounds cut by Zhu Linyuan. As it devoured more and more flesh and blood, its body grew larger and larger. Soon, after it devoured a certain amount of flesh and blood, its size suddenly began to increase rapidly. From the original length of 30 or 40 centimeters, it suddenly increased to 2 or 3 meters in length, as if it also possessed a trace of intelligence. It turned out to be a deformed species. At this time, it can be clearly seen that this deformed species has a white scale on its forehead, which contrasts very clearly with the other ink-black parts of its body. It was the mutant snake that Zhu Linyuan had been looking for. However, at this time it was just a weak first-order mutant. After breaking through to the first-order mutant species, its swallowing speed skyrocketed, and it began to swallow frantically. At this time, some other mutant beasts came over following the noise of the previous fight, but they all became food for this mutant snake. Even a first-level deer mutant died at its hands. Although it has just broken through to the first level, it has already demonstrated strength far beyond its peers. Soon, almost the entire wild boar mutant was swallowed by the snake mutant. Its size suddenly increased by another level, becoming about 6 or 7 meters. It turned out that he had broken through to the second-order mutant species. At this moment, human laughter suddenly came from not far away. It seems that coming back this time is really the right decision. After the words fell, Zhu Linyuan slowly walked out from the shadows. It really is easy to get it. Chapter 54, Horror. Breakthrough of the existence of the mutated species. A moment ago, after leaving the battlefield, Zhu Linyuan suddenly felt something was wrong. That mutant python is too similar to the one that broke through the shackles of the mutant in the previous life. Is there any connection? Then he thought that he had just left the bodies of the 2 second-level mutants there, and that some lucky beast might take advantage of them and break through to the second level, which would be disadvantageous for him to organize people to explore the forest in the future. So Zhu Linyuan decided to go back and deal with the bodies of the 2 beasts even if it took some time. As a result, as soon as he came back, he saw a snake-like mutant devouring the corpses of 2 other mutants. Moreover, the growth rate is extremely fast. The most important thing is that Zhu Linyuan saw the white scale on its forehead. Really? Zhu Linyuan smiled and said, "Luckily I came back, otherwise you, the troublemaker, would have gotten away." As he spoke, he grasped the Chiyu sword and walked towards the snake mutant step by step. Hiss! The mutant snake seemed to still retain its instincts. It spit out its tongue and faced Zhu Linyuan with its body slightly arched, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. However, Zhu Linyuan just smiled, strode forward, and slashed with his sword. A snake head rose into the sky. "You just broke through to the second level, and you dare to fight me head-on?" Zhu Linyuan shook his head and smiled, then directly took out the spores from the snake head. However, when he opened the snake's head, he was suddenly stunned. Normal spores will have red lines on them, which are the blood lines representing the rank. The more blood veins there are, the higher the rank of the spores. But there were no blood streaks on this spore. Instead, there are 2 silver lines. Silver lines? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. Even he had never seen spores with silver patterns. Could it be a more advanced spore? Thinking of the hidden truth behind the spores, and how this snake mutant later broke through the shackles of the mutant species and became a higher-level existence, Zhu Linyuan speculated. Could it be that the red and silver lines on the spores are equivalent to the spore's bloodline? The higher the bloodline, the higher the upper limit. That's why this beast was able to break free from its shackles in its previous life and become a higher-level being. However, these are just his speculations. In his previous life, Zhu Linyuan broke through to the 9th level of Evolver and was already a very powerful figure among the survivors. But he has not been able to break through the shackles of the Evolver, so there are some secrets that he cannot access. In the previous life, there were only 2 people around Zhu Linyuan who broke through the shackles of the Evolvers, Ruan Qingyin and Luo Qingying. But in the previous life, Ruan Qingyin only broke through when the final disaster came. Even after breaking through the shackles, she was unable to resist the disaster, and the entire team died in battle. Therefore, until now, Zhu Linyuan still doesn't know how to break through the shackles of the Evolver. He had only heard a respected elder say this in his previous life. It says, everyone chooses a different path, so everyone has a different way of breaking through the shackles. But in his previous life, Zhu Linyuan had never found his own way. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan shook his head, withdrew his thoughts, looked at the silver-patterned spores in front of him, thought for a while, and took a separate container to put them in. We can keep this guy for a while until the lunar disaster comes, and see if there will be any changes. Zhu Linyuan knew that when the moon disaster came, these spores would be the most affected. He planned to observe and see what the difference was between the spores with silver lines and other spores. After doing all this, Zhu Linyuan dug another big pit and buried all the bodies of the 3-headed mutants in it. He only got up and left after making sure there were no problems. Zhu Linyuan didn't encounter any problems along the way and soon arrived at Luoxia Valley. It's very difficult to find a mineral vein in such a large area. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. I don't know how the city lord in the previous life found it. Looking at the dense jungle in the valley in front of him, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. In such a large valley, it would be extremely difficult to find a mineral vein if you search aimlessly. After all, mineral veins can be hidden deep underground, and there is no trace of them on the surface. Forget it, it's no use just thinking about it. Let's look for it first. Soon, Zhu Linyuan put those thoughts aside and began to search around attentively. After searching for a long time, Zhu Linyuan still couldn't find any trace of the mineral vein. But he discovered something very strange. That is, there is not a single mutant beast in this valley. How is this possible? It was precisely because of his experience in the previous life that Zhu Linyuan knew more clearly how difficult it was to find a place where there were no mutant beasts or zombies. At least in his previous life, he had never heard of such a place. Even in human-based cities, there are occasional incidents of humans being infected and turned into zombies, attacking other humans. What's so magical about this valley? Zhu Linyuan was in a state of uncertainty. Just then, there was a rustling sound suddenly coming from the front. Hearing the sound, Zhu Linyuan held his breath instantly, hid his body behind a tree, and stared at the source of the sound. Crash! The leaves were lifted up, and then a black and white, round head suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Linyuan. Giant panda? Zhu Linyuan was stunned. He didn't expect to see giant pandas in the Xinjiang Mountains. He had never heard of such a national treasure in this mountain range. Moreover, the panda in front of him looked a little different from ordinary giant pandas. Too big. It is about 7 or 8 meters high. The most important thing is that this giant panda is not a mutant. What on earth is this? Why have I never heard of it in my previous life? Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. A valley without mutant beasts, an extremely huge giant panda, and possible existence of magical metal veins. Zhu Linyuan became more and more curious about what secrets existed in the Xinjiang Mountains. He hid his body, stared at the giant panda intently, and his breathing became very slow for fear of alarming this guy. However, the giant panda walked straight towards him without even turning. It found me! Zhu Linyuan instantly realized that he was exposed, and he dodged and quickly retreated. He was very confident in his own strength, but this valley was full of weirdness, so he decided to be cautious. The strange thing was that the giant panda did not catch up with him, but stood there, staring at him. The autumn rain soared at the waist. There was a flash of human thought in the giant panda's eyes. He pointed at the Chiyu sword on Zhu Linyuan's waist, then pointed at his own mouth, and then looked at Zhu Linyuan eagerly. Zhu Linyuan was surprised and asked, "Are you trying to be cute?" Chapter 55, Strange Panda. Zhu Linyuan was secretly amazed. He had heard before that gorillas and dolphins were highly intelligent and had some human-like behaviors. But even animals like gorillas and dolphins are far inferior to the panda in front of them. At this moment, the panda in front of him was simply being cute on purpose. Seeing that Zhu Linyuan was indifferent, the giant panda became obviously anxious. His black pearl-like eyes were filled with urgency, and his mountain-like body kept turning in the woods. Zhu Linyuan watched and laughed secretly, thinking that this panda might have become a spirit. Just judging from its size, this panda is quite extraordinary. It is 7 or 8 meters high, equivalent to the height of 2 or 3 floors. Such a huge body gives a strong visual impression. But this panda looks very cute and honest, and its anxious look at this moment is extremely silly. But other than mutants, are there really any creatures that can grow this big? Zhu Linyuan was very strange. It is not yet the era of universal evolution. Logically speaking, there should be no other evolvers or evolved beasts except him. But the panda in front of him was obviously not an ordinary panda. It was obviously an alien species and looked very much like an evolved beast. At this time, the giant panda wandered around for a long time, and seeing that Zhu Linyuan was still indifferent, it sat down on the ground in anger. Its body was like a small hill. When it sat down, the whole forest made a rumbling sound. Seeing its angry look, Zhu Linyuan hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Can you understand me?" In previous lives, some evolved animals were able to understand human language after their intelligence was developed. Zhu Linyuan felt that the panda in front of him should be that kind of animal. Zhu Linyuan said this and looked at the giant panda in front of him. After hearing what he said, the giant panda looked as if it didn't want to pay any attention and turned its head to the other side. "It understands me." Zhu Linyuan became confident in an instant, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. At this point, he had already determined that the panda in front of him should be an evolved beast. But he still couldn't understand how this panda evolved. There are not even any mutants here, and certainly no spores. Without spores, you can't make evolution fluid. Could it be possible to evolve without the evolution fluid? Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan was secretly shocked and asked quickly, "Calm yourself down. If you can understand me, tell me, do you want the autumn rain sword on my waist?" Sure enough, after hearing what he said, the giant panda in front of him turned back reluctantly, stared at the Chiyu sword on his waist for a long time, and then looked at Zhu Linyuan eagerly. As expected, "You are here for the Chiyu sword." Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly. There is definitely something wrong with this valley. First, there is the aura of the magical weapon Autumn Rain Sword, and then there is this giant panda evolution beast, and there is not even a mutant beast or a deformed species. Not only is there something wrong with this valley, there must be a connection between these three. Zhu Linyuan thought about it and quickly pointed at the Chiyu sword on his waist and asked, "Do you know what this is? Have you seen this?" The giant panda looked at him and nodded quickly. Sure enough, Zhu Linyuan suppressed his excitement and pointed at the Chiyu sword on his waist and said, "Then can you lead me to find this thing?" The giant panda thought for a while, nodded, propped up its huge body, turned around, and walked towards the depths of the valley. Every few steps it would look back to see if Zhu Linyuan was following it, looking very adorable. Zhu Linyuan hesitated for a moment, then stood up and followed. He followed the giant panda all the way, and the trees around them became more and more dense. There were even many trees that Zhu Linyuan had never seen before, and they were full of fruits. The giant pandas ate as they walked. It was so beautiful. There's a path on the ground. It looks like this guy walks this way often. Zhu Linyuan analyzed. Could this road lead to the mineral vein? Thinking of this, he felt a little excited. The man and the bear walked for about half an hour. The giant panda, leading the way, suddenly slowed down, turned back and waved, indicating Zhu Linyuan to follow. Zhu Linyuan didn't understand and took a few steps forward. I saw a lake under the jungle in front of me. The water in this lake is very clear and its area is quite large, but because it is blocked by the towering trees surrounding it, it is difficult to see clearly from a distance. Zhu Linyuan noticed that after reaching the lake, the giant panda did not move forward at all, as if afraid of something. This big guy, isn't he afraid of water? Zhu Linyuan suddenly had such an absurd idea. As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed a few silver pebbles by the lake, which looked very different from ordinary stones. Could this be? Zhu Linyuan hurried forward, picked up the pieces of gravel, and looked at them carefully. Click! As he exerted force, the gravel in his hand was crushed directly. Looking at the crushed stone in his hand, Zhu Linyuan suddenly showed a smile on his face. This hardness is at least several times that of normal stone. This should be the raw or of the metal used to make the autumn rain sword. Zhu Linyuan said, looking towards the water, muttering. Could it be that the mineral vein is under this lake? If that's the case, no wonder no one has discovered it yet. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. At this moment, the giant panda suddenly pointed at the lake, then at the rocks by the lake, and finally at Zhu Linyuan. You mean, there are these stones in this lake, and you want me to tell you where to find them? Zhu Linyuan guessed tentatively. After hearing his words, the giant panda nodded repeatedly. It was obvious that what Zhu Linyuan said was exactly what it wanted to express. Go down to the lake? Zhu Linyuan hesitated for a moment, looked at the Chuyu sword on his waist, then looked at the metal ore in his hand, and finally nodded and said, Then I'll go down and take a look. He is quite confident about his ability in water. Especially now that he has broken through to the second-level evolver, all his attributes are very high. Even underwater, he can still survive for a long time, and he also has some underwater survival and fighting experience learned in his previous life. Then wait here for me. I'll go down and take a look. Zhu Linyuan said this, took a deep breath, and dived down. Swish! Zhu Linyuan dived very deep into the water, but only then did he realize that the lake was much deeper than he had imagined. It was pitch black below, and it felt like there was no bottom. If I can't swim to the bottom in 3 minutes, I'll go up first. Zhu Linyuan decided secretly, and then swam quickly underwater. With his current physical condition, he would have no problem surviving underwater for more than 10 minutes. About 2 minutes later, Zhu Linyuan finally saw the bottom. It's really deep, Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far away and attacked him quickly. Chapter 56, Underwater Mineral Veins. Swish! The thing was extremely fast and rushed in front of Zhu Linyuan in almost an instant. Zhu Linyuan punched out directly as if by reflex. Bang! There was a muffled sound from underwater, and Zhu Linyuan accurately hit the thing that attacked him. The thing suddenly stopped moving. What? Zhu Linyuan frowned and looked over. The speed of this guy just now was even faster than that of the mutated python. It was pitch black all around, and Zhu Linyuan couldn't see clearly what was attacking him. So he grabbed the thing and swam towards the surface. After swimming to the shore in one breath, Zhu Linyuan saw that what he was holding in his hand was actually a big silver fish about half a meter long. This is a silver scale fish. Zhu Linyuan's eyes lit up and he looked carefully at the big fish in his hand. It is indeed a silver-scaled fish. No wonder it didn't break into pieces after being hit by my punch. It turned out to be this kind of thing. He had seen this kind of fish in his previous life. It is in the City Lord's mansion in the South City Bay City. At that time, their team had made great contributions to South City, and the City Lord made an exception and used this kind of fish to entertain their team. At that time, according to the City Lord, this kind of fish was extremely precious, and he would only use this silver scale fish when entertaining the most distinguished guests. Zhu Linyuan had never expected to encounter silver scale fish in this lake, and he was immediately overjoyed. Having eaten silver scale fish in his previous life, he naturally knew very well what made this silver scale fish special. Not only does it taste great, but it also nourishes the body and strengthens the body after eating it, with excellent results. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan couldn't wait to make a fire and start grilling the fish. Not far away, a giant panda heard the noise, walked over swayingly, poked its head out to take a look, and with a look of disinterest written all over its round face, it turned around and walked away. Zhu Linyuan was concentrating on grilling the fish. After a while, the roasted silver scale fish exuded a rich aroma, and Zhu Linyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. That's the scent. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan tore off a piece of fish and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. A rich and fragrant aroma exploded in his mouth, and in an instant, he felt as if he had ascended to heaven. It was fresher and sweeter than any seafood he had ever eaten. Even though there is no seasoning at all, it tastes incredibly delicious. Not only does it taste good, the texture is also excellent. It is obviously fish meat, but the muscle fibers are distinct and it is very chewy. Those who are not strong enough can't even chew the fish. But with Zhu Linyuan's current strength, it tasted just right. After tasting the delicious food, Zhu Linyuan no longer hesitated and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Soon, a half-meter-long silver-scale fish disappeared into his stomach. At this time, Zhu Linyuan clearly felt that the fish meat he had eaten turned into pure energy, which continuously nourished his body. This nourishment lasted for a long time. Zhu Linyuan closed his eyes and enjoyed this state. After a while, the warm current disappeared, and Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the system panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: Second Order Revolver. Evolution Level 3. Strength: 213. Speed: 172. Constitution: 195. Attribute points: 50. Daily task: complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture mission none. Number of prisoners 4. Sure enough, the total increase in various attribute points is as much as 30 or 40 points. Zhu Linyuan was extremely surprised. A silver scale fish has such a strong effect. If I eat silver scale fish every meal, combined with the system, my strength will surge again. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan looked at the lake again, as if he was looking at a treasure house. Without saying a word, he added all the remaining attribute points to speed, directly increasing the speed to 222 points. In an instant, he felt his whole body become light, and with a little effort, he jumped a long distance. The speed has increased by almost 70%. Zhu Linyuan's eyes lit up. The feeling of this sudden increase in speed was extremely refreshing. Moreover, after the sudden increase in speed, he could also catch more silver scale fish. Zhu Linyuan walked to the lake, took a deep breath, and dived in again. Swoosh! Zhu Linyuan felt as if he had turned into a fish. He actually felt like he was at home in the water, like a fish in water. This is actually a benefit after the speed increase. Zhu Linyuan kicked hard, his speed increased again, and he headed straight to the bottom of the lake. Shwa! Not long after, Zhu Linyuan felt a wave in the water. His eyes immediately lit up and he rushed over. Sure enough, he soon saw a big silver fish, which was even bigger than the one he had encountered before. Zhu Linyuan showed joy in his eyes. This meant attribute points to him. Whoosh! Zhu Linyuan was like a big fish in the water. He instantly approached the silver-scaled fish and slashed it with a sword. It turned out that the silver-scaled fish was extremely agile and swam away in an instant, not giving Zhu Linyuan any chance to get close. Want to leave? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, accelerated instantly, and chased after him. One man and one fish, one fleeing and one chasing. They soon reached the shore. What happened? After reaching the shore, Zhu Linyuan's pupils shrank, and he saw that the silver-scaled fish disappeared in an instant at the edge of the cliff at the bottom of the lake. To chase or not to chase? Zhu Linyuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and rushed forward. As a result, when he reached the edge of the cliff, Zhu Linyuan suddenly saw a narrow crack. The crack was only about 3 or 4 meters wide, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. It seems that the silver-scaled fish disappeared into this crack. Zhu Linyuan thought for a moment and did not rush in directly. Instead, he turned around and went ashore to take a breath. With his current physical condition, he can move in the water for more than 10 minutes without any problem, but he will not be able to endure it for a longer period of time. More importantly, he had no idea what was in the crack, so he had to ensure that his body was in the best condition. Soon, Zhu Linyuan took a breath, entered the lake again, and headed straight for the crack. The crack was very narrow and dark. Zhu Linyuan slowed down and slowly reached in. After swimming for about a few hundred meters, Zhu Linyuan was slightly shocked. The crack was too long and somewhat unbelievable. As he was thinking, he swam about another 100 meters, and the crack in front of him suddenly became clear, and the water level gradually became shallower. And there was even air. No! Zhu Linyuan showed a strange look. It's not that the water level has become shallower, but the terrain has become higher. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there were silver minerals on the top of his head and on the walls on both sides, which looked quite dazzling. Ore! Zhu Linyuan immediately realized that this must be the or used to forge the autumn rain sword. He jumped up and wanted to take a look. As a result, at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 57 Ancient Beast, Silver-Scaled Fish King. Just when Zhu Linyuan wanted to swim to the rock wall to take a look, there was a sudden, violent wave under the water. Danger! In an instant, Zhu Linyuan's hair stood on end, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Every pore in his body seemed to be warning him. Zhu Linyuan didn't hesitate, slapped the water hard, and instantly accelerated out of the water. The moment he jumped out of the water, the entire surface of the water seemed to be bombed, with violent splashes of water. At the same time, Zhu Linyuan's muscles swelled suddenly, and he immediately exerted his full fighting power. He grabbed the rock wall fiercely, with his 10 fingers deeply embedded in the rock wall. Using all 4 limbs, he quickly leaped forward along the rock wall like a cheetah. At this moment, he burst out with unprecedented speed. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a huge fish head suddenly jumped out of the water and bit the rock wall, actually biting a big hole in the solid rock wall. Zhu Linyuan rushed to a safe distance, looked back when he heard the sound, and was shocked to see an extremely huge fish head looking at him with cold eyes. This is a silver scale fish, but it is different from all the silver scale fish Zhu Linyuan has seen before. The head of this silver-scaled fish is covered with scales like thick steel plates and crisscross scars. Its mouth is full of sharp and dense teeth, making it look extremely ferocious. The most important thing is that the fish is really too big. The fish head alone is about the size of a truck, so you can imagine how big this fish is. It's like an ancient monster. Is this the ancestor of the silver-scaled fish? Even though Zhu Linyuan had seen many ferocious mutants in his previous life, he was still a little surprised at this moment. But then he became excited. A silver scale fish that is only half a meter long can bring me so many attribute points. If I eat this silver scale fish, how many attribute points will I get? 500? 1,000? Or 2,000? Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan looked at the giant silver-scaled fish in front of him, his eyes shining. In his eyes, this big guy is a huge amount of attribute points. But this big guy doesn't look easy to deal with. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. The silver-scaled fish is extremely powerful. The half-meter-long silver-scaled fish was not broken even after being hit by his punch. You can imagine how strong its body is. The silver-scaled fish in front of him was at least tens of meters long. Its scales alone were as thick as steel plates, not to mention its hardness. Zhu Linyuan had just seen with his own eyes this guy chewing up the metal and swallowing it like peanuts. But it's not impossible to deal with it. Zhu Linyuan took a look at the size of the silver-scaled fish and thought to himself, this guy's large size is its advantage, but also its disadvantage. Although the cave here is much more spacious than outside, it is still a little small for this big guy. It definitely can't display its full strength. Also, it seems that the cave is gradually getting narrower. Zhu Linyuan said this and looked into the depths of the cave behind him. I saw that there was no water there anymore. When I shone the light over there, I could see pieces of silvery minerals on the rock wall. The cave there is narrow, and there is no water. This big guy definitely can't get in. So, I'm already invincible. Zhu Linyuan thought about it, looked at the giant silver-scaled fish in front of him, and said with a smile, let's see how strong you are first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Linyuan put on his armed guard, tightly grasped the Chiyu sword in his right hand, and looked at the giant silver-scaled fish with an extremely sharp gaze. The giant silver-scaled fish seemed to be stimulated. With a fierce look in its eyes, it suddenly pounced towards Zhu Linyuan. Just in time, Zhu Linyuan said nothing. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards the giant silver-scaled fish and punched it hard on the forehead. Boom! A loud noise like an explosion was heard throughout the cave. With the point where Zhu Linyuan's fist landed as the center, the water mist exploded instantly, and a white circular shock wave could be seen blasting outwards with the naked eye. Zhu Linyuan used all his strength to punch this time, without holding back at all. However, the body of this giant silver-scaled fish only paused slightly, and it did not suffer any harm at all. But it seemed to be frightened by Zhu Linyuan's punch, and dived into the water without hesitation, at an extremely fast speed, looking extremely skilled. This big guy, is he so timid? Zhu Linyuan never expected that this big guy would actually escape. He had even thought of his escape route, but his opponent ran away first. No wonder he has lived to this age. He is really as steady as an old dog. Zhu Linyuan secretly complained, but he had no desire to chase after her. He just punched with all his strength, but couldn't even hurt the giant silver-scaled fish. You can imagine how strong this guy is. Moreover, this big guy has very thick eyelids and almost all of his talents are focused on defense. Even if he uses the autumn rain sword, he has no confidence in killing this big guy. Besides, the lake below was bottomless, and if he went down rashly, he would just be giving the big guy a meal. Let's get down to business first and mine the earth first, Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. Anyway, this is the lair of this big guy. It can't escape. I will kill it when I become stronger. Zhu Linyuan knew that sooner or later he would have to fight this giant silver scale fish for life and death. After all, what he wanted was the entire vein of minerals, and he also wanted to eat this big guy. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan rushed to the depths of the cave without hesitation and began to dig for ore. A lot of this silver metal or was embedded in the surface of the rock. Zhu Linyuan picked up a piece of suitable size and broke it apart with force. This metal ore did not move at all. The raw ore is so hard. Zhu Linyuan was not surprised but delighted. It is indeed the ore for refining the autumn rain sword. Looking at the pieces of metal ore around him, Zhu Linyuan felt extremely excited. This is definitely a big mine. Zhu Linyuan was extremely excited. As long as we can mine it successfully, we can definitely build an absolutely safe fortress. And we can also build a lot of weapons and armor. Thinking of this, he used the autumn water sword to cut the rocks around the ore without hesitation. Click, click. The rocks surrounding the ore were much harder than ordinary rocks, but the Chiyu sword still cut through them easily. Soon, a complete piece of metal ore fell into Zhu Linyuan's hands. Zhu Linyuan squeezed it hard and saw that the metal ore didn't move at all, without even a crack. A smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he felt that what he held in his hand was not just a piece of ore, but also his hope for survival, his hope to build power and conquer the end of the world. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan stuffed the ore directly into his backpack and then started mining the metal ore frantically with a clanging sound. In Zhu Linyuan's hand, Gu Chuyu's ancestral sword turned directly into a mining pickaxe. Although Zhu Linyuan was the only one in the entire mine, he was also busy as always. At this time, outside the cave, in the deep water, a giant silver scale fish swam back and forth in great annoyance, listening to the ding-ding-dang sound coming from above. It has always regarded the entire mineral vein as its own, and this mineral vein is of vital importance to it and its race and must not be lost. Buzz! The giant silver scale fish's gills opened and closed, making a strange sound. Soon, a large group of silver-scaled fish came from all directions and gathered under the giant silver-scaled fish like a pilgrim. This group of silver-scale fish is extremely numerous and densely packed, and looks extremely terrifying. Buzz! Buzz! The giant silver-scale fish's gills opened and closed, as if it was saying something. The next moment, dense swarms of silver-scaled fish swam upwards in an instant. Go straight to where Zhu Linyuan is. Chapter 58. A Big Fortune. At this time, Zhu Linyuan didn't know that he had disturbed the silver-scaled fish's lair. Of course, even if I knew he wouldn't care, I would be very happy instead. After all, those are attribute points that are delivered to your door. At this point, he had mined a backpack full of metal ore. We can only mine this much today. It will be inconvenient to carry more, and this ore cannot be used for the time being. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. The raw ore cannot be used directly and must be smelted before it can be made into the various instruments and equipment he needs. We must find another branch of the Gu family as soon as possible and obtain the smelting method of this, or so that we can use this raw ore. The mining work is too much. I definitely can't do it alone, and I don't have that much time. We must find a way to send a group of people in so that they can concentrate on mining here and form a complete production line. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan did not hesitate, picked up the ore, put away the Chiyu sword and armed guard, turned around, and strode in the direction he came from. When he reached the water's edge, Zhu Linyuan suddenly stopped. There seems to be movement in the water. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. Although the sound was very faint, his physical fitness was more than 20 times the limit of ordinary people, and he could capture even the slightest movement. Zhu Linyuan stood on the shore, slowed his breathing, listened carefully, and captured the subtle movements in the water. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes, and he stabbed the sword into the water like lightning. Swish! When Zhu Linyuan pulled the autumn water sword out of the water, there was a half-meter-long silver-scale fish stuck on it, twitching and jumping. Is it the movement of the silver-scaled fish? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. Just then, there was a sudden loud bang from below. The water surface exploded directly. Countless silver scale fish jumped out of the water, staring at Zhu Linyuan with their eyes, and their mouths opening and closing as if they wanted to bite him to pieces. However, Zhu Linyuan was on the shore, so no matter how much hatred these silver-scaled fish felt in their hearts, it was of no avail. Seeing this scene, Zhu Linyuan was not surprised but happy, and suddenly made a move like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Zhu Linyuan made his hands into claws and used the grappling techniques of Dragon Slayer 18, grabbing the silver-scaled fish by the body and throwing it directly onto the shore. In an instant, he caught all 6 silver-scale fish near the shore and brought them ashore. When he wanted to catch them again, all the silver-scale fish had dived back under the water. The bottom of the water was deep, and there was no telling how many silver-scale fish there were, not to mention the giant silver-scale fish. Zhu Linyuan never thought of jumping into the water to chase it. He just turned around and happily picked up the few silver-scale fish on the shore. He stabbed one with the Chiyu sword, and together with the 6 he caught with his bare hands, there were a total of 7 silver-scale fish. The smallest ones are about 30 to 40 centimeters long, while the largest one is a big fish more than 1 meter long and looks very fat. I don't know what your ancestors were thinking. They didn't dare to come up, so they asked you to hide in the water and ambush me? Zhu Linyuan shook his head and smiled, thinking that this ancestor of the silver-scaled fish was quite timid and only knew how to hide behind others. No wonder it could live so long. However, he also knew that the actions of the silver-scale fish ancestor did make sense. If he had been replaced by someone with similar strength, but not as sharp as him, he might have been tricked. The strength of the silver-scaled fish should not be underestimated. A large group of them swarmed over in the water. Even Zhu Linyuan could not escape. It seems that returning the same way is unrealistic. We can only find another way. Although he was trapped in the cave by a school of silver-scaled fish, Zhu Linyuan was not in a hurry. After all, there is air here, which proves that there must be a place for ventilation. He just needs to follow the direction of the wind, and he will be sure to find a way out. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan took out a rope from his backpack, strung a few silver-scale fish together, hung it on his body, and strode out following the wind. At this time, on land, the huge panda lay bored on the shore, staring at the deep water, waiting for Zhu Linyuan to come up. It has been waiting here for most of the day, but Zhu Linyuan has not come up yet. However, it lost its mother not long after it was born, and has been spending the rest of its life alone. It didn't feel bored at this moment, but just looked at the water quietly. It has long been accustomed to loneliness. As the night deepened, the lake seemed even deeper. The giant panda moved its body backwards. It had been afraid of deep water since it was a child. That was why it didn't dare to go into the water, even though it knew there was its favorite food under the water. When it was young, its mother would go into the water and bring up food for it, then break it up and let it eat slowly. After its mother disappeared, it never had such delicious food again. The giant panda twitched its nose a few times and sniffed the air. It seemed as if it could still smell the delicious food. It's just that the food belongs to someone else, and it can't eat it. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, its stomach suddenly growled. The giant panda held its stomach and looked at the water, looking a little worried. If I leave now, what if that person comes back later and can't find it? The giant panda endured the hunger and waited for a while, but still did not see the figure it wanted to see. Finally, it gave in, slowly crawled up from the ground, and staggered into the woods. It found a huge fruit tree and then climbed up little by little using all 4 limbs. Squeak! It climbed up a thick branch, stretched out its chubby claws, and after reaching for a long time, it finally grabbed a fruit. After catching the fruit, the giant panda quickly put it to its mouth. Although it doesn't like to eat this fruit, it can fill its stomach. Just at this moment, boom! The ground not far away suddenly exploded, and in an instant dust and smoke rose up, and sand and gravel splashed everywhere. The giant panda was startled and lost its grip, falling directly from the giant tree. Thump! It plunged straight into the mud. Call! A tall figure slowly walked out of the smoke and let out a long breath. The man was wearing a black combat uniform with a long string of large silver fish hanging on his body, a snow-white ancient sword on his waist, a huge backpack on his back, and a peculiarly shaped arm guard. It was Zhu Linyuan. Finally, it came out. Zhu Linyuan looked around and found himself back in Luoxia Valley. A smile appeared on his face. He gained so much from this trip. Not only did he dig up a backpack full of metal, he also caught 7 silver-scale fish. Most importantly, he found the nest of the silver-scaled fish and a whole, huge metal vein. This is an endless source of wealth. What is this? Zhu Linyuan glanced over and suddenly saw a dark thing twitching not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was the giant panda from before, now buried in the soft soil with its head down and its feet up, kicking hard. Zhu Linyuan walked over with a smile, reached out, and pulled the big guy out. At this time, the giant panda was covered in mud, holding a shrunken fruit in his hand, with an expression of despair on his face. The next second, its nose suddenly twitched twice, and its eyes lit up instantly. Its small eyes widened and stared at the backpack on Zhu Linyuan's back. Let me explain to my brothers, this book is currently performing very well, so please do not support the book, otherwise the system will determine that people do not like to read this book, Laoha will not get any income, and it will be difficult to continue writing the book. I believe you all understand. The number of updates for this book today is over 900. Laoha hereby promises to all brothers that if the number of updates per day exceeds 1,000, I will update 3 chapters on the same day. If it exceeds 1,500, I will update 4 chapters. If it exceeds 2,000, I will update 5 chapters. Laoha will ensure the quality and quantity of the book and will not fool the brothers, so please rest assured. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. As long as the brothers are strong enough, Laoha will definitely update frequently. Chapter 59, Powerful Mount. Return to South City. When Zhu Linyuan saw the giant panda's pitiful expression, a smile appeared on his face. He took out a piece of from his backpack and shook it in front of the giant panda. The giant panda opened its mouth, and its pair of small eyes like black pearls were fixed on the orange Zhu Linyuan's hand. Its head turned wherever Zhu Linyuan's hand moved. You bastard. Zhu Linyuan smiled and threw the ore in his hand directly to the giant panda. He controls an entire vein of ore, so this piece of ore doesn't matter to him. What's more, it was the giant panda who told him the location of the mineral vein. Otherwise, given the size of this valley, he didn't know when he would be able to find this vein of minerals. Of course, the most important thing is that he likes the personality of this giant panda. It looks silly and cute. The giant panda caught the thrown by Zhu Linyuan, threw the rotten fruit in his hand aside, and stuffed the ore directly into his mouth and started chewing it. Crack! Crack! The giant panda chewed the mineral as if it were chewing cartilage. Zhu Linyuan felt a little toothache when he heard this sound. As expected of an iron-eating beast, these teeth are really amazing. Zhu Linyuan secretly complained in his heart, and at the same time, he had a clearer understanding of the fighting ability of this giant panda. This is the hidden king. If it can even chew up this then what about its combat effectiveness? Zhu Linyuan, the last person who was seen able to chew up this, or was the ancestor of the silver-scaled fish. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As the entire piece entered its stomach, the giant panda felt much better. Zhu Linyuan even felt that its fur had become much brighter, and its little eyes had become sparkling. Zhu Linyuan suddenly became curious about what this was, and why the ancestors of the silver-scaled fish and the giant panda attached so much importance to it. Moreover, the hardness of this is incredibly high. He has never heard of such an existing on Earth. But he also knew that the giant panda could not explain it to him. And if he wanted the answer, he could only explore it slowly on his own. That's enough. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter, Zhu Linyuan waved his hand towards the giant panda and said, "It's time to eat. That's all for today. We'll see you again if we're lucky." As he spoke, he moved some things, sealed the entrance to the mine through which he came out, and then made some cover-ups to avoid being discovered. After doing all this, Zhu Linyuan picked up his backpack, turned around, and left. The giant panda looked at the valley, then looked at Zhu Linyuan's backpack, scratched his head, and a look of indecision appeared in his little eyes. Watching Zhu Linyuan's figure getting farther and farther away, a hint of determination suddenly flashed in the giant panda's eyes, and he trotted after him, using all 4 limbs. Not far away, Zhu Linyuan, who was about to leave the valley, suddenly heard a noise. He turned around and saw a huge bear running towards him. It was a giant panda just now. The giant panda ran all the way to Zhu Linyuan before stopping, looking at him eagerly. "How did you catch up?" Zhu Linyuan stopped with interest and reached out to rub the giant panda's furry head. The giant panda did not dodge, but instead showed an expression of enjoyment. "Do you want to come with me?" Zhu Linyuan said, pointing at the giant panda and then at himself. The giant panda seemed to understand what he meant. It nodded and looked at Zhu Linyuan expectantly. Okay, Zhu Linyuan smiled. Then just follow me. As he said that, he took out another piece of ore and threw it to the giant panda. Unexpectedly, this time the giant panda did not eat the ore directly after catching it. Instead, it put it on the ground, pushed it back in front of Zhu Linyuan, and then rubbed Zhu Linyuan with its big furry head. You are quite a smart guy. Zhu Linyuan put away the ore with a smile. You know the difference between a full meal and a full meal. As he spoke, he rubbed the giant panda's head and motioned it to follow him. However, the giant panda did not move, but stretched out a front paw and pointed behind itself. You mean let me sit on it? Zhu Linyuan communicated with it through both words and gestures, and the giant panda nodded again and lay down. Then I won't be polite. Zhu Linyuan didn't hesitate. He jumped lightly and sat on the giant panda. The giant panda is 7 or 8 meters long, and its fur is very soft. Sitting on it feels like sitting on your own bed at home, or like sitting on clouds. It is extremely comfortable. Zhu Linyuan hadn't slept all night, and suddenly he was in such a comfortable environment that he couldn't help but stretch. At this time, the giant panda suddenly twitched its nose a few times, sniffed the air, and then ran away suddenly. The direction it was running was exactly the direction Zhu Linyuan came from. Zhu Linyuan then discovered that the giant panda not only ran very fast, but also ran very steadily. He did not feel any bumps at all when sitting on the panda's back. It was just like riding on a boat. As he sat there, Zhu Linyuan suddenly fell into a light sleep. This was a unique skill he had honed in the apocalypse in his previous life. When in this sleeping state, as long as there was danger, Zhu Linyuan could take action immediately at any time without worrying about his own safety. The giant panda galloped all the way and soon rushed to the edge of the forest. Further ahead was Zhu Linyuan's territory. There were many mutant beasts blocking the way, but they were all easily killed by the giant panda. We even encountered a second-order mutant. Zhu Linyuan originally wanted to take action, but the giant panda slapped the mutant to death with its paw. Zhu Linyuan then truly realized what a bargain he had gotten. This is a beast pet that can kill a second-level mutant in seconds. So, I wish Linyuan a good sleep. Every time, he would take out the spores and useful materials from the mutants after the giant panda killed them. Along the way alone, he harvested more than a dozen first-level spores and 1 second-level spore, in addition to a large number of mutant body materials. After these materials are disinfected, they can be made into weapons to equip his troops. Home is just ahead. At the edge of the forest, Zhu Linyuan rubbed the giant panda's head and murmured, "From now on, this will be your home too. Come on, I'll take you home." As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan gently patted the giant panda's head. The giant panda immediately understood and carefully stepped out of the forest, carrying Zhu Linyuan on its back towards the jungle of steel and concrete in the distance. This is the first time in its life that it has left the forest. At this time, the sky had just brightened, and one could see a desolate city in the distance, completely devoid of the prosperity it had before the end of the world. The giant panda didn't understand what was going on. It looked left and right as it walked, like a curious baby. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew by. Zhu Linyuan stretched out his hand, feeling the breeze brushing across his palm, looking at the south city in the distance, and murmured, "It's windy." End of Volume 1. Volume 2, Lord of the South City. Chapter 60, Lu Yao and Ruan Qinyan. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A monster is attacking the gathering place. Zhu Linyuan was sitting on the back of a giant panda and had just approached his territory when he suddenly heard bursts of shouting and roaring in the distance. Almost in an instant, dozens of people surrounded them. All of them were fully armed and looked ferocious. The leader was Lu Bai, who was holding a long alloy sword. Very alert. Seeing his men react so quickly, Zhu Linyuan smiled, jumped off the giant panda, and waved his hand. "Go away, it's me, Mr. Zhu." Lu Bai looked at Zhu Linyuan, then at the huge panda behind him, and couldn't help but ask in shock, "Is this a giant panda? Did you bring it back?" Although the features of a giant panda are obvious, the one in front of us is obviously too huge. Not only Lu Bai, but everyone behind him was also shocked. "It's a giant panda." Zhu Linyuan touched the giant panda's head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. This little guy may look scary, but he is actually very smart and will not hurt you." The giant panda seemed to understand Zhu Linyuan's praise and rubbed its big head against him, looking like a spoiled child. Zhu Linyuan smiled, looked at Lu Bai and said, "Everyone has performed very well. The supply quota for all the brothers present today will be doubled. Xiao Lu, you will be responsible for this matter." "Thank you, Chief." After hearing what Zhu Linyuan said, everyone was immediately surprised and said, "Thank you, Chief." Zhu Linyuan waved his hand. "Don't thank me. You performed well. This is what you deserve. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Lu for leading your team so well." Everyone hurriedly said, "Thank you, Captain Lu." Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Lu Bai showed a look of gratitude on his face. He knew that Zhu Linyuan said this to help him establish his authority. If he can lead his brothers to get more supplies, then his brothers will follow him wholeheartedly and work hard for him. Otherwise, why would others follow you? Thinking of this, Lu Bai said with great gratitude, "Thank you, Mr. Zhu." Zhu Linyuan waved his hand and said, "All right, let's disperse, brothers. Stay alert." As he said this, he took the giant panda towards his residence. He only gave him some pointers because he admired Lu Bai. As for how much Lu Bai could understand, it depended on his own comprehension. However, judging from Lu Bai's reaction just now, he should have figured out something. Zhu Linyuan didn't think any more and walked downstairs to his house with the giant panda. At this moment, he suddenly saw Lu Yao actively tending to the flowers and plants in the yard, looking very interested. In the early morning sunshine, Lu Yao was wearing a plain, long dress, standing in the garden watering the flowers, with a youthful smile on her face. This scene is as beautiful as a painting. At this moment, Lu Yao suddenly raised her head as if she had sensed something, and her eyes met Zhu Linyuan's. "Best wishes, brother." Lu Yao's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "You're back." At this moment, she suddenly realized that she was still wearing a skirt and quickly explained, "Brother Zhu, I haven't started working yet, so I'm wearing a skirt. I'll change it after I finish watering the flowers." She also knew that this was the end of the world and survival was the most important factor in everything. Wearing a skirt can easily lead to accidents if you encounter danger. Besides, it is not convenient to work in a skirt. She knew very well that in the gathering place, everyone had to work. Even Brother Zhu himself was no exception. "Yeah." Zhu Linyuan nodded. Although Lu Yao does look good in a skirt, it is not safe now after all, so it is not suitable for her to wear a skirt. At this moment, Lu Yao belatedly noticed the giant panda behind Zhu Linyuan. She instantly exclaimed, "Wow," trotted over, and said in surprise, "Brother Zhu, is this the pet you brought back? What's its name?" Faced with such a huge giant panda, Lu Yao was not afraid at all, and even reached out to touch the panda's head. The giant panda seemed to like Lu Yao very much, and even lay down to allow Lu Yao to touch its head. "I haven't given it a name yet." Zhu Linyuan then realized that he hadn't even given this little guy a name yet. After taking a look at the black and white fur of the giant panda, Zhu Linyuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's just call it Tai Chi." "Tai Chi," Lu Yao repeated, and suddenly looked at the giant panda and smiled. "Then you will be Kung Fu Panda in the future." The giant panda didn't know that it had been given a name so casually. It lay on the ground and let Lu Yao rub its head. "By the way, Brother Zhu, where does Taiji live?" Lu Yao suddenly asked. "I'm planning to build a bamboo forest for it in the back hills, but now is not the right time. Let it live in the garage first. It can also help to look after the house." Tai Chi is very powerful, and with it at home, Zhu Linyuan feels much more at ease. "Brother Zhu, can I help you to buy a house for Taiji?" Lu Yao looked at Zhu Linyuan eagerly and begged. "Of course." Zhu Linyuan agreed immediately and opened the door of a garage on the first floor. Looking at Zhu Linyuan's back, Lu Yao suddenly smiled, and her eyes were full of smiles. She rubbed the giant panda's head and murmured, Taiji, Taiji, you are really my lucky star. From now on, Brother Zhu and I can take care of you together." Taiji looked confused, unaware that he had become Lu Yao's tool bear. Soon, Zhu Linyuan and Lu Yao cleaned up the room for Taiji. The garage was already very spacious, and Zhu Linyuan specially laid a layer of soft carpet for Tai Chi so that it could sleep comfortably. "Xiao Yao, I'll leave the job of taking care of Taiji to you from now on. How about that?" After doing all this, Zhu Linyuan said, "I see that you like it very much, and it likes you too. I think it is very suitable to give this job to you." "Great. Thank you, Brother Zhu." Lu Yao's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, I will take good care of Tai Chi." "Okay." Zhu Linyuan waved his hand, turned, and went upstairs. While working just now, he found that Lu Yao was very efficient and effective and was definitely worth training, so he gave her a chance. Let's see if she can take good care of Tai Chi, Zhu Linyuan thought. Put the silver-scaled fish in the cold storage room. Put the ore in the warehouse, and return home with only the silver-scaled fish. Hubby, you're back. At this time, Wan Qingyan was practicing sword skills in the house, sweating all over. She was only wearing a white sports t-shirt and sports shorts, and when she sweated, the clothes stuck to her body, revealing her slender figure. Seeing Zhu Linyuan enter the room, Wan Qingyan put down the knife and threw herself into Zhu Linyuan's arms. Honey, Suzian assigned me 50 girls. From today on, I will teach them how to practice swordsmanship. Holding Wan Qingyan's soft body in his arms and smelling the fragrance of her hair, Zhu Linyuan, who had just eaten a silver-scale fish and was full of energy, could no longer hold back. He picked her up by the waist and threw her on the soft sofa. Chapter 61. Wan Qingyan's gift, 1,000 urge for more. The sun is at noon. Wan Qingyan snorted unconsciously. At this moment, she had no strength left in her body and could not move at all. Hubby, please find another one. Wan Qingyan seemed to be half asleep and half awake and said unconsciously, I feel that Sister Ziyin is not bad. She is intelligent and generous, so beautiful and so capable. Sister Lu Yao is not bad either. She is 18 years old and her skin is so smooth and tender. I want to pinch it a few times. Husband, just take them both in as well. Girl, you're quite worrying. It seems you're still not tired enough. Next time I'll make you so tired that you can't even say a word. Zhu Linyuan was feeling refreshed at this time. He pinched Wan Qingyan's little face and changed the subject. I still have something to do. Please prepare the fish I brought back and make a fish soup. After saying that, Zhu Linyuan covered Wan Qingyan with a blanket, stood up, and walked towards the dissection room to start preparing the evolutionary fluid. He got a lot of spores on this trip, which can be used to prepare a lot of evolutionary fluids, which can completely improve the strength of the people around him. The most important thing is that he also got the second-level spores, which can improve his own level of evolution. I wonder how much these spores can improve my evolution. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly and started to prepare the evolution liquid. Zhu Linyuan didn't know that because he destroyed the Ji-Dao organization, the entire South City had fallen into turmoil. The three major families have decided to create the South City Alliance. All forces in South City must join the alliance. Otherwise, they will be regarded as enemies of the entire alliance. On this day, after the three major families received the news that the Ji-Dao organization was destroyed, they actually formed the South City Alliance under pressure. The South City Alliance is led by the Huang family as chief leader, with the Zhang and Wang family head serving as vice leaders respectively. The three major families are ambitious and want to unify the entire South City as soon as the alliance is established. Originally, in addition to the 5 major forces in Nancheng, there were countless small and medium-sized forces. The larger forces may have hundreds of people, while the smaller ones may only have a few people, all of whom are survivors who are sticking together for warmth in the apocalypse. And now, the three major families have formed the South City Alliance, and they are about to incorporate all these small and medium-sized forces. Although each of these forces is not considered a big deal individually, when they are gathered together, they are definitely an extremely powerful force. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever can control these powers can basically control the entire South City. We are alive and well. Why should we join your alliance? Facing the pressure from the three major families, a young man refused without hesitation. We won't join. Behind him, a dozen young men also said in dismay, Right, we can survive on our own. Why should we risk our lives for you? After hearing what this group of people said, several people from the three major families exchanged glances with each other, drew their swords, and rushed into the crowd. A moment later, only headless corpses were left on the ground. The heads of this group of people became tools for the three major families to intimidate other forces. For a time, the entire South City was plunged into a bloody purge. At this time, in the autopsy room, Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. I saw that his body had grown a lot. He was already 2 meters 80 centimeters tall, and his arm alone was as thick as an ordinary person's waist. The level of evolution has increased to 36% of the second stage. Not bad. In giant form, Zhu Linyuan spoke slowly, his voice heavy, low, and muffled. Soon, Zhu Linyuan controlled his body and returned to normal. He looked like a model on the screen, tough, handsome, and full of masculine charm. After his evolution level increased, his appearance became even better than before. Zhu Linyuan didn't pay attention to his appearance, but looked at the system panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: Second Order Evolver, Evolution Level 36. Strength: 296. Speed: 291. Physique: 266. Attribute points: 0. Daily task: complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture mission none. Number of prisoners 4. The degree of evolution has increased to 36%. On average, each attribute has increased by about 70 points, and overall it has increased by about 200 points. Zhu Linyuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. According to this ratio, the second-level Evolver stage should be able to increase 600 attribute points, which means that each of the 3 attributes will increase by 200 points. According to my previous calculations, a first-level Evolver should be able to increase 300 attribute points, with each attribute being able to increase by 100 points. In other words, if a normal person reaches the second-level limit, all 3 attributes should reach 300 points, and the overall attribute should reach 900 points. Because of the system and the silver scale fish I ate, even though I'm only 36% evolved, my stats are basically at the level 2 limit. Plus, I have the Autumn Rain Sword, so even the second level limit is no match for me. After some calculations, Zhu Linyuan also knew the approximate range of his own strength. It is roughly equivalent to the second order limit in the previous life. The attack must exceed the second level limit. So, I should go there. Zhu Linyuan thought of 2 very terrifying zombie mutants in his previous life, which were said to be born in a stadium in the city center. When the apocalypse broke out, a concert was taking place in that stadium, with thousands of people gathered there. According to the speculation of the major forces in the previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, a large number of these thousands of people should have turned into zombies and began to frantically attack other survivors, resulting in the survivors of the first wave of disaster not being able to escape and all died at the hands of the zombies. After all the humans died, the zombies began to fight each other, and in the end, only 2 deformed species were left. The 2 mutants had been wandering around the stadium until a small force mistakenly entered the stadium and released the 2 mutants. The 2 mutants left the stadium and immediately began a killing spree. They had reached the maximum strength of the second level before the lunar disaster came, and the survivors at that time were simply unable to resist. The entire South City immediately fell into disaster. This is a perfect time to harvest them. 2 second-order extreme mutants should be able to greatly improve my evolution. After lunch, I went to deal with those 2 deformed species. Zhu Linyuan made up his mind and decided to deal with the 2 guys after drinking the silver scale fish soup. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked towards the room. After entering the room, Zhu Linyuan suddenly found something wrong. At this time, in addition to Ruan Qingyan, there was also Su Zian in the room. Su Zian also wore a burgundy long dress and put on light makeup, looking extremely beautiful. In addition to the silver scale fish soup, there were also several bottles of red wine and candles on the table. "Hubby, you're back." Ruan Qingyan came up to him with a smile, leaned close to Zhu Linyuan's ear, and said in a soft voice, "Look what they have prepared for you." Chapter 62, Drunk Woman. When Ruan Qingyan was speaking, Zhu Linyuan smelled a faint fragrance. It was not the scent of Ruan Qingyan that he was familiar with, but the smell of a perfume, very unique and pleasant. Just smelling it made him feel a little excited. Zhu Linyuan looked at Ruan Qingyan, who had an ambiguous smile on her face, then looked at Su Zian, who had a blushing face, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. The Hongmen banquet. There is no good banquet. Zhu Linyuan muttered to himself. He could tell at a glance what Ruan Qingyan and Su Zian were planning. It seems that Qingyan has been exploited so much that she has taken the initiative to seek external help. Zhu Linyuan laughed secretly in his heart, but didn't take it seriously and walked towards the dining table calmly. With his current physical condition, let alone the 2 of them, even 10 or 20 of them would be no problem at all. However, in Zhu Linyuan's view, the lunar disaster is about to come, and his top priority is to improve his strength. He is unwilling to put so much energy on this aspect. But since the meat was delivered to his door, why wouldn't he eat it? What's more, Su Zian is the most beautiful woman in the world. Use this to test cadres? Looking at the anticipation and anxiety in Su Zian's beautiful eyes, Zhu Linyuan smiled gently. But he was not in a hurry. After all, food tastes better when you eat it bite by bite. The same principle applies to this kind of thing. It's best to let things develop naturally. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan took a large bowl, filled it with silver scale fish soup, brought it in front of him, and smelled it. The aroma is very nice. The milky white soup exudes an extremely rich aroma, which makes people's appetite grow. Just smelling it makes me feel like all the pores on my body open up. Zhu Linyuan didn't hesitate and gulped down the soup. The milky white soup was as smooth as milk, went down the throat smoothly, and tasted incredibly delicious. It was truly the best. Zhu Linyuan finished a large bowl of soup in the blink of an eye. After drinking a big bowl of soup, Zhu Linyuan felt his abdomen begin to warm up slightly, and at the same time he could feel that his physical condition had been slightly strengthened. Sure enough, this silver scale fish is full of treasures. Just drinking the soup can increase your body's strength. Zhu Linyuan showed a smile on his face and went to get another big bowl of soup. Although this slight enhancement is nothing to him, for ordinary people, this enhancement effect is already very significant. Qingyan Zian, you two should drink more soup. Zhu Linyuan looked at the two of them and said. His gaze deliberately lingered on Su Zian. Ruan Qingyan's physique has been strengthened once, but Su Zian has not been strengthened at all and is still an ordinary person. Such a physique was like a delicate flower in his hands, which would be broken with the slightest force. It must be strengthened. Zhu Linyuan thought about it, gulped down 2 large bowls of fish soup, and then began to eat the silver scale fish meat frantically. After breaking through to the second-level evolver, Zhu Linyuan not only became stronger in size and strength, but his appetite and digestive ability also became much stronger. Ordinary food is digested almost as soon as it enters the stomach. Only special food like silver scale fish can make him feel full. In just a few moments, all the 1-meter-long silver scale fish were eaten by Zhu Linyuan, turning into pure energy and beginning to nourish his limbs. As for Ruan Qingyan and Su Zian, they only drank the fish soup and ate some other dishes. Just by drinking the fish soup, they both felt hot all over and their faces flushed, as if they had been in a sauna. As for the silver scale fish meat, the two of them couldn't chew it at all. Seeing the reactions of the two beauties in front of him, Zhu Linyuan showed a faint smile on his face. The strengthening effect of this fish is much stronger than that of the half-meter-long silver-scaled fish before. Qingyan and Zian's physiques should also be strengthened a lot. Zhu Linyuan said this, feeling the heat flow in his body, and then looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhu Linyuan. Rank, second-order evolver, evolution level 36. Strength, 316. Speed, 309. Constitution, 296. Attribute points, 0. Daily task, complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture mission none. Number of prisoners 4. At this moment, after eating the silver scale fish, his various attributes suddenly increased dramatically. It has increased by almost 90 points, and it continues to grow. Seeing his own attributes, Zhu Linyuan showed joy on his face. Now all his data have reached or even exceeded the limits of a second-level evolver. Coupled with the Chiyu sword, it is easy for him to deal with the 2 second-level extreme mutants. However, now is not the time to deal with those 2 deformed species. Zhu Linyuan thought about it and looked at Ruan Qingyan and Su Zian in front of him. At this time, Ruan Qingyan had her hair tied in a ponytail and was wearing a white slim-fit sportswear, revealing a slender waist and 2 long, straight legs. She looked youthful and gave off the feeling of a campus goddess. But her whole body was slightly flushed, which combined with her outfit made her exude a different kind of temptation. Su Zian wore a red long dress, revealing her delicate collarbone, neck, and white calves. She wore a pair of Valentino burgundy high heels, looking very elegant and intellectual. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. Her red lips were slightly parted, and when she looked at Zhu Linyuan, her eyes were slightly drunk, full of femininity. Maybe it was because he ate too much silver scale fish, but Zhu Linyuan felt something was wrong with him, and his body felt slightly hot. At this moment, Ruan Qingyan suddenly stood up, turned off the lights, and then lit the candle on the table. Under the candlelight, the 2 beauties looked even more attractive. The atmosphere became very ambiguous. Well, let's indulge ourselves today. Zhu Linyuan thought about it, stood up, picked up Ruan Qingyan by the waist and threw her onto the big bed. Then he walked to Su Zian, stretched out his hand, and stroked her delicate face with the back of his hand. Feeling Zhu Linyuan's hot breath, Su Zian was like a drunk, her eyes moving around in an extremely seductive manner. She gently lay on Zhu Linyuan, listening to his strong heartbeat. Zhu Linyuan stretched out his arms and wrapped them around her slender, soft waist. Just as Zhu Linyuan was about to take the next step, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Boom! Hearing the loud noise outside the window, Zhu Linyuan's expression suddenly changed. His eyes became extremely sharp, and without saying anything more, he grabbed the Chiyu sword and armed guard, stood up, and rushed downstairs. Ruan Qingyan also ran out of the room and looked at Su Zian. The two looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They immediately changed into the combat uniforms prepared for them by Zhu Linyuan, picked up their weapons, and rushed downstairs. They all know that in the end times, survival is the most important factor. They also hope to live well and happily in the last days. But the premise of everything is to survive. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had already arrived at the gate. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, Zhu Linyuan's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 63. Are you my dogs? At this moment, the doorway was in a mess. There were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, some of which Zhu Linyuan was familiar with, and some of which he had never seen before. Not far away, there stood a group of people Zhu Linyuan had never seen before, about 100 of them, each holding a weapon in their hands. The giant panda, Tai Chi, faced a group of people and protected Lu Yao behind him. Even from such a distance, Zhu Linyuan could still feel Tai Chi's rage. Mr. Zhu, seeing Zhu Linyuan coming over, Lu Bai quickly said, "This group of people are here to rob supplies. They should be a small force nearby. Seeing that we have so much supplies, they got jealous and wanted to rob us. This group of people planned very carefully and suddenly took action when our people were doing things outside. We are shorthanded here. Several brothers died in the fight just now. Later, your pet took action and drove back the group of people." At this time, Lu Bai also had a wound on his arm. While explaining, he stared at the group of people with anger in his eyes. Zhu Linyuan nodded and looked at the 100 or so people opposite him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this time, the man wearing glasses who was leading the group on the opposite side looked at Zhu Linyuan and said, "You are the boss here, right? We are not here for anything else but to ask you for some supplies. We have seen you transporting supplies these past 2 days. You guys can't even finish eating so much. We are all from South City. We hundreds of brothers have been starving for 2 days. Give us 50 boxes of your supplies, and we will leave immediately. Otherwise, we will be in trouble," the man with glasses said sternly. "Even if you have more people, and you have this giant panda monster to help you, we can kill a lot of you with just 100 of us. I'll die of starvation anyway, and I'll die fighting you guys either, so I might as well take a few with me. We don't want much, just 50 boxes of supplies. You can decide for yourself whether it's worth a fight." After the man with glasses finished speaking, the 100 or so people behind him clenched their weapons and stared at Zhu Linyuan with a fearless look. Looking at the appearance of this group of people, Zhu Linyuan suddenly smiled. "Because you are hungry, I have to give you food?" As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan swept his eyes across everyone's faces and asked with a half smile, "Are you my dogs? When dogs come to beg for food, they know to bark and wag their tails. Your method of begging for food is worse than that of a dog." "You," the man with glasses said angrily. "How dare you say?" Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a huge fist coming straight towards his face. The next second, his eyes went dark and he completely lost consciousness. Bang! The bespectacled man's head exploded like a watermelon, and all kinds of red and white things splattered on the bodies and faces of the 100 or so people behind him. The next second, the headless body of the man with glasses fell to the ground. Zhu Linyuan didn't even look at the corpse on the ground. He slowly took a step forward and looked at the people in front of him. There were more than 100 people on the opposite side, but they were overwhelmed by his momentum. He took a step forward, and the 100 or so people subconsciously took a step back. "Didn't you yell fiercely just now?" Zhu Linyuan sneered and attacked with lightning speed. He made his right hand into a claw shape and grabbed the man's head in front of him, lifted him up high, and then applied a little force as if he was squeezing a tomato. Snap! It sounds like firecrackers. "You'll die of starvation, and you'll die fighting us, so why not take a few people with you?" Zhu Linyuan spoke slowly, repeating the words of the man with glasses, and suddenly his tone changed. "Just relying on a bunch of rubbish like you, do you think you are worthy of fighting to the death? As he spoke, he took a step forward, casually waved his left hand, and slapped the woman in front of him in the face with the back of his hand. Bang! The woman's head exploded instantly. Plop! The person closest to Zhu Linyuan suddenly sat down on the ground, kicking his legs hard, trying to escape, but he had no strength at all. He could only look at Zhu Linyuan in horror and muttered, "Monster! You are a monster!" Zhu Linyuan didn't even look at the man. He stepped on him directly, causing his chest to deflate. Blood immediately oozed out of his nostrils and ears, and the man became motionless instantly. Thump! Suddenly, someone in the crowd knelt down. Thump! Thump! Soon, everyone knelt down, threw their weapons aside, and kowtowed and prayed. "Don't kill us. We are all from South City. We are all human. We're just really hungry and want to eat something. We were wrong. We will never do it again." Listening to the constant prayers of this group of people, Zhu Linyuan's expression did not change at all, and he said calmly, "Take away all their weapons." Lu Bai immediately took away all the weapons of the 100 or so people, and then asked, "Mr. Zhu, what do you think we should do with this group of people? Kill them all?" Zhu Linyuan said lightly and turned away. It seemed that in his eyes, these were not hundreds of lives, but just an ant. "Don't kill me!" After hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the crowd wailed. "We have all surrendered. Why are you killing us? We can do things for you too. Killing us won't do you any good. Leave us alone, and we can do the work for you." "Who said there's no benefit in killing you?" Lu Bai's handsome face showed a ferocious expression. "You bastards killed our brothers and wanted to steal our supplies. Killing you all will make us feel happy, and that's the biggest benefit." As he said that, Lu Bai slashed the man in front of him on the neck with his knife. In an instant, blood spurted high and splashed all over Lu Bai. "Brothers, listen to the leader and kill all these bastards." Lu Bai roared and rushed into the crowd with a long knife in hand. Behind him, dozens of brothers rushed in and started the massacre. Listening to the sounds of fighting, Zhu Linyuan had a blank expression on his face. These young brothers have fought too little, lack experience, and are not ruthless enough. It's time to let them see blood. It's just right. Kill all of these people. Let them see blood and cultivate murderous intent. It can also intimidate other prisoners. Zhu Linyuan thought about it, walked to the giant panda Tai Chi, and rubbed his head. Tai Chi immediately fell down. Zhu Linyuan sat on Tai Chi's back, patted its head, pointed forward, and said, "Come on, little guy. I'll take you to see some blood." The direction he pointed was exactly the direction of the stadium where the two mutants were imprisoned. After hearing Zhu Linyuan's instructions, Taiji started running immediately. His huge body was extremely light, and he rushed towards the stadium like a cheetah. Behind them, the hundreds of invaders fell like harvested wheat. According to yesterday's standards, there are 3 extra chapters today. Lao Hao will write slowly. It will probably take until tomorrow morning. Brothers, please get up tomorrow morning and read it. Chapter 64. The Secret of the Black Lotus Saint. The Secret of the Black Lotus Saint, 1000 Urge for More. At this time, the headquarters of the Black Lotus sect. Behind the headquarters is a bamboo forest, and in the middle of the bamboo forest there is a stone house. Inside the stone house is a hot spring made of jade, filled with warm, hot spring water. The hot spring water emits bursts of steam, giving the entire stone house a hazy beauty, with red rose petals floating on the water. The water vapor condenses on the rose petals and forms crystal clear water droplets. Everything is very quiet and beautiful. Suddenly, a slender hand picked up the rose petals. This hand is extremely beautiful, with white and slender fingers that are pointed like young green onions. The palm is not big, but is delicate and soft, making one want to hold it in their hand. The slender hand gently swayed in the water, as if feeling the water temperature, and quickly withdrew. Then a white and delicate little foot stretched into the hot spring, followed by white and slender legs and a slender and tight waist. Finally, the woman's entire body was submerged in the hot spring water and covered by rose petals. Soaking in the hot spring, the woman breathed a sigh of satisfaction, blowing up her white veil, revealing a pair of cherry lips. These are a pair of extremely attractive cherry lips, like dripping cherries. The pink little mouth makes people want to take a gentle bite. The lips alone are so alluring that one can't help but imagine what kind of stunning beauty is behind the veil. It was the holy maiden of the Black Lotus sect. At this moment, a woman in a black gauze skirt suddenly walked quickly towards the hot spring and said respectfully, "Saint, The people you sent to the stadium have returned. They said they saw two monsters in the stadium. They were huge and covered with bone spurs and bone armor. It seems that the information we received earlier was correct. There are indeed mutants in that stadium, and according to their description, they should be two second-order mutants. If Zhu Linyuan heard what this woman said, he would be surprised. As far as he knows, at this point in his previous life, no one had yet come up with the term mutant. This is the name given to the evolved zombies and mutant beasts after the consensus reached by the surviving forces after discussion after the lunar disaster, corresponding to the evolution of human beings. Terms such as mutants, spores, evolvers, and blood patterns, as well as the level divisions such as first and second order, were all proposed in the period after the moon disaster. At this time, the Black Lotus sect seemed to have known this name for a long time. I understand. The Black Lotus goddess spoke slowly, her voice extremely beautiful. Send out a few second-level guardians to kill the two mutants and bring back the spores. After hearing what the Black Lotus Saint said, the woman in the gauze skirt did not act immediately, but spoke carefully. Saintess, there are not many second-level guardians in our sect now, and most of them have just broken through to the second level. And the strength of those two deformed species is probably extraordinary. Our guardians may not be their opponents. Should we wait a little longer? The woman in the black gauze skirt paused and said hesitantly, "Right now, the entire South City is in turmoil. A new force is rising in the Xinjiang Mountains. The three major families have formed an alliance and are gaining momentum. Furthermore, the official forces have not taken any action so far. They must have some plans. Maybe they're just waiting for the day of Advent. The second-level guardians are the backbone of our holy church. If they are killed here, they may not be able to defeat these forces when the Holy Lord descends." The Black Lotus Saint listened to her quietly until she finished speaking. Then she suddenly laughed, and her laughter was very sweet. "Are you questioning me?" The Black Lotus Saint looked at the woman in the gauze skirt with a half-smile. "Or did the breakthrough to the second level give you the confidence to doubt me?" As she spoke, she suddenly flicked her fingers and flicked the rose petals in her hand toward the woman in the black gauze skirt. The rose petals popped out of her hand and turned into a red stream of light, spinning rapidly like a blade, flying past the cheek of the woman in the black gauze dress. A thin line of blood immediately appeared on the woman's face. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood slid down her cheek and fell to the ground. The woman in the gauze skirt looked at the saint with horror in her eyes. After breaking through to the second level, she originally thought that her strength should be almost the same as that of the Black Lotus Saint. But she didn't expect that the strength between the two was so different. If the Black Lotus Saint used weapons, she might not be able to withstand a single blow. The Black Lotus Saint did not look at the expression of the woman in the gauze skirt, but spoke slowly, as if talking to herself. "The three major families are just a bunch of small fry. No matter how many there are, they can be destroyed in a snap. They are not worth mentioning. The official forces are still developing the evolutionary fluid, and the official protection focus can only be concentrated in the Magic City and Yinjing. They can't take care of South City at all. They can't threaten our holy church, so there is no need to worry. As for that emerging force, it's quite interesting. Zhu Linyuan was able to break through to the level of an evolver. I wonder if he developed the evolutionary fluid by accident, or if he has some secret. However, no matter what secrets he has, he is only at the beginning of the second stage of strength, and he can't make any big waves. Besides, Advent Day is coming soon. What does it matter if he has a big secret?" The Black Lotus Saint looked at the woman in the gauze skirt and said slowly, "As long as I am here, there is no force in South City that can threaten our holy church. We, the holy church, will surely be able to successfully bring the Holy Lord to us. When the time comes, with the help of the Holy Lord, the rise of our holy church will be unstoppable." As the Black Lotus Saint spoke, her tone became a little colder. "Remember, even if all the second-level guardians die in battle, you must bring those two spores back to me." The woman in the gauze skirt bit her lips lightly, as if she was struggling internally, but she finally bent down and said respectfully, "As you command, Saint." After the woman left, the Black Lotus Saint looked at her palm and said quietly, "The evolutionary fluid I got from the Holy Lord is limited. It can only allow me to break through to the limit of the second stage. I hope those two deformed species can help me break through to the third level. And by the way, I can kill these second-level guardians by borrowing their knife. The day of Advent is coming, and I don't know what will happen. If I don't improve my strength quickly, I'm afraid I'll become a puppet of that damn Saint Lord. Thinking of her original adventure, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Lotus Saint. She had never believed what the so-called Holy Lord said. The Holy Lord is using her. But isn't she also using the Holy Lord? It just depends on who has better means. During hunting, the transition between hunter and prey is often just a matter of a moment. Thinking of this, the Black Lotus Saint suddenly thought of someone and murmured softly, I wish Lin Yuan a breakthrough to the second-level evolver. Are you also a puppet pushed to the front? Don't worry, we will meet sooner or later. At this time, the Black Lotus sect had already sent 6 guardians and headed straight for the stadium. On the other side, Zhu Linyuan was sitting on Tai Chi's back and had arrived in front of the stadium. It's just ahead. Zhu Linyuan showed a smile on his face and lightly gripped the Chiyu sword at his waist. Tai Chi seemed to have sensed the breath of the mutant and began to become excited, letting out muffled roars. Chapter 65. Intercepting the Black Lotus Saint. 1500 urge for more. Roar! As if Tai Chi's roar was heard, 2 low roars were also heard in the stadium. Sure enough, it's here. Hearing the voice, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. He jumped directly from Tai Chi's back to the top of the stadium, and then looked down. At this moment, the stadium was littered with torn clothes and debris, like hell on earth. One could imagine how many people had died tragically in the stadium. Zhu Linyuan remained expressionless as he searched for traces of the mutant. At this moment, at the edge of the stadium, there were 2 humanoid deformed species wandering around. They seemed to have heard Tai Chi's roar and were looking for Tai Chi's location. These 2 humanoid deformed species are very similar. Both are nearly 3 meters tall, and their bodies are covered with black bone pieces, as if they were wearing a bone armor. Their fingers and toes were replaced by sharp and narrow bone blades, which looked very scary. It is indeed a second-order mutant. It already looks a bit like a killing machine. Seeing the appearance of the 2 deformed species, Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly. In the previous life, people had already discovered that the higher the level of evolution of the mutants, the closer their body shape became to the perfect fighting form. Low-level mutants will evolve some meaningless parts, but high-level mutants, every part of their body is born for fighting and killing. Like a killing machine, the 9th-order mutant is like a work of art used for killing. At this moment, the 2 mutants in the stadium were a bit like killing machines. The bones all over the body have strong defensive capabilities and can withstand a considerable degree of attacks. The hands and feet have evolved into bone blades, and the attack capabilities have also been greatly enhanced. However, it is still far from the high-level mutants that Zhu Linyuan had seen in his previous life, which were like works of art. 2 second-order mutants, I wonder how far my evolution can be raised. Zhu Linyuan showed a smile on his face and jumped into the stadium without hesitation. Roar! As soon as Zhu Linyuan stepped into the stadium, 2 mutants discovered his whereabouts and immediately rushed towards him with roars. The speed of these 2 mutants was incredibly fast. They crossed the huge stadium in almost an instant and rushed in front of Zhu Linyuan. Their sharp claws directly grabbed Zhu Linyuan's throat, making a sound of breaking through the air. Even steel would be torn into pieces by the claws of these 2 mutants. It is indeed the speed of the second stage limit. Zhu Linyuan reacted very quickly and directly used his arm guard to cross in front of his body to block the claws of the 2 deformed species. However, the next second, the 2 mutants kicked towards him at the same time. The toes of these 2 mutant species have also evolved into bone blades, and their kicks are extremely powerful. For a moment, the 2 deformed species actually suppressed Zhu Linyuan. Interesting. Zhu Linyuan showed a smile on his face, loosened his feet, and with the help of the force of the 2 deformed creatures rushing forward, he flew backwards. He flipped in midair, put his feet on the wall of the stadium, and then exerted force suddenly. Bang! Zhu Linyuan's strength exploded, and the solid wall of the stadium was directly blew up by his kick, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. At the same time, Zhu Linyuan used the reaction force and rushed towards the 2 mutants like a cannonball. Swish! The Chiyu sword is unsheathed. At this time, Zhu Linyuan went at full speed. At a rapid speed, the Chiyu sword slashed through the air, making a sharp sword sound, which turned into a white rainbow and directly slashed towards the 2 mutants. The 2 deformed species also pounced towards Zhu Linyuan, their 10 fingers like knives, attacking Zhu Linyuan's head. Crack! Game featured recommendation in a flash. Zhu Linyuan and the 2 deformed species passed each other. Call! Zhu Linyuan slowly stopped, let out a long breath, and sheathed his sword. Clank! The Chiyu sword fell into the scabbard with a crisp sound. The sound was like pressing a switch, and the upper bodies of the two deformed species suddenly slid down from the waist and fell to the ground. The fracture is extremely smooth, like a mirror. Only 4 legs and half of the body were left standing on the ground. What a sharp sword! It deserves the name of a divine weapon. Seeing the cuts on the bodies of the two deformed species, Zhu Linyuan was extremely satisfied with the Chiyu sword. The bone blades and bone armor of these two mutants are extremely strong, far stronger than metal. If he had used an alloy sword just now, the outcome would probably have been different. But under the Chiyu sword, these two second-order extreme mutant species were easily cut into 4 pieces. Zhu Linyuan walked forward and killed the 2 mutants without hesitation, took out the spores, and collected the useful materials from the 2 mutants. These bone fragments can be used to create armor, and the bone blades can also be made into weapons, which are much stronger than ordinary weapons. I wish Linyuan could collect all the gains and feel extremely satisfied. This trip not only harvested 2 second-level spores and a bunch of materials, but more importantly, he gained a deeper understanding of the sharpness of the Chiyu sword. Fortunately, Gu Chiyu's strength is insufficient to unleash the full power of the Chiyu sword. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to defeat her. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. Weapons are important, but the strength of their owner is also important. No matter how good a weapon is, it can only unleash its power if it has a suitable owner. Even a magical weapon like the Autumn Rain Sword, if used by a 4 or 5-year-old child, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be able to cut through a tree. In Gu Chiyu's hands, he couldn't even cut the alloy arm guard made by Zhu Linyuan. But in Zhu Linyuan's hands, one sword strike could directly cut 2 second-order extreme mutants in half. Unfortunately, the sword is too light and still not suitable for me. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly. After the mine is successfully mined, I will forge a heavy sword. That is the weapon that suits me. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan had even outlined the appearance of the heavy sword in his mind, and was extremely looking forward to it. We must find the other 2 branches of the Gu family as soon as possible. And the mineral vein in Luoxia Valley needs to be mined as soon as possible. Zhu Linyuan said secretly. This time when I go back, I will make these 2 spores into evolution liquid, and then I will start doing these things after absorbing it. By the way, Qingyan and Xian are still waiting for me at home. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan smiled. He couldn't wait to pack up his things and strode out of the stadium. However, just as he reached the entrance of the stadium, he suddenly heard an angry roar coming from outside. Roar! Tai Chi! Hearing Tai Chi's roar, Zhu Linyuan's expression changed, and he rushed over. At this time, outside the stadium, 6 men wearing black robes, black hoods, and holding metal sticks were besieging Tai Chi. Zhu Linyuan had seen this outfit countless times in his previous life, so it was very familiar to him. Black Lotus Cult. You are looking for death. Chapter 66. Su Xian is moved. Seeing the black robe, black hood, and the lotus pattern on the robe, Zhu Linyuan's eyes suddenly flashed with strong, murderous intent. The Black Lotus cult actually dared to appear in front of me. Zhu Linyuan's tone was extremely grim. He and the Black Lotus cult have a deep hatred and are irreconcilable. On the one hand, it was because in the previous life, the Black Lotus cult assisted the tyrant and killed humans wantonly. Another reason is that Zhu Linyuan's good brother in his previous life died at the hands of the leader of the Black Lotus cult. Halian, clean your neck and wait. Thinking of the man in his previous life who wore a black robe with gold edges, always had a gentle smile on his face, but his methods were extremely cruel and ruthless, the murderous intent in Zhu Linyuan's eyes became stronger. The man with the gentle smile is the leader of the Black Lotus sect in the previous life, Halian. He was also the one who killed Zhu Linyuan's brother personally. No matter where you are hiding now, I will find you and tear you into pieces. Zhu Linyuan shouted loudly, clenched his fists, and his body suddenly grew larger, instantly turning into a giant nearly 3 meters tall. I saw that his whole body was full of muscles, emitting a bronze glow in the sun, like a bronze giant. Bang! Zhu Linyuan looked at the 6 guardians of the Black Lotus sect with a grim gaze. He took a step forward and the ground instantly cracked with spiderweb, like lines extending outward. The 6 Black Lotus sect guardians saw this scene. Their pupils shrank and said, "You have the strength of an evolver and can control your body size. You must be Zhu Linyuan." Ever since Zhu Linyuan rose to power, all the major forces in South City have been trying to find out more about him. Among them, the Black Lotus cult's news was the most rapid and accurate. Zhu Linyuan's characteristics are no longer a secret within the Black Lotus sect. As Dharma protectors, they're very clear about this. After realizing that the bronze giant in front of them was Zhu Linyuan, the six guardians breathed a sigh of relief. With such a big scene, I thought we encountered some monster. Fortunately, he's just a slightly special second-level evolver. This isn't a little bit special. This is very special. What's the point of being special? Isn't he still a second-level evolver? We are all second-level evolvers. Can he beat the six of us? The six guardians laughed loudly and did not take Zhu Linyuan seriously at all. After breaking through to the second-level evolvers, they all felt their superhuman powers. Not to mention the 3-meter-tall evolvers. Even larger mutant beasts can be defeated with just one move from them. In their eyes, except for a few people in the Black Lotus sect, he is already invincible in the world. Listening to what they said, Zhu Linyuan didn't say anything but walked towards the six people step by step. Brothers, who is going to take care of this big fool? The six guardians were chatting and laughing. I'll go. One of the men, about 1.2 meters tall, came out with a grim smile on his face. What I hate most are these big, stupid guys. I'm going to saw them into pieces so that they can experience the feeling of being treated as dwarfs. As the dwarf man spoke, he rushed directly towards Zhu Linyuan and slashed at Zhu Linyuan's knee with his sword. This sword will cut off one of your legs. The dwarf man shouted loudly. Seeing the dwarf man rushing towards him, Zhu Linyuan's eyes showed no emotion at all, and he just stomped on him hard. Although he was huge in size, his movements were incredibly fast. This kick actually arrived first and directly stepped on the dwarf man. Snap! The dwarf man was trampled to pieces without even a scream. Zhu Linyuan had no expression on his face when he stepped on a second-level evolver to death, as if he had stepped on an ant. How is that possible? The remaining 5 guardians looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. According to the source of information, everyone is clearly a second-level evolver. The dwarf man was about the same strength as them, yet he was stepped to death by the other side with just one kick. Doesn't this mean that the opponent has the ability to kill you instantly? The intelligence is wrong. Withdraw! The 5 guardians turned around and fled without hesitation. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly pushed the ground hard, bursting out with an incredibly astonishing speed, and rushed in front of the 5 people in an instant. Bang! Zhu Linyuan casually swept his left arm and knocked all 5 people to the ground, just like slapping flies. Although he controlled the strength this time, he still smashed the bones of several people into pieces. If it weren't for the strong vitality of the evolvers, these 5 people would have died on the spot. You are as shameful as a stink bug, and you dare to make such a fuss? Zhu Linyuan looked at the few people paralyzed on the ground, unable to move, with disgust in his eyes, and asked directly, "Who told you the news about the evolvers? What else do you know about this apocalypse?" Just after hearing the conversation between several people, Zhu Linyuan noticed that these people actually knew about the evolvers. Moreover, these people are all second-level evolvers. In his previous life, Zhu Linyuan had never heard of the appearance of a second-level evolver before the moon disaster. Thinking back to the various strange behaviors of the Black Lotus sect in his previous life, Zhu Linyuan suddenly realized that there must be a huge secret behind the Black Lotus sect. You can't take it from us. As soon as a guardian opened his mouth, Zhu Linyuan stepped on him. Snap! The guardian who was shouting just now turned into a pool of meat paste. The 4 guardians nearby were stunned when they saw this scene. They were all ripened by the Black Lotus cult using evolutionary fluid. Although they are very powerful, their knowledge and courage are not much different from those of ordinary people. Zhu Linyuan's kick crushed their courage. Think about it before you speak. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Zhu Linyuan said this and looked at a guardian at the edge. I say, I'll tell you everything. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you anything. Snap! Zhu Linyuan's eyes swept over the remaining 3 guardians. The 3 guardians were all stunned. One of them said quickly, "It's the Holy Lord. It was the Holy Lord who told us the news." When the other 2 heard that their accomplice had confessed, they rushed to say, "Before the end of the world, our Black Lotus sect already existed. It was the Holy Lord who found the saint and gave her instructions to develop the church. The saint is only the spokesperson of the Holy Lord. Through her, he told us the news of the end of the world and taught us how to face it." Not only did he give us the evolutionary fluid so that we could become evolvers, he also told us how to deal with zombies and mutants. He is an omnipotent and omniscient God. When the full moon comes, he will descend upon the earth and lead us to defeat the end of the world. Speaking of the Holy Lord, the three people's expressions became extremely fanatical, and they began to praise the Holy Lord crazily. Snap! 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 Zhu Linyuan got the information he needed and was in no mood to listen to these bastards chatter any longer, so he just killed all three guys. Black Lotus Sect. Holy Lord, the night of the full moon is coming. Sitting on Tai Chi's back, Zhu Linyuan murmured, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. At this time, in Zhu Linyuan's home, Ruan Qingyan and Su Ziyan were secretly plotting. Will the boss be angry if we do this? Su Ziyan was a little hesitant after hearing Ruan Qingyan's words. How could that be? Ruan Qingyan leaned close to Su Ziyan's ear and whispered, once this is done, he will no longer be your boss, but your husband. And I'm sure my husband will like this trick. Chapter 67, You Don't Understand Man. A moment later, then I will wear this and hide in the closet? Su Ziyan looked at her outfit and hesitated a little. Is this outfit okay? Will the boss like it? At this time, she was wearing black stockings, high heels, a small suit, and a black hip skirt. In her opinion, isn't this the outfit she usually wears at work? I wish Lin Yuan would like this outfit. The only thing that made Su Ziyan feel confident was that this outfit was more slim-fitting than what she usually wore, showing that her body proportions were excellent. Looking at her graceful figure in the full-length mirror, Su Ziyan wanted to say, I'm so beautiful. Hearing Su Ziyan's doubts, Ruan Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Ziyan, you still don't understand men. What man doesn't like a secretary? And you are such a beautiful secretary. Ruan Qingyan had an ambiguous smirk on her face and whispered in Su Ziyan's ear. You'll hide in our bedroom closet then. When my husband comes back, I will find a way to trick him into opening the closet. Just think about it. When he opens the closet and sees you hiding inside in this uniform, what will be his reaction? Ruan Qingyan was like a little devil, constantly tempting Su Ziyan. What happens next is up to you. Don't worry, with your looks and figure, you can definitely kill any god or Buddha you meet if you wear this outfit. What you should do now is to pray that your husband will show mercy when the time comes. In case you can't move tomorrow. After hearing Ruan Qingyan's words, Su Ziyan suddenly thought of Zhu Linyuan's tall and strong figure, and many images appeared in her mind unconsciously. She bit her lips gently and subconsciously grabbed the edge of her skirt. Her face flushed and her delicate earlobes also turned slightly red, making her look very seductive. Seeing her reaction, Ruan Qingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, Hubby, I tricked Sister Ziyan into coming here for you. Just take care of her these 2 days. I'm really too tired. Thinking of Zhu Linyuan's performance in the past 2 days, Ruan Qingyan is still a little scared. I wish Linyuan's fighting power. It's so horrible. Zhu Linyuan didn't know yet that the 2 women in the family were plotting to give him a hard time. At this time, he was on his way home. Not far in front of him, 2 groups of people were fighting. There were not many people on both sides, less than 100 in total. Zhu Linyuan was too lazy to even care about this minor fight and directly let Tai Chi rush forward. In the end times, it is normal for people to fight each other. He was too lazy to watch the fun. However, at this moment, a strange cry suddenly came from the crowd. Meh! The bleating of sheep? After hearing the sound, Zhu Linyuan quickly patted Tai Chi's back to make it stop, then jumped down and walked towards the crowd. Seeing Zhu Linyuan coming, the 2 groups stopped fighting at the same time and all looked at him. There was vigilance and fear in his eyes. They didn't realize how strong Zhu Linyuan was. The main thing was that behind him was a huge panda that was 7 or 8 meters long. Although Tai Chi looks honest and cute, it is taller than a 2-story building when it stands up, which is extremely terrifying. Such a terrifying monster is quite intimidating to ordinary survivors like them. And these people are not stupid. They all saw Zhu Linyuan riding Tai Chi over here just now. Could an ordinary person use such a terrifying beast as a mount? Therefore, when they saw Zhu Linyuan coming, both groups took a few steps back at the same time. Among the smaller group, the leader was a man with a righteous look. The man was about 30 years old, with a square face and a resolute expression. His movements were very clean and neat. Even when he was retreating, his body was slightly leaning forward to ensure that he was ready to take action at any time. Zhu Linyuan's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Although the man tried his best to hide it, Zhu Linyuan could still see that the man must have undergone some kind of military training. Interesting. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly, but didn't care too much. Instead, he looked towards the place where the sheep's cry came from. There was a ewe, and under her was a litter of lambs, 5 or 6 in total. It's a sheep. Zhu Linyuan's eyes lit up. In the end times, animals such as pigs, cattle, and sheep are the hardest to survive and are also the most precious source of food. Can bring milk and meat. Especially the ewe in front of him had already given birth to several lambs. If he raises them well, maybe he can raise a flock of sheep, and then he can eat mutton regularly to improve his diet. Grilled lamb chops and lamb legs, and fragrant lamb soup. Zhu Linyuan thought it was delicious. Usually there are only 1 or 2 lambs in a litter, but this ewe gave birth to 5 or 6 lambs, which is considered extremely lucky. Zhu Linyuan was secretly happy. The probability of a litter of 5 or 6 lambs being born is about the same as the probability of humans giving birth to twins or triplets. At this moment, as if noticing Zhu Linyuan's gaze, a resolute, square-faced man stepped forward and said, "Brother, we found this litter of lambs and this ewe by accident. If you are interested, you can take them away and leave us a lamb." Hearing what the square-faced man said, the 20 or so people behind him clenched their fists, but no one stood up to object. Upon seeing this, Zhu Linyuan had a higher opinion of the square-faced man. This person was obviously reluctant to give me the sheep, but he still did it. He was not greedy, but was rational and knew when to back off. And his subordinates all recognize him, which shows that he is a person who can convince others. The key point is that they only have more than 20 people on their side, while the other side has 50 or 60 people, yet they can still fight back and forth. This shows that the individual strength of this side is much stronger. And this guy's gone through military training. He's a talented person. Although thinking this, Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly and said slowly, "I will take this ewe and all the lambs." After hearing his words, everyone's expression changed instantly. The square-faced man also clenched his fists slightly. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan looked at the square-faced man and asked, "What's your name?" The square-faced man was slightly puzzled, but still said in a deep voice, "Jin Zhuang." Jin means strong in the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. "Okay, Jin Zhuang. I'll remember that." Zhu Linyuan nodded. "You want a lamb? You should eat it, right? How about this? Go to the foot of Xianyang mountain range, past the Shihu community, and find a man named Lu Bai. Tell him that Zhu Linyuan asked you to come. He will give you food equivalent to the value of these sheep." According to Zhu Linyuan's original idea, he was going to take these lambs away directly. After all, this is the end of the world. When the strength of both sides is unequal, there is no such thing as equal exchange. But the various performances of this man, named Jin Zhuang, made him feel a sense of appreciation for his talent. Although he has a lot of people under him now, talents like Jin Zhuang who have management skills and can handle things appropriately are still very scarce. It would be great if we could use some resources to get him under our command. After all, after plundering the warehouse of the Jidao organization, Zhu Linyuan had no shortage of supplies. What he lacks is talent. After Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he looked at Jin Zhuang. Chapter 68, A Special Gift. After hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Jin Zhuang looked thoughtful and said nothing. Behind him, someone couldn't help but say, "Brother Jin." Hearing his brother hesitate to speak, Jin Zhuang shook his head and said, "Do as Brother Zhu said. Tie up these sheep for Brother Zhu." As Jin Zhuang spoke, he looked towards Zhu Linyuan, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. The brothers behind him had never seen any masters, but he had. He could vaguely see that Zhu Linyuan's strength must be extremely terrifying, and the huge panda also indirectly proved this point. Jin Zhuang felt it was not worth it to make an enemy of such a master just for a few sheep. "Brother Zhu, you can take these sheep. Consider it a good relationship between us." Jin Zhuang clasped his fists and said, then signaled the brothers behind him to retreat. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly. He has already extended the olive branch, and it depends on Jin Zhuang whether to accept it or not. No matter what, he won't lose. At this moment, the leader of the other group suddenly yelled, "Damn it, I own some of these sheep too, and you want to take them away without even saying hello? What do you two take me for?" Hearing the burly man's words, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and looked at the burly man. Seeing that Zhu Linyuan didn't react, the strong man said even more arrogantly, "What are you looking at?" Is it a big deal to ride a panda? I used to hunt in the mountains and even killed a black bear. I have 50 or 60 people here, and you are the only one with a bear, and you dare to speak so arrogantly here? You even want to take my sheep? Brothers, go ahead and chop this guy into pieces and feed him to the zombies. The sturdy man roared, rushed forward, and chopped at Zhu Linyuan's head with a knife. Facing the sturdy man's full-strength knife attack, Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly and casually broke the sturdy man's knife-holding hand. Then, he stretched out his hand and pinched the strong man's neck, slowly exerting force upwards, while his other hand casually pressed the strong man's shoulder and slowly spoke. You're such an idiot. Being alive is a waste of resources. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan gradually increased his strength. Click, click. As Zhu Linyuan gradually exerted strength, crisp sounds of bones cracking could be heard from the sturdy man's body. The sturdy man felt his head being pulled upwards continuously, but his body was held down and he could not move at all, and his whole body was stretched out. Son, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Zhu Linyuan pulled out the sturdy man's head with a piece of scarlet spine still attached. The field was suddenly silent. Everyone watched this scene in shock. His eyes were full of horror and fear. Pulling a person's head out directly was a scene they had never seen before, and they had never even thought about it. Thump! The headless body of the strong man fell directly to the ground. Zhu Linyuan threw away the strong man's head, picked up a few sheep, and sat back on Tai Chi. Let's go, Tai Chi. Let's go home, Zhu Linyuan said slowly. To him, killing such a survivor was no different from crushing an ant. Hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Taiji immediately ran towards Zhu Linyuan's home. It was not until Tai Chi's figure disappeared that the people on the field gradually began to move. How is this possible? Jin Zhuang looked at the head of the sturdy man on the ground and said in shock, Pull the head out directly. What kind of strange power can do that? Behind him, a person said excitedly, Brother Zhuang, did Brother Zhu just tell you to mention his name and go find someone to ask for supplies? Does he mean that he will protect us from now on? Another one asked, Will he trick us into coming here, then kill us and steal our supplies? Don't talk nonsense. Jin Zhuang shook his head and said, With Brother Zhu's strength, does he need to lie to kill us? Brothers, pack up your things. Let's go to Xinyang Mountain Range, as Brother Zhu said. Behind him, everyone was excited. That's a big, thick leg. If I could hold on to this thigh, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in the end times? Opposite them, the 50 or 60 people watched them leave, not daring to move, for fear that Zhu Linyuan would suddenly strike back and chop off their heads. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had already returned downstairs to his home, looking at the fields not far away that were already planted with vegetable seedlings, and the brothers in the fields who were watering and fertilizing the seedlings under the command of the triplet sisters. Zhu Linyuan nodded secretly. It's gradually getting on the right track. We don't have to worry about food anymore. We just need to continue to cultivate the land and expand our territory. Zhu Linyuan was thinking when Lu Bai saw him and hurried over, saying respectfully, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly, handed the rope tied to the sheep to Lu Bai, and said, Xiao Lu, arrange a brother to take care of these sheep. They must be fed and raised well. Also, tell the brothers that when you are out searching for resources, if you see any living creatures such as pigs, cattle, and sheep, you must bring them back. If you have any difficulties, please communicate with us in time. By the way, if someone named Jin Zhuang comes looking for us, you should give him 10 boxes of supplies and then test his attitude to see if he is willing to work for us. I understand, Mr. Zhu. Lu Bai looked at the sheep with excitement in his eyes. He could also imagine that if they were trained well, these sheep might become a flock of sheep in the future. What excited Lu Bai the most was that Zhu Linyuan could entrust him with such an important task. I must get this done. Looking at Zhu Linyuan's leaving back, Lu Bai clenched his fists and thought. At this time, Zhu Linyuan was slowly walking upstairs. The fields have been reclaimed and crops have been planted, so there is no need to worry about food for the time being. I've also handed over a few sheep to Xiao Lu. He will definitely be able to handle this kind of small matter. I don't need to worry about it. We have everything from things that grow on the ground to things that fly in the sky, but we're still missing things that swim in the water. Zhu Linyuan muttered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Silver-scaled fish. If we can build a fish pond and raise silver-scale fish, won't we be able to eat silver-scale fish meat whenever we want in the future? The more Zhu Linyuan thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. With the vitality of the silver-scale fish, it can definitely be kept alive. Moreover, if he wants to develop his own power in the future, he will definitely need various resources. Special species like the silver scale fish, which can enhance everyone's strength, are definitely strategic resources. It seems that we need to find a way to catch some silver scale fish alive and bring them back. We also need to study what this silver-scaled fish eats. The silver-scaled fish king, like Tai Chi, eats raw ore, but the silver-scaled fish definitely can't eat the ore. Zhu Linyuan suddenly became curious about what the silver-scaled fish ate to grow up. It actually had such magical effects. It was simply a tonic. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhu Linyuan had already arrived at the door of his house. He didn't know yet that the two women had prepared special gifts for him. Chapter 69. Breakthrough, Strength Surges. 1,000 urges for more. Zhu Linyuan was just about to push the door open when he suddenly remembered that he was covered in blood and the spoils of the battle had not yet been dealt with. Let's deal with the spores first. Also, disinfect those mutant materials first. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly, then stood up and walked towards the autopsy room. At this time, Wan Qingyan and Su Ziyan were still waiting quietly in the room. Is the boss not back yet? Su Ziyan looked out the window and said hesitantly, "It's getting dark. Are we in danger?" "No." Wan Qingyan was concentrating on practicing sword skills. She wiped the sweat off her face and said, "My husband said that nothing in South City can threaten him. Don't worry. We just need to do our own part and not hold our husbands back." "Okay." Su Ziyan nodded and suddenly said, "Then I should go out and coordinate and arrange for everyone to do things. This is my job." "Didn't you arrange everything before you came up?" "I heard it with my own ears." Wan Qingyan said helplessly, "Ziyan, don't be too nervous. It's only a matter of time. What you have to do now is to wait obediently in the bedroom until your husband comes to open the door and carry you out." After hearing Wan Qingyan's words, Su Ziyan bit her lip and nodded slightly. At this time, the Black Lotus sect. "What? All dead?" The Black Lotus Saint listened to her subordinate's report and frowned slightly. "Were all 6 guardians killed by those 2 mutants? Are those 2 deformed species that strong?" "Saint, I don't know who killed the 6 guardians," the woman in the gauze skirt said with a trace of fear in her eyes. "But when I heard the news and rushed over, the 6 guardians had already been smashed into pulp. It didn't look like the mutants did it." "Smashed into a pulp?" The Black Lotus Saint murmured softly. "If it was a mutant, it would have eaten the body of the guardian. Since it was smashed into a pulp, it definitely wasn't done by a mutant." "Saint, I also saw the bodies of 2 deformed species in the stadium." The woman in the gauze skirt continued. "The bone armor and bone blades of these 2 deformed species were taken away. The way they died was also very strange. They were both cut in half from the waist, and the cut ends were very smooth. Those 2 second-order extreme mutants are also dead." There was a hint of anger in the Black Lotus Saint's voice. When she heard that her guardian had died, she was not angry. She was even a little happy. After all, those guardians all listened to the so-called Holy Lord and are not her direct descendants. But the spores on the 2 mutants were what she urgently needed, and the death of the 2 mutants made her really angry. "They are all dead," the woman in the gauze skirt said quickly, "and the spores have also been taken away." Upon hearing that the spores had also been taken away, the last glimmer of hope in the Black Lotus Saint's heart was shattered. It seems that the people who killed the mutants and the 6 guardians should be the same group of people. He was able to kill 2 level 2 extreme mutants and even took away their spores. This person must have some knowledge of this apocalypse, just like us. As the Black Lotus Saint spoke, a name suddenly popped up in her mind, and she thought to herself, "Could it be you, Zhu Linyuan? Do you already have the strength to kill the 2nd level limit? Who is standing behind you? Is it the same thing as the Holy Lord? But no matter who's behind you, if you try to get in my way, I'm going to crush you to the ground." The Black Lotus Saint thought about it and said directly, "Notify the 3 major families immediately that we, the Black Lotus sect, are willing to cooperate with them. But there is a prerequisite. They must destroy that emerging force and capture Zhu Linyuan and send him to us." "Understood." After receiving the instructions from the Black Lotus Saint, the woman in the gauze skirt immediately stood up and left. The Black Lotus Saint was the only one left in the room. "I wonder if the 3 major families joining forces can test your strength." The Black Lotus Saint chuckled and said, "If you are not strong enough, then everything you have will belong to me." At this time, Zhu Linyuan, who was being cared for by the Black Lotus Saint, was preparing the evolutionary fluid in the dissection room. With so much first-level evolutionary fluid, we can already create quite a few first-level evolvers. Zhu Linyuan looked at the 2 rows of first-level evolution liquid reagents placed in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. These are what he gained during this period. After breaking through to the second level, the first-level evolution liquid was no longer effective for him. So he planned to give it all to the people around him to improve the overall strength of his subordinates. Zhu Linyuan thought about it and looked at a transparent container on the table. I saw a fist-sized spore in the container. There are 2 silver lines on the spores, which looks quite noble. This silver-striped spore has not moved yet. I can't tell how it's any different from ordinary blood-marked spores. Zhu Linyuan was even a little impulsive and wanted to make this silver-striped spore into evolution liquid to see what the difference was. But after thinking it over, he decided to observe. He had killed countless mutants in his previous life, but he had never seen this kind of mutant with silver lines, nor had he ever heard any news about it. You can imagine how precious and special this thing is. I hope you won't let me down. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly and looked at the second-level evolution liquid beside him. There were 2 bottles of second-level evolutionary liquid, standing there quietly. This was made from the spores of 2 second-order extreme mutant species. The color is darker than other evolutionary fluids, and it exudes an enticing aroma. That is the desire of the cells in his body to evolve. Feeling this primitive desire, Zhu Linyuan did not hesitate and directly picked up one of the bottles of reagent and drank it. Gudon. As the evolutionary liquid entered his stomach, Zhu Linyuan instantly felt the hot energy coming from his body. This energy was extremely violent, much more violent than when he used attribute points to strengthen his body or took silver scale fish. It seemed as if it wanted to tear his entire body into pieces and reassemble it. The capillaries on Zhu Linyuan's body burst instantly, and the muscle fibers all over his body were constantly torn and reorganized, and he instantly turned into a bloody man. It's not strong enough. Feeling the severe pain in his body, Zhu Linyuan grinned, picked up another bottle of evolution liquid, and drank it all. Bang! This time, Zhu Linyuan even felt that every cell in his body was breaking and reorganizing, and his whole body was filled with incomparable pain. But at the same time, he also felt that his strength was increasing rapidly. In an instant, his body size swelled uncontrollably. Originally, his maximum height was about 3 meters, but at this moment, he began to grow wildly again. 3 meters and 1. 3 meters and 2. 3 meters and 5. 4 meters. After an unknown amount of time, the energy of the evolutionary fluid was exhausted, and the growth finally stopped. Zhu Linyuan's height was also fixed at 4.7 meters. Moreover, in his giant form at this time, he did not have bulging muscles like in the past, making him look a little bulky. Instead, it became like fine steel, emitting a faint black luster, and the entire body was very slender. The whole person looks like a streamlined black metal mecha. Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists slightly, looked at his slender and powerful body, felt the surging power in his body, and made a low, mechanical sound. This power. How much stronger have I become? Zhu Linyuan said this and looked directly at the system panel. There are 2 more chapters. Lao Ha is writing them. Brothers, please read them tomorrow morning. Good night. Chapter 70 Lan Ying's submission value soars. 1500 urgent update. The moment he saw the system panel, Zhu Linyuan was a little shocked. At this moment, all his data skyrocketed. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: second order evolver. Evolution level 91. Strength: 485. Speed: 479. Constitution: 473. Attribute points: 6. Daily task: complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point 1. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point 0. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point 0. Capture mission: none. Number of prisoners: 4. My attribute points increased by about 500 points. Zhu Linyuan was shocked and said, the evolution level has reached 91, and it is not far from the 3rd level. Although he was mentally prepared, Zhu Linyuan was still shocked by the extent of the improvement. This time the improvement is really terrifying. Even his complete form has changed. Looking at his streamlined body that looked like a mecha, Zhu Linyuan showed a smile on his face. Then he moved his mind and controlled his body to return to its original state. The whole person returned to normal, like a model walking out of a magazine. After simply processing the body materials of those mutants, Zhu Linyuan took a shower, changed his clothes, stood up, and walked towards the room. At this time, it was pitch black outside, and it was already late at night. Zhu Linyuan looked at the time. It was already 2:46 in the morning. It took so long to break through this time. Zhu Linyuan smiled and shook his head. But the effect is indeed very impressive. This time when I meet those two second-order extreme mutants, I can twist their heads off with my bare hands. Game Boutique recommendation. Feeling the surging power in his body like a tide, Zhu Linyuan is full of heroic spirit. He now only hopes that he can encounter more mutants and continue to improve his level of evolution. He has already gained a considerable advantage in the early stage of the apocalypse. What he needs to do next is to maintain this advantage, or even expand it so that he can have the strength to crush others and mutants. Only in this way will he have a chance to fight against the catastrophe and defeat this doomsday. I'm hungry after the breakthrough. I wonder if Qin Yin has left any food for me. I haven't completed today's daily tasks yet. Even though I don't have many attribute points, every little bit counts. Zhu Linyuan thought secretly, and just as he was about to go back to the room, he suddenly stopped. Wrong. I don't think I brought food to the people in the prison these 2 days. Thinking of this, Zhu Linyuan hurriedly looked at the prison through the system's vision. At this moment, in the prison, Gu Qiyu was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The remaining few people curled up on the ground with pale faces and white lips. They were starving after not eating for 2 days. Seeing this scene, Zhu Linyuan shook his head and smiled, walked into the kitchen to get some food, and went straight to the cell. After Luo, Qingying left the prison, Zhu Linyuan had been busy with various things and had forgotten to go to the prison. But he's quite well behaved and has completed all his daily tasks. Zhu Linyuan thought about it and directly added the remaining 6 attribute points on the system panel to strength. At this moment, in the bedroom, the drowsy Ruan Qingyin heard the door opening and was suddenly startled. I'm back! Ruan Qingyin listened carefully and indeed heard familiar footsteps. It was Zhu Linyuan. My husband is finally back. Ruan Qingyin thought about it, looked at the closet, and secretly smacked her lips. Sister Ziyan waited in the closet for a whole night. She must be exhausted. I'll have to ask my husband to compensate her later. I have to take a good rest today. Thinking of this, she quickly tidied her hair and clothes and waited obediently for Zhu Linyuan to come to the bedroom to rest. However, she waited for a moment, and what she heard was the sound of a door closing quietly. Then the footsteps disappeared. It turned out that Zhu Linyuan had left again. Left again? Ruan Qingyin was stunned, then looked at the closet with some heartache. It seems like Sister Ziyan will have to wait for a while again. Ruan Qingyin felt sorry in her heart. However, she also knew that what Zhu Linyuan did were all important matters, and she couldn't possibly disturb Zhu Linyuan because of these trivial matters. All she had to do was to do her part and wait for him to come back home. At this time, Zhu Linyuan had already arrived at the prison. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the familiar footsteps, several beauties in the prison quickly stood up and looked over. Even Gu Qiyu opened her eyes slightly and looked at Zhu Linyuan. Although she had a very strong constitution and could hold on, she felt a little uneasy about going without food or water. You've been doing great these past 2 days. Let's eat. Zhu Linyuan said as he handed a portion of food into each cell. There was rice, canned food, and a bowl of silverfish soup. No one has eaten for the past 2 days, so drinking some silver scale fish soup can help restore some of their energy, so as not to exhaust their bodies and delay his earning of attribute points. Lanning drank the silver scale fish soup pitifully, looking at Zhu Linyuan with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Is this a complaint against me? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, preparing to teach Lanning a lesson. However, at this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. Prisoner number 2, Lanning, surrender value increased to 63 points, unlocking daily tasks. The surrender value increased so much in one go. Zhu Linyuan was surprised when he heard the system's voice. Lan Ying's submission value was only over 40 before. How come after drinking a bowl of fish soup, her submission value increased so much? Besides, your submission value has increased. So why are you still looking at me with such resentful eyes? Zhu Linyuan shook his head, thinking that women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. But he doesn't need to guess what a woman is thinking. He can just look at the submission value. But he didn't know that Lanning had been living a life of luxury since childhood and was pampered wherever she went, and had never gone hungry even in the end times. During these 2 days, she hadn't had anything to eat and was locked up in prison by Zhu Linyuan. She was extremely scared. She was afraid that Zhu Linyuan would ignore them or forget about them. It won't be long before they all die in this prison and turn into dry bones. So, when Zhu Linyuan came over with the food, Lanning suddenly felt excited. This was the first time in her life that she felt her heart beating. Even before, when Zhu Linyuan treated her body, she only felt some physical sensations, but she was not moved. But this time, she really felt her heart beating faster. It is because of this that she feels wronged and resentful. This is exactly the sign that she is moved. It's just that neither she nor Zhu Linyuan have discovered this yet. Lie down after you finish drinking. Zhu Linyuan saw Lanning finish the fish soup and said, "You've been hungry for 2 days. I'll check you to see if there's anything wrong with your body." Zhu Linyuan decided to give some preferential treatment to people like Lan Ying, whose submission value was over 60. Chapter 71, Keep Your Voice Down, 2,000 Urges for More. Zhu Linyuan had examined Lan Ying several times before, but this time he suddenly found something different. The body is still the same body, but Lan Ying's reaction is a little wrong. Being hesitant. What happened to her? Zhu Linyuan thought about it and increased his strength impatiently, pressing Lan Ying so hard that she cried out. Pain! Lan Ying bit her lip and turned to look at Zhu Linyuan. Her big watery eyes looked pitiful. Most men will feel soft-hearted when seeing the pitiful appearance of a beautiful woman. But Zhu Linyuan just didn't buy it. Snap! Zhu Linyuan slapped Lan Ying on the upper thigh. Why are you so fussy about combing my body? Shut up! After being slapped by him, Lan Ying didn't dare to make any sound. She could only clench her fists, grit her teeth, and endure it all silently. After a moment, Zhu Linyuan stood up and left Lan Ying's cell. At this time, Lan Ying was already lying on the blanket, fast asleep. Just now, Zhu Linyuan sorted out the hidden injuries in her body left by the extensive exercise. Then, Zhu Linyuan walked toward Zhang Miao's cell. Seeing Zhu Linyuan coming over, Zhang Miao fell to the ground, looked at him pitifully and said, "Big brother, can you be gentler when you hit me?" Looking at Zhang Miao's innocent expression, Zhu Linyuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm not going to hit you. I want to see if you have any strain on your body, so as to avoid any hidden injuries." Zhang Miao then patted his chest, let out a long sigh, and said with a smile, "It's good that you don't hit me. Then, big brother, you can check it. I will definitely not scream." Zhu Linyuan then started to check. Zhang Miao has a typical lowly figure. She is not tall, but very delicate, especially her legs, which are straight and white, like a girl from a comic book. Especially now that she has lost her memory, she is like a blank sheet of paper, which makes her seem even more attractive. Zhu Linyuan quickly finished examining Zhang Miao and combed her body. During the process, Zhang Miao kept clenching his fists and said nothing. But combined with her lowly face and figure, she is still very attractive. After conditioning Zhang Miao's body, Zhu Linyuan stood up and walked into Gu Qiuyu's cell. "Don't bother me. I know the massage technique myself." Seeing Zhu Linyuan coming in, Gu Qiuyu simply shook her head and said with a cold tone that kept people at a distance. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and looked at Gu Qiuyu. The prison suddenly became quiet. Everybody is watching here. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Qiuyu's collar and lifted her up. "Do you think you are noble?" Zhu Linyuan said indifferently. "Or do you think I'm easy to talk to?" As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan took action and tore Gu Qiuyu's pants bit by bit from the thigh root. 2 flawless, white legs were revealed. "You!" A fierce, murderous intent flashed in Gu Qiuyu's eyes, as if he wanted to cut Zhu Linyuan into pieces. Snap! Gu Qiuyu's murderous intent was met with a slap from Zhu Linyuan. Zhu Linyuan slapped Gu Qiuyu on the pretty face and said indifferently, "I told you that you have no right to speak here. You just need to do what I say, or I'll make you understand what it means to regret coming into this world. You hate the opposite sex, don't you?" As Zhu Linyuan spoke, his hand passed across Gu Qiuyu's fair and delicate arm. Sure enough, the hairs on Gu Qiuyu's arms immediately stood up. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and threw her directly to the ground. "Think before you speak next time." After Zhu Linyuan finished speaking, he turned around and left the prison. When the 4 women saw Zhu Linyuan leaving the prison, their expressions were different. There was a hint of joy in Lan Ying's eyes. She already hated Gu Qiuyu in her heart, and she felt very happy when she saw Gu Qiuyu being punished by Zhu Linyuan like this. Zhang Miao was a little scared and huddled tightly in the corner. Gu Qiuyu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Zhu Linyuan into pieces. At the same time, She felt extremely humiliated. She used to be the heir of the Gu family with thousands of people under her command and was extremely powerful in the end times. But now, she has become a prisoner and can only let Zhu Linyuan manipulate her. The ones who felt the strangest were not these three people, but Bai Yuan. Why didn't he even look at me? Bai Yuan felt incredible. Am I so unattractive? Am I heir? I do so many squats every day. Can I get his attention? Bai Yuan felt that it was totally incomprehensible. She has been trying every way to show herself. Even when doing squats, she grits her teeth and does the maximum number. But Zhu Linyuan never looked at her. Except for her and Gu Chuyu. Everyone had their physical examined by Zhu Linyuan. Even Gu Chuyu was slapped a few times by Zhu Linyuan. But she has been completely ignored. Even if you slap me, it's okay. Bai Yuan never thought that she, who has good looks and a good figure, and is the center of attention wherever she goes, would be treated like air. He must be testing me. Bai Yuan found a reason to comfort herself. Maybe one day he will be moved by me, and then I can enjoy the same treatment as Luo Qingying and leave this prison. Thinking of this, Bai Yuan started doing squats again with great effort. After Zhu Linyuan left the prison, he looked at the prison again through the system perspective. Lan Ying's joy, Zhang Miao's fear. Gu Chuyu was filled with anger, resentment, and humiliation. He saw it all. What is this person doing? He suddenly saw Bai Yuan gritting her teeth and doing squats, and felt a little confused for a moment. Why is she trying so hard? Could it be that I've fallen in love with squats? At this moment, he suddenly felt that it would be great if Bai Yuan was also a criminal identified by the system, a true squat role model. But unfortunately, Bai Yuan is not a criminal, so he is too lazy to care. So what if you do more squats? It also cannot bring him any attribute points. Zhu Linyuan shook his head, retracted his gaze, and returned to the room. At this time, there were braised silver scale fish soup, fried pork with chili pepper, and other dishes in the pot that Ruan Qingyan had specially made for him. Zhu Linyuan drank several large bowls of silver scale fish soup and ate all the braised silver scale fish before he stood up contentedly. He first completed his daily tasks, then took a shower, changed into pajamas, and returned to the room. It was already past 4 o'clock in the morning, and Ruan Qingyan had fallen into a deep sleep. This little girl. Zhu Linyuan showed a smile on his face and gently closed the door. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Why is there still breathing sound? Zhu Linyuan suddenly discovered that in addition to his own breathing and Ruan Qingyan's breathing, there was another person's breathing in the room. In the closet? After discovering the source of the breathing sound, Zhu Linyuan opened the closet without hesitation. The next second, he was stunned. At this moment, in the closet, Su Zian was wearing a uniform and had fallen into a deep sleep. These two little girls are still trying to trick me. Zhu Linyuan instantly understood Ruan Qingyan and Su Zian's thoughts, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he reached out and carried Su Zian out. Su Zian subconsciously hugged Zhu Linyuan's neck and suddenly woke up the next second. Sure, Zhu Linyuan whispered. Don't wake Qingyan up. Su Zian nodded shyly.